Northern xuanhuan capital, Central Martial Arts Field. 256 forces from the entire Beishua dynasty gathered together again, preparing to start the third round of the Imperial Capital Grand Gathering, a three-person team battle. The first opponent of Tianyu Manor, Yixing Manor. Long Yu, Qiao Ziying, and Man Xian formed a small team and prepared to fight. As for why it was Man Xian instead of Qihua, the little fox said that either he and Huameyer would go together, or he would give up this opportunity to Man Xian. To put it simply, when Huameyer is on the court, he will be on the court, otherwise he will watch the battle with Huameyer in the audience. Regarding this, Long Yu was a little puzzled, but there was nothing to say. If you believe in it, you can trust it. Anyway, he only has 2 supernatural powers, and he is always playing soy sauce on stage. Facing 6 supernatural powers and 7 supernatural powers, a strong man, I believe that it is not bad if he can persist for a while. It wasn't the 3 of Long Yu who entered the field first, but Xu Chan's team entered the field first. And their opponent, the Kunyao Mansion, one of the 4 Beishua mansions. Because of the miracle that happened when Long Yu fought Long Yao 3 days ago, everyone paid close attention to Long Yu and Xu Chan. Now Xu Chan led Du Guijian and Fu Xubing to the field, which naturally attracted most of them. Human gaze. The entire giant martial arts arena and 16 martial arts platforms started fighting at the same time. However, the martial arts stage where Xu Chan was located attracted the most attention. The group of demon mansions who fought were indeed 3 strong men of the 7 paths divine ability realm. It was hard to tell what kind of demon cultivators they were, but their strength must be very strong, otherwise the group of demon mansions would not be one of the 4 northern snow mansions. It is said that the owner of this group of demon mansions is a bull demon, and most of the members in the mansion are not descendants of the bull demons, but wandering demon cultivators he recruited from outside. In the demon mansion, most of them are wandering demon cultivators with good talents. They were adopted by bull demons when they were young, and grew up, thus becoming the backbone of the demon mansion. The 3 demon cultivators Xu Chan faced were the genius demon cultivators adopted by the bull demon since childhood. It's time to play. Xu Chan, Du Guijian, and Fu Xubing, the 3 formed a battle formation, standing on one side of the martial arts stage, and on the other side were 3 geniuses from the Kunyao Mansion, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 sides confronted each other, eyeing each other. The Azura Mansion is suspended this time. Although Xu Chan can fight Long Yao for a long time, she is the only one after all. I don't believe that the sword cultivator beside her is as defiant as her. That's right, 1 4-path supernatural power, 2 6-path supernatural powers. How can we fight against 3 7-path supernatural powers? This battle was mostly won by the demon mansion. These 3 are all geniuses among demon cultivators, especially the one in the middle. It is said that they have also fought against the powerful King Realm, and they have persisted for quite a long time. No matter how everyone discussed, the battle on the field finally started. Long Yu also stared at the martial arts field where Xu Chan was. He wanted to see how the overall strength of the younger generation was in Kunyao Mansion, one of the 4 Beishua mansions. The 3 young demon cultivators who participated in the battle in the demon mansion were all top-notch talents. A tree demon, a bird demon, and a cat demon had different shapes and talents, and their divine powers were also very different. But what is amazing is that these 3 demon cultivators can cooperate very well with each other. From the very beginning, they burst out with extremely terrifying power, completely suppressing the 3 of Xu Chan. The 3 of Xu Chan were not to be outdone, and with the help of Fu Xubing's Guangming divine mantra, the combat effectiveness of Xu Chan and Du Guijian had been greatly improved. Xu Chan seized the opportunity to control the tree demon after using Shura's grip, and then Du Gu launched a deadly attack with his sword, severely wounding the tree demon directly. With the wonderful cooperation, the 3 members of the Kunyao Mansion directly lost one of them. There are only two people left, facing Xu Chan and Du Guijian's pincer attack. There is almost no room to fight back. You must know that Xu Chan is capable of dealing with the strong in the King realm. A genius with a complete divine inscription will not have the slightest weakness. In less than a stick of incense, the three people in the Kunyao mansion were all wiped out. Xu Chan, Du Guijian, and Fu Xubing from Shura mansion. In the end, only Xu Chan was left on the court. Fu Xubing was expelled. Even though Xu Chan was the only one left, the Azura mansion won the final victory and got 10 points. Kunyao mansion, 0 points. The audience was in an uproar. Regarding Xu Chan's strength, everyone once again had a more accurate understanding. This woman really has the strength to compete against the strong King realm, and it is easy to deal with opponents in the 7 realms of supernatural powers. That being the case, then in this third round, Shura Mansion will definitely get full marks. In the previous 2 rounds, the Azura Mansion had scored 22 points, and if the full marks for this round were added, the total would be 52 points. In comparison, their opponent Kunyafu, even if they won the next 2 battles, would only get 20 points, plus the previous 26 points, a total of 46 points. It can be seen that after the third round, the Azura Mansion's points will be ahead of most of the forces and step into the forefront. As for Tianyu Manor, let alone. Immediately after Xu Chan left the field, Tianyu Manor played. Long Yu, Qiao Ziying, Man Xian, the 3 of them stepped onto the martial arts arena, facing a strong man of the 7-path supernatural power realm and 2 6-path supernatural power masters from Yexing Manor. Miss Jiao, be careful yourself, barbarian, you just need to cover me. Long Yu gave instructions to the 2 of them. Of course the 2 knew that Long Yu was the main force in this battle, so they nodded their heads. The battle begins. The 3 young geniuses in the black tights of the Nightwalk Manor disappeared immediately, and they disappeared from the field. Stealth. Sure enough, this is the method, then. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately activated the 4th supernatural power seed in his dantian. The next moment, the supernatural power seed bloomed and finally formed the supernatural power fruit. The realm of the 4 supernatural powers. When the figures of the 3 people in Yexing Manor disappeared, Long Yu's aura suddenly changed, and he even stepped into the realm of the 4 supernatural powers in one fell swoop. Innate supernatural powers, the Eyes of Shadows. The 9 Nether Divine Runes, Azura Divine Runes, and Death Divine Runes in Long Yu's body condensed together almost immediately, forming a sharp pupil on his forehead. Pupils formed by the condensed Shadow Divine Script. With the formation of the Eye of Shadow, a faint 9 Nether Divine inscription spread towards the surroundings, instantly capturing the whereabouts of the 3 people in the Yexing Manor. Those 3 people had already come to Long Yu's side, wanting to attack Long Yu. Obviously, the 3 of them had observed Long Yu's previous battles and knew that the attack of the 6-path supernatural realm had almost no effect on Long Yu. If they wanted to win this battle, their only chance was to kill Long Yu first. It's a pity that they didn't know that Long Yu was able to step into the realm of the 4 supernatural powers on the spot, and that the newly realized innate supernatural power was still a detection-like supernatural power. Phantom Spiral. Long Yu's eyes remained unchanged, and he directly cast the divine chain. A spiral of ghost patterns bloomed at his feet like a pitch-black lotus, and spread to the surroundings in an instant. The 3 people in Yexing Manor didn't expect Long Yu to release the magic chain under their feet, and they wanted to retreat, but it was too late, and they were directly trapped in it. Space penetration. Puff. 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 The nether dragon blade shot 3 times in a short period of time, directly piercing through one of the 3 people's legs, and blood sprayed out immediately. This is a warning, next time my target will not be your legs. Long Yu said lightly. The 3 of them were shocked and shouted out, I admit defeat. This was a method that even Long Yao, a strong man in the King realm, was afraid of, let alone the 3 of them. Originally, they had no hope of defeating Long Yu, and it was expected that they would admit defeat now. It's just that I didn't expect that I would lose so quickly. After winning the first battle, Tianyu Manor got 10 points. Xiao Ziying and Man Xian were quite puzzled. They didn't expect that they would fight soy sauce on the court. Without even making a move, Long Yu frightened all three opponents into giving up. But thinking about it, in the face of such a terrifying existence as Long Yu, how could a martial artist who has not stepped into the secret realm of the royal way be able to deal with it? Even Long Yao couldn't hurt Long Yu, let alone other people. It took only 3 breaths to start the battle was over, and then Long Yu led the two back to the spectator stand, waiting for the start of the next battle. The eyes of the people in the martial arts arena looking at Long Yu have completely changed. The realm of the 4 supernatural powers. It even broke through just before the battle. Is this a coincidence? Or did this person do it on purpose? If it's a coincidence, isn't it too coincidental? And if Long Yu did it on purpose, this person would be too scary. He could control his breakthrough time at will. The 4 magical powers, the Eye of Shadow, and the 3rd Heaven Realm, can detect all the hidden things around after opening, and if they can be comprehended into intermediate magical powers, they may be able to detect other things. However, it is not so easy for the innate supernatural powers that have just been comprehended to break through to intermediate supernatural powers. At least it will take a long time. The first battle of Tianyu Manor is over, and the next one is to face Xueli Manor. Xueli Manor, one of the 8 villages of Beixue, has many beauties among the young geniuses, all of whom are cultivated by raccoon demons. The 3 geniuses of the 7 realms of supernatural powers are united and their fighting power is extremely strong. It is said that what the demon cultivator of Xueli Manor comprehended was not the power of the ice divine script, but the illusion-type divine script in the life attribute divine script, which is similar to Shu Ruoxian's dream divine script. Illusion, Long Yu hadn't encountered much before, this time I happened to experience it. During the break, Xu Chan played again, took Duguijian and Fu Xubing, and swept the 3-person teams of the other 2 forces to victory. He successfully scored 30 points, making Shura Mansion's total score into the top 10. Ranks. During this period of time, Long Yu also observed the battle between Xueli Manor and other forces, but unfortunately the other party was too vulnerable to let Long Yu see the fighting style of the 3 talented girls in Xueli Manor. Xu Chan can defeat the demon manor so easily, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for me to be baffled by the people from the Xueli Manor? Long Yu thought in his heart, constantly thinking about countermeasures. Soon, following the announcement from the referee, it was the turn of Tianyu Manor's team to play against the 3 talented and beautiful girls Yaoxiu of Xueli Manor. On the 16 martial arts arenas, dozens of martial arts practitioners were all refreshed and ready to fight. Long Yu stood on a martial arts stage in the middle, Xiao Ziying and Man Xian stood behind him, facing the 3 talented and beautiful girls Yaoxiu in Xueli Manor. He narrowed his eyes a little. These 3 snow raccoons are indeed very beautiful, which gives them a unique advantage in performing illusions. But facing Long Yu, it's hard to say whether these illusions are effective. Battle, start. Following the order of the chief referee, the battles on the 16 martial arts arenas started at the same time, and dozens of martial arts practitioners burst out their own powerful strength almost at the same time, and fought with their opponents. However, on the martial arts stage where Long Yu was, he and the 3 demon cultivators from Xueli Manor did not move for the time being. Why is there no action? Then I will make the first move. Long Yu squinted his eyes, raised his hand, and the 9 nether divine inscription was condensed in his hand, and he directly blasted towards the 3 demon cultivators. The 9 nether divine text condensed into the 9 nether dragon in the mid-air, and after a roar, the entire space where the martial arts stage was located was shocked by it, and strands of the 9 nether divine text followed the air and sneaked into the bodies of the other 3. It's a great wilderness level martial skill when you make a move, it's amazing. The three demon cultivator girls smiled slightly, and didn't care. Their figures turned into ethereal figures, and they disappeared from the martial arts stage just like that. Immediately afterwards, the Nine Nether Dragon let out a roar, trying to detonate the Nine Nether Divine Rune that had sneaked into the opponent's body, but it only exploded out of thin air in the field, without attacking the three opponents at all. What method is this? Long Yu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the opponent disappeared from his eyes, and even the 9 explosions of Yulong couldn't hit the opponent. Eye of Shadow. The gloomy pupils on Long Yu's forehead reappeared, and he looked around for the first time, but unexpectedly, he couldn't see any figure, but... What are you doing? Long Yu frowned. Xiao Ziying and Man Xian attacked him at the same time. Have you fallen into an illusion? Long Yu's heart trembled. If it was an illusion, the Xiao Ziying and Man Xian in front of him were fake. To break through the illusion, he only needed to defeat them. But what if it's not an illusion? Long Yu couldn't find the 3 people from Xueli Manor. Facing the offensive of Xiao Ziying and Man Xian, he had no choice but to jump back immediately to avoid their sharp edge for the time being. Trouble, too much trouble. This kind of battle made Long Yu quite puzzled. Even if he couldn't find where his opponent was, how else could he fight? Only Xiao Ziying and Man Xian were attacking him incessantly. Purification of water flow. At this moment, Xiao Ziying raised her hand suddenly, and the power of the water flow divine script condensed into a bunch and released towards the empty space. Purification of water? Long Yu's heart shuddered. This move was an innate supernatural power that could remove the negative state. What happened to Xiao Ziying releasing it towards the empty space? Could it be that an illusion appeared in front of her eyes, and she saw teammates in that empty space? Is it yourself? After a little thought, Long Yu made a hypothesis. Could it be that what he saw was not an illusion, but that Xiao Ziying and Man Xian were affected by the illusion? As a result, the two regarded him as an opponent, and Xiao Ziying released the purification of the water flow towards the empty space. Doesn't it mean that Xiao Ziying thought that he was in that direction, and that he had suffered a certain state? Space penetration. Without any hesitation, Long Yu evaded the attacks of Xiao Ziying and Man Xian, while releasing the nether dragon blade towards the place where Xiao Ziying released the water purification. Puff. A wisp of blood drifted out, and then a snow-white figure appeared, a snow raccoon. Really? With a move in Long Yu's heart, he mercilessly displayed his innate supernatural powers one after another. Soul Seal Siphon, 9 nether hands. Finally, 9 nether dragon breath. Long Yu exuded a majestic aura all over his body, opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of terrifying dragon's breath, rushing towards the snow raccoon that appeared. The 3 kinds of innate supernatural powers appeared at the same time, which immediately shocked the snow raccoon. It immediately turned into a figure, and several clones appeared, spreading towards the surroundings. Which one is the real body? Long Yu's heart shuddered, but he found that he couldn't find out his real body, and his 3 innate supernatural powers directly wiped out several clones, and more snow raccoon clones fled around, seeming to be mocking him. This method of illusion clone is really annoying. It's the Snow Fox Phantom formation, which made Long Yu helpless. As expected of the genius of Xueli Manor, Xueli magic formation requires 3 people to work together. It can not only stimulate the opponent, make the opponent unable to find his trace, but also confuse the opponent's perception. Under the Snow Fox illusion formation, the 3 people in Tianyu Manor are inseparable from each other. I'm afraid they will be eliminated soon. This round, the Snow Fox Manor will win. In the spectator seats, many people discussed a lot, and they could all see that the situation of Long Yu, Xiao Ziying, and Man Xian was not good. However, Long Yu still had a way to deal with it. With a thought, 4 ancient afterimages appeared instantly, and launched an offensive towards those clones at the same time. Yulong 9 explosions was directly used by the 4 desolate ancient afterimages. Although the power was only 80% of that used by Long Yu himself, it was more than enough to destroy the Snow Raccoon clone. Immediately afterwards, Jiuyou Tianguang. The afterimage of Huanggu used this martial art of the Great Desolation level, and the pitch-black power of the Nine Serenities divine script instantly enveloped the entire martial arts arena. At this moment, no one knew what happened on the martial arts arena. Do it. Long Yu ignored Xiao Ziying and Man Xian. In fact, the moment Jiuyou Tianguang appeared, the two of them immediately stopped all actions. They knew that this was Long Yu's attack, so they didn't want to disturb Long Yu. Both of them were affected by Snow Fox's illusion, and they didn't even know where Long Yu was. No, this Jiuyou Tianguang has hurt me too much. Xiao Ziying still wanted to find an opportunity to help Long Yu on the martial arts stage, but found that these Jiuyou Tianguang launched an indiscriminate offensive, constantly trying to invade her body. I surrender. Xiao Ziying could only say this. She didn't want to trouble Long Yu, so she chose to admit defeat. She believed that even if only Long Yu was alone, he could defeat all three of them. When Man Xian heard Xiao Ziying's voice, he immediately surrendered and left the martial arts stage. In order to make Xiao Ziying and Man Xian hallucinate, the three Snow Raccoon demon cultivators all consumed a lot of divine power, and even put out the Snow Raccoon illusion array. Consuming the opponent's divine power, Xiao Ziying, like Man Xian, made some contributions to this battle. Jiuyou Tianguang spread throughout the audience, and when he heard that Man Xian and Xiao Ziying had conceded, Long Yu's offensive was fully launched. Before, because he was worried about Xiao Ziying and Man Xian, he didn't dare to let go, but now, he no longer has any scruples. Kill. Drain the soul explodes. Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, Long Yu directly launched an offensive in a certain direction. In an instant, the imprint of the soul exploded, generating a burst of terrifying power, which spread around the martial arts platform. The three Snow Raccoons were trapped in the Nine Nether Skylight and were constantly eroded by the Nine Nether Skylight. No matter how many illusions they had, they were useless. Although Long Yu couldn't figure out where they were now, with a random blow to soul explosion, it covered almost half of the martial arts arena, and directly blasted one of the Snow Raccoons into the air and seriously injured it. After stepping into the realm of four supernatural powers, Long Yu's basic strength is more than twice stronger than before, and it is much easier to deal with martial arts at the 7 realms of supernatural powers than before. Since you can't find the opponent, first force Xiao Ziying and Man Xian to admit defeat, and then launch an indiscriminate attack when there are only enemies left on the spot. This is Long Yu's strategy. I surrender. A delicate female voice came out, and then a Snow Raccoon jumped out of the martial arts stage. This Snow Raccoon suffered a blow from Long Yu and was seriously injured. There is only one dead end. One person was missing from the Snow Fox Phantom formation, and the eyes of the formation were missing, and the other 2 Snow Foxes were thus exposed to the perception of Long Yu's Eye of Shadow. Almost, space penetration. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly attacked the other 2 Snow Raccoons. Puff. Puff. After the 2 beeps, the space penetration directly left a bloodstain on the thighs of the 2 Snow Raccoons. But then, the 2 Snow Raccoons were divided into 10 again, and more than 20 Snow Raccoon clones appeared in the audience. 9 explosions of Yulong. Evil thoughts explode. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the power of the 9 nether divine runes came out again, and with a high-pitched dragon chant, the evil thoughts hidden in the hearts of the 2 Snow Raccoons were ready to move. Space penetration. The Void Dragon Blade followed the evil thoughts that were about to move, and launched an offensive directly, piercing through the arm of one of the Snow Raccoons again, spilling a lot of blood. I surrender. That Snow Raccoon couldn't imagine how Long Yu found his real body, his face turned pale, and he directly surrendered. When Xueli's phantom array was broken, she already knew the outcome of the battle, but she still wanted to try it. But she didn't expect Long Yu to injure her in one fell swoop. If it wasn't for Long Yu's mercy, she might have been out of her mind. There is one last snow fox left. This snow raccoon was completely shrouded in Jiuyou Tianguang, with helplessness in his eyes, and finally turned into a human form again, with a slight movement of his small mouth. He also uttered 2 words, admit defeat. Throw in the towel. The 3 masters of illusion in Xueli Manor were directly and violently defeated by Long Yu, but this was also because of the narrow place like Yanwatai. If it's in the wild, Long Yu probably won't have a good chance. After all, the opponent can run away if he can't beat him. Can you catch up? But in Yanwatai, Long Yu turned the entire range of Yanwatai into his own attack range, leaving the opponent nowhere to escape unless he admits defeat. I never imagined that Evil Thought Explosion could be used in this way. Long Yu was not immersed in the joy of defeating his opponent, but discovered a new continent. The Evil Thought Explosion in Yulong 9 Explosions is to spread the power of the 9 nether divine runes, and arouse the evil thoughts in the hearts of any practitioners it touches. With this method, Long Yu can easily distinguish between the real and the fake phantom. After all, of course there is no evil in the phantom's body and mind. Even, this method can be used to find invisible opponents, which seems to be more effective than the Eye of Shadow. Of course, the range that the evil burst can release is much closer than the Eye of Shadow. After Long Yu's Eye of Shadow is used, he can observe invisible opponents within a range of thousands of feet, but the release range of the evil burst is only a short 100 feet. This is the gap between the two, but today's battle gave Long Yu a deeper understanding of his martial arts. Evil thoughts explode, distinguish the real body from the fake. When the 3 of Xueli Manor conceded defeat, it meant that Tianyu Manor won again and got 10 points. Sure enough. In the spectator seats of the Xueli Manor, a pretty girl looked at Long Yu in the field, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, looking quite interested. She is the genius demon cultivator of Xueli Manor's generation, Bai Xue, who is cultivated in the royal secret realm. She is very clear about how strong the 3 of Xueli Manor are on the field. Even if they are facing other opponents from Beishue Bashuang or Beishue Sifu, they have a great chance of winning, even against Shangshan Xingfu. Win. But now, even though the 3 of them used the snow raccoon formation, they still lost to Long Yu. In this battle, there is no doubt that Long Yu is the only leader. Xiao Ziying and Man Xian were just soy saucers, and this made Bai Xue more aware of Long Yu's strength. In the 4th round, I must fight you well. The rules for the 4th round of the Imperial Capital Grand Gathering haven't come out yet, so young geniuses like Bai Xue don't know about it, but as long as she has the chance, I believe she will not let go of any chance to fight Long Yu. There are many others who think the same as Bai Xue. Beishue Bazhuang and 4 mansions, 12 forces, except for Long Yao of Long Mansion who had already lost to Long Yu. The King Realm powerhouses of the other 11 forces all noticed Long Yu, the Dark Horse. As long as they defeated Long Yu in the 4th round, they would be equivalent to defeating Long Yao. This is a great opportunity to attack the Dragon Mansion. Long Yu didn't have much interest in what other people thought. He had learned the latest usage of Evil Explosion from the battle just now, and he was digesting it right now. Soon, Long Yu woke up from the state of comprehension, and Tianyu Manor will face the last opponent, Qinhuai County. Qinhuai County is fighting with 3 geniuses of the 6 realms of supernatural powers. This battle should not be difficult. Long Yu said. Hey, we have even defeated the 3 7-path supernatural powers, so we still need to be afraid of these 6 6-path supernatural powers? Pretty believe hey smile. Don't be careless. If the opponent is really weak, you and Ms. Chiao can take more shots and exercise yourself. I'll just hold the line for you. Long Yu said with a smile. I go? Man Xian was a little dumbfounded. I can only deal with one at most, and I may not be able to defeat it. Just work hard, and it would be better if you can understand something in the battle. Long Yu said casually. Man Xian is not afraid, according to his character. What will make him afraid? What he was worried about was losing face at that time and embarrassing Long Yu. Since Long Yu doesn't care, Man Xian has nothing to worry about. However, to everyone's surprise, when Qinhuai County faced Tianyu Manor, it abstained before the war started. Obviously he was afraid of Long Yu's strength, and he didn't even have the courage to fight. Everyone in Tianyu Manor was speechless. In the beginning, everyone thought that Tianyu Manor was one of the weakest forces, but now, the mighty Qinhuai County surrendered without a fight, which is really embarrassing. So far, Tianyu Manor has won all 3 battles, obtained 30 points, and a total of 56 points, tied for first place with other powerful forces. For a whole day, the 3-person team battle of the 256 factions ended. There are not a few factions that get 30 points, but if you add the points from the previous 2 rounds, the ones that get 56 points like Tianyu Manor, there are only 8 factions in total. Except for Tianyu Manor, the others without exception are all one of the 4 residences of Beishui Bashuang. Even Shura Mansion, because in the second round, Shuchan only got 12 points, and now the total score is only 52 points, ranking behind. After the third round of the team battle, Yu Hanqin finally reappeared, announcing the points of the various forces, and preparing to announce the rules for the 4th round of the Imperial Capital event. According to the usual practice, there are 5 rounds of grand events in the Imperial Capital every year, and the 5th round is an individual competition between the top 10 powerhouses. This will hardly change. The rules for the first 4 rounds are different every year. So far, the top 100 forces are eligible to advance to the 4th round. Yu Hanqin's first sentence put many forces into the Cold Palace, and only the top 100 are eligible to advance to the 4th round. Long Yu paid attention to Ruoshui County, and found that Ruoshui County failed to enter the top 100, and could only be eliminated unfortunately, and was not eligible to participate in the next 4th round. The venue for the 4th round is in a special place, a soldier of my master. There is a fantasy world, and that is where you will go next. Yu Hanqin's words caused another storm in the arena. Her master's soldiers. Fantasy world. This is not surprising, but what is really shocking is that Yu Hanqin actually became a teacher. How strong is Yu Hanqin, one of the 5 emperors, who is a teacher now? Nobody knows. I'm afraid that even the surrounding empires would not dare to attack Yu Hanqin. Her status is too noble. Even if it is a big empire, if it offends the alliance of 5 emperors, it will end up being destroyed in the end. In the fantasy world, death is not real death, but once you die in it, you will lose the qualification to continue fighting. Yu Hanqin said lightly, each faction can select 5 people to participate in this competition. In the fantasy world, my master placed a lot of jade slips, which recorded many cultivation methods of great wilderness-level martial arts and great wilderness-level pills. The refining formula, as well as the refining method of the great desolation-level soldiers. If you get the corresponding treasure, you can get the corresponding points, and the time to open the illusion is 3 days. Great wilderness-level martial skill. Great wilderness grade pill. Great wilderness soldier. As soon as Yu Hanqin said this, the whole audience erupted. You must know that it was the fantasy world created by Yu Hanqin's master, one of the 5 emperors, and those jade slips were also placed in it by one of the 5 emperors. Randomly getting a jade slip is a great gain for each faction. The formula of the Great Wilderness Grade Elixir? Once you get it, you will be able to continuously refine the wilderness level elixir, greatly increasing your power. The refining method of the Great Wilderness Level Warrior? For a major power, whether or not it can refine the Great Desolation Level soldiers is one of the key factors affecting the strength of the power. The Great Desolation Level fighters are the most important strategic reserves of a major power. Not to mention the Great Wilderness Level martial arts. All the forces of the Beishui dynasty currently have no more than 10 Great Wilderness Level martial skills. Great wilderness-level martial arts, if cultivated to the level of transformation, are more powerful means than mid-level supernatural powers. For any martial artist, once obtained, it can greatly enhance one's own combat power. So many treasures are placed in the fantasy world of the powerful emperor, waiting for them to discover and compete for them. Is this the benefit of being one of the 5 emperors? It is foreseeable that after this incident, the overall strength of the Baishui dynasty will be greatly improved, and how much the major forces can improve depends on the strength of their younger generation. The competition in the fantasy world must be extremely fierce. Who wouldn't want to get more wilderness-level pills, refining techniques for soldiers, and even training methods for great wilderness-level martial arts? These are the foundations for a force to develop. In an instant, all the people in the giant martial arts arena cheered and started discussing enthusiastically, especially those forces with top 100 points were extremely excited. Only the forces that failed to step into the top 100 were all in a bad mood. They knew that it was very likely that Yuhanqin had given up on them. If they can't get something in this battle for resources, won't their development lag even further behind other forces in the future? As for the forces that are ranked outside the top 100 points, you don't have to worry, your next round will be held in another fantasy world. But Yuhanqin changed the subject, and said with a smile, even if we want to improve our strength, our entire Baishui dynasty should improve together, and work hard to become an empire in the future. Don't worry, the number and types of jade slips placed in the 2 fantasy worlds are completely different. The same, even the environment of the fantasy world is exactly the same, but you don't need to compete with the top 100 powerhouses. As soon as these words came out, those forces that were ranked below the 100 points were instantly rejoiced, and the previous depression was swept away. What is kindness? Yuhanqin is called kindness. Anyway, the jade slips placed in the fantasy world are all data-type things, not consumable items. Why not divide them into 2 fantasy worlds in duplicate? Even if 10 more fantasy worlds are created, there will be no loss to Yuhanqin and the Emperor Realm Master behind her. This move is entirely to strengthen the strength of the entire Baishui dynasty. According to Yuhanqin's words, it is to prepare for becoming an empire in the future. The Baishui dynasty is about to usher in an unprecedented transformation. The 4th round of competition will start in 3 days, and my master will also come by then. During these 3 days, everyone, please prepare well. After Yuhanqin said this, she smiled and turned to leave. The members of the major forces who were extremely excited left the audience, whether they were ordinary county forces or existences like Baishui Bazhuang and Sifu, they were all extremely happy. Opportunity to improve. Chance to become stronger. Now it was in front of them, all of this was brought to them by Yuhanqin, and as Yuhanqin truly became one of the 5 emperors, the benefits brought to the Baishui dynasty were definitely not limited to these. This is why Yuhanqin has such a high prestige in the Northern Snow dynasty, because with Yuhanqin, the entire Northern Snow dynasty can become stronger. 3 days later, the real competition will begin. Before that, all forces faced a problem selecting candidates to participate in the competition. 5 candidates are not difficult for Tianyu Manor, Long Yu, Qiao Ziying, Hua Meyer, Man Xian and Qi Hua are enough. Apparently, Qiao Ziying didn't expect that she would have such an opportunity to attend a grand event in the imperial capital. Great wilderness grade pill? Soldiers? The refining methods of the 2 are useless to her, but once she gets the great wilderness level martial skill, it will be a great improvement for her. The detailed rules of the 4th round of competition were quickly distributed to the leaders of various forces. In Tianyu Manor, in the central hall, Hong Yue glanced at the jade slips in her hand, and said to Long Yu, "This will be the last imperial capital event of the Baishui dynasty, because Yuhanqin will break through the emperor's realm soon. The imperial dynasty will become the Baishui Empire. Correspondingly, the Baishui imperial capital will become the imperial capital, and the imperial capital's grand event will naturally disappear. In addition, this grand event of the imperial capital has come to an end. Although the following competition for resources is called the fourth round of the grand event of the imperial capital, in fact, it has nothing to do with the grand event of the imperial capital. In other words, the points for the resource competition will be calculated separately, the points for the grand event in the imperial capital, that's all. Hong Yue raised her head with some joy, and said to Long Yu, that means, the bet you placed in the casino, Master Long, can now be recouped. At that time, Long Yu placed bets in various gambling houses, betting that Tianyu Manor could step into the top 100. Unexpectedly, the grand event in the imperial capital was over. The fourth round of points is calculated separately, and it no longer belongs to the category of the royal capital grand event. In other words, all the betting about the royal capital grand event is over. Long Yu made a bet back then, and now it's time to reap the rewards. That's not bad, but don't worry, what are the specific rules for resource competition? Long Yu waved his hand. He was not very anxious about those divine coins. You must know that getting the divine coins does not mean that the strength has improved, but only provided enough resources for the development of Tianyu Manor. And these resources are of little use to Long Yu himself. In the fantasy world, if you get a Dahuang level low-grade pill, you will get 1 point, a Dahuang level middle-grade pill, you will get 10 points, and a Great Wilderness level top-grade pill, you will get 100 points. Hong Yue glanced at the content recorded in the jade slips, and said to everyone, the mold of the low-grade warriors of the Great Desolation is worth 10 points, the mold of the middle-grade warriors of the Great Desolation is worth 100 points, and the mold of the high-grade warriors of the Great Desolation is worth 100 points. 1,000 points. In addition, the Dahuang level low-grade martial skill jade slip is worth 100 points, the Dahuang level middle-grade martial skill jade slip is worth 1,000 points, and the Dahuang level high-grade martial skill jade slip, this is the most central thing in the entire fantasy world. 10,000 points. According to the final total points obtained by each force, Yu Hanqin's master will give mysterious rewards. The higher the points, the more rewards. In the fantasy world, every jade slip will be protected by a beast of corresponding strength. If you want to get the jade slip, you must defeat the alien beast, and various forces can also compete for it. The rules for resource competition are basically clear. Simply put, this is a battle of fighting monsters and seizing treasures. At the same time, there will be cooperation and competition among various forces. The jade slip of the rule states in detail that for resources worth 100 points, the guardian will be a 7-headed and 7-path supernatural beast, and for resources worth 1,000 points, the guardian will be a king-level beast. As for the resource worth 10,000 points, there is only one in the entire fantasy world, which records the cultivation method of the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, and the guardian is the 3-headed king-level alien beast. Among the various factions, only through cooperation can they obtain the final reward. Otherwise, it is very likely that none of the factions will be able to obtain the cultivation jade slip of the Great Desolation level high-grade martial arts. Among the top 100, our allies are probably only the Azura Manor. As for the enemies, there are quite a few, including Tianhua County and Lingxue County. There are even former opponents, like Dragon Manor and Xueli Manor. Their points are all ranked, the top 100 will compete with us in the same fantasy world. Hong Yu said rather worriedly. It doesn't matter, the soldiers come to cover the water and soil. Long Yu was not worried at all, although he didn't know what kind of existence the fantasy world was, but in it, even if he died, he would just lose the qualification to continue competing, and he wouldn't really die. Of course, he hopes to win more things in it. The most important thing is that in such a battle, once faced with a life-and-death battle, it is the easiest way to break through the bottleneck of martial arts. Ziying, Meyer, Manzi, Xiaohua, let's go out together and seize this opportunity. Long Yu looked around and said to those 4 people. Don't worry, Brother Long, I will definitely do my best. That great desolation level high-grade martial skill will definitely be in our pocket. Man Xian grinned and said with great confidence. Everyone felt ashamed when they heard this, the great wilderness level high-grade martial arts. That is the most precious resource guarded by the three-headed, king-level alien beasts. There are countless forces that they want to obtain, and the competition they will face will definitely be extremely fierce. Man Xian is a confident kid, but the others don't have high expectations for the top-grade Dahuang level martial arts. Apart from Man Xian, maybe Long Yu is the only one who has an idea about the high-grade Dahuang level martial arts. In the current Tianyu Manor and Shura's mansion, there are already several great desolation level martial arts, but they are all low-grade, incomplete products obtained from the Mazong treasure house, which were completed by Long Yu. Together with these Dahuang level low-grade martial arts jade slips, there are also many pills of Dahuang level low-grade pills, which were also obtained from the treasure house of Mazong. Now no one in the alchemy hall has reached the supernatural secret realm, and they are still unable to refine the great wilderness level elixir. Many martial arts cultivators in the mystical ability realm have already begun to cultivate these low-grade martial arts of the great desolation level, but I am afraid that there will be no effect in a short period of time. As for Qihua and Man Xian, each has his own way of martial arts, and there is no need for these great desolation a low-grade martial skill. Just like Long Yu, wouldn't it be a waste of time to ask him to practice these low-grade Dahuang level martial arts? He has even comprehended the ancient level martial arts, Jiuyou Tianguang, and he doesn't even have enough time to practice Jiuyou Tianguang, let alone spend time comprehending the great wilderness level low-grade martial arts. How many elixirs, pills, and soldier molds we can get this time will greatly improve the strength of our manner, especially if we get wild level martial arts, it can further enhance the overall strength. Long Yu continued, everyone, get ready, I'll go out first. Everyone dispersed and began to prepare for the battle for resources 3 days later. As for Long Yu, of course he is now going to the Northern Snow Emperor capital, and going to the major gambling houses to get back the money he won. Northern Snow Emperor capital, Qianlong Casino. This gambling house is the secret property of the Dragon Mansion, and basically everyone knows it. Because he wanted to take a good hit against the arrogant Long Yao, the prince of the Long Mansion, Long Yu bet 3,000 divine coins in this gambling house. The casino placed bets, and Long Yu used his real identity in order to get rid of suspicion for himself. When he appeared in Qianlong Casino, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. After the grand meeting in the imperial capital some time ago, Long Yu became famous, even surpassing Long Yao, the prince of Longfu. Countless martial arts cultivators of the Beishua dynasty knew that a person like Long Yu had actually forced the crown prince of the Long Mansion to admit defeat with his cultivation of the 3 realms of supernatural powers. This is unprecedented in the Northern Snow dynasty. Long Yu appeared at Qianlong Casino, and of course the others knew what he was here for, asking for money. Long Yu placed bets in the major gambling houses, betting that Tianyu Manor could enter the top 100, and now that the results are out, it is naturally time to collect money. It is impossible for the major gambling houses to go back on their word for their own reputations. What everyone is more curious about is that Qianlong Casino is the property of Longfu, and Long Yu insulted Longfu so much at the imperial capital event. Will Qianlong Casino make things difficult for Long Yu? Immediately, a group of people followed Long Yu into Qianlong Casino. The butler of the gambling house immediately ran over, and when he saw Long Yu, his expression changed slightly, but he still said very politely, "Brother Long Yu, dare to ask what's going on here? Are you asking knowingly?" Long Yu narrowed his eyes, stood still, and looked at the butler. The little ones dare not. How could the casino steward not know that now Long Yu is the object of attention of many forces? Even after he forced Long Yao to admit defeat, even Yu Hanxin looked at Long Yu with admiration. In this case, of course this person dare not disrespect Long Yu. However, this does not prevent the Dragon Mansion from using this steward to stumbling the Dragon Royal Envoy. The grand event in the Imperial capital is not over yet. Although it is divided into event points and resource robbing points, if you want to win the game, you must let Tianyu Manor also get the top 100 points in the resource robbing battle. The casino manager said so. A battle for resources. Long Yu's expression suddenly turned cold, and he snorted softly and said, "Only the top 100 can participate in the battle for resources. Isn't my Tianyu Manor the top 100? Of course he understood that the other party was planning to renege on his debt. That's just your one. The casino steward immediately said, "There are 2 fantasy worlds in total, and more than 200 factions will participate, so your Tianyu Manor must rank among the top 100 points among the 200 or so factions to be considered." Shut up. Long Yu directly interrupted without politeness. "According to what you said, the betting game about the Imperial Capital event is not over yet. However, I heard that your Qianlong casino has already released a lot of betting money before, and you are not sure what to do. It's a gamble related to the grand event in the Imperial Capital. Others can post it, but why don't they post it when it comes to me?" Long Yu took a step forward. His steps were calm and breezy, but the aggressiveness in his words still made the casino butler break out in cold sweat. This Long Yu is not easy to deal with. Thinking of the explanation given to him by the people in the Dragon Mansion, the butler gritted his teeth and said directly, "We Qianlong Casino doesn't have so many god coins now. According to the odds of 14 to 14, you bet 3,000 coins in our casino. We need to give you 42,000 divine coins, but we don't have so much cash in the gambling house. Can we allow a few more days? Just trying to stall for time?" Long Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The majestic Qianlong Casino can't even take out 40,000 god coins. What kind of casino do you still open? Just close the door and get lucky. Please directly invite Mrs. Yu Hanqing to come over and let her comment on the reasoning to see if there is any need for your gambling house to continue. This sentence immediately made the casino butler panic. Wait a moment, I'll go back and ask our casino boss." The housekeeper ran away in a hurry, leaving behind a large group of wuxiu watching the fun, bursting with laughter. Many people immediately said that if Qianlong Casino couldn't even get Long Yu's bet, they wouldn't be able to place bets at Qianlong Casino in the future, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to earn back their bets. But having said that, the odds that Long Yu bet on had reached 14 to 14, which made many people feel a little regretful. If they had known about it, they would have bet with Long Yu, and they would have made a fortune by now. Since Long Yu's words involved Yu Hanqing, it was not something a mere casino butler could solve. Soon, the butler ran out again, and said with cold sweat on his face, "Sorry, little brother Long Yu, our casino urgently transferred some funds from other places, 42,000 divine coins, and I will give it to you immediately." Long Yu nodded, and didn't say anything else. Although he used Yu Hanqing's name to do things, in fact, Yu Hanqing would not bother with his trivial matters. Of course, other people didn't know that he and Yu Hanqing didn't have a very close relationship. Anyway, as soon as Yu Hanqing's name came out, the matter was perfectly settled. I don't know why, but Long Yu always has the feeling that he is facing a crisis. The casino, under the name of Long Mansion, should not default on his betting money for no reason. Long Yu couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it too much. Anyway, with his current methods, even the strongest in the Imperial realm might not be able to kill him, so he just hid in the ancient Shura Palace. On Yu Hangxin's territory, there shouldn't be any other powerful emperors running over to act wildly, right? After receiving the wager from Qianlong Casino, Long Yu continued to collect money from other casinos. Different casinos have different odds for the same event. Long Yu went to 8 casinos, and received a total of 220,000 divine coins, all of which he won from betting. 220,000 divine coins, what is this concept? In other words, Long Yu's property now is more than that of Emperor Yun's back then, and it can even be used to buy 2 manors or mansions of the Baishua dynasty. Even if he is eliminated, he only needs 100,000 divine coins to buy back the manor. It is conceivable how much the value of 220,000 divine coins is, and the divine coins are the common currency of the entire Shenwu world. Even if they leave the Baishua dynasty, they are still the same. Long Yu became a real rich man, and he was able to spend money openly and above board. He didn't have to be as cautious as before, for fear of revealing his flaws to the people of the Yun Empire. If converted into Baishua coins, these 220,000 divine coins are equivalent to 1.8 billion Baishua coins. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. If it is given to an ordinary martial artist in the secret realm of supernatural powers, I am afraid that it will not be spent in his entire life. Countless people will envy and hate him after knowing it. However, when the game was set up before the grand event in the imperial capital, who would have thought that Tianyu Manor would have such tyrannical strength that it would directly break into the top 100? I'm afraid even Long Yu himself didn't expect. There are also events with higher odds. The odds of more than 1 to 30 are betting on whether Tianyu Manor can enter the top 10. Long Yu didn't even invest in it, which shows that Long Yu didn't have much confidence at the time. Let Tianyu Manor enter the top 10. As for Tianyu Manor winning the first place? No gambling house has set up such a game, because it was impossible at the time. Long Yu really did not expect Tianyu Manor to be the first place. After all, there are many changes in the competition. Among other things, there are many coincidences in the lottery. Stepping into the top 100 was a goal that Long Yu knew at the time that he would definitely be able to achieve it, so he directly bet on this event. Long Yu didn't regret it. Human greed is the most terrifying thing. With the 220,000 divine coins now, it is enough for him, and he doesn't think about more. After returning to Tianyu Manor, Long Yu threw 100,000 divine coins to Han Yue, and asked her to buy the cultivation resources needed by everyone in the manor. As for himself, together with the remaining ones, a total of 150,000 divine coins, for your own use. After finishing it, Long Yu began a 3-day retreat. There are still 3 days before the battle for resources in the fantasy world. During these 3 days, Long Yu still wants to improve his strength. 3 days of hard work were not in vain. On the morning when the battle for resources was about to start, Long Yu walked out of his courtyard. He finally had a breakthrough in his innate supernatural power. The third supernatural power, 9 Nether Dragon Breath, finally stepped into the category of intermediate supernatural powers. As a pure attack method, the 9 Nether Dragon Breath has no special changes after stepping into the middle-level supernatural power level. The only change is that the destructive power of this move has been directly increased by 5 times. This is a complete attack-type supernatural power, without any weird special effects. The only effect he has is the most overbearing attack. When he only had elementary supernatural powers, the power of this move was not as powerful as Yu Tianhuan Quanbo, which is Yulong 9 explosions. However, now, after it has become an intermediate supernatural power, its power has leapt to become the most powerful of all Long Yu's methods. Strong. Even Yu Tianhuan Quan explosion, soul explosion, and space penetration are far inferior to the destructive power of this move. As for the ancient-level martial skill Jiuyou Tianguang, it is a martial skill with auxiliary effects for large-scale attacks, and its destructive power is even less powerful. Compared with 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Innate supernatural powers, after surpassing the 9th heaven, will transform into the kingly way. That is the most terrifying method for the strong in the secret realm of the kingly way. Unfortunately, none of the strong men in the kingly realm that I have seen now has truly comprehended the way of kingship. Long Yu thought in his heart, of course he didn't want to be so weak when he reached the king realm, so from now on, he will take the comprehension of innate supernatural powers as a daily practice. The deeper the understanding of innate supernatural powers, the stronger the power, the more he can enhance his own combat power. In contrast, the improvement of divine writing comprehension and divine writing integration takes too long, not for a while. Can handle it. The cultivation base of the 4 Dao divine ability realm has been consolidated, and Long Yu's current strength is several times stronger than when he first participated in the Imperial Capital Grand Meeting. If Long Yu needed a lot of strength to face opponents in the 7-path supernatural powers before, then now, he only needs 1 or 2 simple moves to deal with the 7-path supernatural powers. The battle for resources in the fantasy world will completely become the stage for Long Yu. As long as he is not attacked by more than 2 King Realm powerhouses, Long Yu will not be in any danger. He is confident enough to lead the other 4 people in Tianyu Manor to the end in the fantasy world. He even had some ideas about the ultimate Great Wilderness grade top grade martial skill Jade Slip. If he handled it properly, he might actually be able to get that thing. This is not the first time Long Yu has done something like this. As long as he becomes a qualified fisherman will suffice. Of course, it is easier said than done, and it is not so easy to become a fisherman. It requires extremely meticulous thinking and perfect planning. The specifics can only be discussed at that time. Long Yu set off with Qiao Ziying, Hua Meyer, Qi Hua, and Man Xian. Before leaving, Long Yu told Hongyue to manage Tianyu Manor well, so that the members in the manor could quickly improve their martial arts realm. For the people in Tianyu Manor now, they don't need to pay attention to things like the Imperial Capital Grand Meeting, they just need to work hard, that's it. Soon, Long Yu and 5 people came to the central square by Xuanhuan. At this moment, the martial arts arena was full of people, but the only ones who could really see Master Yu Hanxin were the more than 1,000 people participating in the competition. That's all. The 2 fantasy worlds are entered by the top 100 forces and other forces, and the things in each fantasy world are the same, that is to say, there will be a lot of competition in the fantasy world that Long Yu will enter. At the very least, the 12 talented king-level youths from the 4 mansions of Beishu Ibaz Huang are not so easy to deal with. What's more, it is said that when they first entered it, people from each faction were separated. That is to say, Long Yu may not be able to find Shuchan to work together. Yu Hanxin was waiting at the entrance of the underground martial arts arena. This time, the location of the fantasy world was naturally located in the underground martial arts arena, and only contestants could enter. Because the participating martial arts are to be absorbed into the fantasy world, their bodies are all in the real world, and there is no room for loss. For this reason, Yu Hanxin and his master will personally protect the physical bodies of the contestants in the real world. Everyone, come with me. After the participating martial artists from 256 factions gathered, Yu Hanxin smiled slightly, waved his hand, and led everyone into the underground martial arts arena. And at the gate of the underground martial arts field, 2 powerful men from the imperial realm came to guard. One of them was the national teacher of the Beishua dynasty, and the other was a young genius who was about the same age as Yu Hanxin. Like Yu Hanxin, he is the disciple of the powerful emperor realm of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Yu Hanxin's master is Chidi, one of the 5 emperors in the 5 Emperors Alliance. In the world of martial arts, the 5 emperors are respected, and Chidi is one of them. It is just a respectful title for him, and it is impossible for ordinary people to know what it is really called. Scarlet Emperor, today's visit to the Northern Snow Dynasty in person is a big event for the entire Northern Snow Dynasty. You must know that this is one of the 5 strongest emperors in the entire Shenwu world. And Yu Hanxin, already the son of the Scarlet Emperor, will definitely be able to step into the emperor's realm in the future, thus elevating the Beishua dynasty to a great empire. More than 1,000 people followed Yu Hanxin to the underground martial arts arena, each of them couldn't hold back their excitement. Many martial arts practitioners were no longer familiar with the underground martial arts arena. In normal times, some relatively secret martial arts competitions would also be held in the underground martial arts arena. Held in the underground martial arts arena. Walking in the crowd, Long Yu thought it was a bit strange at first, but she was still a little vigilant in her heart, afraid that Yu Hanqin or her emperor-level powerhouse might have some malicious intentions, and brought them in because she wanted to harm them. But after thinking about it, let alone the Red Emperor, just say Yu Hanqin, if you really want to do something wrong to them, why bother to beat around the bush? With the strength of the Scarlet Emperor, it is more than enough to sweep the entire Beishua dynasty. How could it be possible to use such a small trick? Moreover, the young geniuses of the 256 forces came from the entire Northern Snow dynasty. If something happened to these people, what good would it do her? Soon, everyone came to the vast underground martial arts arena, surrounded by many Beishua dynasty guards from Qing realm, all of which were equipped to prevent accidents. Long Yu looked towards the audience seats in the underground martial arts arena, and saw an old man in a red robe sitting alone on an ordinary seat, inconspicuous at all. However, Yu Hanqin walked straight towards the red-robed old man, and called out respectfully, "Master." "Is that the Red Emperor?" Everyone followed Yu Hanqin and came to the underground martial arts arena. When they saw the red-robed old man, they were a little inconceivable. On the surface, the strong emperor seems to be nothing special. However, when someone wanted to check the cultivation of the red-robed old man, they all found that their detection was like a stone sinking into the sea. No matter what, they couldn't detect the old man's cultivation. There is only one explanation for this, that is, the gap in cultivation between the two sides is too great. From this, it can be seen that this old man in red robe is indeed one of the 5 emperors, the Red Emperor, without a doubt. "Xiao Lu is here." The kind voice of the old man in red came out, and he stood up immediately, turning sideways to face the crowd. What appeared in front of everyone was a red-haired old man with some wrinkles. According to rumors, Chidi had lived for thousands of years, and he was regarded as a strong man of the older generation in the world of Shenwu. However, even a strong person in the imperial realm will gradually grow old with the passage of time, so what if they can live for thousands of years? After all, there is no escape from death. In his later years, Chidi devoted himself to cultivating his own disciples, and the Xiao Lu he referred to was Yu Hanqin, his 6th personal disciple. Undoubtedly, each of Chidi's personal disciples is an amazing genius. For example, Yu Hanqin, who is only in his 20s, has already stepped into the Emperor's realm, and is not far from the threshold of the Emperor's realm. This is impossible for ordinary martial arts to achieve. Chidi has a very gentle temperament, facing many juniors. He does not have any arrogance, on the contrary, he is kind and amiable, which makes people awe-inspiring. "Now that you're here, let's get started." Chidi nodded to Yu Hanqin, then raised his head. His old eyes were full of brilliance, and his voice became a little harsh. "Everyone is a first-class genius in the Beishua dynasty, but you must know, the world of Shenwu is infinitely vast, and in other countries, there are countless geniuses stronger than you. You may be the strongest among the younger generation in the Beishua dynasty, but in the entire Shenwu world, you are nothing. I remember that 1 or 2 of you participated in the strongest competition 5 years ago. Even though I am old, I can tell you that this is nothing at all. What is the use of being 10,000? To really leave a name in this world, and even continue to explore the ultimate mystery of this world, this is far from enough. There are still 2 years left. I hope there will be geniuses among you who can compete for the title of the strongest king. Now, open the illusion." As soon as Chidi's words fell, 2 hazy balls of light appeared in the field, floating in midair. In the balls of light, there were mountains, rivers, desert forests, swamps and lakes. It was a fantasy world as big as Tianyu Island. 2 identical fantasy worlds, countless jade slips that record powerful martial arts, recipes, and molds made by warriors, are in these two fantasy worlds, waiting for everyone to enter and compete. Everyone sit down, Master will send all your consciousness into the fantasy world. Yu Hanqin waved her hand, and asked more than 1,000 people to find a place to sit down, and when everyone entered the fantasy world, she, Chitty, and some other people would guard the bodies of everyone outside to prevent them from falling into the fantasy world. During internal strife, if the physical body is destroyed by others, that would be a tragedy. Come on, sit down. More than 1,000 young geniuses from all over the Baishua dynasty suppressed the excitement in their hearts and each found a place to sit down. The 5 Longyu also sat down in a row of seats. It could be seen that Qiao Ziying and Huameyer were very excited now. After all, they met Chitty, one of the 5 emperors, who is one of the strongest in the entire world of martial arts. 1. Today's opportunity is undoubtedly due to Yu Hanqin, who is extremely talented and terrifying, and was accepted as a direct disciple by the Red Emperor, and the Red Emperor will naturally help his direct disciple with some convenient things, such as creating the Red Emperor's illusion. After everyone was seated, a wave of power spread out from the Scarlet Emperor's body, and everyone's heart trembled. Here we go. Longyu was always vigilant, but now, no matter how vigilant he was, it was useless. Under the influence of Chitty's power, he suddenly became drowsy, and soon completely lost consciousness. Everyone's consciousness was sent to 2 fantasy worlds, respectively. Finish. Chitty opened his eyes, and subconsciously glanced at where Longyu was. He just felt that this kid seemed to resist his power a little bit, and he had a good sense of vigilance. Xiao Lu, what's that man's name? Chidi smiled and asked Yu Hanqin. His name is Longyu. Yu Han was a little strange. Why did Master notice Longyu all of a sudden? So he is Longyu. Chidi nodded his head. He seemed to have some impression of Longyu, which made Yu Han even more strange. Could it be that even Chidi had heard of Longyu's reputation? This is too incredible, right? When Longyu was dealing with the alien beasts of the Wood God clan in Yuanquan Tian Pagoda, he was noticed by Murong Xiuzhen, the elder of the 5 Emperors Alliance, and he immediately wrote Longyu's name on the backup registration. When Chitty heard about Longyu, it was understandable. Longyu Yuyu woke up and found himself collapsed in a small palace. The palace was empty, only the 5 people from Tianyu Manor were the only ones. Qiao Ziying, Huameyer, Man Xian, Qi Hua, the 4 of them also quickly woke up, looked at each other, and knew that they were already in that fantasy world. It's not too late. I'll detect the situation outside before I prepare to act. Longyu stood up and said to the 4 of them, if I'm not wrong, all the teams just entered this fantasy world, and they all appeared in such a small palace. As long as we don't go out, we won't encounter any danger. Supernatural powers, the eyes of shadows. A third eye appeared on Longyu's forehead, and a burst of detection light waves condensed from the divine script of the 9 Netherworld, the divine script of death, and the divine script of Shura spread towards the surrounding area, enough to cover a range of thousands of feet. We are in a big mountain, there is no danger within a radius of 1,000 feet, let's go out. Longyu quickly came to the conclusion that the radius of 1,000 feet is only a little more than 6 miles, and for a martial artist in the mystical ability secret realm or even the king realm, he can fly over it in a matter of minutes. Even if it is temporarily safe, you must be careful when you go out. Longyu kept his eyes of shadows all the time, and then led the 4 of them out of the small palace, only to find that the palace was located on the hillside, surrounded by dark forests and towering giant trees. Where are we going to find Yujian? Qiao Ziying asked, rather worriedly. Look at the top of the mountain over there, there is a palace. Qihua looked around for a while, and then pointed in one direction. Everyone followed his gaze, and they saw that there was a palace on the top of another mountain, and that palace was the same as the little one they just came out of. The palace is different, just looking at the shape is much more magnificent. Let's go, there is no target anyway, let's fly over there first to have a look. After Long Yu finished speaking, he directly took out the Azura spirit boat, let everyone sit in it, and then urged the sky-level flying soldier to fly towards the mountain in the distance. During the process, Long Yu's eye of shadow remained in the state, and nothing within a radius of 1,000 feet could escape his perception. Nothing happened all the way. After flying for more than 20 miles, everyone finally arrived at the gate of the magnificent palace. There is a strange beast of the 6 realms of supernatural powers guarding it. As soon as Long Yu and others landed, a strange beast of the Ice God clan roared and rushed up. Just this end? It's too disappointing. It means that the things in this palace are not good. Chihua was quite puzzled. Come on, Xiaohua, you and Manzi will deal with this strange beast together, and see if you have improved recently. Long Yu chuckled and patted the shoulders of the two of them. Brother Long, you can't underestimate us so much, can you? Man Xian grinned. On this thing, Xiaohua and I worked together to get it done in minutes. Xiaohua, go. The Storm Demon Knife and the Yuan Tianhua Xuanhuan were dispatched. In just 3 breaths, the alien beast of the Ice God race was wiped out by the two together. It seems that the strength of the two is indeed not bad. Although they all only have the cultivation base of the 2nd level of supernatural powers, it is no problem for them to meet a strong man of the 6 levels of supernatural powers, let alone just a strange beast of the Ice God race. Everyone entered the palace, and they found a jade slip inside, which recorded a refining method of a low-grade elixir of the wilderness level. Great Wilderness Low-Grade Pill Formula, 1 point. Everyone was quite disappointed, but they all knew that this was just the beginning, and there were more jade slips waiting for them to discover. Be careful, there are people outside. When everyone wanted to leave this palace and search for other places, Long Yu suddenly frowned slightly, and then reminded him. Who is it? Man Xian asked subconsciously. Have no idea. Long Yu shook his head. His shadow eyes can detect someone outside, and there are 5 of them, but they can't detect who they are. I only know that there are 2 7-path supernatural powers, and 2 6-path supernatural powers. Don't move, I'll go out and finish them off. After Long Yu finished speaking, he immediately fell into a state of divine concealment, and quietly walked out of the palace. Qiao Ziying, Hua Meyer, and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. They never expected that Long Yu would face so many strong men alone. Can he do it? I'm going to help. After Qiao Ziying said this, she ran to the gate of the palace and hid, ready to watch the battle, and act directly when Long Yu was in danger. However, to her surprise, such a scene does not need her help at all. Those 5 martial artists came from a manor with good overall strength, but it was a pity that they met Long Yu. Long Yu would not talk nonsense with each other at all, so let's just kill them. If there is less power, there will be less competition. Anyway, it is impossible for the other party to join hands with Long Yu, and even if they join forces, it is impossible to trust each other. In this case, it is better to kill the other party directly. Flashing out from the hidden state, Long Yu directly used the space penetration, and the nether dragon blade in the void arrived in an instant, piercing the neck of one of the 7 supernatural powers. There was a look of incomparable astonishment on the man's face, but it immediately turned into white light. One-hit kill. Who? The remaining 4 people reacted immediately. They didn't feel the danger at first, but they didn't expect that one of them died immediately. But then, even if they reacted, they had nothing to do, because with just the 4 of them, it was impossible to fight against Long Yu. The space penetrated one by one, and after only 6 or 7 shots, the 5-person team was directly wiped out by Long Yu, without even using other means. After matching the apocalypse with the Nether Dragon Blade, the combat power of the Nether Dragon Blade has risen in a straight line. Facing ordinary opponents in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm, they can be wiped out without a sound by waving their hands. Even if the martial cultivators of the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm used defensive methods and took out defensive soldiers in the end, it was of no use at all. Space penetration, directly penetrate the opponent's defensive barrier, for the first time. The second blow smashes the opponent's defensive soldiers. The third blow continued to penetrate his chest, shattering his heart. When all 5 people from that force turned into white light, none of them could see Long Yu's figure. The current Long Yu is killing people invisible, and no one even saw the other party die. Sharp. Xiao Ziying wanted to help from the side, but when she saw this situation, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a soft breath. Long Yu is too strong. He eliminated the opponent with a wave of his hand, but the opponent didn't even find Long Yu's shadow. Rao, someone on the other side had comprehended the divine script of light, but when he wanted to detect it, Long Yu's space penetration move directly pierced his neck and turned into white light. A powerful faction was eliminated miserably because of encountering Long Yu. It seems that for Long Yu, only the king-level powerhouses are his opponents. The 4 people who came out with Long Yu thought so in their hearts. That's right, Long Yu's targets are those powerful kings. The jade slip disappeared, but we got some points. Huamaya ran out to Chihua's side, and said to Long Yu. Huamaya took the Great Desolation grade low-grade pill Feng jade slip just now, and it turned into white light and disappeared not long ago, but now everyone is in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, and the jade slip is not real, so it is normal to disappear. After leaving the illusion, Chitty and Yu Hengxin should distribute the real jade slip to the power that got this jade slip. Tianyu Manor, points, 1 point. Basically, all the more than 200 forces have only obtained 1 point so far, because near all the small palaces, there are only pills of the Great Wilderness grade low-grade pills. If you want to get more points, you must explore more areas. Let's go. Long Yu led the crowd to set off again. Near a crater, an extremely luxurious palace was built, and near that palace, there were 3 flame beasts with 7 magical powers guarding it. It can be seen that what is hidden in this luxurious palace is very valuable jade. Simple. The prescription of the Great Wilderness grade middle grade medicinal pill? A refining mold for a low-grade warrior of the wilderness level? Either way, it's a good thing. 3 teams of 5 rushed towards the palace almost at the same time, including everyone from Tianhua County, 2 geniuses at the 7-path supernatural power level, and 3 young men at the 6-path supernatural power level. Their combat effectiveness is definitely not weak. Of course, those who can enter this illusion of the Scarlet Emperor are all top 100 forces. After all, they are all forces with 2 young geniuses in the realm of 7 supernatural powers. A lineup like Tianhua County can only be said to be at the bottom. Brother Huayaoyu, there is a luxurious palace on the other side of the crater. There should be good things in it, at least worth 10. A fox demon of the 6 realms of supernatural powers, also from the Tianhuohu clan, said to Huayaoyu among the 5. This volcano is so obvious, there must be other people coming, let's not worry. Huayaoyu squinted his eyes, and quickly found a cave not far from the crater, and led everyone to hide in it. Not long after, they saw another team of 5 people walking towards the luxurious hall at the crater. When they saw the 5 people, Huayaoyu and the others were shocked. It's from the Spirit Flame Manor. That one is the super genius of Lingyan Manor, the Black Flame King, who stepped into the royal secret realm last year, succeeding his brother and becoming one of the 12 king-level geniuses at this year's grand event in the imperial capital. With people from Spirit Flame Manor coming, we seem to have no hope. Don't worry, just hide here for a while, maybe other forces will appear to deal with the Black Flame King, then we can fish in troubled waters. Brother Huayaoyu is right. The 5 people from Tianhua County hid aside, while the 5 people from Lingyan Manor, led by King Realm Genius Black Flame King, gradually approached the luxurious palace. 3-headed and 7-path superhuman flame beast, it's a joke. the Black Flame King is a fire bull demon. After taking human form, he has a burly figure. When he fights, black flames will rise from his whole body, enough to melt all existence. Even a low-grade soldier of the Great Desolation level cannot support the burning of these black flames. These black flames are the Black Flame Divine Runes, comprehended by the Black Flame King. The complete divine runes are engraved, and their power is extremely terrifying. I solved them by myself, and you protect me. The Black Flame King looked at the three flaming beasts at the entrance of the luxurious palace in front of him, and shot directly. Black flames flew all over the sky, covering the audience instantly, exuding a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, there were 4 cow demons left in Lingyan Manor, and they were suddenly attacked the next moment. Puff! One of the bull demons in the 7-path supernatural realm was still lamenting the strength of the Black Flame King, when a sudden cold light penetrated his head. A 7-path supernatural power, die. Space penetration. Long Yu used the method of concealment, hid aside, continued to use the method of space penetration, and dealt with the remaining 2 cow demons in the realm of 7 supernatural powers. Roar. The 2 cow monsters at the level of 7 supernatural powers roared immediately, and before Long Yu made a second sneak attack, they had already recovered into the cow monster body, and the 2 giant cows appeared in the field, and rushed towards Long Yu's direction. Find me? Long Yu frowned slightly. He didn't know how the other party discovered him, but since he was discovered, the only thing left to do was fight head-on. Ancient Afterimage. 4 ancient afterimages condensed from Long Yu's side, and greeted the 2 giant bulls. The next moment, shadow-killing technique. The ancient remnants performed the shadow-killing technique respectively, and the 4 shadows of the ancient remnants burst into flames instantly, and the 9 nether divine rune condensed into a pitch-black sharp blade, which would kill the cow demon in an instant. The bull demon never thought that those shadows that he didn't pay attention to would violently kill people, and before he even reacted, his powerful body was already beheaded by the shadow-killing technique and turned into white light. In a blink of an eye, the 2 cow demons at the level of 7-path supernatural powers were all dealt with by Long Yu, leaving 1 at the 7-path supernatural power level and 1 at the 6-path supernatural power level, and they retreated one after another. Master Black Flame King, there are enemies, it is that Long Yu. The bull demon of the 7 paths divine ability realm retreated directly, not daring to face Long Yu, and roared loudly. Long Yu? The Black Flame King was dealing with the 3 flaming beasts, and he was startled when he heard that it was the little fellow of the 3 realms that forced Long Yu to admit defeat. No, I have stepped into the realm of the 4 paths of divine ability now, but what is there to be afraid of, a mere kid in a mystical realm? I'm not such a waste as Long Yu. The Black Flame King roared and roared out. A cluster of black flames spewed out from his mouth immediately, and fell towards the place where Long Yu was behind. Supernatural power, the black flame has fallen. This cluster of black flames must be extremely terrifying, among other things. Just seeing that the surrounding air was completely burned when it fell, one can know its power. Ying escape. Long Yu's speed was extremely fast, and he was in the distance in an instant, trying to avoid this cluster of black flames, but soon he discovered that this cluster of black flames was actually chasing him. Could it be that he could only fight hard? No. Even if Long Yu has practiced body training in the death realm, he is not sure about resisting the mid-level supernatural powers displayed by a King Realm powerhouse. If he really wants to be hit by him, he might die and turn into white light. Big Phantom Spiral. The 7th grade divine chain was displayed, and the 9 nether divine runes condensed into a spiral, and the place where it appeared was at the feet of the cow demon of the 7-path supernatural power realm. The Yuan spiral appeared, and immediately bound the bull demon. Even if the bull demon broke free with all his strength, it would not take a while. The next moment, Long Yu flashed behind him. The black flame from the Black Flame King descended from the sky and landed on the bull demon with a bang. Zizizi. There was a sound of being burned, and then Long Yu saw the bull demon in the seven-path supernatural power state was completely burned by the black flames, and the attack of the Black Flame King fell on his own people. Nether Pattern Spiral. This magic chain method is a super powerful control technique. The cow demon entangled by the ghost pattern spiral, it is impossible to avoid the bombardment of black flames, so it becomes Long Yu's shield. As for the Black Flame King can control it. However, just when Long Yu was using the nether pattern spiral, an unexpected burst of flame power descended from the sky and swept towards the Black Flame King, attracting the Black Flame King's attention. Huamire, Chihua. The two appeared not far from the Black Flame King, launched an offensive against the Black Flame King, cooperated with the three flame beasts guarding the luxurious palace, and directly stopped the Black Flame King. Kill. Immediately after, Long Yu made a move, holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, and beheaded the remaining bull demon in the 6 realms of supernatural powers. The Black Flame King was the only one left in the entire Spirit Flame Manor. I want you to die. Black Flame King's eyes were almost tearing apart. He never expected that this operation would be so unsatisfactory, and Long Yu even wiped out his subordinates from the very beginning. Although he is a strong king, but in such a place, he is also afraid of being besieged and hunted down. What happened to the strong king? Although it is powerful, it will also be consumed. Facing endless enemies, the Black Flame King still hoped that some of his subordinates would hold back some opponents for him, so that he could save his strength. But now, all this has been ruined. It was originally a team battle, but now it has become a personal battle of the Black Flame King. He needs to face alone the Tianyu Manor team led by Long Yu Sua, and the 3 flame beasts guarding the luxurious palace. These 3 flame beasts, let's call them Vulcan clan beasts. Long Yu was thinking in his heart, but he didn't know that the name he took for granted was completely correct. This kind of strange beast is called the Vulcan clan. Can I really be able to face the powerful in the secret realm of the kingly way? Not far from the Black Flame King, Huamire was extremely nervous. This was the first time she faced a strong man in the king realm, and the innate supernatural power she used just now to attack the Black Flame King was easily defeated by the Black Flame King. After resisting it, it can be seen that the gap between the two sides is huge. Don't be nervous, we just need to harass him. Chihua said something to Huamire, and then turned into a flaming fox with 9 flaming tails behind him, and the power of the original Tianhua divine script burst out. Even though he only has 2 supernatural powers, at this moment, under the suppression of the powerful aura of the Black Flame King, he suddenly comprehended a deeper level of the original Sky Fire divine scriptures. In Huamire's hand was a top-ranked warrior of the wilderness level, and she was hiding the Skyfire. This flame radiated a power comparable to that of Chihua's original Skyfire divine script. The two teamed up to attack the Black Flame King in the field. However, the attacks of the two were feints, they were just harassing the Black Flame King, they couldn't hurt the Black Flame King at all. And the Black Flame King didn't bother to pay attention to the two of them, but rushed straight towards Long Yu. Well done, space penetration. With a wave of Long Yu's hand, he directly launched the nether dragon blade, like a jet of black streamer, appearing behind the Black Flame King in an instant. With a loud bang, the attack from the nether dragon blade detonated the Black Flame divine script all over the body of the Black Flame King, but the Black Flame King himself was unscathed. Not only that, but the whole body of the Black Flame King was covered with a layer of Black Flame divine script. After being defeated by the Void Dragon Blade, he recovered immediately. This turned out to be a very resilient defensive barrier. Unless the power of the Black Flame King is forcibly consumed, it is impossible to defeat the Black Flame King. Brat, do you really think that if you defeat a coward like Long Yao, you will be able to deal with me, the Black Old Cow? Go to hell. The Black Flame King snorted coldly, and the Black Flame Divine script all over his body erupted, forming a series of falling meteors, which fell from the sky towards Long Yu at a very high speed. These Black Flame meteors, unexpectedly have space power attached. Feeling the power of those falling jet-black meteors, Long Yu's heart shuddered. Although he didn't know how the Black Flame King could control the power of space, it also meant that Long Yu could not rely on Long K to dodge this move. But there's a lot more he can do. Ancient Dragonbone Pagoda. With a wave of one hand, Long Yu directly released the Ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda, and then hid himself in it. The Ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda is a top-quality warrior of the wilderness level. There are almost no other similar warriors in the entire world of martial arts. Long Yu hides in it and directly activates the 9 nether sky screen to protect the entire ancient pagoda. Countless black flame meteors crashed down, smashed heavily on the ancient Dragonbone Tower, and even burned up on the ancient Dragonbone Tower. This is the terrifying strength of the Black Flame King, even stronger than the original Ghost King. Get some. Under the incineration of these Black Flame Divine scripts, Long Yu continued to condense the 9 nether sky screen, and finally after condensing the 9 nether sky screen 3 times, he forcibly resisted the opponent's move. No, the current ancient dragon skeleton pagoda is still too weak. If we can get tens of thousands of divine rune crystals and repair it, it will definitely be able to withstand the attacks of the powerful in the Imperial realm, just like the ancient palace of Shura. Long Yu thought in his heart. Jiuyo Tianping, with the current power of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, it can only be condensed 5 times. After 5 times, the ancient dragon skeleton tower has no defense against the strong king realm. Receive. Long Yu directly put away the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and the next moment, the middle-level supernatural power, the hand of Jiuyo and a soul seal siphon shot almost simultaneously. After the Black Flame King used the Black Flame Divine Art Meteor just now, he ignored Long Yu, and was about to turn around to deal with the others and the 3 Vulcan beasts, but he didn't expect Long Yu to block his move. Not only blocked it, but also turned around and used 2 restricted innate supernatural powers, which instantly hit the Black Flame King. The Black Flame King originally prepared a move of innate supernatural powers to deal with Qi Hua and Hua Meier, but it was interrupted by Long Yuxing at this time. The hand of Jiuyo appeared from the void and grabbed the Black Flame King. Although it quickly cancelled out the black flame barrier around him, there was still a trace of the power of Jiuyo's divine script that sneaked into the body of the Black Flame King. At the same time, taking advantage of the barrier of the Black Flame divine script being offset by the hand of Jiuyo, the colorful absorbing divine script descended instantly, and began to absorb the soul imprint from the Black Flame King's body. The Black Flame King felt that something was wrong, frowned slightly, and took out a high-grade warrior of the Great Desolation grade. It was a flame cloak, which was directly put on his body, and a layer of flame light burst out, absorbing the 5 rainbows when is completely wiped out. Defense soldiers? Long Yu also frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the Black Flame King had so many means, but it didn't matter. The space penetration appeared again, and suddenly shot at the Black Flame King's temple. Puff! The Void Dragon Blade pierced a small portion of the Black Flame King's head, but the Black Flame King reacted extremely quickly, and a cluster of Black Flame Divine Script exploded, blowing the Void Dragon Blade away. This warrior is really a waste in your hands. Black Flame King glanced at Nether Dragon Blade, and said with a sneer. Yeah? Long Yu was non-committal, and at this moment, all kinds of flames descended from the sky, instantly covering the head of the Black Flame King. In this battle, Long Yu was not alone. Even the 3 alien beasts of the Vulcan clan guarding the luxurious palace targeted the Black Flame King, who broke into its territory first, and directly cast all kinds of magical flames, enveloping the Black Flame King. Even the Black Flame King cannot remain indifferent in the face of so many attacks. The flame cloak behind him suddenly floated up, covering his whole body. When a series of various flames rushed towards him, it was completely resisted by that flame cloak. The flame cloak has a strong defense against the power of the flame divine script, and can increase the power of the flame attribute divine script cast by itself. This is an excellent soldier for those who understand the flame attribute divine script. Huameyer exclaimed from the side. There is only one flame cloak in the entire Beihai dynasty, and that is the one from the spirit flame manor. Unexpectedly, the owner of the spirit flame manor passed it on to his son, the Black Flame King. Is it invalid? Then try this again, Yutian Huangquan explodes. Long Yu's eyes turned cold, and he directly condensed the power of the 9 nether divine runes to form a Yutian Huangquan world. In this world, the souls of all the creatures that Long Yu had killed from the beginning to the present were stored. However, after several previous outbreaks, this Yutian, the world of Netherworld, has become much smaller, and its power is definitely not what it used to be. Of course, this move is still one of the most powerful methods that Long Yu can use. First, the world of Yutian Huangquan arrived in front of the Black Flame King in an instant, and exploded in the next moment. Under the endless attacks, the Black Flame King could only defend, and he couldn't do it if he wanted to counterattack. Even he was amazed by the power of Long Yu's move. When dealing with Long Yao, you have never used this trick. The Black Flame King narrowed his eyes, but he didn't panic too much. His figure changed, and he directly turned into a bull demon. The black flame divine script all over his body became more intense, and he became a black fire bull. The physical body of a demon cultivator is much stronger than a human martial arts cultivator, let alone a strong man who has stepped into the king realm. The Black Flame King, with his physical body alone, forcibly resisted Long Yu's Yutian Huangquan explosion. However, the Black Flame King was about to speak, but the next moment he found that Long Yu was attacking with another terrifying supernatural power. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. When Long Yu used this move, the entire vicinity of the volcano became gloomy in an instant. This was the first time he used it since 9 Nether Dragon's Breath became an intermediate supernatural power. Dragon Breath, break! Long Yu's whole body was covered with the 9 Nether divine inscription, and then 2 9 Nether dragons seemed to appear in his eyes. As the 2 9 Nether dragons grew in size, Long Yu burst out a mouthful of 9 Nether dragons. Dragon Breath. This mouthful of 9 Nether Dragon's breath is even more destructive than the Yutian Huangquan explosion just now. The Black Flame King, who had just resisted the explosion of Yutian Huangquan with his physical body, was a little caught off guard, and only had time to pull the flame cloak behind him in front of him, blocking the beam of Joyo Dragon's breath. Space penetration. Long Yu didn't forget to take a cold breath at this time. As his strongest and most concealed killing move, space penetration is his biggest reliance on dealing with the King Realm powerhouse. Boom! The 9 Nether Dragon breath exploded, enveloping the Black Flame King. Puff! The space penetration waited for an opportunity to come out, and directly penetrated one leg of the Black Flame King, completely, and blood was dripping instantly. But this guy is a cow with 4 legs. Even if one leg is lost, it won't affect him too much. Long Yu frowned slightly, raised his hand, and directly retracted the Nether Dragon blade. His methods are basically used up. If there is no accident, the Black Flame King will definitely use any means to deal with him. In this case, Jiuyo Tianguang. A pitch-black sky appeared, and Long Yu's whole body was hidden in the 9 Nether divine writings. Black Flame King finished fighting 9 Nether Dragon's breath, one leg was dripping with blood, and was about to kill Long Yu desperately, but what appeared in front of him was a black mist, and Long Yu's figure had long since disappeared. This kind of method is useful to me, hey Lao Niao? The Black Flame King sneered, but at this moment, the attack from other people came again. Flame! 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 It's all flames. No, amidst a series of flames, there was also a series of water splashes. Xiao Ziying, who was hiding in the dark, finally made a move. Supernatural powers, water celestial burial. Before a series of flames attacked, this series of surging water flowed first, and washed directly on the flame cloak, dimming the light on the flame cloak. The next moment, the endless flame attack came, and now even the flame cloak couldn't resist it. The attacks from Huameyer, Qihua, and the three Vulcan beasts directly shattered the barrier of the flame cloak, spreading to the Black Flame King's body. Puff! The Void Dragon blade appeared again as a pitch-black blade, this time targeting the other leg of the Black Flame King. When the Black Flame King was held back by other people's flame attacks, Long Yu shot again. At this point, both of Black Flame King's thighs were abolished, and blood flowed wildly. The reason why the King realm is much stronger than the martial arts and the mystical ability secret realm lies in three aspects: stronger attack, stronger defense, and faster speed. Ordinary King realm powerhouses can instantly kill martial artists in the supernatural secret realm with one attack, and any defense is difficult to be effective. However, for the Black Flame King, all kinds of offensives were actually blocked by Long Yu. Generally speaking, it is impossible for the attack of the supernatural realm to break through the defense of the King realm powerhouse, especially the powerful flesh body of the demon cultivators, but for Long Yu, this does not exist at all, because he holds the ancient level top-grade warrior, and it fits with the apocalypse. As for the speed, the Black Flame King himself is not good at speed. Even if he is fast, he can't go much faster, not to mention facing a group of martial arts practitioners in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. The Black Flame King will not be scared to run away. However, the result of this was that both of his hind legs were pierced by Long Yu with the space penetration of the Void Dragon blade, blood flowed wildly, and he was seriously injured. Long Yu's terrifying offensive made it impossible for the Black Flame King to fight back against Qihua and Huameyer. If it weren't for his cultivation in the secret realm of the Kingly Way, a flame cloak alone would not be able to withstand the combined attack of Huameyer and Xiao Ziying. The higher the cultivation base, the stronger the power of the soldiers that can be displayed. The same flame cloak, if placed on Huameyer, would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the Black Flame King. Skyfire Pupil. Qihua finally displayed his innate supernatural powers. His eyes glowed with fire, and a pupil of fire appeared on his forehead, continuously emitting light beams of the Skyfire divine script, and swept towards the Black Flame King. The origin of the divine script of heaven and fire, the level of power comprehended by Qihua is higher than that of the Black Flame King. Under the continuous bombardment of the pupil of the Skyfire, the Black Flame King kept retreating, unable to launch a counterattack at all. Because once he relaxed his defense, the original Skyfire divine script would take advantage of the gap and injure him. It's okay to be injured by Long Yu. After all, even Long Yao was forced to admit defeat by Long Yu, but what's the matter with being injured by a mere Qihua who is at the level of 2 supernatural powers? The Black Flame King will never allow such a thing to happen. Black Flame Whirlwind. As soon as the Black Flame King raised his hand, he finally used the magic chain method, and a burst of black flame divine script condensed into a whirlwind, which instantly swept around, devouring all the attacking power against him, and quickly killing all directions. Can't defend. Once defended, it will turn from active to passive. Seeing this, Long Yu's heart shuddered, knowing that he would never stop his offensive against the Black Flame King. Space penetration. The Void Dragon blade swept out again, condensing into a pitch-black sharp blade, breaking through the Black Flame whirlwind in an instant, and appearing in front of the Black Flame King. Puff! The Void Dragon blade directly pierced through the Flame Cloak, and the Flame Cloak, a high-grade warrior of the wilderness level, was directly damaged by this blow. Although it was only a small hole the size of a knife tip, it directly reduced the defensive ability of the Flame Cloak by more than half. Damn it, brat, I'm going to tear you apart. The Black Flame King stretched out his hand to grab back, trying to grab the elusive nether dragon blade, but when he stretched out his hand, the nether dragon blade had already returned to Long Yu's hand. Obstacle of Death. Long Yu displayed his defensive means. The Black Flame King's divine chain, the Black Flame Whirlwind, involved Long Yu, but it failed to hurt him. Under the body-refining state of death, the current Long Yu can withstand the attack of ordinary king-level powerhouses. Although it is only one blow, it is enough. Not to mention, the Black Flame King's magic chain method is only an 8th grade god chain, and it is not as advanced as Long Yu's nether pattern spiral. Of course, with the Black Flame King's cultivation base, its power must be stronger than now. Long Yu's Yuan spiral is even fiercer. Under the joint efforts of everyone, the powerful Black Flame King was beaten to the point where he was powerless to fight back. After the flame cloak on his body was pierced by the Void Dragon Blade, he was even more unable to defend against other people's flame attacks. Finally, even Hua Meier, Qiao Ziying, and the others were able to attack the Black Flame King's body and began to cause damage to him. The continuous offensive made it impossible for the Black Flame King to free his hands to fight back. He was sure that once he stopped defending and started to fight back, the surging attack would swallow him up. Especially Long Yu. High-end primordial spirit appears. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the Black Flame King, and then a Black Flame Bull Demon primordial spirit, which was exactly the same as his body, appeared, which was a clone he created. High-end primordial spirit explodes. The next moment, the primordial spirit of the bull demon condensed from the Black Flame divine script exploded. Careful, come in. Long Yu reacted immediately, released the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and took himself, Qiao Ziying, Hua Meier, Qi Hua, and Man Xian into it. At the same time, he activated the Jiuyo Tianping for the last 2 times. Defense. The Black Flame primordial spirit blew itself up, and a terrifying force swept across the audience. The first to suffer were the 3 Vulcan beasts, who were directly burned to ashes in the raging Black Flame divine script. Even the entire crater was covered in black flames. This is the magical destructive power of the King Realm powerhouse. If you don't enter the King Realm, you can't erupt such terrifying power after all. But now Long Yu doesn't have the heart to feel the power of the Black Flame King, because the Black Flame King took this opportunity to step into that luxurious palace first. To the palace. Using explosions to cover up people's eyes and ears, do you want to break into the palace first and get points? I have to say, you are thinking too much. Long Yu hid in the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and raised one hand. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda fits the apocalypse. After matching the apocalypse with the nether dragon blade, Long Yu made a breakthrough again, and finally the level of compatibility with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda has also improved. This bottleneck has existed for too long, and now, it finally breaks through in one fell swoop. Dragon skeleton broken. In line with the apocalypse of the ancient Dragon Bone Tower, you can use the ancient Dragon Bone Tower to launch a terrifying move, and you can control the ancient tower to travel through space at extremely fast speeds, rotate at extremely terrifying speeds, and attack a certain target specifically. The next moment, the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda spun rapidly, with the top of the tower as the head and the bottom of the tower as the tail, and instantly pierced and attacked the place where the Black Flame King was. Just for an instant. The extremely fast-rotating ancient dragon skeleton tower exudes the power of the endless 9 Serenity divine runes, blasting the Black Flame King back. Even at the critical moment, the Black Flame King cast a layer of Black Flame divine rune barrier to resist, but how can he resist the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to tell the impacting power? The barrier of the Black Flame divine script was directly shattered, and then the whole body of the Black Flame King was hit by the ancient Dragon Bone Tower. The whole body was knocked hundreds of feet away, and fell heavily to the ground. Compared with the space penetration move of Void Dragon Blade, due to the huge shape of the ancient Dragon Bone Tower, the power of the Dragon Bonebreaker is even more terrifying, and the speed is also comparable to the space penetration move. It is a pity that this move, coming out, it will also damage the ancient Dragon Bone Pagoda itself. After knocking the Black Flame King into the air, the structure of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda seemed to become looser, which made Long Yu feel distressed. Fortunately, this is in the fantasy world. Even if the ancient dragon skeleton tower is completely broken, it will not affect reality. It seems that this move should be used sparingly. Even if it is used, it needs to be used in conjunction with the Jiuyou Tian Ping, so that the ancient Lonka tower can withstand the impact of this move. A white light flashed, and the Black Flame King was directly killed by this blow, and then he was sent out of the Scarlet Emperor illusion. The Dragon Yu team became the final victor. Finally solved, but before entering the palace, Long Yu was suspended in the last space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, looking at a cave not far from the crater. He had already sensed that there were 5 martial artists lurking over there, obviously preparing to reap the benefits of the fishermen. However, if they didn't show up, Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to it. He had just fought against the Black Flame King, and his strength was seriously exhausted. Next, he had to rest in that luxurious palace for a while. Once 5 people from a certain force enter the palace, other people can no longer step in, and each palace will only exist for a period of time. When people enter an hour, the palace will disappear. After the Black Flame King was dealt with, Huameyer and the others were stunned. That's okay too? Knocked to death? Long Yu's move was so terrifying that he unexpectedly knocked down a King Realm powerhouse to death. It seems that when facing Long Yao before, this Long Yu seems to have kept his hand. Of course they didn't know that Long Yu had just matched the apocalypse with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and this move would also damage the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda itself, so it was impossible to use it all the time. Of course, if it's in the fantasy world, it doesn't seem to matter. Anyway, the ancient pagoda is damaged here. It's not really broken, it's just a fantasy. Watching Long Yu put away the ancient pagoda from a distance, and then the 5 people walked towards the luxurious palace, the 5 people from Tianhua County who had been hiding aside from the beginning began to move around. Brother Huayaoyu, if we don't act now, when will we wait? They defeated the Black Flame King, and they must have spent a lot of money. If we take action now, we will succeed. A young man from the Tianhuohe clan, who was in the 6 realms of supernatural powers, said to the leader, Huayaoyu. Let's go, let's fight together. Huayaoyu nodded. I don't believe it, this Long Yu is really so strong, and after defeating the Black Flame King, there is still room left, and then it's time for us to reap the rewards. The 5 people from Tianhua County ran towards the field at the fastest speed, but they didn't know that their whereabouts were completely detected by Long Yu's shadow eye. Since I'm coming, I'll wait for you. Just like the Black Flame King, the 5 people in Tianhua County obviously thought too much. When they dealt with the Black Flame King just now, it was probably Long Yu who took the shot alone, and the rest of the Tianyu Manor did not expend much power at all. And Long Yu, the strength in his body has not been completely consumed. The 5 people from Tianhua County followed Huayaoyu, relying on the continuous faults on the volcano to block their sight, thinking that Long Yu and others did not find them. However, space penetration. Long Yu and the others pretended not to know and walked slowly towards the luxurious palace, but when the other party came nearby, they shot directly. Puff. A wuxiu from Tianhua County who was in the 7-path supernatural realm was directly pierced through the chest by the void dragon blade, and his heart veins were shattered and turned into white light. Was found. Huayaoyu reacted immediately, and gritted his teeth. Come on, it's all here now, I can only fight with them. Huayaoyu led 3 martial arts cultivators from Tianhua County who were in the supernatural realm of the 6 paths, and rushed towards the 5 Long Yu, extremely swiftly and fiercely. In the next moment, endless flames descended from the sky, completely enveloping Long Yu and the other 5 people. Supernatural power, Yushwiliu. Xiao Ziying had already been prepared under Long Yu's reminder, and immediately raised her hand. The power of the water-flowing divine script turned into a long river, directly rushing towards the sky filled with flames, extinguishing the sky filled with flames attacked by Hui Yaoyu and others. Although Xiao Ziying felt that her strength was weak against the Black Flame King in the King realm, her strength could still shine in front of opponents who were also in the mystical ability secret realm. Xiao Ziying blocked all the fire attacks of the 3 six-path supernatural powers, but immediately after, Hui Yaoyu also made a move. Shackles of Fire. Fire Meteor. Hui Yaoyu directly locked Long Yu as his target, and a series of flame powers formed a shackle, instantly locking Long Yu in place. Falling Heart Flame. The move that Hui Yaoyu used to abolish the genius Sikong Yi of Ruoshui County in the first place was used directly, and a ball of flames shot directly from Long Yu's chest. Boom! With a crisp sound, Long Yu's figure turned into a puff of black smoke and dissipated. It turned out to be just an ancient afterimage. Hui Yaoyu's face changed drastically, and he immediately raised his hand to urge the power of the flame divine script to possess him. Innate supernatural powers and flame possession can give him super defensive power, but it depends on who the opponent is. Puff. The void dragon blade appeared from behind him and pierced into his back suddenly. The power of 9 nether divine runes completely shattered his heart, causing Hui Yaoyu to turn into white light and go away. Since Long Yu sensed that someone would sneak attack, how could he be unprepared? The main body is hidden. Only let a desolate ancient afterimage outside to attract people's attention, and then take advantage of the other parties dealing with the desolate ancient afterimage to strike violently. An ancient top-grade warrior, the sharpness of the void dragon blade is not something a martial artist of the 7 paths divine ability realm can resist. With one move, Hui Yaoyu was extinguished. Hey, Mo Mia Sandao. Man Xian made a move, and the storm demon knife in his hand exuded a terrifying aura. He slashed 3 sword lights in succession, each stronger than the last, and directly forced a martial artist in the 6 realms of supernatural powers to retreat, forcibly exposing the firefox itself. Seal the magic seal. A hexagonal mysterious Dharma seal condensed in front of Man Xian, and then descended on the forced retreating firefox Xiaoxiao. The power of the magic seal directly suppressed all the power in his body. Fourth knife. The 3 demon-killing swords he used just now were just his temptation, and the next 4th sword was his real killing move. The fire fox was trapped by the magic seal, so he could only throw out a wild soldier to resist Manchin's sword light, and was knocked back by Manchin's storm sword the next moment. The majestic demon cultivator of the 6 realms of supernatural powers was completely suppressed by Man Xian, which shows that Man Xian is now powerful. Qihua on the other side was in the same situation. As for Hu Meyer and Xiao Ziying, they had joined forces to kill the last Wu Xiu of the 6-path supernatural realm. Space penetration. Puff. After Long Yu dealt with Hui Yaoyu, he shot again, directly defeating the Wu Xiu of the 6-path supernatural realm, who was suppressed by Qihua and Man Xian, turning into white light and leaving. In a short period of time, the 5 people in Tianhua County were all wiped out, but they couldn't even force out the last strength of Long Yu and others. The gap between the 2 sides was really too big. Enter the palace and take a good rest. After an hour, I can perform space penetration 10 more times. Long Yu gave orders to everyone, and then ran towards the luxurious palace not far away. Thanks to the blessing of the Black Flame King, he killed 3 guardian beasts with one move, so that Long Yu and others were now unimpeded. There were no other practitioners around. Long Yu and the others finally relaxed and walked into the luxurious palace. The Great Wilderness Grade Middle Grade Pill recipe is indeed worth 10 points. Everyone came to the center of the palace and got a jade slip, which recorded a refining method of a middle-grade alchemy formula of the Great Wilderness grade, which was another big gain for Tianyu Manor. I don't know what the Azure Mansion has gained. Long Yu smiled slightly and said, when this time is over, we can exchange the pill recipes we got with Shuchan, and both sides can get these materials. Since it is a completely friendly force, this kind of complementary information can be said to be a matter of course. The strengthening of Tianyu Manor is good for Shura Manor, and the strengthening of Azure Manor is also good for Tianyu Manor. It's totally a mutually beneficial relationship. After all, both sides are refugees from Shura County. In the Beishua dynasty, if they didn't hug each other tightly, how could they really develop? It is a good time for the Beishua dynasty to become an empire. It is an opportunity for both Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion. As long as both parties get enough jade slips during this trip to the Scarlet Emperor's illusory realm, the too big, it is almost certain that the forces will rise at the same time. After resting for an hour, the luxurious palace really disappeared, and Long Yu led the 5 people to continue forward. The direction he is heading is naturally the center of the entire Scarlet Emperor's illusion. In the center of the entire illusion, there is the largest palace, and the jade slips in it record the cultivation methods of the Great Desolation level top-grade martial arts, which is something that all martial arts practitioners in the entire illusion can dream of. But before that, there are many other jade slips waiting to be contested by many forces. Even if someone ran desperately to the central palace now, it would be impossible to defeat the 3 king-level beasts and get the jade slips in the palace that recorded the Great Desolation level martial arts. In fact, without opening enough low-level palaces, high-level palaces will not be opened at all. In other words, everyone can only start competing for the low-scoring palaces, and only after opening enough low-scoring palaces can the high-scoring palaces be activated. In the entire Scarlet Emperor illusion, there are countless palaces worth 1 point, but since Long Yu and others have arrived at 10 palaces, it means that enough palaces worth 1 point have been opened. When enough 10 palaces are opened, 100 palaces will be opened. A total of 100 forces are heading towards the center of the illusion together. Whoever can get the highest level jade slip in the central hall depends on who can open the low-scoring palaces along the way the fastest. The 100% palace in front seems to have no king realm powerhouse nearby. Let's fight for it head-on. Long Yu used the technique of concealment to make all 5 people in Tianyu Manor invisible, and then gradually approached a more luxurious palace. Everyone knows that this palace is worth 100 points. If the jade slip stored in it were Dahuang level low-grade martial arts, it would be great. Compared with the Danfeng and Zhangbing molds, everyone's favorite is actually the Great Wilderness level martial arts, because martial arts can be used directly after cultivation, and the Danfeng and Zhangbing molds may not be able to be refined. Not only do you need alchemists and weapon refiners with sufficient talent, but what is even more difficult to obtain are the materials for refining wild-level pills and warriors. So what if you can refine it? If there is no material, what can be used for refining? What's more, there is still a probability of failure in refining, and the materials will be wasted in that case. It would be great if it was a martial skill, everyone can use it. Chihua said a little excitedly. We have no shortage of low-grade martial arts at the Great Wilderness level. The main purpose of this battle is for you to strive to comprehend more things. Otherwise, we may not be able to deal with someone strong in the King realm. Long Yu said steadily. Well said. Xiao Ziying nodded. It is said that in Beishua Bazhuang and Sifu, Long Yao and Black Flame King are both relatively weak. If we meet stronger ones, such as those who have stepped into the top 10,000 strongest kings, Jing Tianqing is definitely not an opponent, unless we can understand something in the previous battle. This is easy to handle. When the time comes, arrange for me an opponent in the 7-path supernatural realm. I feel that my compatibility with the Storm Demon Knife has reached a bottleneck, and I can break through soon. Man Xian held the storm demon knife and said with a grin. Satisfy you. The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up, and he nodded. It's a bit embarrassing for Man Xian to deal with the strong man of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm, but if he can break through and kill the opponent smoothly, then their overall strength will be a little stronger. Since this is the case, I also want an opponent at the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. Qihua took a look at Man Xian, and said bluntly, he is not willing to lose to Man Xian. You must know that he is a genius who has comprehended the origin of Tianhua Xuanhuan. If he can't even compare with Man Xian, what kind of genius is he? I want to. Hua Meyer said lightly. I want to too. Xiao Ziying hurriedly said. The Scarlet Emperor illusion, fighting here will not really get injured and die. For martial arts, it is an excellent place to improve their strength. Of course, they can't waste this opportunity. You all want opponents at the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm, but the question is, where are there so many 7 Paths Divine Ability realm opponents for you? Long Yu was quite puzzled, but with a sweep of his shadow eyes, his eyes immediately brightened. By the way, the guardian of the 100% palace is a strange beast with 7 heads and 7 supernatural powers, which just meet your requirements. As for the rest, leave one end to me, and I will hold the formation for you. If there are teams from other forces coming, I will stop them all. Can you do it alone? Qihua was a little puzzled. You actually doubt our brother Long? Man Xian was upset at the side. Hurry up and start working. Even if a king-level powerhouse comes, Brother Long can stop us. What are you afraid of? That's right, Brother Long is a strong man who even defeated the Black Flame King. As soon as Qihua heard it, he remembered, Long Yu is not an ordinary mysterious realm of supernatural powers. If even Long Yu can't stop people, even if they are counted, what's the use? Soon, everyone formulated this battle plan. This is not just a battle plan, but a breakthrough plan. By fighting against opponents who are much stronger than themselves, they will force their own potential to explode. In the Scarlet Emperor illusion, such a breakthrough battle would not be dangerous, because even if he died, he would not really die. There are many people who think the same way as the 5 people in the entire Scarlet Emperor illusion. However, there are not many who can really succeed, because in such a fantasy world of the Scarlet Emperor, there are too many accidents. On a prairie, a luxurious palace stands tall, guarded by 7-headed and 7-path supernatural beasts of the Wood God clan, who surround the luxurious palace and prevent anyone from intruding. Of course, these strange beasts of the Wood God clan appeared in this fantasy world according to the impression in Chitty's heart, but their strength is actually in the realm of the 7 paths. Regarding the alien beasts of the Wood God clan, Long Yu didn't know the key points. From a distance, these alien beasts looked like some vines, growing enchantingly beside the luxurious palace. Spatial penetration is useless. After all, if you don't know its vitals, you can't attack it in a targeted manner. It seems that you can only destroy it forcibly. With Long Yu's order, 5 people from Tianyu Manor rushed out at the same time. The luxurious palace will only be opened after the 7 beasts of the 7 realms of supernatural powers have been beheaded, and the 5 members of Long Yu are obviously the first team to arrive here. Man Xian and Qihua each chose their own direction to advance, found a strange beast of the Wood God clan, and began to fight with it. As for Xiao Ziying and Hua Meier, the 2 girls respectively attracted the attention of 2 alien beasts of the Wood God clan, and fought against the 2 alien beasts of the 7 supernatural powers with their own strength. The last strange beast was stopped by Long Yu head-on. Drunk in the underworld. Long Yu punched out, and the power of the 9 nether divine runes condensed into a road to the underworld, covering the strange beast of the Wood God clan in the 7 paths divine ability realm. The 9 nether divine runes have a lot of restraint effects on these strange beasts of the Wood God clan. With this punch, the strange beast immediately neighed and roared maniacally, and the power of the Wood attribute divine script directly exploded, dispelling and exploding the road to the underworld. However, what immediately appeared in front of it was the innate supernatural power with greatly increased power, the breath of the Nine Nether Dragon, and a mouthful of dragon breath of the Nine Nether Dragon was spit out, directly destroying the entire body of the Wood God clan alien beast, and wiped it out in ashes. To deal with the strange beast of the 7 realms of supernatural powers, Long Yu only used 2 moves. It can be seen that its current strength is not inferior to that of the strong King realm. Then it's up to you. Long Yu dealt with one of the beasts with 7 supernatural powers, and let them go aside, waiting for Chi Hua and the others to break through in the battle. At the same time, Long Yu's biggest thoughts were on the Eye of Shadow. Long Yu used the innate magical power of the Eye of Shadow, which can last for a long time. Since this move is a detection method, it does not consume a lot of divine power. His biggest task is to ensure that no one else will disturb the 4 who are fighting and breaking through. South, 5-member team, appear. Long Yu's Eye of Shadow is extremely useful for detecting targets. He can know the movements within a radius of thousands of feet, that is, within a radius of 6 miles. Of course, unless the opponent is much stronger than him and can block his detection, but such a strong person is at least in the Imperial Realm, Yu Hanqin's level, it is impossible to appear in this illusion of the Scarlet Emperor. Among the 5 people who appeared, there were 3 martial arts cultivators at the 7-path supernatural power level, and 2 at the 6-path supernatural power level, all from a powerful mansion force. Long Yu had observed the battle between these 5 people before, and knew that one of the 7-path supernatural powers was pretty good, and the others were not so good. Hidden. Long Yu directly disappeared, and quietly approached the 5 people. Practitioners who have reached the level of the mystical ability secret realm generally have some means to assist in observation, and this 5-member team is no exception. One of them used his sense of hearing to sense the ongoing battle on the prairie ahead. There are 4 people who are dealing with 6 guardian beasts of the 7 realms. Logically speaking, there should be 7 of them, but the other one should be dealt with, said Wu Xiao, who possesses powerful auditory powers. Are you sure there are only 4 people, not 5? A handsome young man in the lead asked, coldly. I'm not sure, but I only felt the movement of 4 people. If the other one was not hidden, it would have been eliminated in the previous battle. Wu Xiao, who had supernatural powers of hearing, said calmly. Very good, let's go straight ahead, kill people first, then kill the beasts, step into the palace as quickly as possible, and get 100 points. After the handsome young man in the lead finished speaking, there was a sudden wind under his feet, and the power of the gust of wind surrounded everyone, making the 5 of them extremely fast. It turned out to be a group-enhanced movement martial skill. Once it is used, the speed of everyone around it will increase. Just as they were rushing towards the luxurious palace, there was still a distance of 3 miles, but an accident happened suddenly. Space penetration. The void dragon blade emerged from the void, beheading the martial artist with supernatural powers of hearing. Suddenly, a white light flashed. Even if the martial artist reacted very quickly, he immediately used defensive measures, but he couldn't block the blow from the nether dragon blade. Although the guy had a keen sense, but he was only at the level of the 6 realms of supernatural powers. The reason why he was brought was not because of his strong combat power, but because of his supernatural hearing ability, which was very useful in such a place. It's a pity that as soon as Long Yu made a move, he directly killed that person. Sure enough, someone killed him. The leading handsome young man raised his mouth slightly, and the remaining 4 launched an offensive towards Long Yu together. For a moment, overwhelming divine power enveloped them. Reincarnation barrier. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he directly released the reincarnation barrier that had not been used for a long time, and a defensive barrier appeared in front of him. This is just his ancient afterimage, not his body, so it doesn't matter whether he is bombarded or not, and the reincarnation barrier is just to delay time. However, to Long Yu's surprise, he blocked it. The reincarnation barrier defense method of Huanggu Remnant Shadow completely resisted the combined attack of the 4 opponents. This scene made Long Yu's heart shudder instantly. Cheated. The 5 people he faced were just illusions, and the real 5 people in that team might have already attacked Qihua and the others who were fighting beside the luxurious palace. What's more, the auditory supernatural power martial artist that Kai Longyu thought he could instantly kill was just an illusion of a clone. Thinking of this, Longyu took action almost immediately. God Chain, Ghost Pattern Spiral. Longyu's body directly used Shadow Escape and ran towards the luxurious palace, like a jet of black streamer piercing the sky, followed by the 7th-rank God Chain, and the spiral of ghost patterns bloomed on the prairie. 5 invisible figures appeared only 1 mile away from the luxurious palace, but they were all discovered by Long Yu and trapped by the spiral of ghost patterns. How is it possible? How did you find us? The handsome young man in the lead had a look of surprise on his face. He knew that Long Yu was very strong, but he was not strong in perception, right? They stealthily approached the palace quietly. How could they be discovered by Long Yu? It's very simple. Long Yu was suspended in the air, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and he raised his hand. Explode. This time, a series of negative emotions such as greed, jealousy, selfishness, etc., were directly aroused in the 5 people's bodies, and they were completely detonated by the power of the 9 nether divine runes. The targets that the Eye of Shadow couldn't find were easily found by relying on the evil thought explosion at close range. If Long Yu hadn't used a desolate ancient afterimage to resist the illusion of the clones of the 5 people, I'm afraid that even if he found out, he wouldn't be able to come back in time to rescue. Just a little bit, the 5 people succeeded in their sneak attack. Qihua, Man Xian, Hua Meier, and Qiao Ziying are fighting with their respective opponents to try to break through. If these 5 people succeed in sneak attack, the consequences can be imagined. The second half of this fantasy world will have to be left by Long Yu alone. Down. Fortunately, Long Yu found out in time and stopped the opponent. The evil thoughts in the 5 people's hearts exploded loudly, causing 5 people trapped by the ghost pattern to be injured on the spot, especially the 2 martial arts practitioners who were in the 6 realms of supernatural powers, who were directly seriously injured by the evil thoughts. Fortunately, as soon as the handsome young man who was the leader of the 5 raised his hand, the Galeful Wind Divine Mantra rolled out, and together with the strength of the other 2, he finally broke the nether pattern spiral divine chain. But at this moment, the whistling sound of a sharp blade came into the ears of the 5 people, making their hearts tense, and then, the martial artist with supernatural powers of hearing was finally assassinated, turned into a white light, and was sent out of the Scarlet Emperor illusion. Space penetration. Long Yu's move can be used 10 times in a row. To deal with one person, Long Yu did not relax, because that person was only the weakest of the 5-member team. Shadow killing technique? No, it's just a few young people. There's no need to reveal the trump card for killing. If this is the case. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu held the nether dragon blade and rushed towards the handsome young man in charge. Draw the soul imprint. Soul explosion. The void dragon blade absorbed the soul imprints of the remaining 4 people in an instant, and exploded before it got close to each other. The power of the 9 nether divine rune instantly spread to the audience, enveloping the 4 people. The violent wind divine script swept out, and the handsome young man in the lead completely resisted Long Yu's move. But then, the nether dragon blade appeared behind him, piercing through the space, piercing into his back in an instant. The incarnation of the storm. That handsome young figure turned out to be another incarnation. After being pierced by the nether dragon blade, the avatar of the violent wind dissipated in midair like a gust of wind, but Long Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he raised his hand. Yulong 9 explosions, sky-shaking explosion, Lianzhu explosion. With the sound of the dragon's chant, the 9 nether divine runes spread around and exploded in the next moment. Even the handsome young man who escaped in the gust of wind was directly shocked by this blow, and fell from the midair, not far away. Space penetration. Let's see how you resist now. The handsome young man looked horrified, but before he could react, the nether dragon blade appeared in front of him and pierced his forehead in one fell swoop. One-hit kill. The white light flashed, and the strongest member of this force's 5-person team was killed by Long Yu. Even though he used various methods, he still couldn't escape the assassination of space penetration. Combining the apocalypse with the nether dragon blade, it can be seen that the strength of Long Yu has been improved. The strongest member of the 5-member team was killed by Long Yu Ba, and there was no suspense for the remaining members. Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, Long Yu killed the remaining 3 people one by one without leaving any survivors. Then, he cast his divine concealment, hid himself, and began to digest the combat experience just now. Near the luxurious palace, Man Xian was in full swing with a strange beast of the Wood God clan. At the very beginning, the alien beasts of the Wood God clan in the 7-path supernatural power realm completely suppressed Man Xian, but soon Man Xian's understanding of the magic spell was improved, and he was finally able to barely resist the attack of the Wood God clan alien beasts. After fighting for a long time, this guy finally comprehended the 5th sword of Mo Mia Chi Dao, and comprehended this innate supernatural power to the level of the 5th heaven. With one strike, the Wood God clan beast was severely injured, and the storm demon knife continued to slash down, and it didn't take long for the Wood God clan beast to be chopped into pieces. On the other side, Chi Hua, relying on the power of the original Sky Fire, suppressed the alien beast of the Wood God clan in the 7-path supernatural power state from the very beginning, and the fire defeated the wood. However, the gap between the cultivation bases of the 2 sides was still too large, and the alien beasts of the Wood God clan used some attack methods, directly entangled Chihua's entire body of the fox, and began to absorb the power in its body. In a critical moment, flames burst out from Chihua's body, and the Tianhua battle suit with innate supernatural powers appeared, and suddenly stepped into the level of intermediate supernatural powers. Now, the Tianhua battle suit not only has a defensive effect, but also has a strong anti-injury effect. For all the attacks received, a large part can be bounced back. The alien beast of the Wood God race in the 7-path supernatural power state was suddenly injured by the original Sky Fire, and quickly loosened its entanglement with the red fire. But then, the pupil of the Sky Fire appeared, and the beam of Sky Fire instantly hit the beast of the Wood God race, making its entire body, the body started to burn. After fighting against stronger men than themselves, the two have enhanced their comprehension of innate supernatural powers, even crossed the bottleneck, and comprehended a deeper level. This is their breakthrough. As for Qiao Ziying and Hua Meier, the 2 women faced 2 strange beasts with 7 supernatural powers at the same time, and the pressure doubled. However, with the strength of the 2 women, they will definitely be able to win smoothly in the end. Before long you could see clearly the situation of the 2 women's battle. He had already detected that the teams of the other 2 forces were approaching from different directions. Barbarians, Chihua, you go to the north and stop the 4 people in that team, 1 at the level of 7-path supernatural powers, and 3 at the 6-path supernatural power level. As for why there are only 4. Maybe one of them died, or they may have gone into hiding. Long Yu explained to Man Xian and Chi Hua, and at the same time, he condensed 3 ancient afterimages, and moved forward together with Man Xian and Chi Hua. Although Man Xian and Chi Hua have just broken through, the battle has just ended, and now they are going to block other teams. I am afraid they will not be able to exert their full strength, and they will definitely not be able to do it without the assistance of Long Yu. Therefore, the 3 ancient remnants were condensed by Long Yu, and it was much safer to be with the 2 of them. They didn't want to defeat each other, they just needed to hold each other back. As for the other side, there are 2 7-path supernatural powers and 3 6-path supernatural powers, so Long Yu is going to stop them in person and make a quick decision. Jiuyou Tianguang. Long Yu approached in stealth, and suddenly made a move of Jiuyou Tianguang, and the light of Jiuyou's divine script instantly spread across the audience, covering the 5-person team that approached quietly. Soul Imprint Siphon, the 5th Heaven. After a long period of accumulation and precipitation, Long Yu's innate supernatural power finally made a breakthrough again, reaching the level of the 5th Heaven. After becoming an intermediate supernatural power, the Soul Seal Siphon can seal the opponent's meridians for a period of time, and now that the level of comprehension is deeper, the duration of this effect has doubled. Although there is still only a few breaths in total, it is enough for Long Yu. Siphon. Soul Explosion. The Void Dragon Blade was ready at any time in Long Yu's hand. After absorbing enough soul imprints, he directly cast Soul Explosion. Immediately, a martial artist with 7 or 6 magical powers couldn't resist, and was directly blasted into nothingness. The white light dissipated. As for the others, they were all eroded by the power of the 9 nether divine runes, being shrouded by the Jiuyou skylight. They all want to disperse Jiuyou Tianguang, but Jiuyou Tianguang, who has comprehended the Desheng, is quite stable. How can it be dispelled so easily? Even Long Yao couldn't dispel it all at once. When they finally saw the light of day again and dispelled the Jiuyou Tianguang beside them, Long Yu had already erupted and eliminated 2 of them. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu moved quickly in the light of the Jiuyou sky, holding the Void Yulong blade, and directly stabbed to death a 6-paths divine ability realm. Space Penetration. The genius of the 7-paths divine ability realm just wanted to break through the Jiuyou skylight and come out, but was pierced through the space with a sudden move by Long Yuling, smashing his head, and his whole body turned into white light and dissipated. There is no problem with the last one. A martial artist of the 6 realms of supernatural powers couldn't even break through the Jiuyou skylight. He was crushed to death by Long Yuxing in the darkness, and he didn't know what happened until his death. After finishing the team, Long Yu immediately went to Man Xian and Qi Hua. In such a short period of time, his 3 ancient afterimages erupted with extremely strong combat power, but they were all completely defeated, leaving only Man Xian and Qi Hua struggling to resist. There was even an extremely fast martial cultivator of the 7-path supernatural realm, who overtook the 2 of them and rushed towards the luxurious palace, as if trying to sneak attack and kill Qiao Ziying and Huameyer. It just so happened that Long Yu came back from another direction secretly, and a flicker of the nether dragon blade in the void completely wiped him out, leaving no shadow left. Spike. The current Long Yu, in the face of the so-called genius martial arts cultivators of the 7-paths divine ability realm, can completely achieve instant kills. Even though they are in the 3rd level of martial arts realm, the difference in basic strength cannot make up for the difference in the level of divine power. Long Yu's 9 Serenity Divine Rune has the power of the original level, far surpassing the power of other people's engraved divine runes. In addition, with an ancient top-grade soldier, the nether dragon blade in hand, even if the ordinary 7-path supernatural power realm martial artist's basic strength is 10 times higher than Long Yu's, how can he be Long Yu's opponent? With just 1 move of space penetration, these people can't crack it at all. When Long Yu arrived beside Man Xian and Qi Hua, a massacre was staged again. Almost silently, Long Yu killed 3 groups of forces who came to plot the luxury palace, and thus gained 15 points. According to the rules of the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, in addition to finding the jade slips in the palace to get points, killing people from other forces can also get points. Every time you kill one, you get 1 point. A powerful aura is coming over, it's a little familiar, it seems to be, from the Dragon Mansion. Long Yu hadn't rested much yet, when he felt 5 people coming quickly not far away. One of them had a familiar aura, it seemed to be the Prince of Longfu, Long Yao. Brother Long, fuck him. Man Xin held the storm demon knife and was eager to try, but was knocked on the head by Long Yu. Not now. I just used a lot of means to deal with other people. If I face Long Yao now, I may not be able to win. Long Yu said to Man Xin and Chi Hua, "Go and help Qiao Ziying and Hua Meier first, and I will hold Long Yao back. As long as you kill all the beasts, enter the palace immediately, don't hesitate." "This, you let me be a deserter?" Man Xin widened his eyes. "Where is there so much nonsense? Just let you go." However, Chi Hua grabbed Man Xin and dragged him away. Regarding Long Yu's orders, Chi Hua fully carried out without hesitation. It was a coincidence for Long Yu that the people from the Dragon Mansion came, but a 100% luxurious palace was right in front of him. Even if it wasn't the Dragon Mansion, there would be other forces coming. Hidden. Long Yu hid himself and walked quietly towards the direction where Long Yao and the others appeared, and soon discovered that the 5 members of the Long Mansion seemed to know that someone was conquering the luxurious palace here, and they all turned into dragons themselves. Jiao Yao. The people of the Dragon House are not dragon monsters, but dragon monsters. Compared with the real Dragon Clan, the talent of the dragon monsters is much weaker. Of course, Long Yu has not seen a real dragon monster yet, but it must be these Flood Dragon Mansion monsters are definitely not really strong. The leader, a golden flood dragon, is the crown prince of the Dragon Mansion, Long Yao. Try if I can kill you instantly. Long Yu quietly took out the somewhat dilapidated ancient tower of the dragon bones, hid in it, and then faced the rushing dragon monster, and directly used a move that fit the apocalypse. The dragon bones broke. Relying on this trick, Long Yu directly killed the Black Flame King, who was also in the King realm. If he suddenly attacked Long Yao, it should be possible to succeed, right? As long as Long Yao dies, the rest of the people will have no pressure on Long Yu at all. Dragon skeleton, broken. Taking advantage of the 5-headed dragon monsters showing their bodies and running towards this side, Long Yu made a direct move, and the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda spun extremely fast, breaking through the void and blasting towards Long Yao. Who? Berserk armed forces. Long Yao was shocked when he encountered a sneak attack. A burst of golden light glowed from the entire body of the flood dragon, and his whole body was covered by the berserk armed forces. However, the power of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was much stronger than what Long Yu had used against him before. With one move, the berserkers' armed forces shattered, and the giant dragon skeleton tower directly knocked Long Yao's entire dragon body into the air, and it fell on the ground of the prairie like a meteor, kicking up a large piece of soil. Space penetration. Long Yu gained momentum and released the void dragon blade with a wave of his hand, breaking through the void in an instant, piercing into Long Yao's body of the flood dragon, causing the eyes of the dragon body to stare extremely wide. Long Yao didn't believe that he would die in a sneak attack by one person, and that person would be Long Yu. It's him again. Long Yao's flood dragon body turned into white light, and was killed by Long Yu's blow. But after this move, Long Yu's ancient dragon skeleton pagoda became even more shattered. Fortunately, this is an illusion, otherwise Long Yu would be heartbroken to death. You are Long Yu. The remaining 4 dragons in the Dragon Mansion were frightened out of their wits. As soon as Long Yu appeared, he instantly killed their boss, Long Yao. What kind of terrifying force is this? Although they were just going through a hunt and they didn't have much power left, but Long Yao was also a powerful existence in the King realm. How could they be defeated by this Long Yu's move? Long Yu himself was also a little surprised. Although he stayed alone to face the 5 members of Longfu, he never thought that he could instantly kill Long Yao with one move. How could that guy be so vulnerable? It seems Long Yao was injured before coming here. Are you being hunted down? Long Yu made a guess in his mind. If this is the case, then it must be a stronger force that is chasing and killing Long Yao and his group. The most important thing is the King Realm powerhouse. In Beishua Baz Huang and 4 mansions, who can completely suppress Long Yao except Long Yao and Black Flame King, forcing Long Yao to be defeated and injured to flee? Long Yu didn't know. There are several such people, and there is no need for him to wait here for the other party to arrive. So kill. Long Yu walked out of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, holding the nether dragon blade in the void, and appeared through space penetration, directly piercing through the body of one of the dragon demon cultivators in one fell swoop, turning it into white light and dissipating it away. Escape. There were still 3 young geniuses in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm left in the Dragon Mansion. They were scared out of their wits at this moment, and even Long Yao was killed with 1 blow. What can they do with the rest of them? I can only escape first, and secretly look for opportunities to get some points. The 3 dragon demon cultivators scattered and fled in different directions at the same time, which surprised Long Yu, but it didn't matter to him. Kill if you can, let go if you can't. Anyway, you have to step into the luxurious palace as soon as possible to avoid the strong man chasing and killing Long Yao. Puff. The space penetration was displayed again, and one of the Jiaolong Yaoxiu who fled towards the luxurious palace was assassinated at once and turned into white light. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu did not go after and kill the 2 Dragon Mansion demon cultivators who fled to other directions, but returned to the luxurious palace. They must enter the luxurious palace as soon as possible to avoid the coming storm. According to Long Yu's current state, if he faced another King Realm expert who was stronger than Long Yu, it would definitely be impossible to resist, and the only way was to hide in the palace. As for the palace disappearing after an hour, at that time Long Yu and the others had fully recovered their fighting power, and if they encountered any strong King Realm, they would be able to fight. Near the luxurious palace, the battle between Xiao Ziying and Hua Meyer was also coming to an end. After being ravaged by 2 Wood God clan alien beasts of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm for a long time, they finally had their own breakthroughs. Xiao Ziying's innate supernatural powers have become stronger, and her understanding of the divine language of water flow has become more profound. As for Hua Meyer, she is a top-rank warrior of the Great Desolation level, and the secret sky fire finally fits the apocalypse, and can display the strongest strength of this warrior. Under the burst of power, even a strong King Realm can resist for a period of time. Of course, there is no problem with this kind of power to deal with 2 strange beasts of the Wood God clan in the 7 Path Supernatural Ability realm, let alone Hua defeating Wood. When Long Yu returned, the 2 women each erupted with their strongest strength and eliminated all their opponents. The 7 guardian beasts in the luxurious palace were finally cleared away. Let's go in first and come out after an hour. With a wave of his hand, Long Yu led everyone into the luxurious palace. In this palace, there must be a jade slip worth 100 points, and I don't know what is recorded in it. After entering the palace, Long Yucai told the 4 of them what happened just now. Haha, the boss is the boss, even Long Yao can make a move in seconds. Man Xian laughed. With Long Yao's death, we have lost a big enemy, but who can hunt down and kill the Dragon Mansion's team? Chihua frowned slightly. I don't know, these palaces that store jade slips will also completely shield us from detection. Long Yu shook his head and said, but they can't come in anyway, let's collect the 100 points first, wait for an hour to recover, and then find a way to deal with any situation. That's right, let's take a look at what is recorded in this jade slip. Man Xian ran straight to the center of the palace, picked up the jade slip floating above the central stone pillar with one hand, and sank his divine sense into it. Sure enough, it's a low-grade martial art of the Great Desolation level. It's still a martial skill of movement. We can try to practice it now. Man Xian's eyes lit up, and he said immediately. Everyone gathered around, and they all took a look at the things recorded in the jade slips. Dahuang level low rank, physical martial arts, Tianxian footwork. It's really a martial skill. It is said that in the 100-point palace, most of them are Dahuang level top-grade alchemy formulas, or Dahuang level mid-grade warrior molds. I didn't expect that we were lucky, and directly obtained a movement martial art. Long Yu also looked happy. As for body martial arts, the highest level of martial arts he had practiced before was nothing more than Xian level martial arts, Dance of the Dragon and Sparrow. Now he has obtained this Tianxian footwork, which is just used for cultivation. Movement martial arts are the fewest of all martial arts, and they are extremely precious. Even among the treasures left for Shu Chan and Shadow Demonic Trace, there is not a single movement of movement martial arts. If there was, Long Yu would have learned it a long time ago. Dahuang level low-rank body skills, Tianxian footwork, are better than nothing. Long Yu can't always use Shadow Dungeon in any situation. Shadow Dungeon can only be used once in a short period of time, and Dragon Sparrow Dance, the speed bonus provided, is completely insufficient at the king level. Now encountering Tianxuan's footwork, Long Yu also wants to comprehend it. Soon the five of them began to practice in the palace, but it was impossible for them to master the Tianxian footwork in just 1 hour. After all, this is also a martial skill of the wilderness level, and it is not so easy to comprehend it. And outside the luxurious palace, a group of 5 people finally appeared after the Dragon Mansion team. Someone went in first. A beautiful girl in a short black skirt came to the entrance of the palace and shook her head regretfully. Let's continue looking for other places. If Long Yu and the others were outside the palace, they would have discovered that this girl was Shu Chan. The strong men who were chasing and killing Long Yao and other demon cultivators from the Dragon Mansion turned out to be a team from the Shura Mansion, and the leader was Shu Chan. Behind Shu Chan, with a smile on his face, Yi Xing, whose cultivation base was in the 7-path supernatural realm, was exposed to Shu Chan's light, and experienced the glory of chasing and killing a strong man in the king realm. It's a pity that they don't have enough means to keep Long Yao, so they don't know where Long Yao is now. Humph, you are really a cheap guy from the Dragon Mansion. Shall we stay here and kill them when they come out? A subordinate of General Yixing of the 6-path supernatural realm, a young genius from the Tianlan County Freedom Legion, said rather bitterly. This time the Azura Mansion participated in the 5-person team for the Scarlet Emperor illusion. One of them was Shu Chan, and then there was General Yixing, in addition to Du Guijian and Fu Xubing, and the last one followed General Yixing all the way genius, Mr. Xingyun. The person who is speaking now is Lord Xingyun, who is in the realm of the 6 realms of supernatural powers. He is the only general who has followed the lead along the way, and he also admires Shu Chan very much. Obviously, Mr. Xingyun thought that the one who entered this luxurious palace first was the people from the Dragon Mansion, so he made a suggestion, wanting to stay here and kill Long Yao when the palace disappears for a while. The enmity between Azura Mansion and Long Mansion far exceeds the enmity between Long Yu and Long Yao. You know, if it weren't for Long Yao, the number of young geniuses in Shura Mansion would be many times higher than it is now. How could it be so withered? Long Yao not only pried away Yu Tongfei's group of dozens of people, but also often went to the Shura Mansion to ridicule him. How could everyone in the Azura Mansion bear it? Now they finally have the opportunity to kill Long Yao under the leadership of Shu Chan. They don't want to lose this opportunity. 1 hour is enough for us to do a lot of things. This time, we must focus on points. But Shu Chan shook her head and said, if the total points are higher this time, you can get the mysterious reward of the Red Emperor. This is one of the 5 Emperor's mysterious rewards. We will definitely not let us down. Even if we don't get the last 10,000 points, you must grab a few palaces with 1,000 points. The princess is right. Jiang Yixing stood up and said with a smile, our time is precious, and it's not worth spending with them. If we can find a palace with 1,000 points first, then we will be ahead of everyone else. Humph, even if these guys get their lives, the next time I see you, I will definitely not forgive you. Xing Yunjun raised his head proudly, followed behind Shu Chan. It was so cool, He could even chase and beat the King Realm powerhouse. This was an experience he had never experienced before. One day, with Lord Xingyun's talent, he will finally be able to step into the secret realm of the King's Way, but he knows that even if he steps into the secret realm of the King's Way, he will not be able to compare with a talent like Xu Quan. Last time on the martial arts stage, Xu Quan could only team up with Long Yu to deal with Long Yao, but now, she was able to defeat Long Yao and chased after Long Yao to fight. It can be seen that Xu Quan has made great progress during this period of time. Under the leadership of Xu Quan, the 5 people from Shura Mansion left. Little did they know, the teams from Shura Manor and Tianyu Manor just quietly missed it. An hour later, Long Yu and the others remembered the training method of Tianqian footwork in their hearts, and then the entire luxurious palace disappeared, and the 5 of them appeared together on the vast grassland. Nobody. Long Yu immediately cast the Eye of Shadow, but did not find any figures around. It seems that they are gone. They are too lazy to wait around this 100% palace. What shall we do next? Man Xian looked at Long Yu and asked. Let's find 1,000 copies of the palace, or another 100% of the palace, and approach the center of the illusion step by step. Long Yu smiled slightly. I comprehended Tianquan's footwork along the way, and I still have a little understanding of this physical martial skill. Come and exchange ideas with us, maybe I will be able to successfully learn it soon. Practicing the same martial skill, you can exchange experience with each other. If your comprehension is strong enough, you will undoubtedly be able to comprehend the martial skill faster. As the 5 left the grassland, they began to discuss about Tianquan's footwork. They didn't know at all that just an hour ago, Xu Quan brought people from the Azura Mansion passing by here, and no one thought that the person who could chase Long Yao and beat him was Xu Quan. The Scarlet Emperor illusion has been opened for a day. And Long Yu led the 4 people in Tianyu Manor. After obtaining the low-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level and the Tianqian footwork, they successively obtained a mid-grade warrior mold of the Great Desolation level, and a prescription of a high-grade elixir of the Great Desolation level. A total of 3 100-point palaces and 6 10-point palaces were robbed. Because many people were killed, the total score reached 378. In this area, basically all the low-scoring palaces have been contested. On the next day, it's time to compete for 1,000 points palace. In the entire Scarlet Emperor illusion, there are a total of 10 1,000-point palaces, and each 1,000-point palace is guarded by a king-level beast, and the guardian power is extremely powerful. If it were in another Scarlet Emperor illusory realm, those Northern Snow Dynasty forces that ranked outside the top 100 would basically have to join forces today, and even if they joined forces, they might not be able to kill a King Realm alien beast. But in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion where Long Yu was, all the palaces, with 1,000 points were robbed. The guardian of the alien beast in the King's Realm? It's ridiculous. Among the top 100 forces, there are 12 strong ones in the King Realm alone. Even though quite a few were killed on the first day, there will still be forces from the King Realm powerhouses, and each force will definitely occupy a 1,000-point palace. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for anyone to compete with them. However, when the King Realm Wuxiu and the King Realm Guardian alien beast were fighting, wouldn't other people be able to fish in troubled waters? The situation in the entire Scarlet Emperor's illusion suddenly became chaotic. Half of the 100 faction teams that entered the Scarlet Emperor's illusion have been killed, and there are still about 50 force teams left. People means. Even a strong King Realm might stumble in the hands of some insidious guys. Not to mention, in the illusion, there are also such aliens as Long Yu and Xu Quan. Although they are talented in the secret realm, they are geniuses who can fight against the King's secret realm, even forcing Long Yao to admit defeat. Those who were killed now are all in a coma, and their consciousness will return to their original bodies only after waiting for 3 days, after the collapse of the Scarlet Emperor's illusion. That is to say, until now, except for the Red Emperor himself. No one else knows what happened in the Red Emperor's illusion. Many people are still looking forward to their own forces to achieve good results, especially those forces in Beishua Bazhuang and Sifu who have geniuses in the King realm. But no one knew that until now, the two powerful kings in Lingyan Manor and Longfu, Black Flame King and Long Yao, had all been beheaded by Long Yu and lost the qualification to continue competing for Jade Slips. In the territory of Red Emperor Fantasy, near a huge palace in the Snow Mountain, Long Yu and 5 people are hiding in a snowy mountain depression, keeping an eye on the surrounding situation at all times. This giant palace should contain jade slips worth 1,000 cents, but there is an Ice God clan beast guarding it next to it. With our strength, it's better not to force our way in, Long Yu said calmly. Well, the alien beast in the King realm is not scary. What is terrible is that when we are fighting the alien beast, other people intervene to take advantage of it. Chihua nodded. He knew exactly what Long Yu was afraid of. Within 1,000 feet of this giant palace, there are already 4 factions squatting, including us, waiting for others to make the first move. Long Yu's shadow eye emerged, taking a panoramic view of the surrounding situation, and guessed, if there is no King Realm genius from Beishua Bazhuang or Sifu within half a day, someone should come forward and invite us to join us. The Scarlet Emperor illusion doesn't have much time for everyone. According to the progress, at the end of the second day, all the palaces with 1,000 points will be taken away. If there is no King Realm expert within half a day, then the nearby forces will of course have to find their own way to deal with the King Realm alien beast. Teaming up is the only way. The good news is that after a day of comprehension, we have successfully learned Tianquan's footwork. Long Yu smiled slightly. When fighting against the King Realm powerhouse, it can be regarded as an extra guarantee. Tianquan's footwork, after a successful beginner, can be used initially, and can have a more sensitive dodge footwork. The speed may not increase much, but the dodge has improved a lot. The most important thing is that this Tianquan footwork can be used all the time, and many ordinary martial arts and supernatural powers can be used to dodge this Tianquan footwork, which has a great advantage in battle. What Long Yu didn't tell others was that his comprehension of Tianquan's footwork had reached a certain level, and in a short while, he might be able to comprehend the Xiaoqing realm. There is no need to tell other people for the time being. When you really understand Xiaoqing, just discuss the secret with everyone, otherwise it will be useless. An hour. 2 hours. Time passed, and everyone waited for a long time, but none of the King Realm geniuses came near this giant palace. Soon, 4 hours had passed. It's been half a day already. Get ready, get ready. Long Yu snapped his fingers, and said to Man Xian and the others, the 4 of you, divide into different directions and spread out to investigate in all directions. You have to go at least 6 miles away. As for me, I will go and destroy other forces first. Then single-handedly challenge the Ice God clan beasts. If you wait any longer, you may not have a chance. In this case, it is better to create opportunities yourself. Man Xian, Chihua, Huameyer, and Xiao Ziying all have certain perception abilities. Although they are not as powerful as Long Yu's Eye of Shadow, if they are divided into 4 directions and spread out in 4 directions, anyone who comes over will definitely be able to see them immediately. Felt it. As for Long Yu, the 4 of them were not worried at all. Since Long Yu said that he can single out the Ice God clan alien beasts, then there must be no problem. They just need to do a good job in the investigation work. The 4 of them spread out as quickly as possible. And the 3 factions who were originally squatting nearby, 15 young genius martial artists, were also ready to move. Obviously, they couldn't wait for anyone, and they were ready to do it themselves. Including the total of 4 forces in Tianyu Manor, how can we say that there are also 10 7-pass supernatural powers? Together, it should be relatively easy to deal with an Ice God clan beast in the King realm. The question is, how should the giant palace be allocated after killing the Ice God Clan alien beast? Of course, you have to kill the Ice God Clan alien beast first. Obviously, the other three major forces also know that other people are around, and they have detection methods similar to Long Yu's Eye of Shadow, but unfortunately, the other party obviously did not detect it, and the one squatting in this direction will be Long Yu. Like the Eye of Shadow, Long Yu can detect the existence of someone within the range, but cannot see who the other party is. Kill. Long Yu cast his divine concealment and disappeared from the opponent's detection range. As Man Xin and the other four dispersed, people from the other three forces also noticed it. They began to gather at the gate of the giant palace. Obviously they wanted to join forces. Under such circumstances, the three forces became wary of the scattered Long Yu team. However, before they got together, Long Yu had already arrived near one of the forces. Stepping on the Tianxian footwork that he had just learned, Long Yu held the nether dragon blade in his hand, and directly charged into the five of them, and eliminated a young genius of the 7 supernatural powers in one face-to-face, leaving 4. You are Long Yu. How courageous! Immediately someone exclaimed, and then all kinds of divine powers slammed towards Long Yu. Tianxian footwork. Long Yu's footsteps moved slightly, and he stepped on the low-rank body martial arts of the great wilderness level. His whole body moved like a phantom, and with the help of the power of the divine script, he easily avoided the bombardment of the opponent's divine script. Die. The nether dragon blade stabbed down quickly. Long Yu killed another person, and added another dead soul under the sharp blade. Space penetration. With a flick of Long Yu's hand, he directly threw the nether dragon blade. The phantom flickered, and the chest of the other person was completely penetrated, and then the whole person was transformed into white light under the expression of disbelief. Die. 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 Long Yu has long been used to such things as assassinations and sneak attacks. This is his talent, his innate ability. At this moment, it is directly displayed to the fullest. In the time of 3 breaths, 5 young geniuses from a powerful force were all slaughtered, turned into white light, and sent out of the illusion of the Red Emperor, falling into a temporary deep sleep. By the time they wake up, the battle for the Scarlet Emperor's illusion has ended, and it's useless to regret it. In such a place, the only thing Long Yu does is to kill the enemy and compete. There is nothing else to say, because if others have the same strength and opportunity, it is even more impossible to let him go. United? Very good. The shadow eye on Long Yu's forehead gleamed with a gloomy light, detecting that the other 2 teams were united and rushing towards him, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. God hidden. I see, it's those 10 people, 5 of them at the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. Jiuyo Tianguang. Those 10 people joined forces and rushed over, thinking that even the strong in the King realm would be able to resist half a point, but what greeted them was a dark fog. Under the shroud of the Jiuyo skylight, the power of the Jiuyo divine rune began to erode into their bodies, and many experts in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm began to attack, trying to disperse the Jiuyo skylight, but Long Yu's attack came quietly. Puff. 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 White light kept flashing in the Jiuyo sky, representing one after another being sent out of the arena by Long Yu. Long Yu, who was already extremely terrifying, became even more unpredictable with the support of Tianxuan's footwork. He just killed one person at this moment, and he was behind another person the next moment. Everyone wanted to dispel Jiuyo Tianguang, but when they successfully dispelled Jiuyo Tianguang, they found that almost 10 of them had been eliminated. With 3 people left, they finally dispersed all of Jiuyo Tianguang. And it was only 5 breaths before Long Yu condensed the 9 nether skylight to envelope them. 5 breaths, kill 7 people. What kind of speed is this? Even the strength of the King Realm powerhouse is nothing more than that. It's over. This King Realm Ice God Clan alien beast belongs to me. Holding the nether dragon blade in his hand, Long Yu directly sent the last 3 people into white light, and then if he realized something in his heart, finally at the next moment, he comprehended Tianquan's footwork to the realm of Xiaocheng. Tianquan's footwork stepped into the realm of Xiaocheng, which made Long Yu's movement become more and more weird. The main change is that he can move instantly in small steps. The truly perfect Tianqian footwork can absorb the power of Tianqian stars and allow martial arts to cross space. Now that Long Yu has practiced it to a small degree, he can already feel the power of a certain star from outside the sky. That is Tianqian star. Long Yu can teleport continuously in a short period of time with the help of a ray of heavenly star power he has absorbed. Although the distance of teleportation is very short, it is a means to truly cross space, and it can be very effective in many cases. It seems that the jade slip placed by the Red Emperor in this fantasy world records something unusual. Just a single low-grade martial skill at the Great Desolation level can even communicate with the power of stars outside the sky. Long Yu's eyes lit up. He knew very well that after this time, the power of the entire Baishua dynasty would leap forward, and after many forces obtained various martial arts and alchemy formulas, the overall strength of the dynasty would definitely increase. After this trip is over, of course there will be unavoidable secret transactions between the major forces. Countless pill recipes, molds, and wild-level martial arts will be passed on among the major forces. Of course, the information obtained in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion is wealth for any force, and if they want to exchange it, they must come up with something corresponding to it. It's a pity that Black Flame King, Long Yao, and so on have nothing to do with these things. The corner of Long Yu's mouth turned slightly, he took 2 steps forward, raised his head, and saw the King Realm Ice God clan beast guarding the gate of the giant palace. The body of the alien beast of the Ice God clan is a piece of 6-sided ice crystal. Long Yu didn't even know where its weakness was, but because it had dealt with this alien beast too many times, it was relatively easy to deal with it. One must know that in the ancient Shura Palace, Long Yu sealed tens of thousands of Ice God clan alien beasts, among which there were at least a few hundred of the King Realm alien beasts alone. Phantom Spiral. Soul Seal Siphon. Long Yu's hand raised is the 7th grade divine chain and the innate supernatural power of the 5th heaven. These 2 combo moves have good effects against the king-level powerhouses. In addition, a dense white bone arm protruded from the void, directly towards the capture that Ice God clan alien beast. The 3 methods came out together, and it was completely resisted by the Ice God clan alien beast in the King Realm with a roar, but it was still restrained by these 3 methods. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Long Yu's current strongest attack method came, and a breath of the 9 Nether Dragon burst out, directly blasting the Ice God clan beast back heavily, and fell into the snow at the entrance of the giant palace. Of course, this alone still couldn't kill a King Realm strange beast. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu held the Void Dragon blade, and directly launched the space penetration, one knife after another, but within a few breaths, the whole body of the Ice God race alien beast was already full of holes pierced by the Nether Dragon blade. A burst of pure the divine power of the ice attribute emerges from it, and belongs to the entire fantasy world. The Ice God race alien beast has no blood, and its body is composed of various pure powers, while the Ice God race alien beast of the King Realm, most of its power comes from the Ice Divine script in the body. After releasing the 10 space penetrations, Long Yu held the Nether Dragon blade and gradually walked towards the Ice God clan alien beast riddled with holes. This strange beast had completely lost its fighting power, but it did not die. Just as Long Yu slowly approached, the strange beast suddenly exploded, and a burst of ice power roared out, trying to envelop Long Yu and attack and kill him. It's a pity that Long Yu was already prepared for this. Tianqian Footwork. With the intention of practicing this move and martial skill, Long Yu directly used space teleportation, and as the power of the heavenly Xian stars descended from the sky, Long Yu instantly avoided the opponent's impact of the Ice Divine script. Die. The void dragon blade was held tightly by Long Yu, and smashed the hexagonal ice crystal into pieces in one fell swoop. Under the attack of the ancient top-level warriors, even the king-level beasts had no ability to resist. Not to mention that in this fantasy world, the Ice God clan beasts are also suppressed by the rules. When other alien beast races come to the world of Shenwu, their own strength will be suppressed and weakened. You must know that this is the world of the Joyo Dragon Emperor, and the Joyo Dragon Emperor and those alien beasts all have death feuds. The alien beast of the Ice God clan was shattered into pieces under Long Yu's swift and fierce attack, and Long Yu then sent a message to let Man Xian and Qihua return. The operation went smoothly, and it only took less than a stick of incense for Long Yu to completely remove the barriers to entering the giant palace. I have to say that even Long Yu, before he started the operation, he did not expect that he could be so fast. A large part of the reason is because he has comprehended the Tianxian footwork, which is a body move martial skill, which is quite effective in actual combat, especially in the melee. It is Long Yu's biggest contribution to killing 15 people from other forces so quickly. Someone is coming from my side. Boss, you enter the palace first, and I will be right back. The news from Man Xian caused Long Yu to frown slightly. Soon Qihua, Qiao Ziying and Hua Meier all came back. Long Yu greeted them, and let the three of them enter the giant palace first, and let them get the 1,000 points first. As for Long Yu, he moved quickly in the direction where Man Xian was. Hidden. Long Yu quietly disappeared, and soon found that in a snow-capped mountain in front of him, Man Xian was holding the storm demon saber, and quickly ran towards the giant palace. And behind him, 5 young strongmen are chasing and killing him. Among them, a woman who is the leader is the existence of the kingly secret realm. Luoyue Palace. Long Yu saw the other party's identity at a glance. The leading female demon cultivator of Wangjing was the daughter of the palace master of Luoyue Palace, named Yu Xinlan. The reason why Long Yu had a deep impression on the people from Luoyue Mansion was because Luoyue Mansion and Long Mansion were family friends. Although it was impossible for Luoyue Mansion to marry Long Mansion because of their different races, Yu Xinlan and Long Yao had always been called siblings, and for Long Yao, Yu Xinlan was also extremely protective. For Long Yu, who forced Long Yao to admit defeat on the martial arts stage, Yu Xinlan naturally didn't have any good impressions. Even the whole same encounter, she was hated by him. Barbarian, come in. Long Yu walked forward incognito, past Man Xian, said a word, and then raised his hand to summon the ancient tower of Lonka. Long Yu has exhausted all means. It is unrealistic to fight Yu Xinlan now. The most urgent thing is to escape first. Man Xian stepped into the space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda without hesitation, and then flew towards the giant palace with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The destination was obvious to others at a glance, that palace. Leave it to me. Yu Xinlan was very happy to see Man Xian. She was able to kill a guy from Tianyu Manor to vent her hatred, why not? However, she didn't expect Man Xian to run so fast, and her 2 ultimate moves were actually dodged by this kid with his strange body and martial skills. Man Xian has already mastered Tianxuan's footwork, but this physical martial skill saved his life today. Want to stop the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda? Just dream. Long Yu also entered the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda in the illusion is now very dilapidated, it is not so easy for people to catch up. Originally, there was still a lot of distance between Man Xian and Yu Xinlan, but at this moment, Long Yu urged the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to speed up, and flew directly to the entrance of the giant palace, and crashed into it all at once. Unimpeded. Long Yu and Man Xian finally entered the huge palace at the last moment, avoiding the pursuit of Yu Xinlan and other Luoyue Mansion powerhouses. After only 1 hour had passed, if Yu Xinlan was still waiting here, Long Yu would not be afraid at all. he would have already killed quite a few strong kings. Even though Yu Xinlan is much stronger than Long Yao and his ilk, in Long Yu's eyes, it is not impossible to deal with. On the ice field, in the snow, at the gate of the giant palace. The 5 people from Luoyue Mansion came here following Yu Xinlan. All of them had gloomy faces, because they did not expect that Long Yu and the others would actually snatch this 1,000-point palace. It seems that Long Yu's strength is really good. To be able to snatch this palace, at least he killed a king-level beast. Yu Xinlan said lightly. We'll just stay here and wait for them to come out. Another girl, Yaoxiu, said coquettishly, the Dragon Mansion has always been on good terms with us. Since we have met their enemy, we naturally cannot let them go. Guard them all for me. Yu Xinlan's eyes showed a ferocious look. This Long Yu let my brother Long Yao admit defeat in public. It is embarrassing. I have long wanted to teach him a good lesson, if it wasn't for Master Yu Hanqin. But in this illusion, we will put that the boy is expelled. Even Master Yu Hanqin can't control it. Long Yu, there are not many days when this person can be proud, but before he falls, it is quite interesting to be able to kill him once with his own hands. Yu Xinlan stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Her eyes revealed a seductive look. As for Long Yao, she has always loved him very much. He is a very cute little brother who has been helping her with many things. Long Yao was being bullied. Of course Yu Xinlan couldn't bear it. Moreover, Yu Xinlan also knows that Longfu launched a counterattack against Long Yu. Although it cannot be carried out because of Chidi and Yu Hengxin, as long as Chidi leaves. Some Long Yu saw it. Stay on guard, keep an eye on your surroundings at all times, don't let anyone get away. 5 people from Luoyue Mansion, 1 King Realm, and 4 Seven Paths Divine Ability Realm immediately stood guard at the entrance of the giant palace. The Luoyue Mansion had already obtained a 1,000-point palace, so they were not in a hurry, and had time to stay here. Waiting for Long Yu and the others to come out, they will face a deadly battle. Inside the giant palace. As expected, it is worthy of a 1,000-point palace. We are lucky, with a middle-grade martial skill of the great wilderness. The 2 daughters, Qiao Ziying and Hua Meyer, were the first to look at the jade slip in the palace, and they were all a little surprised. Among the 10,000-point palaces, only 2 of the jade slips recorded the Dahuang level middle-grade martial arts. The other 8 were either Danfeng or warrior molds. Unexpectedly, the first 1,000-point palace they came to find casually, in which jade slips recorded the great wilderness level middle-grade martial arts. Heavenly Power Star Shield. It is a mid-level defensive skill of the Great Desolation level. Tianqian Footwork, Tianquan Star Shield. Qiao Ziying thought for a while, and said aloud, the Great Desolation level martial arts recorded in the jade slips in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, are they all a set? They are all named after the Big Dipper. It's not just about naming. Hua Meyer went on to say, Tianquan's footwork seems to be able to borrow the power of Tianqian stars outside Tianwei, and this defensive martial skill, Tianquan Star Shield, should also be able to borrow the power of Tianquan stars outside Tianwei. As expected of the martial arts brought by the Red Emperor, it's too strong. Except for Man Xian, Qi Hua, and the other 3 were all emotional. Rather, he believed that he didn't care much about this martial skill, because he obtained a lot of wilderness-level martial skills in the ruins of the Storm Demon Knife. The martial arts practice of Demon God Wen, and it needs enough martial arts cultivation to start to comprehend. As long as you step into the realm of the 4 supernatural powers, Man Xian's strength will begin to increase significantly. The inheritance of the Storm Demon Knife did not come about randomly. If it weren't for the conflict between the inheritance of the demon and the divine language comprehended by Mo Zhaitian, it would not be Man Xian's turn to dig it out. After all, this is the Great Desolation level warrior that Mo Zhaitian got back then, and he deliberately lost to Long Yu, and wanted to make friends with Long Yu. Long Yu also stepped into the palace, turned around, and knew what everyone was discussing. Tian Quanxingduan, we only have 1 hour, so there should be no way to comprehend it. A solemn look appeared on Long Yu's face. There is a powerful enemy coming outside. She is an ally of the Dragon Mansion. Luoyue Mansion is also one of the 4 Beishue mansions. The leader is a woman named Yu Xinlan, who is said to be ruthless, and she is very kind to Long Yao. I am worried she will lead someone to wait for us outside for an hour. That is to say, in an hour's time, we will face the siege of Luoyue Mansion powerhouses. Chihua frowned slightly. Good. Long Yu nodded. Let's take a good rest this hour, and strive to recover to the peak state. After going out, 1 person will deal with 1, and the Queen Realm Banshee named Yu Xinlan will be handed over to me, but the others, you alone deal with 1. In Luoyue Mansion, apart from Yu Xinlan, there are 4 other experts in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. Among the Beishue 4 mansions, Luoyue Mansion's strength is extremely strong, at least not weaker than Dragon Mansion. Yu Xinlan, who has inherited various resources from Luoyue Mansion, is now nearly 30 years old, and it is normal for her to step into the King Realm. According to rumors, this girl is very close to the middle stage of the King Realm. That is to say, this woman hardly needs any interval to use various methods. The same method can continue to be used in a short period of time. This is definitely the strongest opponent Long Yu has ever encountered. You must know that even the original Chihua Valley Master, Guixia County King and others are only in the early stage of King Realm. Work hard, rest and recover. Long Yu also wanted to see where his strength had reached, and whether he had a chance of winning against an opponent who was about to step into the middle stage of King Realm. After half an hour, Long Yu and the others had all fully recovered, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he opened his eyes. Let's go out. If they are still outside, we will be caught off guard if we go out now, and if they are not outside, we have to be careful at all times. Okay boss, let's go. Man Xian laughed, not afraid at all. He has even killed the strange beasts of the 7 supernatural powers, and he will not necessarily lose against the martial arts of the 7 supernatural powers. Of course, the martial arts of the 7 Paths supernatural powers are definitely stronger than the strange beasts of the 7 Paths supernatural powers, but this just happens to give them a chance to exercise. The 5 got up and set off together. Stepping out of the gate of the palace, Long Yu saw 2 beautiful girls in blue clothes guarding outside the palace. They were the 2 powerful men of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm from Luoyue Mansion. They're out. When the 2 women saw Long Yu and 5 people, they were startled. They thought that Long Yu and 5 people would definitely wait in the palace for an hour before coming out. Unexpectedly, only half an hour after entering, Long Yu appeared, obviously trying to catch them off guard. Leave these 2 to me and Meyer. Long Yu was about to kill the 2 girls instantly, but Chihua stretched out his hand and stopped him directly. I saw a confident look in Chihua's eyes. Brother Long, you need to use all your strength to deal with Yu Xinlan, don't waste it on this little guy. Meyer and I will join hands to deal with these 2, enough. Long Yu took a deep look at Chihua, then nodded. Okay, then I will leave it to you. Chihua and Meyer have known each other for a long time, and there must be a lot of cooperation with each other in battle. With the strength of the 2, it should be no problem to join hands to deal with 2 strong men of the 7 Paths. As soon as the words fell, Chihua and Meyer rushed out respectively, and the flaming auras all over their bodies erupted loudly, attacking the 2 banshees of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm in Luoyue Mansion. The blood of all the demon cultivators in Luoyue Mansion comes from a demon moon beast, which is a monster with blue hair all over its body. It looks like a lion with blue hair, but it is more flexible than the lion monster. Facing Chihua and Meyer's attacks, the 2 Luoyue Palace banshees did not change back to their original bodies, but shot directly, and 2 ray of light gods blasted out. The demon cultivator of Luoyue Mansion is gifted with the ability to comprehend the power of the Moonlight Divine Glyph, which is one of the Light Divine Glyphs. As for the Yu Xinlan that Long Yu was going to deal with, it is said that besides the innate power of the moonlight divine script, she also comprehended the seductive divine script. This is a divine script power that confuses the opponent's mind, and belongs to the divine script of life. Category. That is to say, Yu Xinlan, the King Realm powerhouse, not only fits with the divine script of light, but also fits with the divine script of life attribute, and is a strong man with dual attributes. After a cultivator steps into the secret realm of the kingly way, he will have a chance to become a dual attribute match, but it needs an extremely precious material, and only forces like Long Yao and Yu Xinlan can get it. After mastering the combination of dual attributes, even the 7 magical powers have the opportunity to change. The innate magical powers that originally only had a single attribute can be integrated into the second attribute to become stronger. However, it is also possible to be self-defeating. Not any dual attributes can perfectly coexist, some attributes even conflict with each other, and cannot coexist at all. Moonheart Blue is here. Long Yu raised his head, but missed Qi Hua and Hua Meier who were fighting, but looked in another direction, and saw a ray of blue light flying quickly from that direction. Moonheart Blue. The strength of this King Realm expert is much stronger than what Long Yu has seen before, and his speed is extremely fast, that blue streamer. Long Yu squinted his eyes slightly. Even if he shot with all his strength, if he didn't use the Azure Spirit Boat, he couldn't catch up with Yu Xinlan's current speed. Manzi, Ziying, help me stop the other 2 guys who are in the 7 Paths realm, this Yu Xinlan, leave it to me to deal with it. Long Yu's voice fell, and with a movement of his footsteps, his whole body was thrown out like a cannonball, and he immediately faced Yu Xinlan, that blue streamer figure exuding the mighty aura of a powerful king. Court Death. Of course Yu Xinlan saw Long Yu flying towards her, and she laughed back angrily. This kid is really too arrogant, thinking that if he defeats Long Yao, he can deal with him. Arrogant boy, today I will let you know what the real, kingly secret realm is. Yu Xinlan snarled, and the blue moonlight shone all over her body. Supernatural power, moonlight kills. The blue moonlight divine script condensed into sword beams, falling towards Long Yu like raindrops, covering his whole body in an instant. Dragon Sparrow Flash. The corner of Long Yu's mouth was slightly raised, and he directly used the move of Long K dodge, and the sword beams passed directly through his phantom, piercing holes in the snow, bottomless. Rise. Yu Xinlan's face remained unchanged, but she stopped her figure, suspended on the snow in front of Long Yu, raised her hand, and the moonlight sword lights that had fallen into the snow rose directly, and continued to move towards Long Yu. Scroll up. But Long Yu's Long K flash can only last for a moment. Puff. 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 Long Yu's figure was directly pierced by the moonlight sword light, turning into a puff of black smoke and dissipating. Black smoke? Yu Xinlan frowned slightly, knowing that what she killed was just the phantom of Long Yu's avatar. She couldn't help but feel a little headache. That kid, wouldn't he use this phantom to deceive himself, and then take the opportunity to escape? Humph. Look at my supernatural powers, the charm of the soul seal. Yu Xinlan's eyebrows quickly stretched out, and a burst of seductive divine power spread from her to the surroundings, covering an area of hundreds of feet in an instant. Long Yu, who was about to get close to Yu Xinlan when he used the method of concealment, was directly overwhelmed by this move. Even though he was determined, his soul imprint was also affected by this move, causing fluctuations. And his ancient afterimage, of course, has no soul imprint. That is to say, the charm of Yu Xinlan's soul-calling seal is the same as Long Yu's comprehension of evil thoughts. It has the effect of finding the opponent's real body and seeing through invisibility. Found it. The corners of Yu Xinlan's mouth were slightly raised, and a charming expression appeared on her pretty face. If that's the case, then go to hell. Supernatural power, moonlight obliteration. A burst of moonlight and sword light condensed in midair again, and fell towards Long Yuzhen like a torrential rain. Sure enough, Yu Xinlan is not far from the middle stage of King Realm, and the same innate supernatural power has been displayed for the second time in a short period of time. Ying escape. Facing the moonlight obliteration covering a wide area, Long Yu didn't dare to fight head-on, and could only use body skills to avoid it. At this time, even using Tianxian footwork is useless, because the teleportation distance of Tianxian footwork it was too short, and couldn't get out of the attack range of moonlight erase several times in a row. Long Yu's whole body turned into a stream of pitch-black light, and escaped from the attack range of the moonlight obliteration. However, the situation on the field was very unfavorable to Tianyu Manor, because Yu Xinlan's charm of the soul-calling seal just now not only affected Long Yu, but also affected Qihua and Huameyer who were fighting. The two sides that were originally evenly matched, because of the charm of Yu Xinlan's move, the battle situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Huameyer and Qihua were each knocked into the air by taking the opportunity, fell heavily in the snow, and were seriously injured. Man Xian and Xiao Ziying, who had been guarding the formation at the side, were also affected by the charm of the soul seal, and attracted their attention for a while. Suddenly, two other female demon cultivators of the 7 supernatural powers appeared next to them, and launched a stormy attack on the two of them. For a moment, all 5 people in Tianyu Manor were in danger. Long Yu dodged Yu Xinlan's killing move, but saw Qihua and Huameyer being blown away by their respective opponents because they were enchanted with the soul mark. Man Xian and Xiao Ziying were also attacked at the same time, and 2 female demon cultivators of the 7 path supernatural powers attacked one after the other. But at this moment, Xiao Ziying raised her hand, with innate supernatural powers, the purification of water flow. This move of hers directly released herself from the enchanted state, and then she used another innate supernatural power at the fastest speed, the water prison. This simple move, but at this time it glows with brilliance. At the beginning of the elementary level of supernatural powers, this move could only deal with one person, but now, this move has become an intermediate level of supernatural powers. Water Dungeon. The water flow divine document was condensed out of thin air, and directly trapped 4 Banshee cultivator opponents in the 7 paths divine ability realm, and even trapped 4 of them with his own strength. Water Recovery. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Ziying directly used another innate supernatural power, and the power of the water flow divine script poured into the bodies of Qihua and Huameyer to treat their serious injuries. It's a pity that this move is only a basic supernatural power, and it can't completely heal the serious injuries of the two, but it finally restores their fighting strength. Immediately afterwards, Man Xian flicked his head, and finally woke up from the bewilderment of the charm of the soul seal. Without thinking, he held the storm demon knife tightly, and slashed towards one of the opponents in the 7 paths divine ability realm. In just an instant, the crisis of the 4 of them was resolved, and they fell into a fierce battle again. Seeing this scene, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that inviting Xiao Ziying to Tianyu Manor to help him was really a correct decision. However, this does not mean that Tianyu Manor has won this battle. Once there is a problem with Long Yu, no matter how good Xiao Ziying's performance is, it will be of no use. In this case, space penetration. Long Yu clenched his fist tightly, his eyes were sharp, and the nether dragon blade in the void condensed into a jet-black sharp blade, which suddenly appeared behind Yu Xinlan. Moonlight shield. Yu Xinlan sneered disdainfully, and a barrier condensed by the moonlight divine glyph appeared behind her, actually blocking the nether dragon blade. Although the moonlight shield was also shattered by the nether dragon blade, it also meant that Long Yu's space penetration did not pose any threat to Yu Xinlan. Not only was Yu Xinlan aware of Long Yu's sneak attack on her, but she was also able to continuously condense the moonlight shield to resist his attack. The moonlight shield alone is almost incomprehensible to Long Yu. After all, this is a strong man who is about to step into the middle stage of the King Realm, and there will be almost no gap between her using any means. Innate supernatural powers, wild-level martial arts, divine chains, and everything else, you can use them to your heart's content. This is the real kingly secret realm powerhouse. Moreover, all methods of Yu Xinlan are much more powerful than Long Yao and his ilk. After all, she has practiced longer than Long Yao and her like, and her inner world must be stronger than Long Yao's and her like. Under the moonlight, nothing can escape. With disdain in Yu Xinlan's eyes, she stepped towards Long Yu, raised her hand, and a burst of moonlight fell from the sky, covering Long Yu's whole body in it. God Chain. This move of the divine chain actually made Long Yu's whole body trapped in that beam of moonlight, unable to move. Even though it was only the 8th rank divine chain, it completely restrained Long Yu. Moonlight, obliterate. Murderous aura emerged from Yu Xinlan's eyes, and the moonlight turned into a sword light, which swept down once again, and at this moment, Long Yu couldn't move at all. The sky filled with moonlight and sword light blasted towards Long Yu, creating a terrifying air current. Even if it took Long K to escape to a different space for a moment, it was impossible to completely avoid this blow. Tianquan's footwork is useless. The barrier of death, I'm afraid it can't withstand so many moonlight sword lights. In this case, there is only. Facing a dangerous situation, Long Yu's mind became even more flexible. He immediately connected his mind to the nether dragon blade outside, and then urged the nether dragon blade to perform space penetration again. This time, the target of the nether dragon blade was not Yu Xinlan, but the burst of moonlight covering Long Yu. The piercing power of space penetration is extremely strong. The next moment it shattered the moonlight god chain that trapped Long Yu, and a gap appeared. Shift. With the gap created by space penetration, Long Yu finally cracked Yu Xinlan's 8th rank god chain, and escaped from it using Tianqian footwork. Ancient afterimage. Long Yu directly condensed another ancient remnant image, which floated towards Long Yu's head, waving his hand to condense the barrier of the underworld, the barrier of reincarnation, and the barrier of death. Although Long Yu didn't have the heaven-defying strength in the middle stage of King Realm, he still had a way to resist the moonlight and sword light all over the sky. As long as you get out of the moonlight chain, Yu Excellent's moonlight obliteration move is not terrible. The middle-level supernatural power of the 5th heaven can only be used too much, and various methods can break it. A remnant image of the ancient times, using various defensive methods, appeared above Long Yu's head. The sword glow of the moonlight all over the sky struck down, and was directly blocked by this ancient afterimage, while Long Yu himself quickly retreated from the spot, obliterating the moonlight 3 times in a row, but he didn't even touch the corner of Long Yu's clothes, and there was even a soul mark mixed in it. There are 2 methods of charm and moonlight chain. As expected of Long Yu, no wonder you can bully my little brother Long Yao. A murderous intent flashed in Yu Xinlan's eyes. However, that's the end of it. Even if you have all kinds of means, how many times can you use them? Next, die. The moonlight divine chain descended from the sky again, enveloping Long Yu, and then the moonlight killer descended again. The 4th obliteration. Long Yu's expression remained the same. It was still the methods just now that completely avoided Yu Xinlan's move. Space penetration, he can use it 10 times in a row, and he can condense a total of 4 ancient afterimages. If the opponent uses this method, he will be able to dodge more than once. However, Long Yu was also very clear in his heart that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. The only way to win is to fight back. How to fight back? Looking at the shadows floating around on the snowy ground, Long Yu gradually had an idea in his mind. It's stubborn, but it's a pity. After all, it's just a kid in a mystical realm. Yu Xinlan stood proudly, raised one hand, did not give Long Yu a chance at all, and the moonlight came down again. With her terrifying strength in the secret realm of the kingly way, she would perform the same move dozens of times without getting tired. Shrouded by the moonlight god chain, Long Yu once again used space penetration to break free from the shackles of the god chain, but the next moment, he did not use the ancient afterimages to resist the attack of the moonlight sword light, but, against the sky full of moonlight, the moonlight sword light flew towards Yu Xinlan, and the figure of a dragon finch faintly flickered on him, making his speed increase sharply. However, how can Dragon Bird Flash's speed bonus compare to that of Yu Yingdun? Even Yu Yingdun could only barely avoid the attack range of Moonlight Kill, and now it is impossible to avoid the opponent's attack when performing the Dance of the Dragon and Sparrow. Yu Yingdun, Long Yu has already been used just now, of course it cannot be used again now. However, even if Long Yu only performed the Dance of the Dragon and Sparrow, his speed was not slow. Coupled with the short-distance teleportation of Tianquan's footwork, he unexpectedly flew to the edge of the moonlight and sword light in a short period of time. Raise your hand. The hand of Jiuyou. The mid-level supernatural power suddenly appeared, and a bony arm appeared from the void, grabbing at Yu Xinlan standing proudly in mid-air. Immediately afterwards, a piece of 9 nether divine inscriptions bloomed from under Yu Xinlan's feet, the 7th grade divine chain, and the spiral of Yuan. Soul Seal Siphon. Wu Hong absorbed the divine mantra, and rushed to Yu Xinlan in an instant. At last. Space Penetration. The nether dragon blade drew a fierce light, stabbing towards Yu Xinlan's neck. After all, it's too naive. Yu Xinlan showed a cruel smile, feeling Long Yu's outburst at this moment, but what appeared on her face was contempt from the bottom of her heart. In her opinion, the gap between the two sides was too big after all. Moonlight, Purification. A beam of moonlight, falling from the sky, directly dispelled the 9 nether hands that appeared in the void. Not only that, but also defeated the 5 rainbow-absorbing divine scripts that came crashing down, and Long Yu's 2 innate supernatural powers were directly deciphered. Next, Moonlight Shield. The space penetration of the Void Dragon Blade was blocked again. Even though the Moonlight Shield was broken, the Void Dragon Blade was also blocked, losing the sharpness of that blow. Moonlight, make me light. Under Yu Xinlan's feet, a piece of moonlight bloomed, making her extremely holy. At the same time, the spiral of ghost patterns blooming under her feet was actually absorbed by this piece of moonlight. All kinds of powerful methods of Long Yu were easily deciphered by Yu Xinlan, and in Yu Xinlan's eyes, there was always a mocking look. A mere kid with supernatural powers, trying to challenge her? Ridiculous. However, the next moment, her face changed slightly, and she suddenly felt a little discomfort in her body. It seemed that when Long Yu used various methods just now, a strange force entered her body. The hand of Jiuyou. Even though Yu Xinlan directly dispelled the middle-level supernatural power of Jiuyou's hand, that ray of Jiuyou's divine script still quietly entered her body, and exploded at this moment. Yu Xinlan subconsciously used magical means, moonlight purification, trying to dispel the ray of 9 nether divine rune power that was about to explode in her body. For her, this is nothing more than a piece of cake. Just relying on this, still want to hurt her Yu Xinlan? Dream. It's a pity that Long Yu's backhand is not limited to this move. When she gathered her strength to deal with the wisp of 9 nether divine runes in her body, Long Yu flew over quickly, and the shadow cast by the sun happened to appear at Yu Xinlan's feet. It's now. Shadow killing technique, kill. Originally it was just a shadow, but now, the shadow below Yu Xinlan suddenly exploded, condensed into a 9 nether divine runes, turned into a sharp blade, and stabbed directly at Yu Xinlan's back. What? Yu Xinlan's complexion changed slightly, and the operation speed of the divine script in her body suddenly accelerated. Moonlight Purification. The 9 nether divine runes in her body were directly purified by her, and then, when the sharp blade transformed from the shadow-killing technique was only an inch away from her, a moonlight shield finally emerged. Boom! The sharp blade formed by the shadow-killing technique was directly blocked by the moonlight shield, only half an inch away, and Yu Xinlan could be caught off guard and killed. However, after all, it was half an inch short. Yu Xinlan's reaction speed is definitely not slow, even faster than Long Yu's, because the speed of the divine script in her body is much faster than Long Yu's. After all, she is a strong person in the secret realm of the royal way. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's figure could not completely break away from the range that was wiped out by the moonlight just now. Countless moonlight sword lights pierced Long Yu's body at this instant. Time almost stood still at this moment. In the distance, Qi Hua, Man Xian, Hua Meier, and Qiao Ziying were at a stalemate with their respective opponents, but now, they saw this scene before their eyes. Long Yu was pierced by countless moonlight sword lights and thousands of swords. Moreover, they are very clear that what is being hit now is not Long Yu's ancient afterimage, but his body. Since Yu Xinlan displayed the charm of the soul seal, it is impossible for him to deceive Yu Xinlan with the ancient afterimage. Up. What's more, just now, Long Yu has condensed 4 ancient afterimages one after another, that is to say, he can't condense more afterimages in a short time, and the one who is hit now must be Long Yu himself. Are you going to die? Qiao Ziying's heart was shocked, since she knew Long Yu. She had never seen Long Yu fall into such a situation, but it was right to think about it. Long Yu, in the final analysis, is only the cultivation base of the 4 supernatural powers. But his opponent is a terrifying existence, close to the middle stage of King Realm. The gap between the two sides is too big. Even if Long Yu fails, no one will think that he is too weak. They will only feel pity for him. If Long Yu's training time is the same as that of Yu Xinlan, he will definitely be able to crush Yu Xinlan. Forget it, it's not bad to get 1,000 points. With Tianqian footwork, Tianquan star shield, and 2 moves of great desolation level martial arts, the strength of the entire Tianyu manor will be further improved. Qi Hua thought in his heart that he didn't have any complaints about Long Yu's failure. It is already very remarkable to be able to get to this point. You know, they killed Black Flame King and Long Yao in the Scarlet Emperor illusion, 2 powerful kings. When Long Yu was pierced by Wang Jian's heart, Qi Hua was a little disheartened, but Man Xian on the other side suddenly roared, Huazi, what are you doing? Why don't you kill your opponent quickly? Only Man Xian is still full of fighting spirit at this moment. He brandished the storm demon saber in his hand, and the demon-sealing divine art erupted loudly, knocking back the banshee show of the 7-path supernatural powers in front of him, and snorted coldly, Brother Long, don't die so easily. Hearing Man Xian's words, Qi Hua's heart was shocked. Indeed, as Man Xian said, would Long Yu really die like this? Won't. A wave of hope surged in Qi Hua's heart. Long Yu has never let him down, and even if he died here, he would only lose the qualification to continue competing for the Jade Slips, and he would not really lose his life. Under such circumstances, Qi Hua knew that he could not lose his fighting spirit. Come on, Meyer, let's continue killing. Qi Hua's original source of heavenly fire divine mantra erupted loudly, and the Skyfire battle suit floated all over his body, and a wave of heat swept away. The battle in the distance became more intense, but Long Yu smiled. After being pierced by Wang Jian's heart, the corners of Long Yu's mouth twitched slightly. When countless moonlight and sword lights shrouded him, he condensed the death barrier in time. This move failed to kill him. Although seriously injured, Long Yu did not turn into white light and leave. It seems that the only way is to use the final trump card. Originally, he wanted to use this method to fight for the last 10,000-point Jade Slip, but if Yu Xinlan can't pass this level, what qualifications does he have to go to the 10,000-point palace? Originally, Long Yu wanted to hide his own trump card, but now it seems that he can't do it. The combo just now is half an inch away from defeating Yu Xinlan. If he doesn't use real means, Long Yu will definitely die today. Kill. When Long Yu opened his eyes, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Humph, I didn't die, but you are so seriously injured, and you still want to kill me, don't you think it's too ridiculous? Yu Xinlan looked at Long Yu floating in the air, with a murderous look in his eyes, and couldn't help but sneered contemptuously, Shadow Killer, relying on my own shadow is beyond my expectation, but next, I won't let you get close my chance. Boom. As soon as Yu Xinlan raised her hand, a beam of moonlight blasted out, knocking Long Yu away, and his shadow, which had landed on the snow ground near Yu Xinlan, flew far away so that he can no longer use the shadow-killing technique to sneak attack Yu Xinlan. Long Yu, who was seriously injured, didn't have any ability to resist at all. He was directly blown away, fell on the snow, and made a deep hole in the snow. Next, die for me. If you can resist the first time and not die, can you resist the second time? Yu Xinlan condensed the Moonlight Divine script in her hands, and then sneered, "Moonlight kills." Thousands of moonlight and sword lights condensed from the sky once again, attacking Long Yu, like a rain of arrows. There is no escape, no escape. If there were no accidents, Long Yu, who was seriously injured, would definitely not be able to stop this move, and he could only die. However, the accident happened after all. Just when the thousands of moonlight and sword lights began to condense, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Long Yu's location, and the power of the 9 nether divine runes condensed behind him, gradually condensing into the shape of a 9 nether dragon. Dragon of 9 Serenity, True Spirit. When it comes to the stage of mysterious realms of supernatural powers and kingly ways, who will use true spirits to fight? Unless it is a true spirit with terrifying effects. And the dragon true spirit of 9 nethernesses is undoubtedly Long Yu's last trump card. This true spirit can only be condensed once a month, but every time it appears, it is enough for Long Yu to change the situation of the battle. When the true spirit of the 9 nether dragon emerged, almost before it was fully formed, Yu Xinlan was already intimidated. Not only him, but everyone around Long Yu was all intimidated at the same time. Everyone's mind is blank. Space penetration. When Long Yu was seriously injured, he directly raised his hand, and the nether dragon blade pierced through the void, piercing Yu Xinlan's throat in one fell swoop. The shocked Yu Xinlan was unable to use any defensive means, and was directly killed by Long Yu's blow, and her whole body turned into white light and went away. Under normal circumstances, a strong man who is close to the middle stage of the King realm, even if he stands in place and is attacked by the 4 supernatural powers, it is impossible to suffer any damage. After all, the physical strength of the strong King realm is very strong. However, what Long Yu used was space penetration. What he holds in his hand is the most powerful ancient warrior, the Nether Dragon Blade. The Dragon of 9 Serenity appeared, and killed Yu Xinlan with one blow. As the blue of the moon's heart turned into white light and dissipated, the moonlight and sword lights all over the sky also turned into a breeze and dissipated at this moment, disappearing from the midair without a trace. However, the situation of Long Yu and others is still not very good. There is no other reason. The true spirit of the 9 nether dragons emerged, and it was everyone who was shocked. Moreover, the lower the cultivation level, the longer the shock time. That is to say, Qi Hua, Man Xian and others, as well as the other 4 people in Tianyu Manor, have been intimidated for longer than the other 4 powerhouses of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. And Long Yufeng's attack on Yu Xinlan was already the last space penetration, and he was seriously injured and could hardly move. Apart from manipulating the Nether Dragon Blade, he couldn't help Monxin and them in any way. In this case, as long as the 4 guys in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm wake up first, Qi Hua, Man Xian and others will surely die, and immediately after, Long Yu, who is seriously injured, cannot escape. Shadow Killing Technique, the essence of ancient shadow killing. This is a transcendent realm. What if it can be cultivated to the transformation state? Long Yu's eyes lit up. He faintly felt that his comprehension of Huangguing Sha had reached the stage of breaking through again, and he couldn't help being a little happy. Perhaps due to Long Yu's character, he comprehended the move of Huangguing Sha very quickly. Transformation. At this moment, Long Yu finally comprehended Huangguing Sha to the final stage and stepped into the realm of transformation. Ever since he comprehended the 9 explosions of Yulong to the transformation realm, Long Yu finally comprehended the great desolation level martial skill of Huanggu shadow killing to the final stage and stepped into the transformation realm. And the Huanggu shadow killer, who is comprehended to the realm of transformation, has even more terrifying functions. Manipulate the shadows. Become a shadow. 2 major functions make the move of Huangguing Sha truly worthy of its name. Incarnate as a shadow, now Long Yu doesn't need it, but manipulating the shadow. Kill. Long Yu raised his hand with difficulty, and the 9 nether divine runes spread out from his body, and he even directly controlled the shadows of the 4 powerful men of the 7 realms of supernatural powers in the distance. Immediately afterwards, the 4 shadows launched a surprise attack. The 9 nether divine inscription turned into a sharp blade, slashed across the necks of the 4 people, and beheaded them. 4 white lights lit up at the same time, but Long Yu himself was also exhausted, and his whole body fell into an unconscious state. Only the self-healing divine script in his body was still working tirelessly, repairing his seriously injured body. It's a pity that he was injured too badly, and the divine script of self-healing he had comprehended was not a complete imprint of divine script after all. The engraved script of divine script of self-healing obtained from Tianyu Island at that time had less than half of its power. This kind of incomplete engraving of divine script is relatively common in the world of divine martial arts. Most of the martial artists in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers have comprehended the power of divine script. If it wasn't for Long Yu being supported by Death Realm body training, he would have died long ago when Yu Xinlan's moonlight obliteration pierced his whole body. Although his recovery is slow now, he still has a glimmer of life. The true spirit of the Dragon of 9 Serenity disappeared after it emerged. After about 5 breaths, Qi Hua, Man Xian, Qiao Ziying, and Huameyer finally woke up. They didn't feel what was going on at all just now, but they were frightened by the terrifying aura of the 9 Nether Dragon true spirit. Now that they woke up, they were all shocked. What happened just now? Where are the people from Luoyue Palace? Haha, I knew it. Brother Long broke out at a critical moment and killed them all in a single wave. Really dead? Go and see how Brother Long is doing. The 4 of them rushed towards Long Yu without any hesitation. Among them, Qiao Ziying waved his hand, and the divine script of water flow wrapped Long Yu's whole body, and began to moisten and nourish him. I've just used water resuscitation, and I can't use it now. We have to find a place to rest and wait for Long Yu to recover before leaving. I can feel that he will fully recover soon. Qiao Ziying looked at the blood holes in Long Yu's body pierced by the moonlight sword light, and said with certainty. Even with Qiao Ziying's supernatural power of water resuscitation for treatment, coupled with the operation of Long Yu's own body's self-healing divine power, it took a full half a day for Long Yu's serious injury to heal. When Long Yu woke up, the 5 of them still did not leave the snow mountain, but opened a cave in the snow mountain and hid in it to avoid being bumped into by others. Brother Long, you're awake. When Man Xian saw Long Yu opened his eyes, he immediately uttered joy and ran over. Well, how long has it been? Long Yu asked subconsciously. Half a day, now we have the last day to fight for other jade slips. Qiao Ziying on the side replied. There's only 1 day left. Long Yu's eyes showed brilliance. In this way, those 1,000-point palaces will definitely not have our share, and we should go directly to the central 10,000-point palace. Brother Long, can you still perform the trick you used to instantly kill Yu Xinlan? Qi Hua asked from the side. If you can still use it, the last palace is also very easy. Cannot. Long Yu tried it, then shook his head. He also hoped that in this illusion of the Scarlet Emperor, the true spirit of the 9 Nether Dragon would not have to wait for a month for it to emerge, but unfortunately this was not the case. In reality, the true spirit of the 9 Nether Dragon could only be summoned once a month. The same is true in Emperor Illusion. Of course, if it is used in the illusion, it will not affect the present world, that is to say, after leaving the illusion of the Scarlet Emperor, Long Yu can still condense the true dragon spirit of the Nine Serenities immediately in reality. What Long Yu is worried about now is that his biggest trump card, the true spirit of the Dragon of Nine Nethernesses, has finally been exposed this time. When the battle for the Jade Slips and the Scarlet Emperor illusion is over, do you want to go to other places to practice? If the people of Beishua dynasty knew him too well, it would be quite dangerous to practice in the dynasty. Let's wait until this time is over. Long Yu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After trying to mobilize the strength in his body, everything has recovered, and there must be only 10,000 points left to compete for the Jade Slip Palace. It should be too late to rush there now. It's a pity, if Brother Long can't use that move, the last palace will be too difficult. Chihua sighed. No, we still have a chance, let's go. Long Yu smiled slightly. In this illusion of the Scarlet Emperor, it's not like we have no allies at all. You mean, Xuan from Azura Mansion? Qiao Ziying's eyes lit up. As for the last 10,000 point palace, no matter which faction it is, it wants to get it. After all, it records a top-grade martial art of the wilderness level. Great wilderness level high-grade martial arts. One must know that this level of martial arts has never appeared even in top mansions like Dragon Mansion and Luiwei Mansion. This is one of the 5 strongest emperors in the entire Shenwu world, the benefits that Chidi brought to his disciple, Yu Hanqin. Of course, Qiao Ziying was also very interested. Good. Long Yu nodded. Although he has not seen Xuan yet, he believes that it is absolutely impossible for Xuan to be killed halfway. It is very possible that he and Xuan will meet near the last 10,000 point palace. Let's go secretly, approach quietly, and don't disturb anyone. Long Yu took out the Shura spirit boat, and took the 4 of them towards the center of the entire Scarlet Emperor's illusion. In the center of the Red Emperor's illusion, where the final treasure hall is located. Those who were able to come near this palace were all the leading forces in the entire Beishua dynasty. Taiyang Xingfu. The genius Jing Tianqing was pacing leisurely in mid-air. Not far in front of him was a huge palace floating in the sky. It was the center of the entire Scarlet Emperor's illusion, where the 10,000 point jade slips were stored. Jing Tianqing had entered the top 10,000 in the competition for the strongest king 5 years ago, and now Jing Tianqing is even stronger, not far from the emperor's realm. Jing Tianqing is also the designated heir of the powerful Tianqing mansion of the Beishua dynasty. Jing Tianqing, dressed in white, paced leisurely in the sky, followed by 4 strong men of the 7-path supernatural power realm. Each of them looked at Jing Tianqing with awe. Even if they are all from Tianqing mansion, these people are extremely afraid of Jing Tianqing, because this person's talent is really too monstrous. You said, who would have the guts to compete with my Tianqing mansion for the last jade slip? Jing Tianqing said with great interest. He looked forward, and the 10,000 point giant floating palace had just been opened, and a powerful 8-clawed flying bat beast in the late stage of the 3-headed king state appeared in front of the floating palace. There is only one faction that can obtain the high-grade martial arts, jade slips of the great wilderness. Even though 2 Scarlet Emperor illusions have been opened, in the other Scarlet Emperor illusion, there is not even a strong person who enters the king realm. If there is any, the points in the Imperial Capital Grand Meeting will not drop below the top 100. Those people are lucky to be able to open a 1,000-point palace, guarded by alien beasts from the royal secret realm. As for the last 10,000-point palace, it is impossible for those people to get their hands on it. An 8-clawed flying bat beast in the late stage of the 3-headed king realm. Even if Long Yao, Black Flame King, and others come over, they may not be able to deal with one of them. Even a strong person like Yu Xinlan may barely be able to draw with one of them. The strength of the 3 alien beasts is extremely terrifying, but this is for ordinary people. To Jing Tianqing, these 3 strange beasts are nothing. Late King Realm? Jing Tianqing, is also at the late stage of the King realm, even at the peak of the King realm, and is only one step away from the King realm. In the Scarlet Emperor illusion, the strength of all kinds of alien beasts is suppressed just like in the world of Shenwu. Jing Tianqing will not feel any pressure at all against three of them. Young master, don't we want to kill the strange beast? One of the young men in white behind Jing Tianqing asked Jing Tianqing. What are you in a hurry for? Jing Tianqing smiled mysteriously. If I do it now, I want to defeat the three beasts. It will not be a matter of a while. If someone is taking advantage of it, it will be difficult, so. We have to wait for others to show up. Come one, I will kill one. If a pair comes, I will kill a pair. Young master, you are the strongest in this fantasy world, and the others will join forces to deal with us, right? Another person asked aloud. Join hands, so what? Unparalleled confidence appeared on Jing Tianqing's face. Even if all the other kings are together, I don't need to be afraid. After all, if I want to deal with the strange beasts in the late stage of the three-headed king, without me, can they do it? No wonder Jing Tianqing didn't plan to do anything to those three guardian beasts. It turned out that he included all three guardian beasts in his plan. If Jing Tianqing died, it would be extremely difficult to deal with those three strange beasts, but how easy is it to kill Jing Tianqing? If the time comes and both sides suffer, who can deal with those three guardian beasts? You stay by the side, and if anyone comes, tell them that I, Tiang Xingfu, want this high-grade martial art of the Great Desolation level. Jing Tianqing ordered lightly, if you are willing to stand on my side, as long as you are willing to pay enough god coins afterwards, you can buy the cultivation method of the Great Wilderness level top-grade martial arts from us. If you don't want to stand on my side, I will immediately get out and kill them. Yes. The four white-clothed youths behind him responded in unison, and then dispersed towards the surroundings. They were from the Tianqing mansion, and Jing Tianqing stood behind them. When others saw it, they dared not make a move immediately. Who knows if Jing Tianqing is behind them? Therefore, there must be time for negotiation, and it depends on whether the other party accepts it or not. Those who were able to win from the fight for 1,000 points palace were undoubtedly the best among the major forces of the Beishua dynasty, and it was almost impossible for the 8 villages and 4 mansions to do so. At this time, finally, a strong man from another force came. It was a team with only 3 people left, and the leader was a genius in the mid-king stage, who was naturally from one of the 4 prefectures of Beishua Bazhuang. This was a powerful demon cultivator. People in front, stop. A genius of the 7-path supernatural realm of Tianqing Mansion appeared in front of these 3 people, appeared in white clothes, and said lightly, the young master has an order. If you are willing to help the young master win the final jade slip, you can pay a certain amount of divine coins afterwards. You can buy a copy of the Cultivation Jade Slip of the Great Wilderness class high-grade martial arts. The faces of the 3 changed slightly. Jing Tianqing is so arrogant? How many god coins? The head of the strong man in the middle of the king realm asked. He was a demon cultivator, and now he took the shape of a human, with a shrewd look in his eyes. He is not so easy to be deceived. If Jing Tianqing wants to use him as a spearman, he has to see what conditions he offers. 1 million. That day, the young man in white in the Xingfu said lightly, and made an offer immediately. 1 million divine coins. This is a huge sum, even for Beishua Bazhuang and 4 mansions. It is equivalent to a year's expenses. However, the high-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level are definitely worth the price. How do I know if you will go back on your word? The strong man's expression remained unchanged, and he asked lightly. The Great Wilderness level top-grade martial arts are of extremely high value, and the entire Northern Snow dynasty does not yet have them. 1 million divine coins is still within the acceptable range, but the strong man is not sure, and Tiang Xingfu will not go back on his word. Even if Tianqing Mansion repents, it will be a blow to Tianqing Mansion's reputation, but the manor where this strong man lives is not very friendly with Tianqing Mansion. Even if they are hostile, Tianqing Mansion will not be afraid, right? What's more, it was after helping Jing Tianqing obtain the great wilderness level top-grade martial arts. In the Scarlet Emperor illusion, Jing Tianqing's strength is the strongest, but outside, the major forces are still about the same. The top powerhouses are all in the Emperor realm, and whoever gets the top-grade martial arts at the Great Desolation level will be stronger. Repent, of course not. That day, the young man in white and Xingfu smiled faintly. Don't forget, who created this illusion? Lord Chitty must have seen everything in his eyes. In front of Lord Chitty, how dare our Xingfu go back on his word? It's a deal. The strong man showed a sneer and agreed. One of the Beishua 8 villages, Tianxiang Manor, became Jing Tianqing's henchman, and the name of this strong man in the middle stage of the King realm, Giant Elephant King. It is not surprising that the Giant Elephant King agreed to Jing Tianqing's conditions. If he relied on himself alone, he would have a low success rate if he wanted to compete for the top-grade Dahuang level martial arts. Now that he agreed to stand by Jing Tianqing, it would be much easier for him to join hands with Jing Tianqing to obtain the high-grade Dahuang level martial arts. Even if it costs 1,000,000 divine coins, it's still worth it. However, the Giant Elephant King will not completely stand on Jing Tianqing's side, because he knows very well that if there are too many people helping Jing Tianqing, this trip to Tianqing Mansion will be the biggest winner. Each of the multiple forces has 1,000,000 divine coins, plus the Red Emperor reward for the highest fantasy points. It is enough to make Xingfu the largest force in the entire Beishua dynasty. Naturally, the Giant Elephant King couldn't be so stupid, so although he temporarily agreed, he still had to decide what to do later depending on the specific situation. Around the final treasure hall floating in the center, such scenes happened from time to time, and soon, including the Giant Elephant King, there were 3 king-level powerhouses standing on Jing Tianqing's side. Except for the Giant Elephant King, the other 2 are at the early stages of the King realm, and their strength is about the same as that of Long Yao, but the 3 of them together are definitely an extremely powerful combat force. Of course, the 4 youths from the Tianqing Mansion went to see Feng to negotiate terms with the people, but there were times when they failed. In the end, near Jing Tianqing, including himself, 4 king-level geniuses gathered, but only 3 of the young geniuses he sent out returned. There is one more, Dai. I'm afraid it's those forces that are hostile to Tianqing Mansion. Jing Tianqing smiled lightly, and didn't care. Headed by the Kunyao Mansion, there should be a few King Realm geniuses standing opposite us. Hey, the 4 of us are enough, no matter who comes, there is only one dead end. The Giant Elephant King smiled arrogantly. That guy from the Kunyao Mansion is also in the middle stage of King Realm. Jing Tianqing made a reminder. I've sparred with him, and it's hard to tell the winner. The Giant Elephant King said with a smile. With me here, that guy doesn't want to get away, let alone Jing Tianqing with you. I'm afraid I can solve him with one move. Jing Tianqing smiled lightly, non-committal. In the end, no one else appeared around the treasure hall. Of course, it was impossible for the people from the Demon Mansion to run into trouble and directly confront Jing Tianqing and the 4 of them, so they hid in the distance. Same as Kunyao Mansion, there are many more, including Xuanhuan and Long Yu. However, when Long Yu came near the final treasure hall, he hadn't seen Xuanhuan yet, but instead saw a team from other forces. Snowberry Manor. Yo, it turned out to be Long Yu's little brother. A beautiful girl in a snow-white dress appeared in front of Long Yu, who turned out to be Bai Shui, the genius of Xueli Manor. At this time, Long Yu led 5 people to approach the final treasure hall from the ground, but they were found by the people of Xueli Manor. Even if Long Yu used the means of hiding, it was useless. Bai Shui has a very strong detection ability. Bai Shui. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and immediately became vigilant in his heart. But he knew that during the last round of the royal capital's grand event, he had abused the 3 girls in Xueli Manor very badly. Well, those 3 girls are now following behind Bai Shui. At this moment, Bai Shui appeared. Maybe it was an enemy rather than a friend. Don't be nervous, little brother Long Yu. Feeling Long Yu's vigilance, Bai Shui smiled slightly and waved her hand. Now my sister has no ill intentions towards you. Do you know Jing Tianqing? That guy wants to monopolize the final treasure haul. We should all join hands and give him to you first. Just solve it. So, the enmity between Xueli Manor and Tianqing Mansion is not small. Long Yu smiled, but his inner vigilance did not diminish at all. He had heard that there was a discord between Xueli Manor and Tianqing Mansion. If the situation near the final treasure haul was really what Bai Shui said, then it was not surprising that Bai Shui chose to cooperate with him. But the problem is, Long Yu doesn't know whether what Bai Shui said is true or not. Therefore, inner vigilance is essential. After defeating Yu Xinlan, Long Yu's whole cards have been used up. If he is not careful now, he may miss the final treasure haul. It's not small. Bai Shui raised her head and looked at the final treasure haul looming in the high-altitude clouds. You also know that now is the greatest opportunity for the transformation of our Baishui dynasty. If Tiang Xingfu gets the final treasure palace and jumps up, other forces will come. It's time to just carry their shoes. Great wilderness-level high-grade martial arts is one aspect. On the other hand, it is the Red Emperor reward for being the first in points. Since the Red Emperor came here in person, of course what he took out would not be rubbish, and its value would definitely be higher than the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness. What are we going to do? Go straight up and deal with Jing Tianqing? The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up, and he asked. If this is the case, he would be too lazy to participate. Jing Tianqing is a strong man in the late stage of Qing realm, and his inner world has already produced the original power. Even facing a genius like Yu Xinlan, I am afraid that he only needs one move to deal with it. Long Yu is quite afraid of the late stage of Qing realm. He defeated Long Yao, but it doesn't mean he can defeat such an existence as Jing Tianqing. That's one of the top 10,000 strong men in the strongest Qing realm, a genius, and that was 5 years ago. How strong is the current Jing Tian guild? No one knows. Of course not, we just have to wait. Bai Shui shook her head and said with a smile, when the time passes slowly, Jing Tianqing will definitely not be able to bear it, and go to fight against the 3 guardians of the final treasure haul. At that time, let's do it together again. I have already contacted several other major forces. At least 4 Qing realm geniuses are all ready. Long Yu nodded. He believed what Bai Shui said, because the other party had no reason to deceive him. If Bai Shui wanted to frame him, she would have done it long ago. It is impossible to show up and talk to him so much. Of course, Bai Shui's biggest purpose is probably to let Long Yu play as cannon fodder. However, is this possible? From himself to others, the other Qing realm powerhouses, contacted by Bai Shui, will definitely not be willing to be cannon fodder. Just when Long Yu was thinking this way, Bai Shui said again, our forces have reached an agreement. No matter who wins the final treasure haul, the Great Wilderness level top-grade martial arts, we must share it unconditionally. Rewards should also be apportioned depending on the conditions. This agreement? Long Yu's heart moved, but he was a little surprised. It's rare that Bai Shui is so capable, and can persuade other forces to accept such a condition. In this way, except for Jing Tianqing and his group, everyone else is on the same front. Long Yu felt that it was good to share the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, at least as long as Jing Tianqing didn't step into the final treasure haul, he could get the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level. However, I don't know what the reward for being the first in the Red Emperor's illusionary points is. I promise. Long Yu nodded and agreed. This agreement is not harmful to him. Anyway, with his strength, it is extremely difficult to compete for the final treasure haul. It is very difficult for him to deal with any king-level powerhouse present, let alone the total of 7 people in the audience. 8 King Realm powerhouses. Even if he and Xuan join forces, it will be difficult to succeed. Okay, since that's the case, Yutanyu Manor and Shura Mansion should act together. Xuan is waiting not far away. You can go find her. Bai Shui pointed to a direction in the distant dense forest. Long Yu nodded, then separated Bai Shui from others, and ran towards Xuan. Although this is only a verbal agreement, if anyone wins the final treasure haul at that time, it is impossible to go back on his word. After all, the Scarlet Emperor illusion was created by the Red Emperor, and nothing can escape the eyes of the Red Emperor. Wouldn't it leave a bad impression in front of Chitty if he openly repented at that time? It doesn't make any sense just to monopolize the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level. No one would do the stupid thing of losing a watermelon and picking up sesame seeds. Soon, Long Yu really saw Xuan, and Xuan had already agreed to Bai Shui's condition, and when Jing Tianqing made a move to deal with the guardian beast, they would fight for the final treasure haul together. Besides accepting, there is no other way. If we act together, at least the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level can be guaranteed. Xuan said to Long Yu with a smile. The two parties finally met in the Scarlet Emperor's illusionary realm. After a brief exchange, they both knew what had happened to the other party. When they learned that it was Xuan who chased and killed Long Yao at that time, Long Yu and the others were dumbfounded for a moment. It turns out that you were chasing and killing Long Yao. Long Yu smiled, puzzled. I thought it was someone strong. So, Long Yao was killed by you? It's amazing. Behind Xuan, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. After that guy transformed into the body of a dragon monster, he escaped so fast, we can't catch up. There are 5 people in Shura Mansion, and 5 people in Tianyu Manor, each planning to do a big job in the near future. The ultimate treasure haul, don't give up. Great Wilderness level top-grade martial arts are attractive enough to any force, even to Long Yu and Xuan. Near the final palace, Jing Tianqing and the other 4 forces made up a total of 16 people. After waiting for a long time, no one else approached. Things are not good. Jing Tianqing frowned slightly. What's wrong? The giant elephant king snorted softly. There are still 3 hours before the closure of the illusion. It's almost time to act. If you don't act, if you don't have time to deal with the guardian beast, then you will have no chance. Don't worry, I'm sure I can finish those 3 strange beasts within half an hour. Jing Tianqing shook his head, and said lightly, I want to see who is more patient. The giant elephant king was a little upset about this, but he didn't say anything. It really didn't take much time to deal with 3 alien beasts of the same realm, but the key point was that no one else showed up. If he didn't do it earlier, it would be really possible being interfered by others, unable to succeed. However, the giant elephant king knew that Jing Tianqing wanted the final palace more than himself, so he didn't need to say anything. Since Jing Tianqing has confidence, then trust him. In the battle for the final treasure haul, the invisible gunpowder filled the air, and both sides were waiting for the arrival of the final moment. An hour. 2 hours. Finally, there is still 1 hour left before the closure of the illusion. Jing Tianqing frowned slightly. He knew very well that the other forces had definitely joined together after not showing up for so long, and they were just waiting for him to make a move. There is still half an hour. Since that is the case, we will take the initiative to attack. Jing Tianqing made a decision, stretched his brows, and said to the king of the giant elephant, we will divide into 2 teams, act separately, go down and clean up other people, and anyone who sees, kill. It is naturally impossible for Jing Tianqing to directly deal with the guardian beasts, so that people from other forces can easily make trouble, and snatch the final treasure haul. Therefore, he decided to take the initiative to attack with the last hour left. Jing Tianqing can be sure that there are many forces lurking in the dense forest below, and they are all preparing to watch a good show. That being the case, let's get rid of everyone else first. The giant elephant king agreed, and with a big wave of his hand, he led everyone except Tianqing Mansion to land in the dense forest below. Tianqing Mansion is led by Jing Tianqing and acts alone. The giant elephant king, as a mid-kingdom powerhouse, is also qualified to lead the team, and the three kings acted together. As soon as they see anyone, they will do it immediately. It seems that this Jing Tianqing will not obediently let others slaughter him. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Shu Chan, since the plan has changed, let's not rush to the front and be the first bird, avoid the battle group first, and hide. Of course, Shu Chan nodded in agreement. Hiding in the dark is better than being exposed. 10 people from both sides sat on the sky-level flying soldiers, the Azura spirit boat, and when Long Yu raised his hand, the entire Shura spirit boat fell into a hidden world. Long Yu urged the Shura spirit boat to approach quietly in the direction where the giant elephant king was searching. Because many forces are ambushing in secret, there are people from other forces in all directions. Before Long Yu and others arrived, a battle broke out ahead. The giant elephant king led 2 king-level geniuses and found the ambush. Another faction, and a big war broke out. That force is one of the 8 snow villages in Beishue, Qiushui Manor. The strongest person is Jiao Xuanhuan, who is close to the middle stage of King Realm, and is about the same strength as Yu Xinlan. However, in the face of the strong suppression of the giant elephant king, the people of Jiaozhua would never have the ability to resist. It was all because the giant elephant king came too fast, and everyone in Qiushui Manor didn't even have time to escape. The good news is that when the giant elephant king wanted to kill, suddenly someone else appeared. Illusion. The giant elephant king and others were all trapped in an illusion, the illusion in the illusion of the Red Emperor, Xueli Manor, and Bai Shui appeared. Since they are divided into 2 groups, let's cut off their wings first, and then deal with Jing Tianqing last. Bai Shui's voice sounded, followed by the tyrannical magic power of the illusion. On the other side, all kinds of demon cultivators pounced out, the mansion of demons. The strongest mid-kingdom powerhouse of the Baishui camp, the young master of the demon mansion, the Fire Lion King finally appeared. As soon as the giant elephant king broke free from Snow White's illusion, he faced the attack of the Fire Lion King. The Fire Lion King and the giant elephant king fought together, while Bai Shui and Jiao Xuanhuan faced up to the other 2 King Realm powerhouses. They were aggressive and quickly gained the upper hand. After all, Bai Shui and Jiao Xuanhuan were also geniuses who were close to the middle stage of the King Realm. In the dense forest, divine text vortexes and power explosions were everywhere, and the entire dense forest was terribly destroyed. The Fire Lion King was covered in flames, and because he had the advantage of appearing suddenly, he kept pressing down on the giant elephant king. The terrifying flames spread throughout the dense forest, completely surrounding the giant elephant king. The giant elephant king's physical body is very terrifying, and the defensive martial arts can be used continuously. Even the flames of the Fire Lion King can hardly hurt the giant elephant king. However, under such circumstances, the giant elephant king has no chance of counterattacking. However, Bai Shui and Jiao Xuanhuan had seriously injured the 2 King Realm demon cultivators brought by the giant elephant king, and they would be able to kill them soon. At this moment, Long Yu and Shu Chan appeared, who wouldn't do such a thing as beating a dog in the water, not to mention cleaning up the enemy? Long Yu, Shu Chan and others came and directly joined the battle group. Immediately, the people brought by the giant elephant king were undoubtedly beheaded one by one. Long Yu's space penetrated, and he could assassinate a martial artist in the realm of 7 supernatural powers at once. Build. Even the 2 who were fighting with Bai Shui were suddenly attacked by Long Yu, which finally made them unable to hold on, turning into white light and leaving. The rest of the people dealt with the giant elephant king together. There is no doubt that the giant elephant king was beaten to the point of being powerless to fight back. Ha ha ha, it really is you, Fire Lion King. In the distance, a proud laugh came, and when everyone heard it, their faces changed suddenly, and it turned out that it was Jing Tianqing who came. The rest of you have already been wiped out by me, and there are only a few of you left. What else do you want? Why don't you submit to my Tianqing mansion, and when the time comes, you will still have your share of the great wilderness-level high-grade martial arts. As soon as Jing Tianqing's words fell, a figure in white clothes appeared in front of everyone. As soon as he raised his hand, a beam of light divine power completely separated the flames of the Fire Lion King, and brought the giant elephant king to his side. Fortunately, the giant elephant king's physical body was extremely terrifying. Even in the face of the joint bombardment of the Fire Lion King and Bai Shui, he was not injured, and his fighting power still remained. It's really hard to beat. Secretly, many people were thinking in their hearts, looking at the giant elephant king, quite puzzled. Especially Long Yu, he has dealt with quite a few powerful kings all the time, but only this time against the giant elephant king. Even if he used space penetration, he couldn't hurt the giant elephant king in the slightest. This guy's physical body is too strong, and he has all kinds of defensive powers, martial arts, and soldiers. With the current strength of Long Yu, it is impossible to injure the giant elephant king. If you want to hurt the giant elephant king, you have to exhaust his strength, but before that, Jing Tianqing has wiped out everyone else, came to them, and rescued the giant elephant king. Of all the 500 people who entered the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, there are only 30 to 40 people left in the field. Jing Tianqing and Giant Elephant King, plus Fire Lion King, Bai Shui, and Xuanhuan are three forces, and finally the people led by Long Yu and Shu Quan. We are the only ones left. Will we be Jing Tianqing's opponent? Fire Lion King and the others all looked a bit gloomy. Obviously, Jing Tianqing was a strong man in the late stage of King Realm. If anyone in Beishua Bashuang and Four Mansions could match him who entered the Scarlet Emperor illusion, only Silver Fox Manor the Silver Fox King. The Silver Fox King, Yu Hanqing's chief guard, commanded many guards in the northern Xuanhuan capital, and his strength was strong. Although he entered the late stage of King Realm much later than Jing Tianqing, his strength would never be much weaker than Jing Tianqing. But now, where is the Silver Fox King? Jing Tianqing, are you sure you have cleaned up the others? Bai Shui looked at the young man in white, Jing Tianqing, and smiled faintly. Jing Tianqing laughed loudly. Even if there is still a Silver Fox King left, so what? That guy was severely injured by me a day ago. Is it possible that he can still appear now? Yeah? A sudden voice came to everyone's ears, making Fire Lion King, Jiaozuan and others happy. This is the voice of the Silver Fox King. The Silver Fox King finally appeared. Jing Tianqing, you seriously injured me with a sneak attack. Isn't it something worth showing off? Wearing a silver sable fur, the Silver Fox King paced out of the void. It was obvious that he had comprehended the power of the divine script of space, and he was teleported from an unknown distance at this moment. The Silver Fox King had a faint smile on his face. He looked like he was holding all the chances of winning, but he didn't look like he was injured. What's more, I just pretended to be injured at the beginning, because... Isn't it just now? As soon as the Silver Fox King raised his hand, the divine text of space condensed into a sharp blade, which instantly rolled down towards Jing Tianqing. Snort! Jing Tianqing snorted coldly, his body in white moved, and the divine script of light flashed, condensing into a round shield, completely resisting the sharp edge of space. Even so, can your Silver Fox King be my opponent? Jing Tianqing smiled proudly. 5 years ago, I, Jing Tianqing, participated in the competition for the strongest King Realm. At that time, you, the Silver Fox King, were only at the 7th Path Supernatural Realm. Now, even if you have entered the late stage of the king realm, so what? Compared to me? Giant Elephant King, stop the others and wait for me to kill the Silver Fox King. Jing Tianqing floated up and flew towards the Silver Fox King high in the sky. In the late stage of King Realm, the inner world will merge with the true spirit, and the original power will be born. With the birth of the original power, the power of the entire inner world will be increased several times again, and it will have some special functions, so once entering the late stage of the king state, the strength of the practitioner will undergo a great transformation. I was in the late stage of King Realm 5 years ago, and after 5 years of consolidation, my strength is unimaginable. Jing Tianqing yelled, and made a bold move, shining brightly, covering the entire body of the Silver Fox King. The two sides fought together. In the dense forest below, the Giant Elephant King's whole body strength has been consumed. When he saw the Silver Fox King appearing, he felt bad, but now he can only help Jing Tianqing stop Fire Lion King, Bai Shui, and Jiao Xuan first. Otherwise, if the three of them go to help the Silver Fox King, Jing Tianqing will definitely lose. Roar! The Giant Elephant King transformed into his body, ready to resist with all his might. Supernatural powers, protect my rivers and mountains. The Giant Elephant King's entire body suddenly grew bigger, and the loud noise, which was originally as high as 3 feet, became bigger again at this moment, growing to a height of 20 feet, like a high-rise building. Boom! The Giant Elephant King's body grew bigger, and he stepped on the Fire Lion King, Bai Shui and Jiao Xuan directly. One soul can completely cover the three of them. Others, get out of the way. The Fire Lion King let out a cold snort, and finally turned into his own body, a flaming lion, and the flames all over his body exploded, directly raising the surrounding area to the ground. The flames are overwhelming. The Fire Lion King roared, and the flames spread instantly, burning towards the sole of the Giant Elephant King's foot. Bai Shui and Jiao Xuan backed away immediately, only to see Bai Shui turned into a beautiful snow raccoon, and the whole person flew towards the sky. You are dealing with the Giant Elephant King. I am not strong enough to deal with the Giant Elephant King. Go first, help deal with Jing Tianqing. This is a good choice. Bai Shui is good at magic powers of illusion, and it is useless against rough-skinned guys like the Giant Elephant King. If he can't break through the defense, so what if he is pulled into the illusion? What's more, the Giant Elephant King is in the middle stage of King Realm. It is not difficult to break through her illusion. On the contrary, if Bai Shui helps the Silver Fox King deal with Jing Tianqing, it may play a role. Long Yu and Xu Chan led their people to stay behind. They don't want to participate in this battle of King Realm powerhouses yet. Brother Long, when shall we do it? Man Xian asked Long Yu a question. Don't worry, our attack is useless against the Giant Elephant King. The Giant Elephant King will be dealt with by the Fire Lion King and the Jiaozuo people. They will soon exhaust the Giant Elephant King's strength. Long Yu shook his head and said, we watched Jing Tianqing carefully and prepared to attack together at the critical moment. To deal with a rough-skinned and thick-skinned guy like the Giant Elephant King, Long Yu has no way at all, unless he uses the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda and uses the Dragon Skeleton Break to possibly injure the opponent. However, the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda in the illusion is seriously damaged. If I use Dragon Skeleton Break again, I am afraid that the whole will disintegrate. It is not worth using it to deal with a Giant Elephant King who will be eliminated sooner or later. Long Yu and Xu Chan, the two led the people from their respective forces to watch the battle not far away. High in the sky, Bai Shui floated up, and waved a move of illusion, covering Jing Tianqing's body, making Jing Tianqing's action stagnate. The Silver Fox King seized this opportunity, his body flickered, and the power of the Space Divine Script exploded. He was behind Jing Tianqing, holding a silver blade warrior, and slashed at Jing Tianqing's neck. Bright shield wall. At this moment, Jing Tianqing's mouth curled up, and as soon as he raised his hand, the power of the light divine script condensed into a light shield wall, directly blocking the silver blade warrior of the Silver Fox King. Immediately afterwards, Jing Tianqing's whole body burst out with radiance, forming rays of light tentacles, which instantly entangled the Silver Fox King. This turned out to be a flaw that Jing Tianqing deliberately sold. Bai Shui's magic power of illusion didn't affect Jing Tianqing in the slightest. The Silver Fox King frowned, and gave Bai Shui a slightly dissatisfied look, as if he was blaming her for not helping, but now he was in an ambush instead. Tentacles of light emerged, entangled the whole body of the Silver Fox King, but it was impossible for the King of Silver Fox to be killed just like this. A silver light flashed on his whole body, but he turned into the real body, and a silver fox emerged from the gap of the light tentacles. After jumping out, the space divinity was displayed, and he was in the distance in an instant. God Chain, Space Swirl. The main body of the Silver Fox King is a silver fox, exuding silver brilliance all over his body, very chic. The space divinity burst out, and instantly condensed into a space whirlpool near Jing Tianqing. This is a killer move. 7th grade divine chain. Powerful. Long Yu's eyes lit up. As expected of the Silver Fox King, he actually comprehended the 7th grade divine chain. This was the first time he saw other people displaying the 7th grade divine chain, besides his own nether pattern spiral. And the destructive power of this spatial whirl is much stronger than Long Yu's Yuan spiral. Of course, this is because it is a pure killing move. Condensing the power of the divine script of space, spinning the torrent to strangle, and at the same time blocking the surrounding space. If you want to resist this move, you have to resist hard. It is impossible to dodge. In addition, the Silver Fox King has a stronger inner world, and even has the original power attached. The lethality of this move is definitely more than any means of Long Yu. It is worthy of being a strong man in the late stage of King Realm. Is it a killing move once you make a move? Seeing this, Jing Tianqing squinted his eyes, but calmly raised his hand. A burst of light divine power emerged from his body, and along with a ray of special power, condensed into a new light shield wall, enveloping himself fully protected inside. Original outbreak, absolute defense. As soon as Jing Tianqing raised his hand, that ray of special power condensed into the light shield wall, which actually made the ordinary light shield wall extremely strong. The strangulation of the space whirlpool locked Jing Tianqing inside, but the explosion of his origin made him use absolute defense methods. Even the 7th-rank God Chain with extremely lethal power can't hurt Jing Tianqing at all. Use the source so quickly? The corner of Silver Fox King's mouth curled up. You lost. Yeah? Jing Tianqing asked back, without changing the smile on his face. Silver Fox, you are too naive. It is not without reason that Jing Tianqing is so confident. The absolute defensive shield wall born from his burst of origin can last for a stick of incense. During this stick of incense, even the Silver Fox King don't want to hurt him unless he uses the power of origin. The power of the source is the power that only the strong in the late stage of the King realm can possess if they integrate the source of the true spirit into their inner world. Long Yu observed the battle between the two strong men, and began to think in his heart. Everyone has only one origin. If I step into the late stage of King realm, I can integrate the true spirit of the dragon of the 9 nethernesses into my inner world and turn it into the original source. Deterrent effect. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, looking forward to this. Although the origin burst is not an unlimited burst, the interval between casts must be much shorter than a month. Originally, the 9 nether dragon true spirit could only be summoned once a month, but if it was integrated into the source, it would be able to unleash the burst of the source every day to deter the enemy. Thinking about it this way, when Long Yu enters the late stage of King realm, he will definitely not be weaker than Jing Tianqing and Silver Fox King. No matter how strong the opponent is, directly burst out from the source, shock the opponent, and then finish with one move. Of course, it is not ruled out that some strong people have some special origins, which can offset the deterrent effect of the outbreak of Long Yu's origins, but such origins are only a minority after all. In the short period of time Long Yu was thinking about, Jing Tianqing was already pressing down on the Silver Fox King in the sky, and there was no other way, facing the absolute defense that lasted for a stick of incense after Jing Tianqing broke out. The Silver Fox King had no way at all. Any way can hurt Jing Tianqing. At this time, there was still a little over half an hour before the closure of the Scarlet Emperor illusion. If the battle lasted longer, I'm afraid there would be no time to kill the last 3 guardian beasts. As if he had made up his mind, when the Silver Fox King raised his hand, the divine rune of space was condensed in his hand, and at the same time, the divine rune of the element attribute of the hurricane was condensed. Naturally, the Silver Fox King is also a strong man with dual attribute divine runes. The origin erupts, and the hurricane hits. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Silver Fox King. Facing the absolute defense of Jing Tianqing, who was like a tortoise shell, he was furious. He had to deal with Jing Tianqing as quickly as possible, and then beheaded the 3 strange beasts. The Hurricane Divine Rune and the Space Divine Rune are combined and intertwined to form a terrifyingly powerful light beam. The Space Divine Rune, scattered around, forms a spatial turbulence, covering the entire high altitude. Any space blade has the power to crush Jing Tianqing. Absolute defense against crushing power. And when the hurricane shock beam descended, the entire absolute defensive shield wall around Jing Tianqing was broken, and the origins of both sides exploded and impacted together, erupting with terrifying power. The closest Baishiwu dodged immediately, just joking, with such an original impact power, let alone her, even if the giant elephant king was here, he would be blown to ashes in an instant, without half the ability to resist. If Bai Shui didn't run away, did she stay and wait to die? Xinlian, God summoned. A burst of light divine power descended from the sky, covering the field. At the same time, a giant figure condensed by the light divine script appeared in midair. This is Jing Tianqing's powerful divine chain. Another move of the 7th grade divine chain unexpectedly summoned a so-called god with the divine script of light to help him fight. As soon as the huge light and shadow moved, he rushed towards the Silver Fox King, and the dust and smoke from the explosion in the field dissipated into air currents, revealing Jing Tianqing's body, obviously seriously injured, and his white clothes all became tattered and in a state of embarrassment. The impact just now was the closest to him. When the absolute defense was shattered by the impact of the hurricane, he was of course seriously injured. It's almost there, let's go, but be careful, don't use any whole cards. Long Yu gave the order at this moment. Listen to him, do it. Xu Chan nodded. She has been cooperating with Long Yu for a long time, and she is quite convinced of Long Yu's decision. A total of 10 people from Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion immediately attacked and killed Jing Tianqing in midair. Let's forget about the Silver Fox. What kind of flies are here to join in the fun? Jing Tianqing noticed the actions of Long Yu and others at the first time, and immediately snorted coldly, Long Yu, that kid who defeated Long Yao. Interesting. Do you know that the early stage and late stage of King Realm are completely different, concept? Now, I will wake you up from your dream. Jing Tianqing grinned grimly, and cast his eyes directly on Long Yu and the others who flew up. The Silver Fox King is being dealt with by summoned gods, and it is impossible to free up his hands for the time being. Jing Tianqing wants to take this opportunity to deal with Long Yu and others first. Bright divine script, condense. Dispersion. With Long Yu's order, he, Xu Chan and other 10 people dispersed separately. Die. Jing Tianqing opened his hands, and 2 shock waves of light beams rushed towards Long Yu and Xu Chan. Tianqian footwork. Seeing this, Long Yu turned his mouth up. How could he forcibly resist such a powerful shock wave? Tianquan's footwork, short-distance teleportation, directly dodged. As for Xu Chan, she directly used Shure's butterfly transformation ability and became completely illusory, unable to be harmed by any attack. Azura's grip. Xu Chan used her innate supernatural power with her backhand, and a jet-black light condensed from Shure's divine script instantly appeared in front of Jing Tianqing, restraining him completely. Funny. Jing Tianqing sneered disdainfully, and the divine script of light emanated from him. Even if he was seriously injured, it was not something such a small means could handle. Azura's grip broke directly from it. Jing Tianqing broke free, and raised his hand, supernatural power, bound by light. Countless lines of light emerged in the field, and even 10 people including Long Yu were entangled one after another. The locks from the powerful late King realm made it impossible for Long Yu and other cultivators in the mystical ability realm to move. Light burst. Jing Tianqing clenched his fists tightly, and immediately the lines of the divine script of light that bound Long Yu's 10 people exploded completely. 10 people, together with the exploding light divine script, turned into white light. However, even so, Jing Tianqing felt something was wrong in his heart. He has fallen into an illusion. Now, shoot. Looking at Bai Shue's attack not far away, Long Yu directly caused the seriously injured Jing Tianqing to fall into an illusion, nodded to Bai Shui, and then called to Xu Chan and others to attack at the same time. 10 people including Long Yu who escaped from those bound by the light with their own means launched an attack on Jing Tianqing at the same time. In the illusion that Jing Tianqing fell into, the 10 people in Long Yu had been killed by him. But in fact, Long Yu and others avoided his ultimate move, and they were only less than 100 feet away from Jing Tianqing. With such a short distance, all methods can be used to their heart's content. Supernatural power, 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Long Yu directly used this innate supernatural power, and rushed towards Jing Tianqing, who was trapped in the illusion. The other Xu Chan and others also released their moves from a distance, and countless divine powers fluctuated, instantly surrounding Jing Tianqing. Because the illusion created by Bai Shui was exactly the same as what Jing Tianqing imagined in his mind, Long Yu and other 10 people were defeated by him with one move, so Jing Tianqing didn't react so quickly. But soon, he broke away from the illusion. Something is wrong. With Jing Tianqing's cultivation, he easily found that he had fallen into the illusion again, and when he woke up from the illusion, what he faced was the joint attack of Long Yu and others. Boom! A burst of divine script exploded, and the terrifying destructive power enveloped Jing Tianqing, making his face suddenly ugly. Bright shield wall. Jing Tianqing just raised his hand and directly displayed his defensive supernatural powers, which completely resisted the joint attack of 10 people. Space penetration. At this moment, Long Yu raised his hand, and the nether dragon blade shattered the void, appeared behind Jing Tianqing, and stabbed down towards his back. Boom! The entire nether dragon blade was directly bounced off, and this Jing Tianqing was actually wearing a Dahuang-level armored soldier. Long Yu sneaked into his back, but it was useless, and was directly blocked by that armored soldier. Due to the powerful divine rune of light attached, the nether dragon blade couldn't even hurt that armored soldier, which made Long Yu's heart sink. It turned out that there was such a big gap between him and Jing Tianqing. So, how terrifying is Yuhanqing? Long Yu used all kinds of means, and it was impossible to hurt Yuhanqing in the slightest. Of course, Long Yu would not be able to confront Yuhanqing, but it is conceivable that there is a difference between the Emperor realm and the King realm practitioners. How big? Even Jing Tianqing in the late King realm is countless times stronger than Long Yao in the early King realm. It is impossible for hundreds of Long Yao to defeat a single Jing Tianqing. Not to mention the Imperial realm. However, there are 10 people on Long Yu's side. Jihua's original source of heavenly fire divine script, Hua Meier's top-grade warrior of the wilderness level, and the hidden Skyfire combined with each other, erupting a terrifying whirlwind of flames, burning from the top of Jing Tianqing's head. As soon as he recruited Yixing to comprehend the divine script of stars, several meteors fell from the sky and crashed into Jing Tianqing's head. Xuan lightly waved her plain hand, and the god-chained Shura storm rushed towards him. The Shura god culture created a storm and swept towards Jing Tianqing. In Man Xian's hand, he brandished the storm demon saber, and 5 sword glows came one after another. Countless divine texts came again, but Jing Tianqing just waved his hand, bright shield wall. The divine rune of light quickly condensed in front of him, resisting all attacks. Attacks at the level of the supernatural power secret realm were completely unable to break through the light shield wall. Even Xu Chan's attack chain and Long Yu's various methods could not break through Jing Tianqing's defense. But at this moment, the Silver Fox King in the distance finally destroyed Jing Tianqing's 7th-rank god chain, called by the gods, and directly attacked and killed Jing Tianqing. Supernatural power, space lore. With one move, the Silver Fox King immediately blocked a large space near Jing Tianqing. His move was an indiscriminate attack, and it actually covered Long Yu and others in it. Retreat. Subconsciously, Long Yu raised his hand, causing the Shura sacred tree in his body to rush out, and countless jet-black vine branches suddenly spread out, directly breaking the space behind him. Then, he backed away, and Xu Chan and others, who were quick to see the opportunity, each left the space lore range of the Silver Fox King through the gap opened by Long Yu. However, there are still a few people who have not had time to escape. Man Xian, Qi Hua, Hua Meyer, as well as Fu Tsubing and Xing Yunjun from the Azura Mansion, a total of 5 people, due to the distance, are still trapped in the range of space lore. Supernatural power, the mirror of light. When Jing Tianqing saw the Silver Fox King perform this move, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, and a mirror of light appeared directly on his side. This is a magical rebounding move, which can bounce back all the attacks he receives, to the releaser. To deal with the hurricane impact of the eruption of the source, even the mirror of light cannot resist it, but this move of space lore can be completely rebounded. Kill. The Silver Fox King clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were indifferent, and he didn't even pay attention to Long Yu and others at all. To deal with Jing Tianqing, he doesn't need a helper yet. As for killing Man Xian and his ilk, would he care? What's more, because Yu Hanxin has always been optimistic about Long Yu and Xu Chan, the Silver Fox King is still full of anger. How can a boy like Long Yu be compared with him, the Silver Fox King? During the current battle, he seemed not to care, but in fact he deliberately blocked Long Yu and the others, but he didn't expect that Long Yu would release the Azura sacred tree at the first time, breaking his spatial lore. However, the Azura sacred tree is also Long Yu's last trump card, right? The corner of the Silver Fox King's mouth curled up, the weak are the weak, and the only way to dodge his random lore is to play all the cards. The terrifying power of space lore erupted suddenly. Man Xian and the other 5 people who had escaped from the range of space lore, before it was too late, all turned into white light. They ran outside, but encountered a space barrier and could not leave. They wanted to escape from the gap that Long Yu broke through, but there was too little time, so they could only die here. An illusory death made them fully understand the horror of the strong in the late king stage. However, Man Xian and the others were all stunned before their consciousness fell asleep. The Silver Fox King is clearly on the same side as them. The one called by Shui, didn't it mean that everyone has agreed to deal with Jing Tianqing together? Why is this Silver Fox King? Before they could think of anything, the consciousness of Man Xian and others fell into a deep sleep, and they could only wake up in reality after the Scarlet Emperor illusion was closed. Don't you think it's ridiculous to bounce my own attack back to me? The Silver Fox King felt the power of space lore, which was applied to himself by Jing Tianqing's bright mirror. The corners of his mouth could not help but flicker, and he left from where he was and appeared in another place. Boom! There was another burst of explosions, and the place where the Silver Fox King was originally was also exploded with a burst of space-killing power in the sky. Even with the help of Bai Shui, Long Yu, and others, Jing Tianqing and the Silver Fox King were tied, and it was hard to tell the winner for a while. Silver Fox King. Long Yu watched Man Xi and 5 people turn into white light and go away. There was a glint of sternness in his eyes. It is unreasonable. They are all helping the Silver Fox King to deal with Jing Tianqing. This Silver Fox King actually used this kind of range attack method to kill them. If Long Yu didn't see the opportunity quickly, all 10 of them would have died in it. They didn't die in the hands of Jing Tianqing, but they almost died in the hands of our own people. We retreat. Long Yu raised his hand and said directly to Shu Chan, with a touch of coldness in his voice. Of course, Long Yu would never forget the move of the Silver Fox King. He wanted the Silver Fox King to pay the price. Hearing Long Yu's voice, Shu Chan felt a little scary, but she was very familiar with Long Yu's character. It was naturally infuriating that the Silver Fox King treated the people of Tianyu Manor and Shura Manor like this. Who could bear it? Although he is not the opponent of the Silver Fox King, but Long Yu and Shu Chan have cooperated many times, and many times they will not fight people head-on. Shu Chan also nodded. Let's step back first and look for opportunities. There were originally 5 people in Tianyu Manor, but now only Long Yu and Xiao Ziying are left. Xiao Ziying pursed her lips and nodded when she heard the words. Of course she would listen to Long Yu. Jiang Yixing and Du Guijian were left in Shura Mansion. The 2 were fast and followed Long Yu out of the range of space lore. Du Guijian completely listened to Shu Chan. Of course it didn't matter, and Jiang Yixing was not something to be provoked. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He nodded, and followed Long Yu and Shu Chan back down. It can't be beaten head-on, but this is the Scarlet Emperor's illusion. Even if it is death, it doesn't matter. The key is to die worthwhile. None of them are afraid of dying here, but dying at the hands of our own people, this is something they cannot accept. Silver Fox King, hee. 5 people retreat down. Seeing this, Bai Shui was quite puzzled by what the Silver Fox King did. Brother Silver Fox, Tianyu Manor and Azura Mansion are our allies, and Long Yu and Shu Chan are not bad. The relationship between Bai Shui and the Silver Fox King is not bad, so she asked, a little puzzled at this time. However, before she finished speaking, the Silver Fox King interrupted her, and said lightly, Little sister, when you choose your allies, you have to keep your eyes open. A kid like Long Yu, in the middle and late stages of the king's realm, what's the use of zoning? I don't think they are our allies. These words unreservedly declared the Silver Fox King's attitude. From the very beginning, Yu Hanqin personally dispatched to the border to bring Long Yu and the others back, and the Silver Fox King became displeased with Long Yu and the others. It's just some guys with supernatural powers and secret realms. Why should Master Yu Hanqin care so much? As for the covenant that Bai Shui had mentioned with Long Yu before, it was obviously led by the Silver Fox King to deal with Jing Tianqing and others together, and finally share the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level. But now, when the Silver Fox King uttered those words just now, it meant that even if he obtained the Great Desolation level martial skill, he would not admit that Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion were his allies. That is to say, the Silver Fox King will not share the high-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level with Long Yu and others. This guy is too deceitful. Xiao Ziying, who hadn't retreated far away, couldn't help but look angry when she heard what the Silver Fox King said. Isn't this too contemptuous? The point is, they have all put in a lot of effort to deal with Jing Tianqing, and now that it is almost over, they want to exclude them? How unreasonable. It's okay, we still have a chance, let's hide it first. Long Yu squinted his eyes. He wouldn't just give up like this. Logically speaking, he really couldn't intervene in the battle in the later stage of King Realm, but the Silver Fox King and Jing Tianqing were obviously evenly matched. Who is the winner in the end? Not sure yet. Long Yu and Shu Chan flew down to the ground together and hid in the woods. But the Silver Fox King and Jing Tianqing, who were fighting fiercely, naturally would not notice them. After all, in the eyes of the two, Long Yu and the others were just ants. Only Bai Shui looked apologetically at the place where Long Yu and the others disappeared, but she couldn't say anything more. The Silver Fox King's decision was solely up to her, and she couldn't change it at all. In fact, in Bai Shui's heart, the apology was only slight, and it was impossible for him to apologize to Long Yu and Shu Chan. Bai Shui, Silver Fox King, and Fire Lion King are all young and strong men of the Northern Snow Dynasty, and they belong to the old forces of the Northern Snow Dynasty. But what about Long Yu and Shu Chan? The two had just arrived, and there was at most Emojietian, a secret realm of the kingly way, behind them as the backstage, which was far behind them. Whether it is Shuili Manor, Silver Fox Manor, or Kunyao Mansion, the strongest in each is the Emperor. Down below, the battle against the Giant Elephant King finally ended at this time. The Fire Lion King and Jiao Xuanhuan teamed up, together with some other strong men of the 7 realms of supernatural powers, to deal with the Giant Elephant King, so that he had no chance to fight back. After his power was exhausted, he could only be bombarded and killed by everyone. Go for the white light. Immediately afterwards, the Fire Lion King and Jiao Xuanhuan rose into the air, and together with Bai Shui, they helped the Silver Fox King to besiege Jing Tianqing. Up to now, both Jing Tianqing and Silver Fox King have consumed a lot of power, but neither of them is willing to give up. The two forces are already hostile. At this moment, there is no possibility of any reconciliation. Kill. With the order of the Silver Fox King, everyone attacked Jing Tianqing again. Silver Fox, you have to remember that if you get the final treasure haul, you can share the Great Desolation level high-grade martial arts with us. The Fire Lion King said in a deep voice. That's natural. For the Fire Lion King, the Silver Fox King still respects him quite a bit. Although the Fire Lion King is not as powerful as him, but the Fire Lion King's father is powerful. He is also a strong man in the Imperial realm, and is no less powerful than the Silver Fox King's father. Okay, kill. The Fire Lion King, Jiao Xuanhuan, and Bai Shui all teamed up with the Silver Fox King to launch a fierce attack on Jing Tianqing. With the help of the Fire Lion King, the speed at which Jing Tianqing's power was consumed abruptly doubled, and he might be defeated soon. Haha, even if you don't get the final treasure haul, I won't let you get it. Jing Tianqing laughed loudly. Seeing that he was unable to win, the divine script of light all over his body began to gather quickly, and the power in his dantian surfaced on the surface of his body. He wants to blow himself up. In this battle, even if Jing Tianqing had a 1/10,000 chance of winning, it would only be a miserable victory, and it would be impossible to defeat the guardian beast in the late stage of the three-headed king state in the next period of time. Therefore, he chose to blow himself up. In contrast, the blow up could obviously cause more damage to the Silver Fox King and others, making them powerless to deal with the guardian beast. To protect the beast from death, no one can get the things in the treasure hall in the end. Are you crazy? Seeing that Jing Tianqing was about to explode himself, the Silver Fox King couldn't help being startled, and hurriedly used the strongest defense method, and layers of space barriers appeared in front of him. However, is it so easy to resist the self-destruction of the strong in the late King realm? Boom! With a loud bang, the divine rune of light erupted directly in the field, and the terrifying air wave swept everything away, enveloping the Silver Fox King, Bai Shui, Fire Lion King, and Jiao Xuanhuan all inside. In the late stage of King Realm, if one chooses to self-destruct, the inner world possessing the original power will self-destruct together, and the power generated is much more terrifying than the self-destruct of the strong in the early stage of King Realm. Long Yu met King Shui's concubine back then, and the Silver Mirror blew himself up, and the Silver Mirror was only at the early stage of the King's realm. Now that I think about it, Shu Chan's father, King Shura, seems to be already a strong man in the late stage of the king realm, but at the beginning, Long Yu didn't know the specific division of the realm of cultivation in the king's Dao secret territory. Jing Tianqing blew himself up, like the sun erupting, and the power of the light divine script enveloped the audience. Rao Long Yu and the other 5 people were far away in advance. They were still affected, even though it was not very violent, they still suffered some minor injuries. As for the large dense forest on the ground, it was all swept away, leaving only a huge pothole, like the ground hit by a meteorite. The power of the self-destruction of the strong in the late king stage can be seen. And in the sky, the battle is finally over. Facing the last critical moment, the Silver Fox King used powerful defense methods, but he was unable to completely resist Jing Tianqing's self-detonation bombardment. He was blasted out and landed heavily in the potholes on the ground. In addition, Bai Shui has been completely obliterated in this self-explosion, turned into white light and dissipated, and her consciousness has fallen into a deep sleep. Both the Fire Lion King and Jiao Xuanhuan survived, but the Fire Lion King only had half his life left. He and the Silver Fox King fell from 2 directions and fell into the hole on the ground. Only Jiao Xuanhuan, who did not know what method he used, managed to survive such self-destructive destruction with only minor injuries. The scene was completely silent. The alien beasts in the late stage of the 3-headed king state guarded around the giant floating final palace, seeming to be mocking everyone. Silver Fox King, seriously injured. Can he still deal with the 3 alien beasts? Suddenly, a figure of a woman in blue clothes appeared from the dense forest and flew towards the Silver Fox King. Qiao Ziying. Water recovery. Under Long Yu's instruction, Qiao Ziying came to heal Silver Fox King's wounds. After all, Qiao Ziying's supernatural powers were all auxiliary, and at this time they finally played a big role. Everyone in the field had already perished, and the Fire Lion King couldn't afford to be seriously injured, so it was impossible for him to have any combat power, and Jiao Xuanhuan hadn't comprehended the supernatural powers of healing. If you want to defeat the 3-headed late-stage beasts and enter the final palace, the only way is to heal the Silver Fox King. The Silver Fox King was covered by Qiao Ziying's supernatural powers of healing, and the divine script of water flowed through his body. He finally regained some strength and began to use his supernatural powers of self-healing. Qiao Ziying's water resuscitation did not completely cure the Silver Fox King, but it restored some of the Silver Fox King's strength, allowing him to use his own methods. Without wasting any time, the Silver Fox King began to use his self-healing powers. The wounds all over his body recovered quickly, and the strength in his body became surging again. You are the little guy from Tianyu Manor, right? Soon, the Silver Fox King opened his eyes and glanced at Qiao Ziying lightly. At this time, Qiao Ziying had not finished using the water resuscitation and was still healing him. I, Silver Fox King, don't need your help. The Silver Fox King sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the power of space condensed into a blade, which suddenly cut Qiao Ziying in half. When this scene appeared, the 4 Long Yu, who were still hiding in the woods in the distance, were furious. This guy, as expected, didn't pay attention to them at all. However, if Qiao Ziying hadn't given him the water resuscitation, allowing him to quickly possess the power of self-healing, the Silver Fox King would never have had enough time to deal with the 3 guardian beasts. This guy is really disgusting. Following Long Yu, seeing Qiao Ziying directly turning into white light, Jiang Yixing couldn't help gnashing his teeth. How ungrateful is the Silver Fox King? If it wasn't for Qiao Ziying's help, no one would be able to get the final treasure haul this time. It's okay, I asked Ziying to save him, but I just wanted to treat him as our pawn. But Long Yu said indifferently, with a shrewd look in his eyes. Everyone's goal is the ultimate treasure haul, and Long Yu is no exception. He asked Qiao Ziying to help, not because he wanted the Silver Fox King to share the Great Desolation level high-grade martial arts after he got the final treasure palace, But he wanted the Silver Fox King to be used as a pawn to deal with the 3 guardian beasts in the late stage of the King Realm pawns. Jiaozuan, protect me. After the Silver Fox King killed Qiao Ziying with a wave of his hand, he stood up with a cold look in his eyes. If anyone approaches, kill me. Yes. Jiaozuan nodded. This is a very ordinary-looking young man, but it is this man who saved his life and most of his combat power in Jing Tianqing's blatant self-explosion just now. You know, even the Fire Lion King in the middle stage of King Realm failed to preserve his combat power, but was directly blasted into serious injuries. For the Silver Fox King, killing Qiao Ziying was just a casual matter, a trivial matter, and he would not care about it. Of course he knew that Long Yu and others were still watching, but, to him, Long Yu and others, is there any threat? No. The Silver Fox King has mastered the power of the divine script of space. As long as he kills the 3 guardian beasts, he can immediately break into the final treasure hall and win the last treasure. Long Yu and others, are there any threats to him? Absolutely not. The Silver Fox King flew towards the 3 guardian beasts alone. And now, there is still half an hour left, before the closure of the Scarlet Emperor illusion. For the Silver Fox King, just enough. The Silver Fox King fought against 3 with 1, and did not lose the slightest bit. After all, the alien beasts in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion were all suppressed to a certain extent. The martial arts in the middle stage are similar, but with a little more original power. This let the Silver Fox King delay a little bit, but it doesn't matter. He feels that he can still easily defeat the 3 8-clawed flying bat beasts. After a stick of incense time, the first head, die. After another incense stick time, the second head, die. The 2 beasts died, but the third beast became a little violent, and its combat power increased sharply, making the Silver Fox King frown slightly. Unexpectedly, the third strange beast would be violent in the end, and its aura was climbing towards the level of the Emperor. Jiaozhua, help! Before the 3-day Red Emperor illusion was closed, there were still dozens of breaths left. The Silver Fox King had to ask Jiaozhua to help him deal with the strange beast together. Otherwise, there would be insufficient time and no one would get the final result. Baodian, it's been a waste of time for such a long time. Jiaozhuan nodded, and flew directly forward to help the Silver Fox King deal with the last strange beast. At the same time, the 4 Long Yu, who were hiding not far away, were also preparing to take action. The third 8-clawed flying bat alien beast kept rising in momentum, and it was about to step into the Imperial realm, but was suppressed by the Silver Fox King. The power of the divine script of space was continuously displayed, and all kinds of supernatural powers emerged one after another, constantly bombarding that strange beast. The Jiaozuo people came to help, and used all kinds of attack powers to deal with the strange beast. And Jiaozhuan's current strength, the middle stage of King Realm. This person had just broken through, just after Jing Tianqing blew himself up. No wonder he was able to retain his combat power even during the blew up. It seems that besides the means, there was also the reason for just breaking through. Under the joint attack of the 2, the last octopus flying bat beast was finally on the verge of death. Intentionally or unintentionally, the Silver Fox King led the 8-clawed flying bat beast away from the final treasure hall in the distance. For him, the distance doesn't matter, anyway, he comprehended the divine script of space, and he could reach the entrance of the final palace in an instant, while Jiaozhuan, who comprehended the divine script of elements and the power of the divine script of life, could not be as fast as him. Silver Fox King. Even if he can share the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, the Silver Fox King wants to win it himself, because winning the final treasure hall also means winning the mysterious reward of the Red Emperor. At this moment, there are only 10 breaths left before the closure of the Scarlet Emperor illusion. It's now, do it. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he gave the order directly. Jiang Yixing, Du Guijian, Xu Chan, the 3 of them immediately flew straight into the sky, and they all rushed towards Jiao Xuan's location. The target of the three was actually Jiao Xuan. Long Yu's task for Shu Chan was very simple, to hold back Jiao Xue, because he always felt that Jiao Xue was a little weird, and that he was able to survive Jing Tianqing's self-destruction. He must have some ability, so he had to guard against it. As for the Silver Fox King, Long Yu will personally deal with it. Anyway, the ultimate goal is not to kill the Silver Fox King, but to win the final treasure haul. The answer here, you go and deal with them. The Silver Fox King glanced at the three of Shu Chan, and focused on the left man to give orders directly. Jiao Xue frowned slightly. He stepped into the middle stage of the kingly way, and wanted to win the championship in one fell swoop this time, and even reserved some power to compete with the Silver Fox King for the final treasure haul. But now, the Silver Fox King asked him to deal with the three of Shu Chan. As for Shu Chan, Jiao Xuan has naturally investigated, this woman is very strong, it is impossible to kill her in the next 10 breaths. Even if he stepped into the middle stage of King Realm, it's impossible. However, it seems that the three of Shu Chan are here for him. Court death. Jiao Xuan was furious, thinking that Shu Chan and the other three were simply sick. Why would they come out to make trouble at such a time? Could it be that they still hope to win the final treasure haul? Joke. Even if he didn't make a move himself, with the Silver Fox King around, how could the palace get these ants in the end? Do it. Shu Chan, Du Guijian, and Jiang Yixing immediately attacked, and Shura's divine script, Huangquan divine script, and Xingqian divine script exploded, and all kinds of supernatural powers blasted towards Jiao Xuan's location. 5 breaths left. Seeing Jiao Xuan and the three of them face each other, the corner of Silver Fox King's mouth curled up. Of course he knew what Jiao Xuan was planning, but now that the three of them, Shu Chan, had appeared, they just happened to hold Jiao Xuan back. Die. With one move, the Silver Fox King finally killed the last guardian beast of the King Realm. At this moment, Long Yu moved. Dragon skeleton broken. Long Yu entered the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and directly launched the dragon skeleton breaker. Even if the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was smashed to pieces, it doesn't matter, anyway, this is just an illusion. The direction he launched Dragon Bone Break was not where the Silver Fox King was now, but the entrance to the final treasure hall. Boom! The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda turned into a terrifying whirlwind, rushing towards the entrance of the final treasure hall. But at this moment, with a flash of the Silver Fox King's figure, he would cross the space and appear at the entrance of the final treasure hall. He could feel Long Yu's aura, but he didn't expect Long Yu's attack to be so violent. Dragon Skeletal Break, this is a terrifying move that can kill Long Yao, a strong King Realm, in one move. Just as the Silver Fox King dodges, he tore through the space and came to the gate of the final treasure hall. He was about to wave his hand and bombard Long Yu, but what greeted him was a pointed tower. Then, this guy was directly knocked out by the extremely fast spinning dragon skeleton pagoda. It flew. A very simple prediction, Long Yu knew that the Silver Fox King would appear directly at the entrance of the final treasure hall when he killed the third alien beast, so he directly launched the dragon skeleton break towards this place. Sure enough, the Silver Fox King, who had just torn apart the space and came to the entrance of the final treasure hall, failed to gather any strength at all, and was knocked away by the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Court death. As a strong man in the late stage of King Realm, the Silver Fox King could be so easily knocked into the air? In his eyes, Long Yu is just an ant that he doesn't need to care about. Even in just an instant, he stabilized his figure, and when he raised his hand, the divine language of space exploded again, leading him back to the entrance of the final treasure hall, but what he never expected was. The ancient dragon bone pagoda exploded. Disintegrated. The power of the infinite 9 nether divine runes and the siphon divine runes completely exploded at that moment. These original divine rune powers stored on the top of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda are much stronger than the space power of the Silver Fox King. The Silver Fox King used the divine runes of space, and wanted to dodge to the entrance of the final treasure hall, but unexpectedly, the ancient tower of the dragon bones exploded and disintegrated directly, and the endless divine runes formed a turbulent flow, completely destroying all the divine runes of the Silver Fox King. Mess up. Not to mention wanting to teleport to the entrance of the final treasure hall, the current Silver Fox King is facing the terrifying turbulence of the original divine script, and he has to use all his strength to resist it if he wants not to be swallowed. This is the disintegration of the ancient dragon bone tower. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, although it is only a top-grade soldier of the Great Desolation now, it is a soldier of the Dragon Emperor Joyo. Now that it explodes, how can a mere king realm guy be able to withstand it? If it were in the real world, Long Yu would naturally not be willing to do this, but now, he is in the Scarlet Emperor's illusionary realm. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda disintegrated, and it only disintegrated in the illusion. In the real world, it is still there. This is also the reason why Jing Tianqing blew himself up without hesitation. Otherwise, who would give their life to win the game? Long Yu's astonishing collision, and the ensuing explosion and disintegration of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, made the Silver Fox King a little confused for a while. What exactly is going on? Long Yu stepped into the final palace. Even if the Silver Fox King erupts with all his strength, it is impossible to break through the turbulent flow of the divine script within one breath. He even dare not use his own spatial divine script casually, so he can only resist the turbulent flow of space with all his strength. But just at this moment, Long Yu had already come out of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and stepped into the final treasure hall. The final winner turned out to be Long Yu. Not far away, Shu Chan, Jiang Yixing, and Du Guijian's eyes lit up. They did it, Long Yu actually did it, this guy, amazing. As for Jiao Xuanhuan, whom the three of them held back, he looked shocked and disbelieving. He never thought that the Silver Fox King would be knocked away by a boy from a mysterious realm with supernatural powers, and he couldn't go back after being knocked away. How could this world be so magical? However, this is the truth. The time for the last breath passed, and the entire Scarlet Emperor illusion was finally completely closed. Long Yu stepped into the final treasure hall at the last moment, obtained the jade slip that recorded the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, and obtained 10,000 illusion points, which made Tianyu Manor the undisputed number one. What exactly is the point reward that the Red Emperor will distribute? Long Yu is looking forward to it. Northern Snow Emperor Capital, an underground martial arts arena. When the two Scarlet Emperor illusions were closed at the same time, all the more than 1,000 people instantly woke up, and everyone's consciousness returned to them. When consciousness returned, many people opened their eyes, showing various expressions in their eyes. There are joys, regrets, and anger. There are more than 1,000 people, everyone experienced different things in the Scarlet Emperor illusion, but the final result finally came out, the illusion collapsed, and what each force could get was determined. Martial arts? Danfeng? Soldier mold? On Tianyu Manor's side, Long Yu opened his eyes, and at the same time, other people around him also opened their eyes, including Shu Chan and other 5 people from Azura Manor. Damn it, what kind of bullshit? Silver Fox King actually attacked his own people. Man Xian yelled at the first time. He was still immersed in the scene where he was instantly killed by the Silver Fox King's magic power, and he didn't know what the final situation would be. Not only Man Xian, but also Qi Hua, Hua Meyer, Xing Yunjun, and Fu Xubing, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Like Man Xian, they were instantly killed by the Silver Fox King's range of magical powers. But that's all. You know, at that time they were helping the Silver Fox King deal with Jing Tianqing. You don't know the most infuriating thing yet. Xiao Ziying's expression on the side was also very bad, and he said in a deep voice, after you died, the Silver Fox King also said that the previous promise to us was void, and he would not cooperate with us at all, that is to say, even if he got the final treasure haul, the martial arts in it will not be shared with us. Even later, Jing Tianqing blew himself up, and I went to heal the Silver Fox King, but he killed him instantly. There was anger in Qiao Ziying's eyes. She has always been a Jianghu Wuxiu, but even in all kinds of Jianghu Wuxiu, she has never seen such a shameless person. It is so disgusting that it explodes. What? You healed him, and he killed you? When the 5 Manqin heard it, they were speechless. They all felt that they were miserable enough, and they were killed in seconds for helping others fight, but they didn't expect that Qiao Ziying went to heal the Silver Fox King and was killed. And from Qiao Ziying's words, the Silver Fox King didn't take them seriously at all, and he didn't plan to share them with them afterwards. It really didn't make sense. What did Bai Shui say back then? Brother Long, what happened next? Immediately, Man Xian and the 5 people, including Qiao Ziying, turned their attention to Long Yu in the middle, impatient to know what happened next. When they glanced over, they saw Long Yu, Xu Chan, Jiang Yixing, and even Du Guijian, who had been sternly. All 4 of them had smiles on their faces. The final treasure haul is mine. Long Yu uttered softly, and just these 7 words made Man Xian and the others stunned. It belongs to Long Yu. It really belongs to Brother Long. Brother, why are you hanging like this? Man Xian swallowed his saliva. The entire underground martial arts arena suddenly became lively. Even though Chitty and Yu Hengxin were present, they couldn't stop many people from discussing after they came out. That's for sure. Everyone wanted to know immediately what the final outcome of this battle for the Chitty's illusion would be. Has anyone obtained the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level and entered the final treasure hall? In the crowd, the people around Long Yu all looked delighted. After all, they already knew that Long Yu finally broke into the final treasure hall, got the Great Wilderness level high-grade martial arts, and also got 10,000 points for Tianyu Manor. The points reward for the first place must belong to Tianyu Manor. As for other places, many people were all pale, and the most obvious one was in the direction of Silver Fox Manor. The genius Silver Fox King sitting in the middle of the 5 people had a shocked and ashen expression on his face. Until now, he hadn't recovered from the scene just before the closure of the Scarlet Emperor illusion. Seeing that he was about to win the final treasure haul with an absolute advantage, but he never expected that Long Yu would be able to use such a trick at the last moment. Of course he knew that Long Yu possessed an ancient pagoda warrior of the Great Desolation level. But I never knew that this ancient tower soldier could be used like this. Hey, Brother Silver Fox, I don't know what is the first reward for this illusion competition. It is the reward given by Lord Chitty. It must be extraordinary. Beside the Silver Fox King, a young genius from the Silver Fox Manor said with an expectant smile. This genius is one of the 4 geniuses who followed the Silver Fox King. Although he was killed in advance, they believed that the Silver Fox King must have won the final treasure haul. Another young genius on the side also smiled. This reward must be extraordinary, Lord Chitty. That is one of the 5 strongest emperors in the entire Shenwu world. We can see Lord Chitty with our own eyes in this life. It is a blessing from previous life cultivation. Shut up all of them. The Silver Fox King was in a bad mood, very bad, especially after hearing the words of the 2 people beside him. He became even more upset. Long Yucai, who was in the 4 realms of supernatural powers, was able to possess such tyrannical strength, and even won the final treasure haul in one fell swoop, becoming the number 1 in this fantasy competition. And what about the trash in Silver Fox Manor? Everyone who claims to be a genius on weekdays can only become cannon fodder at the critical moment, which is useless at all. In contrast, what kind of monster is Long Yu? Before, the Silver Fox King didn't pay much attention to Long Yu at all. Only now did he realize that he underestimated Long Yu. Why does Master Yu Hanqin value Long Yu so much? This is not without reason. After being scolded by the Silver Fox King, the four geniuses beside him were speechless and looked at each other in blank dismay. What's going on, Big Brother Silver Fox? If he successfully won the final treasure haul, Brother Inhu shouldn't be so angry. Could it be that the final treasure palace was taken away by someone else? Thinking of this, the complexions of these four people changed, and they all looked into the distance, where the 5 people from Tianqing Mansion were, staring at Jing Tianqing firmly. Then the damned Jing Tianqing took away the final treasure haul? The 4 people's hearts moved, and they didn't dare to say any more words. They were extremely afraid of the Silver Fox King. It would be bad if they talked nonsense now and made the Silver Fox King even more angry. As everyone knows, in the direction of the 5 members of the Tianqing Mansion, Jing Tianqing, who is the leader, is not at all proud of winning the final treasure haul. Jing Tianqing finally blew himself up. It is certain that the Silver Fox King has been seriously injured, and it is absolutely impossible to win the final treasure haul. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the 5 people in Silver Fox Manor. Seeing the livid face of the Silver Fox King, he immediately knew that his guess was correct. The Silver Fox King really failed to win the final treasure haul in the end. In the end, no one will succeed in the treasure haul. In this way, it will be hard to say who is the first in points. Jing Tianqing thought in his heart. He led people to take down 2 palaces with 1,000 points, and there are many palaces with 100 points. The total score is more than 2,500 points. With such a result, I wonder if he can get the first place? The point reward issued by Lord Chitty is absolutely unusual. However, after Jing Tianqing glanced at the Silver Fox King, he felt a little strange in his heart. It shouldn't be. Why does the Silver Fox King occasionally look in the direction of Tianyu Manor, with resentment and anger in his eyes? On the contrary, the Silver Fox King didn't even look at him at Jing Tianqing. Something is wrong, something is wrong. Even if Jing Tianqing was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that it would be Long Yu who snatched the final treasure haul in the end. Among the crowd, Jiao Xuanhuan, a young genius from Qiushui Manor, even though he broke through to the middle stage of the King Realm and the Scarlet Emperor's illusionary realm, his expression was not pretty. His cultivation has reached the bottleneck. Breakthrough is a matter of course, although it makes him happy, but it is nothing. But in the end the treasure haul was taken away by Long Yu, which made Jiao Xuanhuan extremely upset. That is a top-grade martial art of the Great Desolation level. Just lost. However, this martial skill may not be impossible to obtain. With a thought, Jiao Xuanhuan looked in the direction of Long Yu, with a plan in mind. At the same time, his eyes intersected with the Silver Fox King's. Both of them saw the meaning in each other's eyes and nodded secretly. Covenant. Long Yu, didn't he make a covenant with Bai Shui before? No matter which side obtains the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, they must share them. Presumably, based on the combined influence of Silver Fox Manor, Autumn Water Manor, Snow Fox Manor, etc., it is impossible for this kid to dare to hide it privately, right? Compared with the mood of Silver Fox King, Jiao Xuanhuan, Jing Tianqing, and others, there are still many people in the arena who are anxious. Bai Shui from Shuili Manor and Fire Lion King from Chuanyao Manor were both affected by Jing Tianqing's self-explosion in the last battle. One was directly obliterated, the other lost his fighting power, and even fell into a deep sleep. They didn't know what the final result would be. Now back to the underground martial arts arena, the two of them knew that the situation was not good as soon as they saw the expression on Silver Fox King's face. Obviously the Silver Fox King missed it. But what is it all about? In addition to these people, more people in the field were full of regret and annoyance. For example, the 5 geniuses of Longfu, including Long Yao, the Black Flame King of Lingyan Manor, and Yu Xinlan and others from Luyufu who were killed by Long Yu, all looked very pale. They were eliminated without even seeing the appearance of the final palace. How could they bear it? Not only that, for example, Black Flame King, Long Yao, and others even won extremely poor points for their own forces, not even 100 points. Not to mention the harvest, this time the Scarlet Emperor illusion is a complete shame to them. However, Chitty obviously didn't give them much time to chat. This trip to the illusion is almost over. Chitty's old voice sounded, his tone was very kind, and he said with a smile, I believe that everyone here has gained something, so I won't say much about it. Next, I will distribute the reward points for this illusion. The following announces that illusion will compete for the first place in points, Tianyu Manor, and the total points will be 11,675 points. Although Chitty's cultivation base is extremely terrifying, his personality is very peaceful and approachable, without the slightest feeling of superiority. After he just said this sentence, the entire underground martial arts arena became silent, and a needle could be heard. First place, Tianyu Manor? More than 10,000 points? Doesn't this mean that Tianyu Manor won the final treasure haul and obtained the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness? This, how is it possible? More than 1,000 people in the field all turned their eyes to Tianyu Manor not far away, and saw the genius headed by the 5 people in Tianyu Manor. Long Yu. In the link before the grand meeting in the imperial capital, this Long Yu not only led Tianyu Manor to break into the top 100, but also teamed up with Xu Chan to defeat Long Yao in the Royal Dao Secret Realm. Even though Long Yao is only at the early stage of King Realm, this is enough for Long Yu to be proud of. But that's not enough. Now, in the Scarlet Emperor's illusionary realm, Long Yu actually won the final treasure haul, scoring 10,000 points, making Tianyu Manor the number 1. When Chitty announced the result, everyone in the field was filled with disbelief. Yes, they couldn't believe that a mere boy in the realm of 4 supernatural powers could get the final treasure haul. You must know that the strong man participating in the battle for the Scarlet Emperor's illusion this time has the existence of the late King Realm, the Silver Fox King, Jing Tianxing. In addition to the 2, there are many middle-stage kings, such as the Giant Elephant King, Fire Lion King, and so on. Which one of these people couldn't easily destroy that Long Yu? However, in the end the treasure haul belonged to Long Yu. No one knows what happened. When everyone looked at Silver Fox King and Jing Tianxing, the strongest 2 in this match, they all found that their faces were extremely ugly. Silver Fox King was fine, and he had already prepared himself mentally. As for Jing Tianxing, he was in an instant, his face became extremely pale. In the end, Long Yu succeeded in the treasure haul. The point reward for the first place that Jing Tianxing thought about was gone. Not to mention, the great wilderness level high-grade martial skill that he thought no one would get, was really obtained by others, and he never thought that that person would be Long Yu. If you say you are the Silver Fox King, Jing Tianxing can accept it a bit, but Long Yu? A mere boy with 4 supernatural powers, why should he? Even in the entire Tianyu Manor, there is not a single strong man from the King Realm sitting in charge. Oh no, there is a martial artist from outside, who seems to be named Gui Xian or something. However, this Gui Xian is just a martial artist from the rivers and lakes. It must have cost a lot of money to be hired by Long Yu, and it is impossible to stay here all the time. Tianyu Manor, right? Gui Xian is very strong, Jing Tianxing admitted, because the other party, like him, is also in existence in the late stage of King Realm, and has already condensed the original power in the inner world. But no matter how strong Gui Xian is, he can't compare to the powerhouse in the Imperial Realm. Tianyu Manor doesn't even have a strong person in the Imperial Realm, so why do you need a high-grade martial art of the wilderness level? Countless thoughts flashed in Jing Tianxing's mind, and he quickly made a plan. After the Red Emperor left, he was going to put pressure on Long Yu to let Long Yu give up the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness. No matter what the Silver Fox King, Jing Tianqing, and the others think, Tianyu Manor is undoubtedly the number one in this competition for the Scarlet Emperor's illusion. Little friend Longyu, it's done. This is the reward for Tianyu Manor's first place. The Red Emperor cast his eyes on where Longyu was, his eyes were full of relief, and as soon as he raised his hand, a stream of light flew towards Longyu, and then something in the shape of a token appeared in Longyu's mind. This is? As soon as Longyu's heart moved, 3 words popped out of his mind: Scarlet Emperor Order. Accompanying it is the function of the Scarlet Emperor's token. With this Scarlet Emperor's token, one can have a chance to enter the fantasy world of the 5 emperors. The illusory realm of the 5 emperors is the ultimate treasure house of the 5 emperors alliance. There are many benefits to stepping into it. Not only are there many powerful martial arts recorded in it, but it also has many wonderful effects. Once you step into it, the strength of the practitioner will increase significantly. As for more things, Longyu has not been introduced, but it should be something extraordinary. Only the one with the highest points can get the Chidi token. Thank you, Senior Red Emperor. Longyu smiled, stood up, cupped his fists and half bowed in the direction of Chidi to show respect. Chidi smiled and waved his hand. For a moment, everyone in the audience cast their eyes on Longyu, with extremely fiery expressions in their eyes. They didn't know what the Red Emperor had given Longyu. Could it be a martial skill, beyond the Great Desolation level? Ancient martial arts? In Baishua dynasty, no one even knew about the Scarlet Emperor token, so even if Longyu said it, others would not know what it was for. The rewards that other people can think of are nothing more than martial arts pills and the like, but unfortunately, the rewards Longyu got far surpassed ordinary martial arts pills. Martial arts? Longyu is not lacking. Elixir? Longyu has 150,000 divine coins, which is enough to buy all kinds of wilderness-level pills. Soldiers? Longyuk never lacks soldiers. What's more, even if the Scarlet Emperor rewarded Longyu's warriors, those warriors would not be able to surpass the Nether Dragon Blade. For warriors, Longyu basically has no need for them now. However, the Scarlet Emperor Order, Longyu only just learned about its function, and knew that it was definitely a treasure for him. The illusory realm of the 5 emperors is the top training place in the entire world of martial arts. The practitioners who enter it will have higher talent, faster improvement, and longer retention time. It can be said that once anyone enters the illusory realm of the 5 emperors, their strength will definitely change drastically after they come out. However, it is not so easy to get the quota to enter the illusory realm of the 5 emperors. In addition to the Red Emperor, the other 4 emperors can also issue tokens, allowing geniuses from the world of martial arts to step into the fantasy world of the 5 emperors. The resources of the 5 emperors' illusory world are limited, and it is destined that too many people can step into it. Only peerless geniuses are qualified to step into it and practice in it. Longyu didn't say anything about the Scarlet Emperor's decree. Anyway, with the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level, it is quite good for the people of Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion. Second in points, Azura Mansion, 2,950 points. Ms. Shuchan, take it. Immediately afterwards, Chidi raised his head, looked at Shuchan, who was not far from Longyu, smiled slightly, and raised his hand. Another stream of light flashed by. The second place was actually Shuchan. Even Longyu didn't expect this point. It seems that Shuchan led Duguijian and others to plunder everywhere, and snatched 2 1,000-cent palaces, and nearly 10 100-cent palaces, which was quite efficient. In fact, if Longyu hadn't encountered Yu Xinlan, the plunder of the 1,000-point palace and the 100-point palace would have been very smooth, but it's a pity that Longyu encountered one after another King Realm powerhouse along the way, wasting too much time. If he hadn't won the final treasure haul, he would have missed the Chidi Ling. It's the ancient decree of the 5 emperors. Shu Chan's voice quietly reached Longyu's ears. With this token, we can exchange an ancient martial arts training method with the Five Emperors Alliance. The second place can actually get the ancient martial arts. Long Yu's heart trembled. It was fortunate that Xu Chan got the second place, otherwise, it would have been snatched away by other people from Baixua dynasty. And it can be seen from this that the value of the Scarlet Emperor token obtained by Long Yu is definitely higher than that of an ancient martial skill. The next third place is Tianqing Mansion, then Dragon Mansion, etc., and so on. To Long Yu's surprise, Ruoshui County ranked 7th, and was rewarded with chitty points, and the harvest was quite good. Ruoshui County is outside the top 100, and it entered another Scarlet Emperor illusionary realm, and even got nearly 2,000 points. It seems that Sikong Yi's strength is really good. Long Yu nodded secretly. He had previously given the Great Wilderness level elixir to heal Sikong Yi, and he fully recovered just the day before the opening of the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, so that Sikong Yi participated in the illusion competition on behalf of Ruoshui County. Although I don't know what method was used, Sikong Yi did lead the team to kill a guardian beast of the King Realm and win a palace, with 1,000 points, which is really rare. This time the fight for the Scarlet Emperor's illusion has come to an end. You all have to work hard. After Chitty finished speaking, he stood up with a smile on his face, turned his head, and left with Yu Hanqin. Before leaving, both Chitty and Yu Hangxin cast meaningful glances at where Long Yu was. Obviously, Long Yu's performance in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion successfully made Chitty notice him. With a cultivation base of the four-path supernatural realm, he has repeatedly defeated king-level powerhouses, and even won the final treasure haul from the Silver Fox King. This is not something ordinary martial arts can do. It is purely normal to attract Chitty's attention. Seeing Chitty leave, everyone in the underground martial arts arena prepared to disperse and go about their own business. Xu Chan, we have obtained 3 great wilderness-level martial arts. Long Yu stopped Xu Chan, and directly stated the 3 martial arts skills he had obtained: Dahuang level low rank, Tianxian footwork, pivot Qi. Among them, this Tianshu in training Qi is not a combat skill, but a martial skill for cultivation. It is the first time I have seen it. It is said that after practicing this Tianshu in training Qi, your own cultivation speed will increase a lot. If you can comprehend it to the state of transformation, it can even increase the speed of cultivation by 3 times. Long Yu explained. If you want to learn these great wilderness-level martial arts, you can only comprehend them from the jade slips made by the strong. Later, the Red Emperor will send someone to send the real martial arts jade slips to the leaders of their respective forces. Now Long Yu can't teach Xu Chan these martial arts, but he can introduce them first, so that Xu Chan can be mentally prepared. Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion are connected with each other, and of course what they get is shared unconditionally. I also got a middle-grade martial skill of the Great Desolation level, Tianji Xingquan. I will record it and send it to your Tianyu Manor. In addition, there are some alchemy formulas and warrior molds. Xu Chan smiled and said, this time, our Shura Mansion has made a lot of money. Not everyone can get the high-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level. Mutual benefit. The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile. Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion had a lot of harvest, and everyone was happy. Except for Long Yu and Xu Chan, the others were of course also in a very good mood. However, just as the 2 parties were about to leave the underground martial arts arena, an uninvited guest flew over. Long Yu. The Silver Fox King sternly shouted. The power of the divine script of space flickered, and he came to Long Yu, staring at Long Yu covetously. At the same time, many other people around him also flew over. Jiaozuan, Fire Lion King. In addition, there was another King Realm expert who also accepted Baishua's covenant, but this person was killed by Jing Tianqing from the very beginning, and he failed to meet Long Yu and others. Silver Fox King? What advice do you have? Long Yu saw so many people flying over to stop him. Of course he knew that the visitor was not kind, but he just smiled lightly and asked directly. Chitty and Yuhengson have not gone far. It is impossible for the Silver Fox King and others to do anything out of the ordinary. Before the final battle with Jing Tianqing, did we have a covenant? The Silver Fox King looked down at Long Yu with a haughty expression on his face. According to the covenant, the great wilderness level top-grade martial arts we have obtained will be shared unconditionally by all parties, so tomorrow, we will all visit Tianyu Manor together and take what we deserve. As soon as the Silver Fox King said this, Xuanhuan and the Fire Lion King beside him exuded a tyrannical aura for a moment, obviously wanting to put pressure on Long Yu. But the people behind Long Yu were all filled with righteous indignation. Covenant? Shit covenant. At that time, the Silver Fox King was so arrogant that he directly killed everyone in Tianyu Manor. Even Xiao Ziying, who was healing him, was beheaded casually by him. It is certain that if the Silver Fox King obtains a top-grade martial skill of the Great Desolation level, he will definitely not share it with Long Yu, Shu Chan and others. But now, Long Yu has acquired a top-grade martial art of the Great Desolation level, yet the Silver Fox King has come to propose a covenant with him. Really? Covenant? What covenant? However, Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and smiled casually. I do remember that Bai Shui once asked me to mention a covenant, but this covenant, Silver Fox King, didn't you deny it yourself? Speaking of this, Long Yu's tone immediately turned cold. Even in front of the final treasure hall, you still want to massacre all the people in our Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion. Now what are you going to tell me about the covenant? Hee. When the Silver Fox King heard Long Yu's words, he laughed lightly, and there was disdain in his laughter. It's your honor that I, the Silver Fox King, form an alliance with you. Now, you are shameless? I don't need a shameless person like you to give me my face. Long Yu said lightly, get out of the way, since you don't recognize the covenant, and even killed my people in Tianyu Manor. Why are you asking me for a high-grade martial art of the wilderness level now? Brother Long Yu, I would like to advise you a word. Before the Silver Fox King could make another sound, the Jiaozhua people on the side also said contemptuously, hand over the top-grade martial arts of the great wilderness level, and we will protect your Tianyu Manor, otherwise, we can't guarantee that there will be more at this time next year. Without the existence of your Tianyu Manor. This is a clear threat. Naturally, Long Yu couldn't be threatened by someone like Jiaozhuan. He completely ignored Jiaozhuan's words and waved his hand. Let's go, don't bother to pay attention to these shameless people. After saying this, he directly took Shu Chan, Man Xian and a group of 10 people around Silver Fox King and others, and left towards the outside of the underground martial arts arena. How shameless it is. Really think that I won a fantasy competition for the first place, that I am the strongest person in the world? This Long Yu is really arrogant. The Fire Lion King snorted coldly, but he didn't think about who was the one who was arrogant first. A few of them came here aggressively to beg Long Yu for high-grade martial arts at the Great Wilderness level. Isn't this arrogant? To deal with these arrogant guys, Long Yu can't be too arrogant. It doesn't matter, I, Silver Fox, will decide on the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness class. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Silver Fox King. He waved his hand and left straight away. Jiaozhuan, Fire Lion King and others looked at each other, nodded, and then left. For them, it was too easy to snatch something from a dragon master. Long Yu led the crowd to leave the underground martial arts arena, but before he had gone a few steps, another row of people came to stop him. Jing Tianqing. Long Yu stopped and looked at the king-level genius in white clothes in front of him, without any expression on his face. Do you know why I'm here? Jing Tianqing glanced at Long Yu, and said proudly, if you don't hand over the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level, you won't be able to keep Tianyu Manor for long. Why are there always some idiots who think that they are number one in the world, and that others should give them all the benefits? Long Yu smiled happily. Jing Tianqing, you want me to hand over the Great Wilderness level top-grade martial arts, yes, but please exchange it with something of equivalent value. How about 1 million divine coins? It is absolutely cost-effective to buy a high-grade martial skill of the Great Desolation level with 1 million divine coins. Enough to make the strong in their entire mansion stronger. Paying 1 million divine coins for this is definitely a good deal, so the Giant Elephant King and others agreed to cooperate with Jing Tianqing, but it was a pity that they fell short in the end and gave Long Yu a top-grade martial art of the Great Desolation level. Long Yu had inquired about Jing Tianqing before, and had seen him with his own eyes. Of course he knew the character of this person, that is, extremely arrogant. So, let Jing Tianqing take out 1 million divine coins? Totally impossible. You are courting death. Sure enough, Jing Tianqing's face suddenly darkened. Among the juniors of the Northern Snow Dynasty, no one dares to negotiate terms with me, Jing Tianqing. One price, 10,000 divine coins. Anyway, give me the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level, and it will be good for you. There is nothing to lose, and 10,000 god coins are already a big profit for you. I laughed so hard, 10,000 divine coins? Xu Chan immediately scolded from the side, Jing Tianqing, are you shameless for saying this? Since you don't want 1 million for you, then don't ever want it. Facing such a shameless person, even Xu Chan couldn't stand it anymore. This Jing Tianqing won the top 10,000 of the strongest kings once, really think it's so shocking? Shut up. Are you here to speak? Jing Tianqing glanced at Xu Chan, exuding the aura of the late king stage. Jing Tianqing, I have already given you enough face, 1 million divine coins, since you don't want it, forget it. Long Yu said lightly, Master Yu Hanqin is coming, if you don't leave, I will find Master Yu Hanqin to judge. As soon as these words came out, Jing Tianqing's face suddenly turned blue and purple. He is very strong. In the late stage of the King's Dao secret realm, one finger can crush Long Yu to death, so he dared to speak so arrogantly to Long Yu. But in front of Yu Hanqin, his Jing Tianqing's strength is not enough at all. Fortunately for you, that's all. Jing Tianqing's eyes flickered, he said something lightly, and turned to leave. He really felt that Yu Hanqin was rushing over, so he didn't bother to talk to Long Yudhua. As for the matter, let's just forget it. With Jing Tianqing's character, is this possible? It's just that Jing Tianqing doesn't want to be targeted by Yu Hanqin. I can be sure that Tianyu Manor will not be peaceful tonight. After you go back, stay in the house and don't go out. Long Yu whispered to the people behind him. Most of the buildings in Tianyu Manor have been reinforced by divine crystals. Even if Jing Tianqing and his father came over, it would be impossible to destroy any of the reinforced buildings. Why should Long Yu be afraid? However, regarding the two groups of people, Silver Fox King and Jing Tianqing, Long Yu certainly wouldn't just let it go. Since the other party will definitely take action, Long Yu must of course prepare in advance, teach the other party a lesson, and let them know that Tianyu Manor is not left to be slaughtered by them. Yu Hanqin seemed to have sent Chidi away, and then flew towards Long Yu and the others alone. Her graceful figure attracted the attention of countless people around her, and when they saw that her target was Long Yu, they couldn't help whispering. Long Yu won the first place this time, it can be said that he has risen all of a sudden. Long Yu, this is the reward you got this time, a total of 11 jade slips. Yu Hanqin came slowly, with a smile on his face, and handed 11 jade slips to Long Yu. Obviously, these jade slips were the jade slips obtained by Long Yu and others in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion and transformed into entities. Among them is the record of the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level in the final treasure hall, Tianshu in training Qi. Thank you, Senior. Long Yu smiled slightly, took the 11 jade slips, then blinked at Yu Hanqin, and said in a voice, I'm afraid something will happen in Tianyu Manor tonight, Senior, can you come secretly if you have time? I think so too. Yuhanqin nodded, glanced at Long Yu, and smiled slightly. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to do anything to Tianyu Manor. I want to see who will attack you. I can rest assured that. Long Yu nodded and felt relieved. Although even if Yuhan doesn't come, Tianyu Manor will be fine, but it is not rude to come, as long as Silver Fox King, Jing Tianqing, and the others make any moves. Long Yu will let them know how big the idea of attacking Tianyu Manor is. Madness. Of course, no matter it is the Silver Fox King or Jing Tianqing, it is naturally impossible to do this kind of thing in person. What are their identities? How can they do such a thing? When the time comes, those who come to Tianyu Manor will definitely be the forces they have hired. Tonight, Tianyu Manor is destined to have a good show. Yuhanqin handed out more than a dozen jade slips seized by Shu Luo Mansion and others to Shu Chan's hands, and then left. The two sides exchanged jade slips, and Long Yu got the Dahuang level middle grade martial arts, and the cultivation method of Tianji Xingquan, all of which were memorized in his mind. However, Long Yu still couldn't create another jade slip that recorded Tianji Xingquan, because if he wanted to create a complete martial skill jade slip, he had to cultivate the martial skill to the level of transformation. Long Yu didn't even get started now. It was impossible to make these jade slips of great wilderness level martial arts, not only Long Yu, but also anyone else. Therefore, there is only one copy of these jade slips. Of course, there are two copies of the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, and some jade slips may have two copies, but the only thing that really attracts the attention of the strong is the jade slip in Long Yu's hand that records the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level. When they went back, Long Yu and others also saw Ruoshui County King, Sikong Yi, and others. Sikong Yi personally thanked Long Yu, and then left with Ruoshui County King. They wanted to go back to Ruoshui County to digest what they got from this grand meeting in the imperial capital. Mainly because of the final competition for the Scarlet Emperor's illusionary realm, Ruoshui County had a good grade, and even got the Dahuang level low-grade martial skill, Tianxian footwork. For Ruoshui County, this is undoubtedly a huge improvement in strength. Originally, in the entire Ruoshui County, there were only 2 complete Dahuang level low-grade martial arts records, and there were no higher-level martial arts at all. This time, the overall strength of Ruoshui County was directly improved greatly. Not to mention, there is also a reward from the Red Emperor who ranks 7th in fantasy points. Long Yu didn't know what it was, but he thought it was at least another Great Desolation level martial skill. This trip directly doubled the number of Great Desolation level martial skills possessed by Ruoshui County. Moreover, when the Scarlet Emperor's illusion is over, the major forces in the Northern Snow Dynasty will definitely start to reshuffle, and the forces that get good things in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion will definitely start to rise. And other forces may also be able to obtain more wilderness-level martial arts, alchemy, etc., through certain channels, but they will definitely need to pay a certain price, and their development speed will be much slower. Generally speaking, the entire Beishua dynasty will enter a period of rapid development in the next 2 years, and it will definitely shine at the Shenwu Emperor meeting 2 years later. All of this was brought to Beishua dynasty by Yuhanqin. In the entire Beishua dynasty, Yu Hengxin's prestige has been raised to an unmatched level. Even the strongest Beishua Bazhuang and Sifu and other forces must obey Yu Hengxin's words. The dynasty is about to transform into an empire, and countless people are excited, but they don't know when that moment will really come. In Tianyu Manor, Long Yu directly took out the 11 jade slips and played with them in his hands. These are the greatest treasures currently possessed by Tianyu Manor, especially the 3-movement Great Desolation level martial skill jade slips. Only members who have made certain contributions to Tianyu Manor are eligible to practice. Otherwise, these martial arts would be easily spread, and the loss of martial arts would be an unbearable consequence for any force. Everyone can celebrate tonight, maybe we will have many special guests. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, everyone in Tianyu Manor worshipped Long Yu extremely, and being able to win the first place in the competition for the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, and to obtain the top-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level, was enough to prove that Long Yu had infinite talent. Following Long Yu, why would the Tianyu Manor not develop in the future? Into the night. The entire Tianyu Manor was having a carnival, and Long Yu was alone, holding the 11 jade slips, looking through a courtyard, and got a general idea of the various materials needed for refining the alchemy recipes and warrior molds. Meanwhile, he's waiting. Wait for the people from Silver Fox King and Jing Tianqing to come. For this reason, he deliberately chose a courtyard that was not integrated with the divine language crystal, in order to show flaws and attract the opponent's people to appear. Please enter the urn. It was about midnight. Long Yu kept the contents of these 11 jade slips in his heart, but in terms of martial arts, he couldn't use them to teach others. After all, he didn't understand most of these martial arts. Putting away the 11 jade slips and putting them into an ordinary space belt, Long Yu walked out of the courtyard calmly. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly struck, like a fierce ghost in the dark night, launching a surprise attack on Long Yu, who had just walked out of the courtyard. This person's concealment ability is extremely good. Even if Long Yu used the Eye of Shadow once before going out, he didn't even notice his existence. A strong man at the peak of the King realm. Long Yu's heart trembled, knowing that the opponent was coming towards him. He immediately raised his hand, and the power of the Shura origin stone in his body frantically activated. Boom! Long Yu was punched by the figure and flew away. At the same time, the space belt wrapped around his waist was taken away by the figure. Azura Ancient Palace, come down. Long Yu urged Shura Source Stone, and the ancient Shura Palace appeared on top of him in an instant, and he jumped into it. When facing the King's Peak powerhouse, the ancient Shura Palace was much more stable than the ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower. The ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda may be damaged even more under the attack of the strong in the late King realm, while the ancient Shura Temple can withstand even the attacks of the strong in the King realm. The Black Shadow succeeded in one blow, and originally wanted to kill Long Yu directly, but seeing Long Yu hiding in the giant Shura ancient temple, he gave up the idea of killing him, and directly turned into black smoke with one step, and disappeared completely. It's really hurt. Long Yu stood in the center of the ancient Azura Hall, squinting his eyes. The power in his body surged violently. If he hadn't practiced the immemorial Death Realm body refining martial skill, the opponent would have killed him with just one blow. In this case, I have to pay you back. Thinking in Long Yu's mind, his figure disappeared from the ancient Shura Palace, and the entire ancient Shura Palace also lifted off a moment later, returned to the sky above Tianyu Manor, and hid itself. At the same time, the two people who had been prepared for a long time went out directly at this moment. Gu Yixian, Mo Zhaitian. Gu Yixian is a strong man in the late stage of the King realm, even one step away from the King realm, and his strength is extremely terrifying, while Mo Zhaitian, although he has just stepped into the King realm, has unique abilities in breath tracking and concealment. Taking Gu Yixian and Long Yu with him, Mo Zhaitian directly hid all his voices, and quickly chased after the sneaking shadow. Under Mo Zhaitian's tracking supernatural power, the other party should not try to escape at all. As long as Mo Zhaitian has seen the figure, no matter what concealment methods the other party uses will be useless. This is the strength of Ma's Haitian. And at Long Yu's invitation, Mo Zhaitian naturally observed every move around Long Yu from beginning to end, and even Mo Zhaitian hid not far from Long Yu's courtyard, and the person who launched the sneak attack couldn't find out. In terms of concealment and tracking, Ma's Haitian is the master. Even hiding together with Long Yu and Gu Yixian, the effect is much more terrifying than Long Yu alone. If he could have the concealment ability like Mo Zhaitian, Long Yu's assassination level would be further improved, but unfortunately this is the unique ability of Mo Zhaitian, and it cannot be compensated by magical powers or martial arts. Chase all the way. Soon Ma's Haitian led the two of them to follow the Black Shadow, left the range of Tianyu Manor, and went to the territory of Tengu Manor next door. Then, the three of Long Yu saw from a distance that the Black Shadow took out the 11 jade slips from the storage belt, and buried them under an old tree in Tengu Manor. After the 11 jade slips were buried, the Black Shadow disappeared again. I'm tracking the shadow, you stay here. Seeing this, Mo Zhaitian's heart moved, and he disappeared alone, and went to follow the Black Shadow. As for Long Yu, he took Gu Yixin with him, used the method of concealment, continued to hide his body, and began to look for other people around him. Evil thoughts explode. Long Yu went directly to the place where the jade slips were buried, and cast the evil thought blast invisibly, but found that there was no reaction at all. In other words, there is no other person within a radius of more than 200 feet. Rise. Concentrating his strength with one hand, Long Yu broke open the soil under the old tree, took out 11 jade slips, and checked them. It really is fake. Long Yu squinted his eyes. It seems that the truth will be revealed by Ma's Haitian, and Yu Hanqin has been following, and the other party can't escape. Just as the sound of his words fell, there was a sudden burst of divine text collision and fluctuation not far away. It was obvious that a battle had taken place. Judging by the intensity, it was at least a confrontation between the Qing realm powerhouses. Long Yu and Gu Yixin rushed over at the fastest speed, and soon arrived at the place where the battle broke out. Of course, the two of them were still hiding their figures under Long Yu's hidden means. Mo Zhaitian didn't appear, and now even Long Yu and Gu Yixin couldn't find his whereabouts. And at the place where the battle broke out, there was a deep pit on the ground, and there were two seriously injured men in black lying in the deep pit. One of them was obviously the guy who took away Long Yu's 11 jade slips. Brush. The air around Long Yu fluctuated, and then a space belt was handed over to him by a shadow of nothingness. Obviously, Mo Zhaitian took the opportunity to take the space belt from the man in black. Long Yu checked secretly, and there were indeed his 11 jade slips in the space belt, intact. Those two men in black are members of a hiring organization, and they should have been hired to snatch these jade slips. Mo Zhaitian's voice reached Long Yu's ears, and no one else could hear it. However, these two men in black fought each other, and they were desperate to die with one move. Dog eats dog? Long Yu thought in his heart. At this moment, a large group of people rushed over not far away. This is the range of Tengu Manor, and the first people to come to such an explosion were of course the people from Tengu Manor. But before that group of people arrived, Yu Hanqin's figure suddenly appeared in midair. Her figure was ethereal, faintly visible, like a fairy. Jiaozuan, there's no need to leave once you're here, are you right? There was a hint of coldness in Yu Hanqin's voice. It was obvious that she had spotted Jiaozuan hiding aside. Use the phantom method to sneak around the corpse to check, but didn't find what you wanted. Jiaozuan, are you disappointed? Yu Hanqin floated towards a big tree, and when the second sentence fell, he activated the power of the Ice Divine script with one hand, and directly blasted the big tree into ashes. Behind that big tree, there was indeed a sneaky figure looking at Yu Hanqin in shock. It was Jiaozhua. Master Yu Hanqin, I just came here to pick up some cheap ones. I guessed that someone would attack little brother Long Yu tonight. Jiaozuan was slightly embarrassed, but he wasn't too nervous. Obviously, in his opinion, his presence here was not enough for Yu Hanqin to do anything to him. Yeah? Yu Hanqin's voice became colder and colder, and even this voice was the coldest since Long Yu knew her. Yu Hanqin had never spoken with such a heavy chill before. Jiaozuan, to be honest, maybe I will consider letting you go, but if you insist that you are only here to fish in troubled waters. Baishua dynasty, the promotion to the empire is coming soon. I need to build up my prestige. After Yu Hanqin finished speaking, she was already in front of Jiaozuan, with a murderous look. Jiaozuan's face suddenly turned ashen. He had never seen Yu Hanqin with such an appearance, such a coldness, and such a strong killing intent. He even felt that in the next moment, Yu Hanqin would kill him directly. Jiaozuan's psychological quality is not bad, but in Yu Hanqin's state, he didn't last long before collapsing. Master Yu Hanxin, I will tell you everything, but please let us go at Qiushui Manor. Gritting his teeth, Jiaozuan said directly, I am here today mainly because of the order of the Silver Fox King to receive the 11 jade slips taken from Tianyu Manor. The man in black who made the move is as for the other person who was hired by the Silver Fox King, I don't know who sent it, but I can guess that it must be someone hired by Jing Tianqing to snatch it. Very good, Silver Fox King, Jing Tianqing. Yu Hanqin nodded coldly, Jiaozuan, you can leave, but starting today, I will order the Qiushui Manor to be banned. As for the Silver Fox Manor and Tianqing Mansion, they will also be completely banned. I will hold back for the last time. From now on, if there is another situation like this secretly robbing cultivation resources, it will destroy the whole family. After the words fell, not only Jiaozhua people, but also Long Yu, Mo Zhaitian, Gui Xian and others, as well as everyone in Tenggu Manor who had just come from a distance, were all shocked by Yu Hanqin's murderous words. It turned out that Yu Hanqin had planned all of this a long time ago. So that's how it is. Unexpectedly, we have become Yu Hanqin's tools. Long Yu was a little puzzled, but seeing such a powerful Yu Hanqin, he was naturally in a good mood. Whether it was Qiushui Manor, Jing Tianqing, or Silver Fox King, this operation could be said to be a steal. It hit Yu Hanqin's muzzle. The Beishua dynasty is about to be promoted to an empire. Under such circumstances, the entire Beishua territory is prone to turmoil. If Yu Hanqin does not use iron and blood tactics, the entire Beishua territory will be in chaos. After the Scarlet Emperor's illusion ended, Yu Hanqin guessed that someone would make trouble, and she just wanted to make an example of others, so as to establish her prestige. Before that, Yu Hanqin's prestige was sufficient, but it did not reach the level of prohibition. The reason was that Yu Hanqin had no iron-handed policies at all, and had always been calm. But now, what she needs is not only the admiration of everyone in Beishua, but more importantly, deterrence. Only when everyone in the Beishua territory respects her, the entire Beishua dynasty, and even the soon-to-be Beishua Empire, will be better managed and truly begin to develop at a high speed. Unfortunately, Silver Fox King and Jing Tianqing thought that Yu Hanqin attached great importance to them, and even if they found out, they would definitely not punish them severely. But they were completely wrong. The price they are about to pay is that Silver Fox Manor and Tianqing Mansion are completely banned. Although they did not kill anyone, if there is another time, Yu Hanqin will destroy the whole family. This is obviously not just talking. Even the manor where her chief bodyguard, Silver Fox King, was banned, shows how determined Yu Hanqin is. The next day, Silver Fox Manor, Qiushui Manor, and Tianqing Mansion, the three major powers that originally stood in the Northern Snow Dynasty, were surprised to be banned at the same time, which shocked the entire Northern Snow Dynasty. As for the reason why it was banned, it was trying to attack Long Yu of Tianyu Manor and seize the spoils in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, which completely annoyed Yu Hanqin. Even if the Silver Fox King, Jing Tianqing's elders, and even the powerful in the imperial realm all went to intercede with Yu Hanqin, they couldn't change Yu Hanqin's determination at all. The three major forces will be annihilated from now on. A month later, a martial arts competition will be held to determine the new ownership of these three forces. As for the people from the original three forces, they were all directly recruited by Yu Hanqin and became her subordinates. Even though the Silver Fox Emperor, Tianqing Emperor, and others were unhappy, they could not change the ending after all. Yu Hanqin was determined to use them to establish his prestige, so it was absolutely impossible to spare them lightly. In stark contrast to them, it undoubtedly belonged to Long Yu. Everyone knows that Long Yu, who won the first place in the Scarlet Emperor illusion, will definitely lead Tianyu Manor to rise continuously. As a result, quite a few martial arts practitioners came to sign up, wanting to join the two forces of Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion. Of course, Long Yu was happy to hear about this. Originally, the overall strength of Tianyu Manor was relatively weak. Although Long Yu provided training resources and his integration of members of the entire force, it would obviously take a long time for Tianyu Manor to fully develop. Now there are people here attracted by their fame. If all these people are recruited, the overall strength of Tianyu Manor will be greatly improved. You must know that because of the high-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, even some strong kings want to join Tianyu one after another. Manor. Suddenly, Tianyu Manor became the most discussed topic in the entire Beishua dynasty. Great, since Brother Gu chose to stay, he is undoubtedly a member of the Elders' Council of our Tianyu Manor. Long Yu laughed. Early this morning, just as Yu Hanqin announced the banning of the three major forces in Silver Fox Manor, Gu Wenshan brought the 4 members of the Cracked Tooth Squad to express to Long Yu that they were willing to stay in Tianyu Manor. The current Tianyu Manor doesn't even have a King Realm expert. With Gu Weishan in charge, Long Yu can rest assured. You know, he won't be able to stay in the manor forever. If Long Yu's strength is to be improved, he must obtain enough divine text crystals, so he must go to the entire Shenwu world, where those alien beasts gather, such as the land of the source. If Long Yu is not around, there is a high possibility that something will go wrong if there is no King Realm powerhouse in charge. Now with Gu Weishan, Long Yu felt more at ease. Undoubtedly, on the one hand, Gu Weishan is because there are more high-grade martial arts at the Tianyu Manor, and on the other hand, he is also interested in Long Yu's potential, and he wants to make friends, which will not do any harm to his martial arts path. Long Yu gave Hangyue the full authority to handle the matter of recruiting people in Tianyu Manor, but he just gave him an instruction that loyalty should be the first prerequisite for recruiting, so when testing the recruiting, we should test more things about perseverance and loyalty. As for the realm of martial arts, it was not Long Yu's most important thing. That night, Long Yu began to practice the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, and Tian Shu drew his energy. This martial skill is very good for anyone. If you comprehend it to the level of transformation, the speed of practice will increase by as much as 3 times, and even when Tian Shu Inchi is at its peak, it can also enhance the effect of taking pills. It is worthy of being the martial skill brought out by the Red Emperor. With this martial skill, anyone's cultivation speed will be raised to another level. In addition to Tian Shu in training Qi, Long Yu also obtained Tianxian footwork this time, and now he has cultivated to the Xiaqing realm, and can teleport short distances instantly. There are also 2 middle-rank martial arts at the Great Wilderness level, Tianquan Star Shield and Tianji Star Fist, one for defense and one for attack. The power is not bad, but it is a bit tasteless for Long Yu. Instead of spending time comprehending these 2 moves for martial arts, it is better to practice Jiuyou Tianguang more. Jiuyou Tianguang is an ancient-level top-grade martial skill that can improve attack, defense, and speed in all directions, and it is much stronger than the Great Wilderness level middle-grade martial skill. Only Tian Shu entrains Qi, which is a relatively unique martial skill for cultivation, and it is difficult to replace other martial arts. Of course, Long Yu first chose Tian Shu entrains Qi to comprehend. In 3 days, Tian Shu Inchi stepped into the beginner level, allowing him to freely absorb the spiritual energy of the world and increase his cultivation speed by 20%, which is already quite a remarkable achievement. The speed of cultivation is increased by 20%, and the practice circle in the cultivation tower can double the speed of cultivation. The 2 superimposed on each other, the effect is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If Tian Shu entrains Qi to achieve great success, even the effect of taking pills will be enhanced. I'm really looking forward to it. Long Yu thought in his heart, and continued to practice in closed doors. What he thought in his mind was, of course, to cultivate Tian Shu Inchi to Desheng first, then buy a large number of elixir, and try to step into the 5-path supernatural power after taking it. If the breakthrough is successful, it's time to leave Tianyu Manor and go out to practice. According to his plan, within a month, he can almost cultivate Tianshu Inchi to the level of Desheng. However, everything in the world will not happen exactly as people plan. While Long Yu was practicing in seclusion, a great crisis was approaching rapidly. On the 5th day of practice, Long Yu walked out of the courtyard, intending to find Hong Yu and inquire about the development of Tianyu Manor. Just yesterday, everyone learned that the Scarlet Emperor had left Beishua dynasty. It is naturally impossible for a top powerhouse like that to stay in such a small place as Beishua dynasty for too long. During this period of time, there were only a dozen or so people in the entire Tianyu Manor who were qualified to practice Tianshu Inchi. If one wants to practice Tianshu in training Qi, a top-grade martial skill of the wilderness level, if one is originally from Tianyu Manor, that is, he came from Tianyu Island with Long Yu, he only needs to step into the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, and he can choose to practice. The outsiders recruited recently must make enough contributions to Tianyu Manor before they can practice. So far, no outside martial artist is qualified to practice Tianshu Inchi. Few people complained about this kind of differential treatment. After all, Tianyu Manor was willing to accept them, and it was already very good. How could it be so easy to practice high-grade martial arts at the Great Wilderness level? After joining Tianyu Manor, at least there is something to look forward to. What's more, even if you can't learn the top-grade Great Desolation level martial arts, there are still many other Great Desolation level martial arts that you can practice, and the contribution you need to make is much lower than Tianshu's requirement for entraining Qi. These Great Desolation level martial arts, including Tianxian footwork, Tianquan star shield, and Long Yu obtained from the Mazong treasure before, and then filled them with a complete 3 moves of the Great Desolation level low-grade martial arts. As for the Great Wilderness level martial arts, Tianyu Manor is the most guarded. If a foreign martial artist helps Tianyu Manor every day, half a year's contribution is enough to exchange for a low-grade Great Wilderness level martial skill. This is almost impossible in other forces. Because even in a place like Dragon Mansion, Dahuang level low-grade martial arts are extremely precious existences. If you are not a core member, no matter how many things you do, it is impossible for you to practice them. In addition, Tianyu Manor and Azura Mansion are united, and the number of alchemy recipes, soldier molds, and wild-level martial arts skills owned by both parties is exactly the same, which makes the cultivation resources of both parties more abundant. With enough contributions from the Tianyu Manor, you can go to the Shura Mansion to practice the mid-grade Tianji Star Fist martial arts at the Dahuang level, Gas. Of course, if you want to practice the Great Desolation level high-grade martial arts, the condition of Tianshu in training Qi cannot be achieved in a short period of time. Even if it is a strong man in the secret realm of the kingly way, it will take at least 2 years to do things non-stop every day. Qualified to practice Tianshu in training Qi. As for theft, with Yu Hanqin's previous warning, who would dare to do such a thing? That is going to be wiped out by Yu Hanqin. Not only Tianyu Manor and Azura Mansion, but even the entire Beishua dynasty has entered a period of rapid development, and the speed of improvement of martial arts strength of various forces is much, much faster than before. After thinking about so many things in succession, Long Yu suddenly frowned slightly. He felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. It stands to reason that someone should call for Hongyue. Hongyue should have come a long time ago. How come it still hasn't appeared yet? It's not good, it's not good. Brother Long, someone has come to our manor to make trouble. Suddenly, Man Xian's panicked voice came over. Someone is causing trouble? Gui Xian can't handle it? Long Yu raised his head, just in time to see Man Xian running over anxiously. Can't handle it. Man Xian actually had a look of fear on his face, It's the Emperor realm. The powerful people from the Emperor realm came to make trouble, and they named you by name and wanted to find you, Big Brother Long, saying that they wanted to take revenge. Go away. Man Xian hadn't finished his sentence when suddenly a wave of terrifying divinity wave came from behind, hitting his back in one fell swoop, completely blowing him away. To be able to knock Man Xian into the air with one move, the person who came was at least a mid-kingdom powerhouse. Killing intent flashed across Long Yu's eyes. Who would come to Chanyu Manor to make trouble at such a time? Emperor Realm powerhouse? Long Yu didn't remember any strong man in the Imperial Realm that he had offended. If he had offended him, there was only one possibility, Emperor Yun. Once, Emperor Yun came to the Northern Snow Dynasty to participate in the Snow Lotus auction, and wanted to take Shu Chan as a maid, but Shu Chan refused, thus becoming enemies with Long Yu and Shu Chan. Later, Emperor Yun died in the hands of the alien beasts of the Mantian Ice God clan, and Long Yu snatched all his property without hesitation. Long Yu has never shown any flaws, but now, people from Yun Empire have finally come to him. As Man Xian's body was hit hard, two young men exuding the aura of the Emperor paced towards Long Yu. The appearance of the two young men was similar to that of the Emperor Yun, but at this time there is infinite murderous intent in people's eyes. Behind the two of them, another figure suddenly appeared. Emperor Realm Powerhouse. Cloud Emperor. Just when the incomparably stalwart figure of Emperor Yun appeared in front of Long Yu, all the people in Chanyu Manor gathered towards this direction, but no one dared to approach. Two strong men in the Imperial Realm took the lead, one on the left and the other on the right appeared in front of Long Yu, and behind the two young strong men in the Imperial Realm, there was an existence with a terrifying aura. Although Long Yu had never met the other party, he confirmed the identity of the other party at that moment, the master of the Yun Empire, the Emperor of the Clouds. Because this strong man who exudes the aura of a strong man in the Imperial Realm, his appearance is not much different from that of the previous Emperor Yun, and even after the Emperor Yun grows up, he will look like this. Long Yu. One of the strong men in the Imperial Realm had a ferocious face, looking at Long Yu with murderous intent in his eyes. How dare you kill my younger brother, and you are trying to hide the truth, you never thought we would find it out. Don't talk nonsense with him. This kid killed our third brother. It's not a pity to die. Let's do it. Another young man in the Imperial Realm said lightly. His body was rushing towards Long Yu, and his gestures exuded endless power. This is a power that even the Silver Fox King and Jing Tianqing can't match at all. Royal Realm. A level higher than the King level, it can be said that there is a big difference. Even if it is the Silver Fox King or Jing Tianqing here, they can't stop the opponent's move, let alone Long Yu's 4 supernatural powers. However, facing the attack of this young man in the Imperial Realm, Long Yu remained motionless, as if he hadn't reacted at all, but in Long Yu's eyes, there was a playful light. Next moment. No movement was seen by Long Yu. The young man in the Imperial Realm who was attacking him was directly blocked by a huge force, and then his whole body was bounced away, and he fell heavily to the ground. Who? The young man's complexion changed. He raised his head and asked harshly. Running to my territory and wanting to hurt people, but still asking who I am. Don't you think you are too ridiculous, Yun Jinglei? A faint voice suddenly appeared. It turned out to be Yu Hanqing's voice. The reason why Long Yu didn't move at all was because he knew that Yu Hanqing would definitely be watching. Of course, it was impossible to allow people from the Yun Empire to come to his territory to act wildly. The Baishua dynasty was about to become an empire because of Yu Hanqing. Under such circumstances, Yu Hanqing not only needs to establish prestige internally, but also needs to be strong externally in order to lay a solid foundation for the establishment of the empire. Now that Emperor Yun personally came to Baishua dynasty to kill Long Yu, how could Yu Hanqing turn a blind eye? It can only be said that the Emperor Yun came at the wrong time. After experiencing the battle for the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, Long Yu fell into the eyes of the Red Emperor. How could Yu Hanqin watch him being killed by Yundi's people in vain? As Yu Hanqin's graceful figure appeared in front of everyone in Tianyu Manor cheered. As for the Yun Jinglei she mentioned, that is, the young man who attacked Long Yu, his complexion suddenly became very bad. Of course, he knew Yu Hanqin's talent in martial arts, and he knew very well that he was no match for Yu Hanqin at all. It is rumored that Yu Hanqin is now trying to break through to the Emperor's realm. Even if she does not break through, she still has the formidable strength to fight against the General Emperor's realm powerhouse. That is to say, even now that Emperor Yun is appearing in person, he may not be able to suppress Yu Hanqin. Emperor Yun, Yun Jinglei, and Yun Chushui are the three people dispatched by the Yun Empire this time. Of course, they don't want to rely on others to avenge their son. Emperor Yun's eldest son, Yun Jinglei, and his second son, Yun Chushui, are both strong in the imperial realm, but in terms of martial arts talent, they are all inferior to Yu Hanqin. As for Emperor Yun, who died in front of Long Yu before, he was the third son of Emperor Yun. We avenge our son, miss you, please step aside. Emperor Yun's face darkened, and he said to Yu Hanqin in a deep voice, even if it was him, he would not dare to confront Yu Hanqin directly, and even if he could defeat Yu Hanqin, he would not dare to make a real move. You know, Yu Hanqin's master is the Red Emperor. He didn't know when Yu Hanqin became a teacher of Chidi, but at the grand meeting in the imperial capital not long ago, Chidi appeared in Beishua dynasty, which clearly showed Yu Hanqin's identity as the sixth personal disciple of Chidi. With such an identity, how could Emperor Yun dare to provoke him? What's more, even if he fights with real strength, Emperor Yun may not be Yu Hanqin's opponent. After all, Yu Hanqin is extremely talented and progresses very fast. Before he makes a move, no one knows what kind of situation Yu Hanqin has reached. Revenge for the son? Yu Hanqin narrowed his eyes, and said playfully, why don't I know when Long Yu killed your son? Half a year ago, my third son came to your Beishua dynasty to participate in the cold lotus fruit auction, but he never came back. Later I heard that it was Long Yu who killed my third son and took away the treasure of my third son. Emperor Yun said with a cold snort, and glanced at Long Yu. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to be real. It can be seen that if Yu Hanqin hadn't been present, Long Yu would have died countless times. More than half a year ago. Yu Hanqin said lightly, I remember that time, when Long Yu was about to leave the Beishua dynasty for training, and he hadn't even stepped into the mystical ability secret realm, but you said that Long Yu killed your third son in the mid-stage of the Royal Dao secret realm at that time? Humph, this son of Long Yu is full of tricks and vicious methods. How can you guarantee that he didn't kill my third son? Emperor Yun said coldly. Then why do you say that Long Yu killed your third son? Is there any evidence? Yu Hanqin was too lazy to argue with the other party, so she asked directly and coldly. It is rumored that this son has a handful of ancient warriors, and they even shined brilliantly at the imperial capital event of your Beishua dynasty. Emperor Yun said confidently, Miss Yu, you also know that an ancient warrior is not a Chinese cabbage. It just so happens that my third son also has an ancient warrior, which is also a dagger. You mean, this one? Hearing this, Long Yu smiled lightly. The words had come to this point, of course he couldn't completely let Yu Hanqin stand in front of him. He took out the void Yulong blade, held it in his hand and twirled it twice, and said calmly, May I ask what level is that soldier of your third son? Ancient low grade? Middle grade? High grade? Seeing the void dragon blade in Long Yu's hand, Emperor Yun was a little surprised. Even Yun Jinglei and Yun Chushui were a little dazed. This soldier is not the pale cold blade of the third brother. The warriors of their third brother are pale and cold blades, white all over, and are of the lower rank of the ancient level. It cannot be higher. And now the one in Long Yu's hands is at least the ancient high-grade one. You can feel it just by looking at its aura, and the whole body is black. it is impossible to be the one of their third brother. What, did you admit your mistake? Looking at the expressions of Yundi and the other three, Yuhan smiled indifferently. Someone told us that Long Yu's son took out an ancient dagger warrior at the Imperial Capital Grand Meeting. I subconsciously thought that it was the one of my third son. Emperor Yun's complexion changed slightly, and he suddenly became very polite. Miss Yu, please forgive me. It seems that there are villains secretly framing little brother Long Yu. I am really angry. Since it is clear that it is a misunderstanding, there is no need to care about it. Yu Hanqin waved his hands. Emperor Yun, since I'm here, I will naturally entertain your excellency and the two young masters as a landlord. It's easy to say, Miss Yu is too polite. Emperor Yun chuckled, and after taking one last look at Long Yu, he followed Yu Hanqin up and away, and Yin Jinglei and Yin Chushui also followed. Before Yu Hanqin left, she took a meaningful look at Long Yu, which made Long Yu's heart move. She's reminding me. Long Yu saw a lot from Yu Hanqin's eyes. Was Emperor Yun really dismissed so easily? Impossible. Since he came all the way from the Yun Empire, it is impossible for Emperor Yun to leave easily. Since he has come, he must avenge his third son, but now that Yu Hanqin is present, he cannot directly do it even if the evidence is convincing. Isn't that courting death? Long Yu just took out the Void Yulong blade, and he just wanted to refute Emperor Yun and show his innocence, but he didn't expect Emperor Yun to take advantage of it, and went down the steps directly, following Yu Hanqin. It's so easy to believe my explanation, is it possible? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. That Emperor Yun is a strong man in the Emperor realm. In front of Yu Hanqin, they still didn't dare to do anything, but if they attacked Long Yu secretly, even Yu Hanqin couldn't stop them. Even if it was Yu Hanqin, how could it be possible to guard Long Yu all the time? Walk. Long Yu made this decision. Anyway, he was going to leave here soon, go out to practice, and search for the divine crystals by the way. He just took advantage of this opportunity to avoid Emperor Yun for a while. Since Emperor Yun dared to come, he still came at the risk of offending Yu Hanqin, so he naturally had a lot of evidence. With these evidences, he had enough reason to believe that Long Yu had something to do with the death of his third son. If Long Yu doesn't leave now, when will he wait? If he stayed by Yu Hanqin's side with a stern face, he would be fine, but for Long Yu, how could such a thing be possible? Anyway, I have an order from the Scarlet Emperor in my mind. In that case, let's go to the Five Emperors Alliance first and venture into the Five Emperors fantasy realm. I hope to have a good harvest. Long Yu directly condensed a desolate afterimage, and stayed in Tianyu Manor to hide people's eyes and ears, while he waved his hand, directly urging the invisible ancient Shura temple high in the sky, and began to fly towards the west. As soon as the ancient Azura palace moved, Shuchan in the Azura mansion must have felt it, but now Shuchan also heard that Emperor Yun came to trouble Long Yu, so he didn't stop Long Yu from taking away the ancient Azura palace. To be honest, the death of Emperor Yun had something to do with both Long Yu and Shuchan. Long Yu's departure obviously wanted to attract Emperor Yun's attention. Be careful, when you come back, whether it's Shura Mansion or Tianyu Manor, it must have changed a lot. Shuchan looked at the direction where the ancient Shura palace was flying away from afar, feeling a little bit reluctant in her heart. That night, a black-clothed and masked Emperor Realm powerhouse suddenly broke into Tianyu Manor, and blasted away the courtyard where Long Yu's ancient afterimage was located, directly blasting that courtyard into ashes. However, the strong man in the Imperial Realm found that what he killed was only the ancient afterimage of Long Yu, and he was shocked. The prey has already escaped. The strong man in the Imperial Realm who came to Tianyu Manor to assassinate Long Yu was not Emperor Yun himself, but another strong man from the Yun Empire. He was dressed in black, and a layer of strange fluctuations enveloped him, making it impossible to see through the other powers. True colors. After killing Long Yu's desolate afterimage with a single blow, this powerful man in the Imperial Realm fled immediately. Of course he didn't dare to stay, although he only launched one blow. It was enough to expose his existence. If Yuhanqing catches her, she won't be able to eat and walk away. Therefore, this strong man in the imperial realm did not dare to stay for a long time, and just stayed away. At this moment, Yuhanqing was having a dinner party with Yundi, Yun Jinglei, Yun Chushui, and others. Feeling the fluctuation of this blow, his face immediately changed. Someone has made a move in Tianyu Manor. Yuhan took a meaningful look at Emperor Yun, and said lightly, "It seems that there are still many young people in my Beishua dynasty. One day, if I step into the Emperor's realm and have the power of deduction, I must take a look. Who dares to make trouble here? Hee, it's a pity that I have no causal relationship with Longyu of Yumana that day, but I can't help miss you to deduce it," Emperor Yun said with a smile on his face. In fact, everyone here knows that it must be someone from Emperor Yun who is attacking Longyu, but what about the evidence? The one who made the attack was a strong man in the imperial realm, even though Yuhanqing's frontal combat power was no less than that of an ordinary strong man in the imperial realm, but under the current circumstances, the strong man in the imperial realm fled away with one blow. Even Yuhanqing couldn't catch up. You know, Yuhanqing didn't comprehend the power of the Space Divine script. As for Yuhanqing's deduction after stepping into the Emperor's realm, even if it is the fastest speed, it will take at least a year for Yu Hengxin to step into the Emperor's realm. The difficulty of deducing who did it today is extremely terrifying. You know, Emperor Yun himself can't even deduce what happened a year ago. Even if he was deducing the death of his third son more than half a year ago, Emperor Yun spent so much time, and combined with news from some forces in the Beishua dynasty, finally came to the conclusion that the murderer was related to Longyu. Yundi is not afraid of Yuhan looking for trouble afterwards. The biggest reason is that Yundi himself is about to break through. Emperor realm powerhouses are also divided into 3 stages: early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Yundi is only in the early stage of Emperor realm now. Once he breaks through to the middle stage of Emperor realm, his strength will increase suddenly, driving the strength of the entire Cloud Empire to increase. Yuhanqing? He is quite afraid, but it doesn't mean that he will not dare to avenge his son because of this, just killing a Longyu. This kid has no reason to be with Yuhanqing. Could it be that Yuhanqing is really willing to come with someone like Yun Empire for a dead genius? Can the behemoth make enemies? Come on. Besides the fruit of the cold lotus wine brewed from the cold lotus flower in our northern snow dynasty is also good. Please taste some more, Yuhan said with a smile, and personally dragged Emperor Yun. At this time, Emperor Yun thought that Longyu had been killed, so he didn't have any thoughts at all. It wasn't until midnight that Emperor Yun and his 2 sons left Northern Snow Emperor's capital and headed back towards Yun Empire, and they didn't receive a message from his subordinates on the way. Longyu is not dead. Even though the strong men in the Emperor realm took action, they still failed to kill Longyu, not because of lack of strength, but because that kid Longyu had already escaped. With Yuhanqing staring at us, we have no choice but to let other people take action. Contact Dragon Mansion and Luiwei Mansion, let them dispatch. Let's go back to the Empire first, lest Yuhanqing see anything come. Killing intent flashed in Emperor Yun's eyes, and he said, "Father, how can the revenge of the third brother be done to others?" Yun Jinglei, the eldest son of Emperor Yun, showed a ruthless expression. What's more, the Dragon Mansion and Luiwei Mansion, it is said that they all lost to that boy Longyu in the competition for the Scarlet Emperor's illusion this time. They are just a bunch of trash, that's all. I'm afraid there will be mistakes if they do it. It's more appropriate for me to do it myself. No need. Emperor Yun shook his head, and said to Yun Jinglei, the key now is that boy Longyu has gone somewhere, and if you go after him, it would be a waste of time, and you should leave it to the Dragon Mansion and Luiwei Mansion. Let people do it. However, just to be on the safe side, you can follow them, if they are so useless that even a kid from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers can't deal with them, it's not too late for you to take action. Yes. Yun Jinglei nodded, obeying his father's words. Turning around, Yun Jinglei's figure disappeared immediately. It seems that he also has an extremely amazing concealment method. Long Yu was in the process of fleeing, and he took the ancient Shura temple and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda with him. Even though the ancient Azura palace covered the sky and the sun, its invisibility ability was extremely terrifying. He hid in it and flew away at a high altitude. With such a layer of guarantee, Long Yu would certainly not be willing to just run away like this. It is impossible for a strong person in the Emperor realm to appear too many times, but the fact that Emperor Yun was able to find him must be because he has internal support in the territory of the Beishua dynasty. Who is the one? Reminiscent of the previous scene at the Qianlong Casino. Dragon Mansion. Dragon Manor, are you the ones who told Emperor Yun that I am the murderer of his third son? There was murderous intent in Long Yu's eyes. That's why I wanted to not pay back the debt first, and when I was killed by Emperor Yun, the debt would be written off. It's a good plan. If the people in the Long Mansion knew that Long Yuguang was sure that they were behind the scenes, they would be so angry that they would burn down the entire Qianlong Casino, right? Just to save those more than 20,000 divine coins, it actually caused a catastrophe to the Dragon Mansion. Now that he knows who is behind the scenes, Long Yu will certainly not let them go easily. The invisible ancient Shura palace rested leisurely over a valley thousands of miles away from the northern Snow Emperor's capital. With a distance of 10,000 miles, the ancient Shura palace arrived in the middle of the night. And at this distance, Long Yu was sure that the Dragon House would definitely send someone to hunt him down. As for Emperor Yun, he must be firmly watched by Yu Hanqin, and it was impossible to spare his hands to deal with him. Long Yu is absolutely safe without the appearance of a strong man in the imperial realm. Even if he can't beat him, he can just run away. Taking a 10,000 step back, even if there is an emperor-level powerhouse, Long Yu will not necessarily die. He has a trump card against ordinary emperor-level powerhouses. The true spirit of the 9 nether dragons condensed out, shocked the audience, and then launched the space magic circle of the ancient Shura temple, which was so short that even the powerful emperors who comprehended the divine script of space could not catch up. In the current Shura ancient temple, the energy in it has recovered a little bit, which is just enough to activate the space magic circle once. As for other means such as the Shura Niancha formation, there is no way to use it. The ancient Shura temple was used too frequently, and it was difficult to fully recover its power. Being able to activate the space magic circle once was already its limit. But for Long Yu, who has the whole card, it is enough to use the space magic circle once. This time, he was able to cross the distance of more than half of the county mansion, and it would take 2 days for a strong emperor to catch up. After 2 days, how could Long Yu let the other party find him? At this time, Long Yu happened to be staying in the sky above the county mansion closest to the North Snow Emperor's capital, which happened to be Lingxue County. Lingxue County, an ally of Tianhua County, was severely beaten in the face by Long Yu during the grand meeting in the imperial capital, and even Ling Zimo, the young master of the Lingxue Fox clan, was directly abolished by Long Yu. Although it is possible for Ling Xingyang to cure him, it will definitely require an extremely expensive price. It is conceivable that the Lingyu people hate Long Yu. Long Yu didn't show up. The valley he was in at the moment was a snowy valley, rarely visited by people, but it was more suitable for hiding, and someone should come to investigate. People from the Dragon Mansion will not show their true colors even if they appear, but they can kill as much as they want and plunder more resource reserves. There was a hint of excitement in Long Yu's eyes. Killing people to seize treasures is nothing more than normal in the world of martial arts, but now, Long Yu is not going to kill people on his own initiative, but is waiting for someone to come to his door. Anyway, the other party wanted to die by himself, so it's no wonder Long Yu No matter what, Long Yu still occupies the word reasonable after all, so he won't make it difficult for you Han, let alone leave a bad impression on Chi Di. If a person wants to kill himself, he has to rise up and fight back. This method is the consensus of practitioners in the entire Shenwu world, and no one can object to it. In the middle of the night, the masked people did not wait, but a group of monks from the Lingeuhu tribe flew to this ice and snow valley not far away. It is said that Long Yu really fled to our side, his eyes are shining brightly, as long as we find traces of that kid, we will be prosperous. That's right, keep an eye on each of them carefully, and don't let go of any suspicious traces, otherwise the higher-ups will blame us, and we won't be able to walk around. A group of people flew over cursing, searching the ice and snow valley below from time to time, getting closer and closer to where Long Yu was. A group of supernatural secret realms, not even a king realm. It seems that the other party is doing a carpet search and sent a lot of people. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and decided to vote first. How to attract real big customers without making any noise? The ultimate target of Long Yu's attack is a cultivator in the middle stage of King Realm. Only from the cultivators in the middle stage of the King Realm can they obtain valuable training resource reserves for the current Long Yu. With this in mind, Long Yu left the ancient Azura Hall, and just appeared in front of the group of Lingeuhu cultivators who were searching, with a bright smile on his face. Everyone, are you looking for me? The dozen or so members of the Lingxue Fox clan were startled, but before they could speak, they were greeted by Long Yu's storm-like attack, engulfing them. In just a few breaths, these people were all knocked out by Long Yu, and then they were taken into the ancient Shura Palace for sealing, and they were ready to be taken into their inner world and strengthen their inner power. The news here is believed to have spread. Soon, Long Yu will face wave after wave of attacks, and may even directly encounter invincible opponents, such as the powerhouses of the Imperial Realm, the King of Lingxue County, Ling Xingyang. Long Yu has abolished his son, this Ling Xingyang has enough reasons to attack Long Yu. The patriarch of the Lingxue Fox clan, the King of Lingxue County, Ling Xingyang, had enough reasons to rush over to kill Long Yu first, so Long Yu did not stay where he was after sealing the group of more than 10 demon cultivators from the Lingxue Fox clan in the magical realm, but moved a few thousand feet to the side slightly. He wants to avoid Ling Xingyang. Although Ling Xingyang is not a strong man in the Imperial Realm, but only at the late stage of the Royal Realm, for the current Long Yu, the late stage of the Royal Realm is still a powerful existence that he cannot fight against. Long Yu just flew towards a random direction, stealthily flying for a certain distance, and sure enough, he saw a middle-aged man at the early stage of the King Realm leading a group of wuxiu from the mystical ability realm towards the place where he just started. It can be seen that Long Yu's first boat just now has been noticed by the people of Lingxue County, but it doesn't matter. In the early stage of King Realm, it happened to be the level that Long Yu could deal with. Since the other party dared to kill him, then don't blame Long Yu for being cruel. Bump me. Long Yu manipulated the ancient Azura Hall through the Azura Origin Stone, causing the ancient Azura Hall to slam into the 10 or so people in front of him. The extremely hard outer wall of the ancient Azura Hall directly hit the middle-aged man in the early stage of King Realm, knocking him down. He hit hard and flew out. The next moment, the dragon blade of the void had already struck, and the space penetration made it shatter the void, turning into a black sharp blade and piercing the neck of the middle-aged man in the early stage of King Realm. First, he was knocked out by the ancient Shura Palace, and then Long Yu made a fatal ending. A strong man in the early stage of King Realm died in Long Yu's hands just like this. Receive. Long Yu urged Shura's origin stone, and directly took the body of the strong man in the early stage of King Realm into the ancient Shura Palace, and even brought along other cultivators from the mystical ability realm. However, Long Yu didn't care about those supernatural power secrets, but let them hang around in the ancient Shura temple. If he didn't use the power of the ancient Shura temple, Long Yu would certainly not be able to seal them directly, so he could only keep them for now, and deal with them later. These people, anyway, in the ancient Shura temple, it is impossible for these people to do anything to threaten Long Yu, and even the area where they can move is only a small range. There are more than 10,000 divine coins. This guy is so fat. Long Yu squinted his eyes, and checked the space ring of the strong man at the beginning of the King Realm. He was quite surprised. Even if he was a King Realm cultivator, the amount of divine coins of this number was already quite a lot. This man is definitely rich. What's more, there are various heaven-level and earth-level pills stored in his space ring, most of which are healing pills, and there are also a small number of cultivation pills, which are of no use to Long Yu, but they are worth thousands of dollars together. God coins. With the addition of Zhang Bing, Long Yu Guang has gained a lot from this person. However, will Long Yu be satisfied with just this? No, the difference is too much. If he wants to quickly improve the realm of martial arts, he must have enough resources, especially pills. When he arrives at the central city of the Five Emperors Alliance, there will definitely be many wilderness-level pills that Long Yu has never seen before. Even, there may be a great wilderness-level supergrade pill, or even a great wilderness-level top-grade pill. Each pill of this level is worth tens of thousands of divine coins, or even hundreds of thousands of divine coins. With Long Yu's current capital, simply cannot afford it. Therefore, before he left, he wanted to rob other people and make a fortune. In just a split second, he beheaded a strong man in the early stage of the King Realm, and there was hardly any movement, and the next stage was entirely for Long Yu alone. Even if a powerful person from the Imperial Realm came, they would not be able to find the invisible ancient Shura Palace, so what else did Long Yu need to be afraid of? Kill. Long Yu, it's just an eye for an eye, that's all normal. In this snow-capped mountain range in Lingshui County, Long Yu committed crimes everywhere, and soon killed a cultivator at the early stage of King Realm. There is no doubt that the entire Lingshui County suffered heavy losses. Even if the overall strength of Lingshui County is stronger than that of Azura County back then, the two cultivators at the early stages of King Realm are still quite valuable combat power. You must know that in Shura County, there are only 6 King Realms in the entire county. However, after killing 2 of them, it became extremely difficult for Long Yu to attack again. Although no one else could find his trace, the others gathered together and stood beside Lingshui County King Ling Xingyang. Search in snowy mountains. Long Yu seized more than 30,000 divine coins from the people in Lingshui County. Seeing that Ling Xingyang and others were all gathered together, he had no chance to make a move, so he chose to leave directly. After all, there is not much oil and water in Lingshui County, but if you count the time, the people from the Dragon Mansion should come, right? Long Yu flew back instead. He was going to intercept the Dragon Mansion's pursuers on the road. According to his calculations, the Dragon Mansion would never miss this chance to kill him. After all, there would be no shop after passing this village. Sure enough, when Long Yu flew thousands of miles back, he finally saw a large group of Dragon House martial artists flying towards this direction, and the leader was the Dragon House Prince, Long Yao. Behind Long Yao, followed by more than 20 monks from the Dragon Mansion with supernatural powers, Yu Tongfei from the Azura Mansion stood in line. Those people who went out from Shura Mansion actually followed Long Yao, and came to chase and kill Long Yu. In this case, don't blame me for being rude. The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up, and he urged Shura's origin stone, causing the ancient Shura palace to slowly rise above the group of people. Young master, don't worry, now that the Dragon Mansion is fully mobilized, it will be absolutely effortless to capture that Long Yu, and your revenge will definitely be avenged. Yu Tongfei followed Long Yao, smiling obsequiously. Cheer up, don't let that kid run away, or you won't be able to eat anything. Long Yao's eyes almost burst into flames. He is angry. You know, he is one of the majestic Beishua 4 mansions, the Prince Long Yao of the Dragon Mansion. His talent is definitely one of the best among the younger generation. But at this grand event in the Northern Snow Emperor's capital, he, Long Yao, became the laughingstock of tens of millions of people. In the melee arena, lost to Long Yu? It doesn't matter, this is Long Yu and Xu Quan teaming up, and both of them are monstrous geniuses. Defeating him is somewhat understandable. But then in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, Long Yao was first wounded by Xu Quan, and led the crowd to flee, and then ran into Long Yu with bad luck, and was killed by Long Yu. How embarrassing! How miserable! The majestic dragon mansion, in the fight for the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, only got a little bit of benefits, 1 or 2 pills of the Great Desolation level low-grade pills. How can Long Yao bear this? After conceding defeat to Long Yu on the melee stage, he felt a little better because of what his brother Long Jiang said. But after the end of the Scarlet Emperor's illusion, Long Yao couldn't bear his own stupidity anymore, let alone his father scolded him severely because of this matter. Since he was a child, this is the first time his father has done this, scold him. Not to mention that he also knew that Long Yu's boy even defeated his good sister in Luiwei Mansion, Yu Xinlan, making Luiwei Mansion almost lose nothing in the battle for the Scarlet Emperor's illusionary realm. Jealousy, anger, hatred. All kinds of emotions spread rapidly in Long Yao's heart, occupying his whole heart long ago. Long Yu, if I don't get rid of this son, my heart will not be at ease. Bloodshot eyes appeared in Long Yao's eyes. To him, Long Yu's existence was a shame, and he must kill Long Yu. This time, the Dragon Mansion came out in full force, including his father, a powerful man in the Imperial realm, who would definitely be able to catch that kid and ruthlessly trample him. Look ahead, isn't that the kid? Come on. Suddenly, Yu Tongfei's eyes lit up, and he pointed at the middle of the high-altitude clouds in front of him. Sure enough, everyone looked up and saw a black-clothed young man looming in the clouds, who could be seen running away. Wasn't that Long Yu? For a moment, Long Yao's brain was congested, and he waved his hand directly, "Follow me." A group of people flew towards the place where Long Yu was found, much faster than Long Yu, and soon surrounded Long Yu, making it impossible for him to escape. Long Yu, you never thought that you would have today, right? Long Yao triumphantly looked at Long Yu, who was surrounded by them, with a fierce look in his eyes. Today I will. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw the corner of Long Yu, who was surrounded by them, twitch slightly, and then a burst of terrifying power erupted from his body. Self-explosion, Long Yu self-explosion. No, to be precise, it was Long Yu's desolate afterimage that blew itself up. Even if it was just a desolate and ancient afterimage, the power of its self-destruction cannot be ignored. In an instant, the power of the 9 nether divine runes spread, and the group of people surrounding Long Yu, they all exploded. As strong as Long Yao, of course there was no damage, but then Long Yao felt a palpitation, as if some danger was about to come. Boom! Before he could react from Long Yu's self-explosion of the ancient afterimage, the invisible ancient Shura temple had already fallen from the sky and hit Long Yao's head heavily. This smash directly smashed Long Yao into serious injuries, sprayed blood, and immediately turned into the main body of the Flood Dragon, and then a layer of the power of the Mad War Divine script attached to his body. Supernatural powers, Mad War armed. However, before he finished arming, Long Yu's offensive came again. 9 nether sky screen, protect. Dragon skeleton broken, kill. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was driven out by Long Yu, and with the protection of 2 layers of Joyo sky screen, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda would not be damaged by using dragon skeleton break. The whole huge ancient dragon bone pagoda, like a whirlwind whirling at a high speed, brought a terrifying air current and rushed towards Long Yao. Long Yao had just been knocked to pieces, and subconsciously activated the berserk armament to defend himself. How could he avoid this blow at this moment? Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you, die. Long Yu urges the ancient tower of Lonka to crash down, but the next moment, a tall figure suddenly appears above Long Yao's head. He raises an arm, and a terrifying power spreads out, blocking Lonka with one hand. There was a loud bang, and the airflow flew horizontally. The place where the top of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was in contact with the palm of the man suddenly erupted with terrifying power, spreading towards the surroundings. However, that stalwart figure was still motionless. Obviously, that person was much stronger than Long Yu. Long Yao's elder brother, Dragon General, is in the late stage of King Realm. Even half of his foot has stepped into the King Realm. Long Yu recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Unexpectedly, the Dragon General was hiding in Long Yao's team, and he made a move at a critical moment. The most important task was to protect Long Yao. Indeed, with Long Yao's death-defying character, he might not know how he died when he went out to act. It is understandable for the Long Mansion to let Long Jiang protect him. However, this is a bit troublesome for Long Yu. Long Yu is no match for a guy in the late stage of King Realm. Long Jiang is Long Yao's elder brother. Although he is over 30 years old, his martial arts talent is beyond doubt. Before Long Yao, Long Jiang was the most important candidate to represent the Dragon Mansion to participate in the imperial capital's grand event, and he was able to win at least the top 3 honors for the Dragon Mansion many times, which can be described as illustrious military exploits. In the competition for the strongest king 5 years ago, the Dragon General did not participate because he had retreated to a critical juncture. However, according to rumors, the strength of this Dragon General definitely surpassed Jing Tianxing and Yinhu King. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Dragon General is the pinnacle of the King Realm. A junior with mystical powers, to bully my younger brother like this, Long Yu, you should stop with enough, right? The Dragon General suddenly opened his eyes, and with a thrust of his raised palm, the mighty power of the infinite divine script burst out, as if he wanted to shatter the entire ancient tower of the dragon skeleton. Long Yu noticed the action of the Dragon General, and immediately had a thought, and directly created a 3-layered Joyo sky screen on the outer layer of the ancient Lonka pagoda. In this way, the entire ancient Lonka pagoda was in a state of iron walls and iron walls. The terrifying power erupted, but the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda only flew a certain distance to the rear, and then dispelled all the power displayed by the Dragon General. Long Jiang frowned slightly, as expected of a top-notch warrior of the Great Desolation level. If such an ancient pagoda can be used by me. It's a pity that before he could think about it, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was put away by Long Yu, and then he stepped into the ancient Shura Palace, disappeared and fled away. The invisibility ability of Shura Ancient Palace is much stronger than that of Ma's Haitian. Even the strongest in the imperial realm may not be able to find its traces. However, for Dragon General, it doesn't seem to be the case. Want to escape? Where can you escape to? Long Jiang raised his brows and let out a contemptuous laugh. A ray of divine sense had already attached to the surface of the ancient Shura temple just now, allowing him to feel the location of the ancient Shura temple completely clearly. It turned out that he just hid in the team behind Long Yao, very low-key, in order to catch Long Yu's tracks the moment Long Yu appeared. Kill! With a flash of his body, the dragon turned into a stream of golden light, and suddenly swept towards the direction of the ancient Shura Palace. The terrifying golden light covered the sky and the sun, as if it wanted to tear the entire ancient Shura Palace to shreds. Long Yu watched Long Jiang's movements from a distance, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Bullying your brother? What a joke. Long Yu thought in his heart, from the beginning until now, it has always been Long Yao who came to him on his own initiative, trying to suppress him. Then Long Yao's end like this is entirely his own fault. What has it to do with Long Yu? Of course, the only mistake Long Yao made was that he miscalculated Long Yu's strength, which led to his current depressed state, but what does this have to do with Long Yu? Could it be that everyone is coming to attack, so Long Yu can only defend and not fight back? Joke. Damn it, I'm going to die after all. Long Yu felt ruthless in his heart, and rushed directly towards the place where Long Yao, who was already seriously injured at this moment, his real body was not in the ancient Shura temple, but he had already used the hidden method to hide in another direction. Long Jiang thought he was smart, and chased towards the ancient Shura palace, but he didn't expect that Long Yu was still there, staring at his younger brother Long Yao. When the dragon general appeared and knocked the ancient tower of the dragon skeleton into the air with one hand, Long Yao almost wanted to cheer. This guy was suffocated by Long Yu, and he wanted to get rid of him a long time ago. Today, he used some tricks and finally lured that kid out. Then, relying on the dragon general who was hiding in the crowd, he killed Long Yu in one fell swoop. Such a method, Long Yao didn't believe that he couldn't deal without Long Yu. Now that the eldest prince is taking action, that kid is dead. By Long Yao's side, Yu Tongfei, who betrayed the Azura mansion and even sneered at Xu Chan and others, heaved a sigh of relief. It has to be said that the rise of Long Yu has brought great pressure to Yu Tongfei, especially when Yu Hanqin announced the banning of Silver Fox Manor and Tianqing Mansion, which shocked Yu Tongfei to the peak. He didn't expect that Long Yu would have the strength he has now, and even become the #1 in the Scarlet Emperor's illusionary competition, and was personally praised by Lord Scarlet Emperor. If it really makes Long Yu grow up, then is it okay? Then, wouldn't he become a villain when fish flying together? Among other things, Yu Tongfei took away more than 20 people from the Azura mansion, and those people were all deceived by his rhetoric. Once they left the Azura mansion, it was impossible to go back. Betrayal is the most intolerable crime. Once Long Yu rises up, the strength of Shura mansion will definitely increase. At that time, Yu Tongfei will not be able to eat around. The most fearful thing is that when Long Yu grows to a certain level, even a giant like Long Mansion will not be able to survive. Impossible to suppress Long Yu. Fortunately, the eldest prince took action today. If nothing goes wrong, then Long Yu must die. A fierce look flashed across Yu Tongfei's eyes. He seemed to have forgotten who fought in the ancient Shura palace back then, defeated the 6th prince of the Tianqing dynasty, thus seized control of the ancient Shura palace, and led him to escape from the Tianqing dynasty. Of course, even if Yu Tongfei failed to escape from the Tianqing dynasty, with his personality, he would definitely join the Tianqing dynasty. Young master, how do you feel? Yu Tongfei cautiously asked Long Yao. He could tell that now Long Yao was seriously injured and had transformed into the body of a fled dragon, so the injury must have been severe. Fortunately, the boy's blow alone can't kill the prince. Long Yao still has lingering fears. He saw his elder brother Long Jiang chasing and killing Long Yu, so he was completely relieved. If it hadn't been for Long Jiang standing in front of him, he might have been hit by the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda died. That is, that Long Yu is just an opportunist. How could he be your opponent, young master? Yu Tongfei chuckled. If it wasn't for that kid who was good at sneak attacks, the young master would definitely be able to kill him on the spot. That is. Long Yao smiled proudly. In fact, he also felt that Long Yu's methods were too shameful. Apart from a sneak attack, it was a sneak attack. What powerful means could there be? If he fought openly and aboveboard, he, Long Yao, would definitely be able to kill Long Yu directly. However, he didn't want to think about what cultivation level Long Yu is now, and what cultivation level he is. Fortunately, this kid offended Emperor Yun, who ordered his life. Otherwise, if he falls into the hands of this prince, he will definitely not be able to survive or die, and suffer all the pain in the world. Long Yao said out loudly. But before he could finish his sentence, a stream of jet-black sharp blades pierced the void and appeared on the neck of his dragon body. Puff. Space penetration. The void dragon blade directly penetrated his neck, and then easily absorbed the soul imprints of the 7 practitioners around him, including Long Yao himself. The 8 soul imprints are activated at the same time, and the soul explodes. The power of the soul explosion exploded between Long Yao's neck, and his head and body of the dragon were separated from each other. Long Yao, the prince of the dragon mansion, who was still talking loudly just now, just like this, died like this. In the early stage of King Realm, it can be solved with one move. Of course, the Prince Long Yao had already been seriously injured by the ancient Shura palace before, and he never expected that Long Yu would show up here to attack him, so he didn't have any precautions at all. Brother Long Jiang, isn't he chasing and killing Long Yu? Why did this guy suddenly appear here? Before Long Yao died, there was only one question left in his mind, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out, and it was impossible to figure it out in the future, because he was already dead. Yu Tongfei, beside Long Yao, was stunned by the sudden change. What happened? Long Yao was instantly killed? When he transformed into a flood dragon, Long Yao's physical body was very powerful. At least, Yu Tongfei's cultivation of the seven-path supernatural ability realm made it impossible to kill Long Yao's body with a single blow. But now, in front of Yu Tongfei's eyes, Long Yao was instantly killed by someone. And there is no doubt about the person who made the move. Naturally, there is only one Long Yu. Yu Tongfei had seen the means of space penetration and soul explosion many times before, and the killing of Prince Long Yao made Yu Tongfei break out in cold sweat all over his body. This is the end. Although he didn't know how Long Yu suddenly appeared here and launched a sneak attack on Long Yao, but the fact now is that Long Yao is dead. In this trip, regardless of Long Yu's death or not, Yu Tongfei will definitely be buried with Long Yao in the end. Who let Yu Tongfei be the only one beside Long Yao when the incident happened? Yo, why don't you run away? Long Yu's chuckle reached Yu Tongfei's ears, causing him to tremble all over in fright. The sound was like death urging him to die. It was frightening. I'm going, don't kill me. The fear in his heart instantly made Yu Tongfei make a decision to escape. If he stays here, he will either be killed by Long Yu, or be questioned by the people of the Long Mansion. If Prince Long Yao is dead, what else can he do to survive? Although the responsibility does not lie with him, someone is naturally responsible for Long Yao's death. Dragon will be in charge? No, of course it's impossible, so in the end it must be Yu Tongfei and these little shrimps who bear the wrath of the master of the Dragon Mansion. Don't say that Yu Tongfei is an outsider, not a dragon demon cultivator, even if it is a junior dragon demon cultivator who saw the dragon with his own eyes. If Yao dies, he will probably be held accountable by the palace master of the Dragon Mansion. Long Yao, he is a son whom the head of the Dragon Mansion places great hopes on. The master of the Dragon Mansion has only 2 sons in total, and now, one of them was killed by Long Yu. It's a pity that when Long Yu chuckled out loud, Yu Tongfei was destined to be unable to escape. 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Long Yu breathed out the dragon's breath, and the power of the 9 Nether Divine Runes condensed into a jet-black brilliance, bursting out, immediately submerging Yu Tongfei, who had just turned around. Prince Longfu should have quite a collection, right? Long Yu took away a space belt from Long Yao's body, cleared the soul imprint in it, and then looked into his mind, and found that there were indeed more than 40,000 divine coins stored in it. After all, he is the son of the palace master of the Dragon Mansion. Long Yao has a lot of good things in his collection. Even though he can't compare with Yandizi, the total value of the things in this space belt is half of the resources of Yandizi. Pills, warriors, martial arts, jade slips, etc., all of which are worth at least 50,000 god coins. There is even a jade slip in it, which records a middle-grade martial skill of the great wilderness in the Dragon Mansion. This is equivalent to the lifeblood of the entire Dragon Mansion. Long Yu put away all the things obtained from Long Yao, and then his body flashed, and disappeared again. Beside Long Yao, including Yu Tongfei, most of them were young geniuses who had betrayed from Shura Mansion to Long Manor, but each of them was Long Yu's opponent, and was beheaded and killed by Long Yu. Geniuses also depend on who they are compared with. Although these young geniuses are regarded as the top of the younger generation in Shura County, they are nothing in the Northern Snow Dynasty, let alone compared with Long Yu. It's fine for these guys to betray the Azura Mansion, and they have repeatedly visited the Azura Mansion to ridicule Shu Quan, General Hui Yuanbai and others, and even followed Long Yao to chase and kill Long Yu this time. Long Yu didn't feel any guilt at all for killing these people. Long Yu, take your life. At this moment, a shout came from afar, and then a golden flood dragon burst out from the sea of clouds. It was Long Yao's elder brother, Long Jiang, who turned into his body and killed him. Obviously, Long Jiang felt the death of his younger brother Long Yao, so he rushed over like crazy, but it was too late. He only saw Long Yu take the space belt from his younger brother, and he was furious. However, after Long Yu used the method of concealment, the dragon generals who had not left the imprint of divine sense on Long Yu's body beforehand could not detect where Long Yu had gone. The dragon general flew down quickly and caught Long Yao's broken body of the flood dragon, and the terrifying power of the divine script erupted from his whole body. He remembered that he had just confidently chased after the imprint of divine sense left by him, but it turned out to be a trap left by Long Yu. The ancient Shura temple was not something that could be blasted away by the power of the dragon general. After a while, he felt something was wrong. Hurried back, but it was already too late. I could only see the body of my brother. Quickly evacuate. Long Yu's move of shadow escape, together with Dragon Sparrow's dance and Tianxuan's footwork, all kinds of means were used, and he returned to the ancient Shura palace as quickly as possible. Then, Long Yu urged Shura's origin stone to run the space magic circle in Shura's ancient palace, causing the entire Shura's ancient palace to teleport to the west. The space magic circle of Shura ancient palace, fully activated, is enough to fly a distance of a county mansion. It would take at least a day for even an ordinary emperor-level powerhouse to catch up to this distance, and by then, Long Yu would have completely disappeared. Before, he wanted to stay and ambush others. As for now, Long Yu has already benefited, so of course it is impossible to reveal any flaws. It is only right to leave Beishua dynasty quickly. In the current Beishua dynasty, there are many people who want his life. Before the martial Dao realm has not stepped into the king's realm, the Beishua dynasty is a fierce place for him, even with Yu Hanqin's protection. What's more, Long Yu didn't want to be under Yu Hanqin's protection all the time. As for what would happen to Tianyu Manor after he left, he didn't need to worry about it. The Tianyu Manor belongs to the Beishua dynasty. Whoever dares to touch the Tianyu Manor is an enemy of the Beishua dynasty and Yu Hangxin. The Beishua dynasty is about to be promoted to an empire. At this juncture, who would not have the foresight to offend Yu Hanqin? It is too late for the surrounding countries to curry favor with Yu Hanqin, and it is impossible to attack Tianyu Manor. Of course, it is normal for those forces that have enmity with Long Yu to cause troubles for Tianyu Manor on weekdays, but they are all small troubles. Long Yu does not need to worry. With the foundation laid by the first person in the Scarlet Emperor illusion, the development of Tianyu Manor will become unprecedentedly rapid. When I come back next time, Tianyu Manor must have changed a lot. Long Yu thought in his heart, smiled slightly, then opened his eyes, and found that he had appeared in the sky above another county mansion west of Lingshui County. The Azura ancient palace continued to remain invisible, and then flew towards the west at a speed several times faster than the Azura spirit boat. At this speed, he would be able to leave the range of the Northern Snow Dynasty in only 5 or 6 days. However, during these 5 or 6 days, he must maintain a high degree of vigilance at all times. Although it is impossible for ordinary cultivators to catch up with him, maybe some freaks have appeared? Moreover, as long as a practitioner who has comprehended the power of the divine script of space, he will be better than ordinary people in traveling, and will not be thrown off so easily. Long Yu was heading towards the west without stopping for a moment, but before that, he had to find a way to dispel the dragon spirit attached to the ancient Shura temple. Dragon General is a strong man in the late stage of King Realm, and his spiritual attachment is a kind of innate supernatural power. For Long Yu, it is of course difficult to get rid of it, but it is different if he uses the Void Dragon Blade. The Void Dragon Blade originally had the function of absorbing and destroying the cultivator's soul imprint. At this time, facing the Dragon General's spiritual attachment, the solution is the same. A ray of thought, if it can be fully developed, it will be a great improvement for Long Yu. After spending half an hour, Long Yu expelled the dragon's spiritual sense attached to the ancient Shura temple, and then immediately changed the direction of flight, headed towards the northwest. Within half an hour, Long Jiang could feel where Long Yu was and where he was going. However, after Long Yu expelled his spiritual attachment, he immediately changed direction, and it was impossible for the opponent to catch up. Want to search Long Yu in a large area? Just relying on the strong invisibility ability of Shura Ancient Temple, it is impossible for others to catch it. The most important thing is that the world of Shenwu has a vast territory. Even if it is only the Northern Snow Dynasty, the strong emperors need to go all out for more than 10 days to pass through. It can be seen that this world is vast and vast. But after changing the direction, it seems that the front is the realm of rocks. The ancient Azura Palace where Long Yu was located was flying high in the clouds, and his eyes looked through the ancient Azura Palace, looking into the distance. One of the two gathering places of alien beasts in the Snow Dynasty. Alright, since we're here, let's go to the Field of Stones to see the situation, hoping to gain something. Of course, we need to change our appearance. The Field of Stones and his party should not be delayed for more than 3 days. Those people definitely didn't expect that I would go to the stone field. Even if they send people to search, the search will not be too strong, and it is easy to hide. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he decided on his next plan. When he was in the land of the source, Long Yu obtained 240 divine script crystals, which increased his comprehension of the Joyo divine script to 60%. If there is another harvest like this, he may be able to sprint and try to fully comprehend the 9 nether divine inscriptions. Just after Long Yu expelled the spiritual attachment of the ancient Shura Palace and urged the ancient Shura Palace to turn around, Long Jiang was suddenly stunned. Although Long Jiang didn't know how Long Yu escaped from the area he was guarding, he presumably relied on the space divine power of the giant soldier. Relying on the divine sense attached to the ancient Shura temple in advance, Long Jiang knew clearly that Long Yu had gone to a place far away from the county mansion, and was heading west. Therefore, General Long directly gathered people, including the furious palace master of Longfu Palace, the genius Yu Xinlan of Luoyue Palace, etc., and headed towards Long Yu's location, chasing and killing them in a mighty way. But now, it's broken. The connection between Long Jiang and the divine sense left by him was broken, which also showed that Long Yu lost his whereabouts outside the range of a county, and it would be extremely difficult to catch him again. This guy actually has the means of space teleportation, but he stayed in the sky above Lingshui County. It's clear that he wants to trick us. The master of the Dragon Mansion was furious, and he waved his hand. Do you really think that our Dragon Mansion has no way to find him? Look at the space fighters. Qianquan draws a picture. A picture scroll of warriors was gradually spread out in the hands of the palace master of the Dragon Mansion. In the picture scroll, the scenery was extremely beautiful, and the power of the divine script in the infinite space agitated each other. An illusory scroll. Go, this is where Long Yu disappeared last. The palace master of the Dragon Mansion stepped into the illusory scroll, and his figure disappeared. Let's go, let's all go. We are going to kill that Long Yu. Everyone in Longfu, including Long Jiang, was filled with righteous indignation, stepped into the illusory scroll, and prepared to continue chasing and killing Long Yu. Long Yao died, but he died so aggrieved, and Long Yu, who killed Long Yao and escaped safely, didn't this clearly show his contempt for their Longfu? Do you really think their Dragon Mansion is abolished? The picture scroll of Qianquan was finally released. This is a strong man in the imperial realm. The space soldier of the Dragon Mansion Palace Master is a high-grade wilderness level. With the cultivation base of the Dragon Mansion Palace Master's Imperial Realm, he can easily use this soldier to cross a county distance from the government. Let's go too. If you encounter that Long Yu, don't hold back and kill him as quickly as possible. A group of cultivators from Luoyue Mansion also stepped into the illusory picture scroll and went to chase and kill Long Yu. Long Yu was an ally of Luoyue Mansion. If something happened to Dragon Mansion, Luoyue Manor naturally wanted to help. What's more, in the battle for the Scarlet Emperor's illusionary realm, Long Yu also defeated Yuexinlin, which made Luoyue Mansion's performance very poor, being squeezed out of the top 10, and even failing to get the Scarlet Emperor's reward. In this way, one can imagine how much everyone in Luoyue Mansion hates Long Yu. Dragon Mansion and Luoyue Mansion, two of Beishua's 4 mansions, unexpectedly sent out all the elites to hunt down and kill a young man. This kind of thing will undoubtedly make people laugh. However, who would know? Even if Yu Hanqin knew about this matter now, she still had no right to stop the people from Longfu and Liyufu from taking actions. The reason was that Long Yao was dead. It can be said that Long Yu took the initiative to kill Long Yao, and they dispatched the Qianquan picture scroll to capture Long Yu. In this way, Yu Hanqin couldn't say anything more. You are very strong, but you can't let people not even avenge the killing of their children, right? Emperor Yun is an outsider, different, but Longfu is one of the mainstay forces of Beishua dynasty. If Yu Hanqin prevents Longfu from arresting Long Yu, spreading the word will probably make people chilling. After the people from Longfu and Liyufu left, another extremely concealed figure appeared in the high-altitude clouds, overlooking everything that happened here. What a waste, let that kid run away. This person murmured in a low voice, and he was the eldest son of Emperor Yun from the Yun Empire, Yun Jinglei. As a powerful man in the imperial realm, and he has comprehended the power of the divine script of space, if he made a move just now, it would have brought some obstacles to Long Yu's escape. However, until the last moment, Yun Jinglei would not make a move easily, otherwise wouldn't he offend Yu Hanqin? Yu Hanqin is about to step into the Emperor's realm, and it is far from an ordinary Emperor's realm. Even Yun Jinglei's father, Yundi, would not dare to do anything to anger Yu Hanqin. With Yun Jinglei's cultivation base, all he needed to do was quietly prepare to make up the knife in the back. After all, among the powerhouses dispatched by Longfu and Liyufu, there were also 2 powerhouses in the imperial realm. If they really wanted to kill Long Yu, Yun Jinglei would not need to take action. If even those 2 strong men in the imperial realm were useless, then it would be the same for Yun Jinglei's attack. At least for now, even if Long Yu breaks through space to escape, Yun Jinglei can't catch up at all, and even Long Yu's trace can't be found. With a flash of his figure, Yun Jinglei disappeared directly from the high-altitude clouds, and hurried towards the west. At this time, Long Yu was on his way to the realm of chaotic stones, and he didn't know that the Dragon Mansion and Luoyue Mansion had already caught up through the Qianquan scroll. Of course, it was useless for the opponent to catch up. Who knows where he is going? If they wanted to chase in different directions, the pursuers of the 2 mansions would have to be divided into at least 8. In that case, each direction would be at most 1 king realm. As far as Long Yu is concerned, as long as no one from the imperial realm appears, he is not in any danger at all. Even if a powerful person from the imperial realm comes, it is impossible for him to be discovered by the other party if he hides in the ancient Shura Palace. Just as Long Yu expected, after arriving at the place where he started to turn, the people in Longfu and Liyufu divided into 8 and spread out in all directions to search. In the direction of the chaotic stone field, the person chasing after him was a strong man in the middle stage of King Realm. Obviously, the palace master of Longfu didn't think that Long Yu would want to go to the chaotic stone field. After all, that place was too dangerous, even if it was the King Realm powerhouses of their Dragon Mansion, who had all died in the Stone Realm. If they entered the realm of chaotic stones, Long Yu would probably die without the need for the Dragon Mansion and Luiwei Mansion. They miscalculated, and Long Yu really went to the realm of chaotic stones. If it was to hunt down and kill an ordinary person, with the strength of the Dragon Mansion and Luiwei Mansion, it would be enough to directly issue arrest warrants in the entire Beishua dynasty. Why would it be necessary to act like this personally? However, it was Long Yu who they chased and killed. Although they are not afraid of Yu Hanqing's accountability now, it is not easy to put it on the table. Even if a wanted order is issued, who else would dare to attack Long Yu? The last time Yu Hanqing established prestige, but it set off a wave in the entire Beishua dynasty, even those martial artists in the Jianghu were shocked by this. Ahead is the realm of rocks. Long Yu flew forward quickly, and soon saw within the range of vision in front of him, slender stone pillars soaring into the sky, straight into the sky, forming an extremely chaotic terrain area. Due to the topography of the stone field, there are no large martial arts gathering places like Yuanquan Tianta, but many small cities around it, and martial arts in Jianghu are scattered in countless small cities to rest and recuperate. In the realm of chaotic rocks, it is said that a strange rock beast appears the most. According to other people's descriptions, it should be the Earth God clan that the Death Envoy said. The Death Envoy told Long Yu about the main classifications of the alien beasts, which made Long Yu know a lot of things that ordinary people don't know, especially about the respective weaknesses of these types of alien beasts and so on. The biggest difference between a strange beast and a monster is that you don't know its body structure. Flood dragon monsters have heads, tails, and feet, and if they cut off their heads, they will surely die. Snow raccoon monsters also have heads, tails, and bodies. Therefore, in the world of gods and martial arts, demon cultivators and human martial arts coexist. Although human martial arts can use the demon cultivator's inner alchemy to improve their cultivation, the reverse is also true. With the constraints of the Five Emperors Alliance, it is impossible for human martial arts and demon cultivators to slaughter each other, but it is unknown what the situation will be in places that the Five Emperors Alliance cannot control. Corresponding to the monster beast, the alien beast is a completely different species. For example, the alien beasts of the Mushan clan are completely creatures formed from vines. If you don't study them, you won't know where the key parts of their bodies are. The shape of the Ice God clan is a hexagonal ice crystal. Who knows where to attack, it will be fatal. After the Death Envoy explained to Long Yu had enough understanding of the alien beast races that were hostile to the 9 Dragon Emperor, and in many cases, he was able to kill the target with less force. In the realm of rocks, the alien beasts of the Earth God race are all in the shape of a ball, but they can be deformed arbitrarily during battle. When they are in the shape of a ball, they are the strongest defensive posture and can withstand great blows. As for what method to use to attack, it was different for each of the Earth God clan's alien beasts. Long Yu made Shura's ancient palace invisible in the sky, then landed in a small city outside the area of rocks, changed into white clothes, and put on a grimace mask. The area of chaotic rocks is huge. Even if people from the Dragon Mansion catch up, Long Yu doesn't need to be too cautious. Wearing a mask is enough, mainly because he doesn't want to reveal his identity in front of other Jianghu martial arts. After wandering around this small city for a while, Long Yu didn't find any cultivation pills that he hadn't taken before, so he couldn't help being a little disappointed. It seems that if he wants to use pills to improve his cultivation, he can only go to the central city where the Five Emperors Alliance is located up. Enter the realm of rocks. After Long Yu made a decision, he left this small city and headed towards the realm of rocks. Many people along the way cast strange glances at him. This kid is only in the realm of 4 supernatural powers, so he dares to go to the realm of rocks alone? You know, the stone field is a place where even the king-level powerhouses may perish. In the realm of rocks, not only will there be alien beasts of the earth gods, but there will even be gangs of robbers formed by martial artists from the rivers and lakes. Because they travel through the realm of rocks, the legions of the Beihai dynasty cannot encircle and suppress them, so they have been surviving all the time. In the realm of rocks, rob the martial arts who entered the realm of rocks. Little brother, are you alone? Why don't you join our team and act together? Just when Long Yu was about to step into the realm of chaotic rocks, a rather old voice came from the side, which attracted Long Yu's attention. It was a Jianghu martial arts team, and the old man at the head of the 7 path supernatural powers seemed to be quite capable, and he was looking at Long Yu, as if he wanted Long Yu to join his team. What's the use of joining us for a mere boy with 4 supernatural powers? Beside the old man, there were 2 other middle-aged men. One of them was tall and strong. He glanced at Long Yu and said with disdain, "This person's 6 paths divine ability realm is second only to the old man in the team. It is said that hurricanes and thieves are frequent recently. It is more appropriate for us to act with one more person. The old man frowned slightly, and said rather worriedly, "Olden is right." Another thin middle-aged man also nodded. "If we encounter hurricane bandits, it is always a good thing to have more people." The burly middle-aged man stopped talking when he heard the words, but a sinister look flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking of some trick. "Young man, come here quickly. Our team will share the gains from hunting the beasts equally, and we won't treat you badly." The old man shouted to Long Yu again. Long Yu stood still, thought for a while, then nodded, and said in a hoarse voice, "Okay, I'll join." If you act alone, you are likely to be targeted by the people who are chasing you from the Dragon Mansion, but if you act with other people, the chances of being noticed by the people from the Dragon Mansion will be much smaller. For people, it's almost there. Young man, you don't have much to do. It's enough to guard us when we fight. After you come back, you will share a quarter of the proceeds from hunting the beasts. The old man finished speaking to Long Yu with a smile, then waved his hand, and the 4 of them headed towards the rocky area. Such a situation is very common at the entrance of the stone field. There are thousands of similar teams within the field of vision. The situation on Long Yu's side will not attract anyone's attention at all. The biggest gain from hunting alien beasts is the alien beast crystals, which can absorb the energy in them to restore the divine power, and after absorbing some high-grade alien beast crystals, they can also improve their strength. If you can get this special beast crystal, you will be considered developed. However, for Long Yu's current team, it is impossible to hunt and kill special beasts. They can only deal with some ordinary beasts. Alien beast crystals are relatively long swords in the entire Shenwu world to restore the power of the divine text. Especially those big forces definitely have a lot of alien beast crystals in reserve, which will be used in times of war. However, it is naturally impossible for a powerful person to go to the field of alien beasts to hunt and kill alien beasts in person, but to buy them from Jianghu Wuxiu. Jianghu martial artists who are active in the field of alien beasts, most of the alien beast crystals they get are sold, and they are rarely used by themselves. After selling the alien beast crystals, the money they get can be used to buy other medicines or medicines. Soldiers, come to improve your own strength. To put it simply, these Jianghu Wuxiu are just exchanging their lives for money. However, for Long Yu, the target is the possible existence of the crystal of the divine language. As for the ordinary crystal of the beast, it is of no use to him at all. Use it yourself? Long Yu's divine script is not of earth attribute, so it is useless to absorb it. Sell money? Long Yu now has a total asset of more than 200,000 divine coins, so he doesn't need these cheap alien crystals to sell for money. It was quite easy for Long Yu to follow behind the old man of the 7 paths divine ability realm and the 2 middle-aged men of the 6 paths divine ability realm. Even if there was a battle, he didn't need to participate. Long Yu only needs to follow the old man, advance slowly, and go deep into the rocky field. When the old man and the 3 go back, Long Yu will go forward alone. However, in the realm of rocks, accidents may occur at any moment, not to mention the recent frequent occurrence of the famous Hurricane Bandit. There are 3 strange beasts in front, all of which are patrolling teams of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. Let's deal with each of them quickly. Soon, everyone entered the realm of chaotic stones for about 10 miles, and there were relatively few traces of other martial arts here, and the patrol team of the alien beasts of the Earth God clan also began to appear. The 3-headed and 7-path supernatural beast of the Earth God clan is not very strong, because it is suppressed in the world of martial arts, so the 3 old men must be able to easily deal with it. After the 3 strange beasts saw the old man and the others, they turned around and wanted to run away, but unfortunately the old man had already reacted, and when he raised his hand, the divine power surged up, condensing into a lightning barrier, blocking the way of the 3 strange beasts. Stop. After stopping the 3 alien beasts of the Earth God race, the 3 alien beasts could not escape and could only fight to the death. It's a pity that in the world of Xuanhuan, the strength of any alien beast is extremely suppressed, and it can't exert much power at all, so it was quickly suppressed by the 3 old men. Work harder. The old man yelled loudly, and the thunder light flickered, continuously bombarding the alien beast of the Earth God clan. Even if the alien beast shrunk completely into a ball, it couldn't resist the terrifying thunder light supernatural power, and the original gray-brown surface became somewhat scorched black. Long Yu has been watching from the sidelines, but did not participate in the battle. After watching the battle, he saw with his own eyes the fighting methods of the alien beasts of the Earth God race. It turns out that every part of the body of this spherical creature can be hardened into a weapon. The most common it is a long whip, then a long sword, and even 3 or 5 different weapons can be hardened at the same time to attack the opponent. And the defenses of these alien beasts of the Earth God race are extremely strong, even if the old man who is also in the realm of the 7 supernatural powers has completely suppressed them, it will take a long time to kill them. Long Yu was leisurely, he didn't need to do anything, he just needed to be on the sidelines to warn the 3 of them, and by the way, he also observed the fighting methods of those alien beasts of the Earth God clan. After about half an hour, the 3 elders finally solved their respective opponents, blasted and killed the 3 alien beasts of the Earth God race, and obtained 3 alien beast crystals from them, which can be sold for about 60 divine coins. Selling 60 god coins is not bad, but you must know that this is nearly 50,000 Beishue coins, and some prefecture-level cultivation pills can already be bought in the Beishue dynasty. Long Yu naturally looked down on this small amount of money. Keep going, I hope there will be more gains this time. The old man waved at Long Yu, motioning everyone to continue on their way. The other middle-aged man, who was relatively strong, seemed to be a little displeased with Long Yu. The 3 of them fought desperately just now, and this kid had been watching the show behind. Although letting Long Yu join the team was to make him vigilant, this situation still made the middle-aged man feel a little uncomfortable. Olden, after we go back and sell the alien beast crystal, the 3 of us will get 30% each. This kid, it's not bad to divide it with him. The middle-aged man glanced at Long Yu and said contemptuously. Since it was said to be divided equally at the beginning, it means that the 4 people will divide equally, so don't say more about it. Mr. Ng glared at the man, waved his hand, and signaled everyone to leave. The middle-aged man was choked back, feeling extremely upset, glanced at Long Yu, snorted coldly, and followed Enlao. Long Yu was wearing a mask, and the 3 of them didn't know what his expression was. The middle-aged man thought to himself, Mr. Ng took such good care of him, this kid should be grateful to Dade, right? However, in fact, Long Yu's expression was as calm as usual, and he didn't take this kind of thing to heart at all. How could he care about dozens of divine coins? It is even impossible for Long Yu to go back with the 3 of them, and he will definitely choose to go alone after going deep. The 4 of them continued to move forward, and after experiencing a killing, the 3 of them, including Enlao, entered a fighting state, ready to meet possible battles at any time. It has been 20 miles away from entering the realm of chaotic rocks, and the alien beasts of the Earth God race will appear more frequently here, and once they appear, there must be a lot of them, at least 5 or more. If there are 5-headed 7-path supernatural beasts, and Lao and the other 3 can still barely deal with them, but generally speaking, the alien beast patrol team in the interior will not be 5-headed 7-path supernatural powers, but 1 7-path supernatural powers, leading some 6-path estranged beast in the realm of supernatural powers. The alien beasts of the Earth God race can harden 7 kinds of weapons at the level of 7 magical powers for attack or defense, which are several times stronger than those at the level of 6 magical powers. Careful, stop. Suddenly, Mr. N stopped behind a pile of rocks, and then softly called everyone to hide. Olden, what did you find? The burly man asked nervously. It's a special beast. Olden replied in a deep voice. Special beast? When the burly man heard this, a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. Can we deal with it? Special alien beasts are special cases among alien beasts, compared to geniuses in human martial arts or demon cultivation. If you can hunt special beasts, you can get some special beast crystals. This is the real valuable thing. However, special beasts are very rare, at least when Long Yu was practicing in the Sourceland before, he never saw one. Maybe the Emperor-level beast in the fortress of the Wood God clan was a special beast, but at that level his existence is too strong for Long Yu. It is impossible to make up his mind. Unexpectedly, in the field of rocks, I ran into a special beast. It's a special gray beast. It looks like it's at the 7-path supernatural realm. However, there are 2 guards at the early stage of the king realm next to it. With our strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to succeed. Olden said solemnly, if you want to make a move, someone must distract the guards at the 2 early stages of the king realm. Otherwise, you have to give up. When Mr. N said these words, the 2 middle-aged men turned their attention to Long Yu. It's okay to lure the strange beast away and let this kid go? Or it's too leisurely for him to just watch from the sidelines? The burly middle-aged man grinned and said. Fart. And Lao scolded, little brother is only at the level of 4 supernatural powers. If you go to lure away 2 strange beasts at the early stage of the king state, wouldn't you never return? What's more, based on the little brother's cultivation base, you think that the strange beast may be killed. Did you fall for it? Then is it possible that we have to give up? The burly middle-aged man's face turned livid. Anyway, I won't act as a bait. It's okay, I'll go. At this moment, Long Yu took the initiative to make a sound, and said lightly, the 2 king-level alien beasts, I am responsible for leading them away, and you kill that special alien beast as quickly as possible. This? Elder and was a little surprised when he heard the words. He didn't expect that Long Yu would offer to act as a bait. Great, I admire you for being such a courageous and responsible young man. The strong middle-aged man laughed, and patted Long Yu on the shoulder. Go bravely, don't worry, if you succeed in getting the alien beast crystal this time, you will definitely not be treated badly when you go back. That's what he said, but a contemptuous smile flashed in the eyes of the burly middle-aged man. Go back alive? How could it be so easy to lure away 2 king-level alien beasts? Just relying on this kid's cultivation at the 4-path supernatural power level, he is doomed, there is no way out. However, what does this have to do with a strong middle-aged man? He just needs to cooperate with Mr. N to kill that special beast as quickly as possible, get the crystal of that beast, and make a lot of money when he goes back. Young man, you have to think clearly. It is no child's play to lure the king's beasts. It is very likely that you will be buried here. Elder and looked at Long Yu and said with a solemn expression. Don't worry, I have my own measure, Mr. N doesn't have to worry about me. Long Yu smiled softly, waved his hands, and walked towards the outside of the pile of rocks. I'm going now, you guys are ready to do it. For Long Yu, there was no difficulty at all for the two alien beasts at the early stage of the King realm, not to mention that he knew the weaknesses of the alien beasts of the Earth God race. Isn't it easy to deal with two strange beasts in the early stages of the King realm with space to penetrate such a big killer? Action. Under the complicated gazes of the three of Enlao, Long Yu left the pile of rocks where they were hiding, and went straight to kill the three alien beasts of the Earth God race who were resting in front of them. Space penetration. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the nether dragon blade directly shattered the void, and the target was the grey beast in the middle of the three beasts. Ordinary alien beasts of the Earth God race have taupe eyes on the surface, but the surface of the special beast of the Seven Paths Divine Ability realm is completely grey, which is different from the outside. If you can kill it, you will gain a lot. However, Long Yu's move was noticed by the opponent, and even the two beasts at the early stage of the King realm reacted immediately, forming a thick earth shield wall from the ball's body, blocking Long Yu's space penetration. Even so, the nether dragon blade stabbing upwards still broke through one of the thick earth shield walls, and shattered the second thick earth shield wall, thus losing the motivation to move on. With one move, the defenses of the two beasts in the early stages of the King realm were shattered. Although it was the opponent's hasty defense, Dang Long Yu was able to do this already very remarkable. Of course, these two strange beasts at the early stage of the King realm also reacted very quickly. You must know that Long Yao, the prince of the Dragon Mansion, had no time to react to the space penetration move. Buzz. The two alien beasts at the early stage of the King realm roared and rushed towards Long Yu's place. Obviously, they sensed the danger from Long Yu, so they recklessly launched an attack on Long Yu. After Long Yu broke their common defense with one move, the two beasts knew that they had to work together to kill Long Yu. As for the special beast, it slowly floated up and shrunk into a spherical shape. It seemed that it was going to shrink its defense when the King realm powerhouse left. It is very smart, and it also knows that if someone lures away the King realm powerhouse, the target is definitely it. Bring it on. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he used a move called Yuying Dun, and his whole figure flew backwards, hundreds of feet away in an instant. Not to be outdone, the two king-level alien beasts suddenly burst out with the power of the divine script of the earth element, and transformed into two streamlined bodies, chasing and killing Long Yu, and quickly disappeared from their original places. Great opportunity, hurry up. The burly middle-aged man who was hiding at the side immediately got up and said in a low voice, "If you miss this opportunity, let's never even think about this special beast." Although Mr. N is very worried about Long Yu, but now is not the time to worry. All he can do is to kill the special beast, and he must kill it as quickly as possible. Maybe when something happens to the special beast, can you attract those two king-level alien beasts back? Olden thought to himself, this is the only way to save Long Yu's life. Kill. The three of Enlao quickly floated in the air, and killed the grey, special earth god beast that shrank into a ball. The thunder and lightning divine script, the flame divine script, and the cold ice divine script shot out, enveloping the special beast with a bang. Long Yu lured away the two strange beasts at the early stage of the King realm, thinking about something in his heart. The alien beast is not without wisdom. If the duty of these two king-level alien beasts is to protect that special beast, it is impossible for them to be lured away by me so easily. In the current situation, there is only one possibility, and that is, the special beast. The strength of the alien beasts is not even inferior to these two alien beasts at the early stage of the King realm. Long Yu deduced this conclusion, knowing that there is not much time left for him. When he offered to lure these two king-level alien beasts away, he didn't think too much about it, he just wanted to quickly get rid of the things blocking him. Unexpectedly, such a thing would happen. But no matter what, since Long Yu attracted the two beasts at the early stage of the King realm, he naturally wanted to kill them. Jiuyo Tianguang. The Jiuyou skylight, which had reached the Desheng realm, suddenly spread out, forming a thick black fog, covering the two beasts of the King realm, and then in the dark fog, the black streamer flickered, and the nether dragon blade began to charge at a high speed. Due to the relationship between Jiuyou Tianguang, the perception of the two king-level beasts has become extremely poor, but they are the existence of the king level after all. After the power of the heart is superimposed, the various weapons it hardens are extremely destructive. Wave after wave of wind and sand danced, spreading towards the surroundings, and there was a faint sign of trying to disperse all the Jiuyou Tianguang. You must know that Long Yu's Jiuyou Tianguang has become much more stable after entering the Desheng realm. Even if Long Yao makes a move, it is difficult to drive it away. It was slowly broken by it. Of course, if Jiuyou Tianguang was really broken by the two strange beasts, Long Yu wouldn't need to hang around in the stone realm anymore. Space penetration. Space penetration. Long Yu didn't use any other means, just used space to penetrate, and continued to assassinate the two alien beasts in the early stage of the King realm. Surprise attack is naturally difficult to prevent. The King realm alien beast that was assassinated first shrank into a round ball, surrounded by a layer of earth element divine script barrier in all directions, and became a tyrannical defensive state. But this is useless to Long Yu. Soul explosion. After Long Yu pierced through the space, he followed up with a soul explosion, and the terrifying power exploded, directly smashing the defensive barrier of the King realm alien beast into pieces. The innate defense barrier of the alien beasts of the Earth God race is formed by condensing the divine script of the Earth element, which is more targeted at that kind of concentrated attack. Even if a needle is pierced on it, the defensive barrier can spread the power of that needle to the entire spherical surface of the defensive barrier. After the attack power is distributed, it is difficult for any attack to break through the defensive barrier. Therefore, the most feared thing about this defensive barrier is a large-scale destructive method such as soul explosion. Although the piercing power of soul explosion is not as strong as space penetration, it is superior in its total destructive power, and is more suitable for use as a defensive barrier against the alien beasts of the Earth God race. Space penetration. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu immediately activated the Void Yulong blade, causing it to burst out from the void, and stabbed directly at the vital point of the alien beast of the Earth God clan. The alien beast of the Earth God race looks like a ball, with the same defensive ability in all directions, but in fact, there are still weaknesses, and the vital points of each alien beast of the Earth God race are not in the same position. With the method taught by the Death Envoy, Long Yu knew how to find the vital points of the alien beasts of the Earth God clan. Every alien beast of the Earth God clan, as long as it did not exceed the Emperor's realm, then when it shrinks into a ball for defense, it must be has at least one weakness. Through soul explosion, Long Yu could clearly feel the opponent's defensive barrier, which direction was more vulnerable, and thus found out the opponent's weakness. With a move to penetrate the space, he actually directly penetrated the alien beast of the Earth God clan. One-hit kill. One has been wiped out, and the remaining one is easy to deal with. One move of 9 Nether Dragon's Breath once again destroys its defensive barrier, and the space penetration is done again, directly killing the remaining one. The strange beasts in the early stage of the King's realm were suppressed in the world of Shenwu. It's not a casual talk. The various attacks of Long Yu are comparable to those of the practitioners in the early stage of the King's realm, so they can also break through their defensive barriers in one fell swoop, and then immediately assassinate through weaknesses. If it were an ordinary early King realm powerhouse, it would be impossible for him to kill the alien beasts of the Earth God race as simply and rudely as Long Yu. In fact, practitioners in the world of Shenwu have also studied the weaknesses of the alien beasts of the Earth Gods, but they are not as accurate as what the Death Envoy told Long Yu. The most important thing is that when the Death Envoy explained the characteristics of various beasts to Long Yu, he taught him a secret method of martial arts to control them in balance. Balance control is a secret technique of martial arts. After comprehension, it can enhance the perception of the flow of various forces around it. This move cannot enhance the power of Long Yu's various methods, but it can bring great benefits to his battles. Even as long as you cultivate the balance control to a certain level, you can directly detect the invisible existence around you, which is extremely against the sky. Martial arts and secret arts are the secrets of many great powers and great races in the outer world. Every kind of martial arts secrets can greatly enhance the survival ability of practitioners. The Death Envoy does not know if there is any inheritance of martial arts secrets in the world of Shenwu, but even if there are, there will not be too many. One must know that even the original 9 Nether Dragon Emperor only mastered 3 kinds of martial arts secrets, which have already increased his combat effectiveness by at least several times. One of them is balance control. Now that Long Yucai has only touched its fur, and has not stepped into the first stage, he has greatly enhanced his perception of power, and he can find out the weakness of the alien beasts of the Earth God race as quickly as possible, which undoubtedly shows this move the magic of martial arts secrets. It seems to be in good hands. After Long Yu killed the 2 king-level alien beasts, the laughter of the Death Envoy entered Long Yu's ears. As long as you successfully cultivate the balance control to the first level, some extra special meridians will appear in your body. If you want to improve the secret technique, you only need to inject the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth into these meridians. To improve the secret technique of martial arts, you need a huge amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. An extra special meridian? Long Yu frowned slightly, but he didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he didn't have the intention to major in martial arts secrets now, because the balance control could not directly improve his combat power, but could only enhance his perception. If it's based on this, I'm afraid I won't even be eligible to join the Shenwu Emperor Association in 2 years. Of course, martial arts secrets are now a major advantage of Long Yu, and it is an advantage that is difficult to be noticed by others. It is impossible for him to give up this advantage. As long as he has the opportunity, he will definitely not give up this advantage. After the 2 king-level alien beasts were dealt with, Long Yu rushed back as fast as he could, but the scene that appeared in front of him shocked him. In front of that special gray beast, there were not only 3 people fighting with him, including Enlao, but the number had grown to 11. 11 martial arts masters of the 7 paths and 6 paths divine abilities were besieging the special gray beast, but even so, the special beast was not at a disadvantage. On the contrary, there were already 2 human beings in the arena. Corpse. In other words, a total of 13 people were besieging the special beast, but now 2 have died. What's worse, due to the fierce fighting here, it seems to have attracted other alien patrol teams not far away. Withdraw. A bearded man of the 7 paths supernatural power shouted, and immediately led the crowd to leave, leaving only Enlao and the 2 middle-aged men who followed Enlao in the field. This changed the faces of the old 3 of them. The bearded man is a small leader of the Hurricane Bandit, who suddenly wanted to snatch this special beast, but found that he couldn't fight for a long time. Seeing the other beast patrol teams gathered, he ran away. How could they survive if the old 3 were left behind? At this time, xuanhuan explodes. Space penetration. Long Yu happened to fall from the sky, and he used 2 moves directly, blasting towards the gray special beast, and the effect of balanced control was activated, but to Long Yu's surprise, he failed to find this special beast where the weakness lies. As expected of a special beast, amazing. Long Yu sighed with emotion, and immediately shouted, "Olden, bombard the beast with the strongest force, it is about to die." Seeing Long Yu's attack coming, and hearing Long Yu's words, Mr. N and the 2 middle-aged men were obviously taken aback. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, the 2 middle-aged men took this opportunity to turn around and run away, completely ignoring Long Yu's shouts. The alien beast patrol team in the distance may have approached 5 or 6 miles away. For the strong king, it only takes a few breaths to get over this distance. If you don't run now, you won't be able to run later. Since Long Yu appeared to attack that special beast, let Long Yu help them delay for a while. Even if it's just a breath of time. Long Yu obviously didn't expect those two guys to run away so resolutely, but fortunately, there was another Enlao who gritted his teeth and stayed behind. The power of the Thunder Light Divine script all over his body shone, and he condensed into a terrifying thunderbolt the thickness of his thighs, which descended on that place in an instant. On a special beast with a gray head. Look, my attack has no effect on it at all, this guy's defense is too strong. Seeing the special beast shrunk into a gray ball with amazing defense, and Lao's attack was useless against it, and he couldn't help feeling a little desperate. That's right, with the attacking power of the Seven Paths supernatural realm, it's impossible to break through that thing's defense. No wonder Long Yu lured away two king-level alien beasts as soon as he made a move. Those two king-level alien beasts are not afraid of accidents with this special beast at all. Olden, keep shooting, 2 more strikes, and I will be able to kill it. Long Yu continued to speak, with a shrewd look in his eyes. Believe me, I have already dealt with the two king-level beasts just now. Hearing Long Yu's words, Elder and couldn't help being shocked. These 4 young men in the supernatural power realm solved the 2 strange beasts at the early stage of the king realm? How can this be? However, feeling more and more strange beast breaths from far and near, Mr. N gritted his teeth. It would be hard to run away anyway, he might as well be a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Trust this little guy once. Supernatural power, Thunder Purgatory. And Lao once again used a mid-level supernatural power, and hit the special beast with a bang. In this way, Long Yu's feelings became clearer. Weakness. He was looking for the weakness of that special beast from Enlao's attack. As long as he found the opponent's weakness, Long Yu could solve it with one move. At this time Enlao could only continue to attack that special beast according to what Long Yu said. Right here. When the lightning divine mantra erupted again, covering the entire surface of the special beast's gray ball, Long Yu finally relied on balance to control this martial arts secret, and found the weakness of the special beast from it. Supernatural power, 9 Nether Dragon Breath. Space penetration. Long Yu used methods one after another. First, he spewed out a mouthful of the 9 Nether Dragon's breath, completely smashing the outer defensive barrier of the special beast, and then the void Nether Dragon blade pierced through the void, directly appearing at its weak point. Boom! A burst of tyrannical divine power broke out, and it actually tore the gray special beast in half, and it couldn't die anymore. This is amazing. Mr. N stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. He never expected that the defense that many experts in the 7 Paths supernatural ability realm could not break through together would be shattered by Long Yu, a kid in the 4 Paths supernatural ability realm. Not to mention, after this kid smashed the defense of the special beast, he instantly killed the opponent with one move. How terrifying is this strength? If Mr. N's guess is correct, the true strength of this special beast is definitely at the level of the kingly secret realm, but even so, it is not the opponent of these 4 brothers in the supernatural realm. Sharp. Apart from this word, Mr. N couldn't think of anything else to describe Long Yu. He has lived for nearly 300 years now, but he has never seen such a heaven-defying existence. Practitioners in the mystical realm of supernatural powers can easily reach 200 to 300 years old, or even 400 to 500 years old, but like Enlao, whose martial arts potential has been exhausted, I am afraid that they will not be able to step into the secret realm of kingly way until they die of old age. Special crystal. Long Yu poked into the corpse of the special beast with one hand, and directly took out a gray beast crystal from it. He could feel that in addition to the rich divine power of the earth element, it also contained a wealth of pure aura. Just like a cultivation elixir, if you absorb the pure spiritual energy in it, you will undoubtedly be able to improve your martial arts realm. This special crystal, the aura contained in it is far superior to the high-grade wilderness medicine pill. Long Yudu felt a little unbelievable. If the special crystals that surpassed the top-grade pills of the Great Wilderness grade were sold, they would be worth at least tens of thousands of divine coins, and there was still a price but no market. The most important thing is that the special crystal that absorbs this kind of beast doesn't seem to have the attenuation effect like the pill. If you take the same pill, the meridian produces a certain resistance, so when you take the second pill of the same pill, the efficacy will be halved, but if you absorb this special crystal, there will be no such attenuation. It is roughly estimated that the total amount of pure aura contained in this special beast crystal is at least 10 times that of the top-grade Dahuang grade elixir. Compared with the elixir, the reason why this special crystal does not have an attenuating effect is probably because the aura in it is extremely pure. The quality of the heaven and earth aura in the elixir is not very pure, so the more you take it, the worse the effect will be. But this is not the case for special crystals. The aura of heaven and earth absorbed by the geniuses of the alien race has produced various reactions in its crystals, and has become the purest aura. No matter who it is, it can be absorbed directly. Of course, it is still impossible to absorb all of them. Ordinary cultivators can absorb at most 30% or 40% of them. Aura. Whether it's pills or special crystals, Long Yu can absorb them 100% completely. Obtaining such a good thing, of course it is impossible for Long Yu to give it up to other people. He monopolizes this special crystal, and the only person who feels a little guilty is Olden. But now is not the time to talk about it. 2 groups of alien beast patrol teams are approaching, and each team has an early king-level alien beast. Invincible, leave quickly. Long Yu cast the Eye of Shadow, sensed the situation around him, and immediately floated down to Elder N's side. Mr. N, thank you. Long Yu had already put away the special crystal, smiled at Mr. N, and took out 10,000 divine coins and gave it to Mr. N. I'll keep that special crystal by myself. It will be very dangerous here, you still leave as soon as possible, besides, I have something to trouble you. Seeing Long Yu take out 10,000 divine coins, Mr. N couldn't help but frown slightly. What are you doing so out of sight? You killed the special beast, and the special crystal should belong to you as a matter of course. I can't buy the divine coins. Except, besides, if there is anything to tell, I will definitely do it if I can. Mr. N watched Long Yu Hong kill a special beast with his own eyes. How could he not know that this person is a genius? As long as the genius does not fall, he is destined to step into the realm of the king, the realm of the emperor, and even the realm of the emperor. And Lao wanted to make friends with such a person. If he accepted the 10,000 coins, it would become a relationship of interest, and he would fail if he wanted to make friends with Lan Yuka. After you left here, go out and spread the news, saying that Long Yu from the imperial capital has killed a special beast and is fleeing towards the depths of the stone realm. I believe it will attract many people to chase after it. Kill me. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. His biggest target, of course, is the people from Longfu and Luyufu who came to chase and kill him. If the other party really catches up, there is something good for them to taste. Long Yu, so you are Long Yu. And Lao's eyes widened in an instant. He didn't expect that the young man wearing a mask in front of him was Long Yu, who had been widely rumored recently. According to the rumors, Long Yu's performance in the Scarlet Emperor's illusion was astonishing. Not only won the first place in the Red Emperor's points, the reward is still favored by the Red Emperor, and it is very likely that the Red Emperor will be accepted as the next disciple. Unexpectedly, I saw the legendary Long Yu here. Mr. N knew that according to Long Yu's rumors, he butchered a king-level powerhouse like a dog. No wonder he was able to kill that special beast so easily. Time is running out, Mr. N, I will leave it to you. It is impossible for Long Yu to waste time here. Next, every second counts. Long Yu threw 10,000 divine coins directly to Eldarin, then turned and left, floated up, and laughed loudly in the air, ha ha ha. It really is a special crystal, and now I have made a fortune. The purpose of doing this, of course, is that he wants to attract more people to hunt him down. After all, what he was going to do next couldn't be done by himself. He had to borrow some external force. No matter how much it would help his actions after all. After Long Yu left, and Lao also left immediately. Although he didn't want to accept the 10,000 divine coins, but these 10,000 divine coins are really useful to him, maybe he can use them to step into the Kingly Way secret realm, thus breaking through the limit of lifespan in one fell swoop. Mr. N knew that he owed a favor, so of course he would complete what Long Yu told him verbatim, spread the news that Long Yu had obtained the special crystal. Although he didn't know what Long Yu wanted to do, he didn't think too much about extraordinary people doing extraordinary things, as long as he spread the news as Long Yu said. Soon, with the appearance of An Lao, a message spread around the outskirts of the stone field. Long Yu appeared in the realm of rocks. And I got a special crystal, and I am heading towards the depths of the stone field. The news spread, and it was soon heard by the people of the Dragon Mansion, and they naturally took action immediately. The Dragon Mansion strongman in the middle of the King realm took the lead in chasing into the Stone realm, and sent people back to other directions, notify the other people in Longfu and Luyufu. On this trip, they must catch up with Long Yu and kill him. Long Yu's roar not only attracted all the alien beasts of the Earth God clan around him, but also attracted many nearby cultivator teams who were hunting the alien beasts, and even the leader of the hurricane thieves who had just escaped not far away, all rushed towards him. Long Yu caught up here. Those are special crystals, each one is worth at least tens of thousands of god coins, and getting one is equivalent to their busy work for several years. Who can stand such a temptation? Be it the alien beasts of the Earth God clan or those cultivators in the realm of chaotic rocks, they chased and killed Long Yu one after another, but soon they found that the target had disappeared. That kid was right in front of him, and after rising to a high altitude, he completely disappeared. Where did you go? Everyone thought in their hearts, but soon, they found that a large group of alien beasts of the Earth God race had gathered and flew towards a certain direction deep in the realm of rocks. Following these strange beasts, maybe they can find the trace of that kid. After all, that kid killed a special strange beast, and he is the big enemy of this strange beast group. It is impossible for the strange beast to let him escape so easily. Someone made a suggestion, and immediately a group of people followed a large group of strange beasts thousands of feet away, and flew forward quickly. This kind of situation has happened several times in the field of chaotic stones in the past, and every time a special crystal appears, it can set off a bloodbath. And today's scale seems to be bigger than before, because Long Yu took the initiative to yell that voice, and of course it will attract more people to come. Hurry up. At this time, Long Yu was hiding in the ancient Shura Palace, urging the ancient Shura Palace to fly towards the depths of the rocky area at an extremely fast speed, but even with the invisibility ability of the ancient Shura Palace, he would still be spotted by those alien beasts of the Earth God clan. A large group of alien beasts of the Earth God race followed behind the ancient Shura temple. This is the biggest reason why Long Yu didn't come in the ancient Shura Palace at first. Perhaps it was because of the bad relationship with the Dragon Emperor Joyo. These strange beasts had special means to sense the existence of the ancient Shura Palace. Under the full urging, the ancient Shura temple quickly advanced tens of miles, and had penetrated into a large area of the chaotic rocks. Basically, few people came to this place. Practitioners who have not stepped into the secret realm of the royal way have come so deep. There is basically only a dead end. But for Long Yu, this place is not deep enough. He wants to find the fortress of the Earth God race, and cooperate with the Death Envoy to plunder the divine language crystals in the fortress. If it is the alien beast fortress that has already been built, the Death Envoy and Long Yu alone may not be able to deal with it. That's why Long Yu yelled and told Olden to spread the news, just to attract everyone. A lot of practitioners come to be his accomplices with the Death Envoy. Of course, Long Yu knew what the Death Envoy said. For the time being, he and the Death Envoy are in a cooperative state. They can deal with the fortress built by the alien beast together, and get what they need from it. Without the Death Envoy, it would be impossible for Long Yu to do this alone, and without Long Yu, it would be impossible for the Death Envoy to snatch the source stone of the divine text while fighting against the beasts in the Emperor realm. But such collaborations are time-limited. It is impossible for the Death Envoy to stay by Long Yu's side all the time. Long Yu knows that the Death Envoy is following him now, perhaps because he has some purpose that needs him to achieve, but it is definitely not because he wants to get those divine source stones. As for the real purpose of the Death Envoy, Long Yu couldn't guess, but it should be related to the Joyo Dragon Emperor. When that condition is fulfilled, the Death Envoy may leave. At that time, Long Yuka would have no one to rely on. I will practice as soon as possible and try to help you as soon as possible. Long Yu smiled and said, then stopped talking, and started to formulate his own cultivation plan. Although he got 8 special crystals during this trip, and absorbing the pure aura from one of them would allow him to step into the 5-path supernatural power realm, but he didn't want to break through just like that. Because he has cultivated the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, Tianshu entrains Qi. As long as you cultivate Tianshu Inqi to the level of Desheng, even the effect of taking pills can be improved. Anyway, Long Yu is not very eager to improve the realm of martial arts now. Why not wait for Tianshu Inqi to practice to Desheng before starting breakthrough? When Tianshu entrains Qi to achieve great success, Long Yu will be able to take a special crystal at the level of the mysterious realm of supernatural powers first, and then upgrade to the realm of 5 supernatural powers. Let's go. Long Yu put away his thoughts, and then hid again in the invisible ancient temple of Shura, heading towards the west. Soon, he came outside the small city that he had been to before. The Death Messenger did not teleport Long Yu too far, but just outside the realm of rocks. Anyway, there would be no danger outside. The Death Messenger, you won't waste power for no reason. Isn't that Olden? Long Yu directly passed over the small city, and arrived at a dense forest in the outskirts of the mountains. Suddenly, he felt a flash of lightning power below him, which gave him a familiar feeling. He lowered his head and looked into the dense forest, but saw a rather familiar figure fighting with a group of people in the mountains. It was the old man and he had seen before. For Mysterin, Long Yu still had a good impression of him. When he saw this scene, his heart was moved, and he was ready to go down to help. Among the crowd besieging Enlao, a middle-aged man in the early stage of King Realm was watching with great interest. It seemed that, because Enlao was just an old man with 7 supernatural powers, he couldn't get him interested to start. There are also 7 martial artists from the mystical realm of supernatural powers attacking Enlao. The figures of 2 of them make Long Yu frown slightly. They are actually the 2 middle-aged men who were in the same team as Enlao before. To collude with outsiders and deal with Mysterin? These 2 guys are really interesting. Long Yu squinted his eyes, feeling extremely disdainful towards the 2 middle-aged men, but he didn't make a move immediately, but temporarily used the technique of concealment and hid aside. If Eldarin is in danger, Long Yu can make a move at any time, otherwise, it is better to let Eldarin fight by himself. After all, this kind of life and death battle is the easiest for people to break through. Old guy, hand over the 5 Great Desolation level pills you bought, and consider giving your life away, otherwise, you will definitely die today. The middle-aged man at the early stage of King Realm stared at Olden with a greedy look on his face. Haha, even if I die here, old man, I won't let you take advantage of it. Mysterin looked like he was going crazy, and kept laughing. You 2 bastards, I didn't expect that I would give you 5,000 coins, and you would betray me and collude with outsiders. You are really idiots. You really think that killing me will make you happy. can't join their organization? People die for money, birds die for food, and the elderly, it's not that we want to betray, it's that we want to become stronger, so we can only do so. The burly middle-aged man's face was full of ferocity, and he continued to display the supernatural powers of flames, bombarding towards Enlao, and endless flames burned in the entire dense forest. The power of the lightning divine rune in Enlao's hand kept flickering, condensing into a layer of lightning barriers, constantly resisting the attacks of other people, but it seemed that it could not last long. Let me see what benefits you can get from killing me, absorb it for me. Faced with the imminent death situation, Mr. N took out 5 high-grade wilderness-grade pills and swallowed them all in one gulp. Obviously, even if he died, he would not leave these treasures to these people. Bastard! Seeing this, the middle-aged man at the early stage of the King Realm's eyes burst into tears. Old man, I have already said that if you hand over the elixir, you will not die. I never thought that you would be so stubborn. In this case, I will send you to hell with my own hands. 5 high-grade wilderness-level top-grade pills, worth 1,000 divine coins, were swallowed by Enlao. There was no need for the middle-aged man to bear it any longer. He directly erupted with the power that belonged to the early stage of the King Realm. On the ground, ice thorns condensed into waves and rushed towards Enlao. Originally, the strong man in the early stage of the King's Realm made a move, and Enlao had absolutely no chance of surviving. However, just when Long Yu was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a burst of tyrannical lightning burst out in the field, and broke through. Enlao actually broke through in this situation. Originally, Mr. N was a master of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm, but now once he breaks through, he will directly open up the inner world in his body, and his whole person's aura will be completely new. Kingly Secret Realm. Those who do not enter the kingly way are all ants. Once stepping into the secret realm of the royal way, the cultivator is equivalent to stepping into a completely different world. Amidst the roar of thunder, the middle-aged man in the early stage of the king state was blocked in midair with all his icethorn magical powers, unable to move forward anymore. However, Enlao's thunder suddenly exploded, knocking out all the magical powers around him. The cultivators shook off. Yo, it actually broke through. The middle-aged man in the early stage of King Realm squinted his eyes. It's a pity, even if you break through, so what, it's just a breakthrough, your use of the power of the heart realm, it's not bad to be able to achieve one achievement, compared to my 50% say. It's too weak, die, old man. The ice divine script erupted again, and this time it condensed into a vortex of ice, sweeping down from all directions towards the central elderly place. It's over. Old Un's eyes were in a daze. He didn't expect that he would break through to the secret realm of the King's Way at the last moment, but what's the use of breaking through now? As the other party said, although he has opened up an inner world in his body, he still can't use 10% of the power of the inner world, which is very different from the other party's level of power, not to mention, in the battle just now, the strength in his body has been almost exhausted, and he has suffered many serious injuries. Even if you step into the King Realm, there is nothing you can do. However, just when he was desperately about to blow himself up, a familiar warrior suddenly appeared in his field of vision, pierced through the void in an instant, condensed into a jet-black streamer, and smashed through the body of the middle-aged man in the early stage of King Realm in one fell swoop. Neck. Assassination, one-hit kills. Die to me. It was at this time that Long Yu made a move. With a move of space penetration, he directly killed the man in the King's Realm who controlled the power of the Ice Divine script. Since that guy was concentrating on dealing with Enlao, who would have thought that there would be someone hiding aside and ready to assassinate him at any time? Just one move. Long Yu killed the middle-aged man at the early stage of King Realm, and even in Long Yu's eyes, this guy's strength was not comparable to that of a strange beast of the Earth God race at the early stage of King Realm. The strong man died in the early stage of King Realm, and the icy vortex in the sky dissipated into nothingness. This scene directly stunned the 8 people in the field. And Lao was just about to blow himself up, but he didn't expect to see Long Yu's figure at the last moment, and Long Yu defeated his opponent with only one move. That's a strong man in the early stage of King Realm. It seems that this Long Yu really possesses incomparably terrifying strength as rumored, but didn't this Long Yu go to the depths of the Stone Realm? How could he appear here? As for the other 7 martial arts practitioners who besieged Enlao, they all seemed to see ghosts. You, why are you here? Among them, the burly middle-aged man was the most terrified, and subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away. He recognized who Long Yu was. Wasn't he the boy who followed them into the realm of chaotic stones? Elder and obviously didn't tell him Long Yu's true identity, but just seeing that Long Yu killed the strong man in the early stage of King Realm with his attack, this burly middle-aged man was naturally afraid. Want to run? Long Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and raised his hand. The shadows in the entire dense forest moved at this moment, turning into jet-black sharp blades, stabbing at the 7 martial artists in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers in an instant. Since Long Yu appeared, of course he would not leave anyone alive. Comprehending the desolate ancient shadow killing to the extreme, Long Yu can control the shadows, and even incarnate the shadows. In places like mountains and dense forests, it is entirely Long Yu's territory. With just one move, all 7 people died. Boom! With one hand, Long Yu waved the power of the law of sun flame, and burned the corpses of the 7 people to death. As for the corpses of the strong men in the early stage of the King Realm, it was not very easy to deal with. Feed it to the beast. In Long Yu's ancient Azura palace, tens of thousands of Ice God clan alien beasts are sealed. These alien beasts must be very hungry. An old man. Long Yu turned his head sideways, and smiled at the stunned Enlao. It wasn't until Long Yu killed everyone in the audience that Enlao realized it, and he couldn't believe it. Little brother Long, why are you here? You don't need to know about that. There is something else I want you to do. Long Yu smiled and said, if Mr. N doesn't dislike it, you can go to Tianyu Manor and bike Xuanhuan. I will give you an introduction jade slip, and the people in the manor will welcome you well. In addition, when you arrive in Huangdu, please also spread a piece of news. The Dragon Mansion and Luoyue Mansion sent out to chase and kill Long Yu this time. All of them died in the Stone Realm. What do you think? And Lao has broken through to the King Realm. If he joins Tianyu Manor, the overall strength of the manor will definitely be enhanced, and Long Yu is very assured of Enlao's character. And Mr. N, who was suddenly rescued by Long Yu, not only saved his life, but can continue to live as a strong man in the secret realm of the royal way. This request made by Long Yu is just a trivial matter to him. How could it be possible? Will refuse? Master Long, don't worry, old man, I will definitely complete everything you said. Elder and changed his attitude almost immediately, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Royal Capital. Tianyu Manor, which possesses top-grade martial arts cultivation skills of the wilderness level. In the past, he never thought that he would have such an opportunity to join, but now, Long Yu gave him this opportunity. That is to say, his journey of martial arts will not end here, but will continue to move forward. One can imagine how excited he was. Soon, Long Yu and Enlao parted ways. Enlao knew that Long Yu's trip was mainly for experience, so he didn't waste any time. After receiving Long Yu's introduction jade slip, he went to Tianyu Manor alone. As for Long Yu, he left this place directly and continued to move towards the west. If there is no accident, it will only take 3 or 4 days to leave the range of the Beishua dynasty. And during these 3 or 4 days, the entire Beishua dynasty was almost shaken. Previously, Yu Hanqin personally ordered the closure of Silver Fox Manor, Tianqing Manor, and Qiushui Manor, which was already an earthquake for the entire Beishua dynasty, but the situation was good that time. After all, there were no dead people, and some strong men from the three major forces were all incorporated arrived in Yuhanqin's direct team. However, now, both the Dragon Mansion and Luoyue Mansion went to the realm of Chaos Stones to chase and kill Long Yu, and as a result, both suffered heavy casualties. Those who were also dead without a whole body. It is said that on that day, they broke into the territory of an alien beast in the Imperial Realm, which angered the alien beast in the Imperial Realm, causing them all to be killed. One must know that in the depths of alien beast territories like the Realm of Chaos Stones and the Land of Sources, even the real strong men of the Emperor Realm dare not enter easily. Wouldn't it be self-defeating for the strong men of the Dragon Palace and Luoyue Palace to step into it? When the strong men of the two major forces are all dead, the decline of the two major forces can be foreseen. Luckily, Luoyue Mansion was fine, with the death of a steward of the Imperial Realm and the presence of a palace master of the Imperial Realm. It was still a major force in the Beishua dynasty who could support the scene. But the Dragon Mansion will not work. Not only did the Lord of the Dragon Mansion die, but even his two sons were buried in the rocky field this time. It can be said that the entire force lost its backbone at once. Take the lead. The Beishua dynasty is about to become an empire. At this time of turmoil, Yuhanqin hopes to see some changes in the pattern, but the influence of the entire wave caused by Long Yu is far from over. Dragon Mansion will definitely become more and more decadent. As for Tianyu Manor and Azura Mansion, the strength of the two major powers has greatly increased after they strictly recruited a group of Jianghu martial arts. In addition, the two major powers have shared 4 wild-level martial arts skills, and the future prosperity can be imagined. Of course, it is not so easy to truly become a major force in the Beishua dynasty. At least one strong person in the Imperial Realm must be born, and it will take more than 2 years just to break through from the late stage of the King Realm to the Emperor Realm. Yuhanqin felt that it could only be said that the two major forces would become the mainstay of the Beishua Empire in 10 years, but as for the near future, they were still far behind. Emperor Realm. I can feel that day is not far away. Yuhanqin walked out of the palace, looked up at the sky, with a meaningful smile on her innocent face. When the time comes, this palace should also be called the Imperial Palace. Mom, I won't let you down. Immediately afterwards, she raised her head and looked towards the west, the realm of rocks. Yun Jinglei, are you scared away like this? It's really boring. The corners of Yuhanqin's mouth turned up slightly. It turned out that all the actions of Emperor Yun were under her control. The reason why she didn't take action was of course, because she had confidence in Long Yu. If Long Yu died so easily, how could it be possible for the Scarlet Emperor to have a crush on him? But what Yuhanqin didn't expect was that when the strange beasts in the realm of chaotic stones broke out and killed everyone in Longfu and Liufu, Yun Jinglei, who had been following him, was also scared away. Obviously, Yun Jinglei was afraid that if he continued to follow Long Yu, he would encounter accidents. At least, now he had no idea about Long Yu's details. He could know where Long Yu went, but he didn't dare to track him down. Long Yu, but he was able to escape from the hands of the alien beast in the Emperor's realm, and was a terrifying existence that blasted the alien beast's lair in half. Even if he didn't have this strength himself, it was because he had a backer behind him. How dare Yun Jinglei provoke him? 4 days later, Long Yu left Beishua dynasty in Shura Ancient Palace. Since he was invisible all the way, he didn't encounter any danger. After coming out of the stone field, except for showing up when he met Enlao, Long Yu has been practicing Tianshu Inchi with peace of mind. Small achievement realm. Long Yu nodded in satisfaction. After cultivating Tianshu Inchi to the Xiaocheng realm, the normal practice speed has increased by 40%, the effect is quite good, but it is far from enough for Long Yu. It must be cultivated to Desheng to enhance the effect of the pill. If each of the 8 special beast crystals on Long Yu's body increases the effect by 20%, then the increase is no joke. But for now, Long Yu's cultivation of Tianshu Inchi must come to an end, because he has finally left the scope of the Beishua dynasty and came to a country adjacent to the west, the Shenluo Empire. For the Shenluo Empire, Long Yu still has some impressions, mainly the Shenluo Emperor who is with Emperor Yun, although they are not good people, but Long Yu must admit that the forces behind these guys are very powerful. Find a trade center first, take a good look at the trading house, sell all the alien beast crystals on your body, and then choose some wild level elixirs. Since there is no shortage of money now, the same elixirs can also be prepared to take for the third time gone. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu hid the ancient Shura temple in the high-altitude clouds, and then flew towards a large city in white clothes and a mask. Due to the invisibility effect of the ancient Shura temple, he easily crossed the border of the Shenluo Empire without any clues being discovered by the border guards. What he came to now was the largest border city in the eastern part of the Shenluo Empire, the City of the Gods. In the entire Shenluo Empire, there are only 5 cities of this size, including God, and 1 each in the southeast, north, and west. This City of the Gods is the largest city in a large area in the eastern part of the entire Shenluo Empire. The eastern part of the Shenluo Empire alone is larger than the entire Beishua dynasty. It is conceivable that the scale of this desolate city will not be inferior to the Beishua imperial capital. Long Yu is looking forward to it. Find some cultivation pills that I haven't taken before, and I can also add some recovery pills for combat. It would be great if we entered the middle stage of King Realm as soon as possible, so that we don't need to wait for any means to be used. It's a pity that at this stage, we can only achieve it by taking pills. Long Yu is going to buy 100 pills of the kind that restore meridians, so that he can use the same martial arts and supernatural powers one after another, which will greatly help his combat power. But the first thing he has to do is, of course, sell all those beast crystals first, more than 9,000 beast crystals. This is not a small amount, and any trading house in the City of Rage God may not be able to eat it. So Long Yu didn't want to sell it all at once. Anyway, he is not short of money now. Long Yu paid a small fee to enter the City of Rage God, and walked around the prosperous streets, seemingly wandering, but actually inquiring about everything in this city. Any information may make it more convenient for Long Yu to navigate in this city work. For example, it soon became known that the city lord of the Rage God City had a domineering daughter and a handsome son with extremely high martial arts talent. These two were absolutely not to be provoked in the Rage God City. For another example, the General's Mansion in the west of the city is holding the annual Rage God competition, which has attracted the attention of most martial artists in the City of Rage God. As long as you participate in the Rage God competition in the General's Mansion and get the ranking, you can get many rewards, and even have the qualification to join the General's Mansion. Joining the General's Mansion means that endless cultivation resources are beckoning, and it is conceivable how attractive it is to Jianghu Wuxiu. None of this had anything to do with Long Yu. He just listened casually, and didn't intend to participate. What he was most concerned about was news about trading houses and the like. Soon, he found out that there are a total of 3 largest trading houses in the entire Rage God City, and these 3 trading houses belong to the General's Mansion, the City Lord's Force, and another large chamber of commerce. Long Yu entered the city from the east of the city, and first went to the nearest trading house under the jurisdiction of the General's Mansion, to see if there was any good stuff in it. After entering, Long Yu didn't pay attention to the crowd around him, but directly went to a trading company boy. "Where is the Great Wilderness Grade pill?" The boy turned his head to look at it and smiled immediately. "Brother, you are only at the level of the 4 supernatural powers. What are you looking for?" "The Earth level elixir and the Sky level elixir are the most suitable ones. Come with me, and I will introduce you to them. Some heaven-level pills suitable for you," the boy said with contempt in his eyes. He has worked in a trading company all year round and has met many people. Although he is only in the mysterious realm of heaven and man, his ability to recognize people is absolutely top-notch, like this young guy in front of him, who is only in the realm of 4 realms, take him to see the great desolation level. The elixir was purely a brain twitch. Can afford it? Impossible. Even in the Shenluo Empire, ordinary martial arts transactions mainly use Shenluo coins instead of Shenluo coins. 1 Shenluo coin is equivalent to more than 3,000 Shenluo coins. Even the most low-grade Great Wilderness level pills require at least 100 Shenluo coins, that is, 300,000 Shenluo coins, which is definitely a large number that cannot be afforded by ordinary Jianghu martial artists. Unless you step into the secret realm of the King's Way, otherwise you really don't need to use the Great Desolation grade pill. However, this boy obviously underestimated Long Yu. This god coin is for you. Now, can you take me to see the Great Wilderness grade pill? Long Yu didn't bother, so he took out a divine coin and handed it to the young man, which made the young man's eyes widen, and he took the divine coin into his pocket as if grabbing it. Hey, big brother, let's go, come with me, I'll take you to see the Great Wilderness grade pill. The little servant was beaming with joy. How can a young master, who can casually take out a god coin, be the kind of poor ghost in martial arts? It is normal to want to buy a Great Wilderness level martial skill. Just don't know who this guy is? He was still wearing a mask, and even the city lord's pair of top-notch sons and daughters couldn't just take out a god coin as a tip, right? It has to be said that it is worthy of being a trading house in the city of the Rage God, and it has many more types of pills than those in the Northern Snow Emperor capital. Obviously, because the Rage God city is a big city belonging to the Shenluo Empire, and the number of powerful alchemists in the entire Shenluo Empire is obviously much more than that of the Beishua dynasty, which leads to more types of pills. There are 40 to 50 types of Dahuang grade high-grade pills alone, more than 30 of them are cultivation pills, and Long Yu has only taken less than half of them. Developed. Long Yu was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface, he kept his expression on. He carefully observed these pills, from the low-grade Dahuang level to the high-grade Dahuang level, he didn't miss any of them. Give me these pills, 3 of each, and as for these, 1 of each. Long Yu counted these Great Wilderness grade pills to the boy, but it's a pity that this boy has no right to touch this grade of pills, so he can only let the manager of the trading house come over. This is an old man at the early stage of King Realm, with a shrewd look in his eyes, looking at Long Yu as if looking at a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Young master, the pills you selected are worth 165,000 divine coins. The steward squinted his eyes and said to Long Yu. The Great Wilderness grade top-grade medicinal pill is only worth 1,000 divine coins. I only got 75 Great Wilderness grade top-grade medicinal pills, and the total amount of 100,000 divine coins is as high as the sky. Long Yu said indifferently, as for the Dahuang grade middle-grade pill, the price is only 1/10 of the top-grade pill, and the sum of the middle-grade and low-grade pills is not enough for 20,000. You actually told me that these god coins, the total price is 160,000? Long Yu thought it was ridiculous. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be cheaper to buy pills in bulk? Here it gets even more expensive. Even if the price of each elixir is added up, Long Yu can only calculate a figure of a little over 110,000 divine coins, and the steward even asks him for more than 160,000, which is completely deceiving. This young man. The person in charge smiled, without any embarrassment of being exposed, but said confidently, I saw you came in wearing a mask, so I know that you don't want to reveal your identity, and you want to buy so many pills, you must be someone from a certain power? You come in openly, I can give you a normal price, but since you are wearing a mask, I can only treat you as a Jianghu Wuxiu. These pills are sold to Jianghu Wuxiu at the price I said. Unexpectedly, the same thing was sold at 2 prices to Power and Jianghu Wuxiu. What a shame. No wonder it is difficult for Wuxiu in Jianghu to rise up. It seems that if there is no power behind him, he will be bullied wherever he goes. Look, what are these? Long Yu smiled indifferently, and had no intention of arguing with the other party at all, but took out some alien beast crystals of the Earth God race from his bosom, and showed them to the manager of the trading house for a moment. Beast crystals? So many? Even if it was only for a moment, it was enough for the steward to see what Long Yu was holding. Alien crystal. High-quality alien beast crystals, and even Emperor Realm alien beast crystals, each worth thousands of divine coins. And the number of alien beast crystals displayed by Long Yu just now is over 100. If these things are bought by him, it will be a great achievement. I can tell you that I have many such alien crystals, but whether I sell them or not depends on my mood. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and said. He knew very well that large quantities of alien beast crystals were a good material reserve for any trading house. The quantity he showed was enough to tempt the manager in front of him, not to mention that he said he had more. Hey, brother, I have something to say. The steward smiled. If you can sell enough alien beast crystals to our trading house, the pills you need can indeed be cheaper. As for how much cheaper, it depends on how many alien beast crystals you have. I have 2,000 alien beast crystals, 10 of which are in the Imperial Realm, 100 of which are in the King's Realm, and the rest are from the mysterious realm of supernatural powers. Long Yu said directly, let's make a price. The asking price, he said, in addition to the price of the strange beast crystal, also asked the other party to talk about how much cheaper the pill could be. If he was not satisfied, he would leave directly. Long Yu believed that the situation of the three major trading houses in the City of Rage Gods should be similar, and as for which one he chose to do the transaction, it would depend on which one he was more willing to part with. Trading houses buy and sell things to make money, and Long Yu's business is big business, and trading houses can make a lot of money no matter what. Long Yu chose a trading house just to save himself from losing so much. Although he is quite rich now, he also wanted to buy more resources with limited money. Hearing Long Yu say the number 2,000 pieces, the housekeeper's expression turned serious. Alien beast crystals will always be one of the most profitable items for the trading house, because those who sell the alien beast crystals are Jianghu Wuxiu, and the trading house is absolutely black dead against Jianghu Wuxiu, and the purchase price is very low. But if they sell it to those dignitaries, the price of the alien crystal is quite high. The profit margin of this commodity is frighteningly high. I can give you 3,000 god coins for the beast crystals in the Imperial Realm. 700 god coins for the King Realm. As for other ordinary ones, at least 20 god coins. The quality is better, and the price is naturally higher. The housekeeper of the trading house lowered his voice. Brother, you should know that the price I offered has already exceeded the price that anyone can offer. Normally, we only offer 2,000 crystals from the Emperor Realm, and only 2,000 yuan from the King Realm. 500. If it weren't for your large quantity, I wouldn't be able to offer this price. As for the elixir you want, I can make it and sell it to you at the original price, 110,000 god coins. If you are willing to trade, I will still have to give you 30,000 god coins. Hearing this, Long Yu nodded slowly. This price is acceptable. I didn't expect the alien beast crystals to be so attractive to trading houses. It seems that Long Yu's existing more than 9,000 alien beast crystals can sell at least 400,000 to 500,000 divine coins in total. Exceeded his expectations. It seems that the profit of the alien crystal is frighteningly high. Long Yu also knew that this must be the reason, so when there was a large-scale supply of exotic animal crystals, the trading house didn't mind raising the purchase price. Anyway, other trading houses couldn't let other trading houses take away the goods. When Long Yu nodded, it meant that the two parties had reached the deal. Long Yu gave 2,000 alien beast crystals, and then got the cultivation pills he needed, and also got 30,000 divine coins. These are after the steward made a valuation of all 2,000 alien beast crystals. The conclusion is beneficial to both Long Yu and Trading Bank. The real losers are those dignitaries who are about to buy these alien beast crystals. Of course, those guys are very rich, and they don't care about such a small loss. After the transaction was completed, Long Yu wanted to leave, but the manager of the trading house stopped him, and said mysteriously, "Brother, in fact, we just shipped a batch of good things here, maybe you want to see it?" "What is it?" Long Yu frowned slightly. The deal has already been concluded, and he doesn't want to cause extra trouble, but if the other party's proposal is good, he will still be interested, so he just asked. 3 great wilderness-grade super-grade pills. The steward said bluntly, "To be honest, these 3 top-grade pills were shipped from the 5 Emperors Alliance, and each one is priceless. After taking it, it can not only improve the cultivation level, but also enhance the martial arts and divine character. The degree of fit. The ultimate pill." This is the first time Long Yu has heard that something of this level must be extremely precious, and only the alchemists of the 5 Emperors Alliance can refine it. Great wilderness-grade supergrade pills, which contain more than 10 times the spiritual energy of top-grade pills, and can also enhance the degree of compatibility between martial arts and divine scriptures. Such a good thing will definitely not be cheap. How to sell? Long Yu asked. We are going to use it for auction. The ideal price of each elixir is 150,000 god coins. If you can get 150,000, I will sell you one directly, said the steward. Okay, I want 3. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and said. 3 pieces, this. When the steward heard it, blood spurted out almost instantly, asking for 3? That's 450,000 divine coins. Even their trading house can't afford so much spare money for a while. What's more, what does this kid want 3 identical pills for? Here, to tell you the truth, one of these 3 pills has already been reserved, and the other one must appear in the auction, so it is not convenient to sell it to you. If you want, you can only have one at most. The person in charge said with some embarrassment. A big deal has just been reached, which means that his status in the trading house has further improved, so his attitude towards Long Yu is also much better, at least he doesn't think about blacking him all the time. Well, take me to have a look first. Long Yu thought for a while, then said to the steward. Follow me. The person in charge directly began to lead the way. Soon, the two came to the door of a relatively hidden secret room. The steward fiddled with the stone plate at the door for a while, before opening the door of this hidden secret room. But after opening the door and stepping inside, Guanshi and Long Yu were a little surprised at the same time. Because there are already people in this secret room. And he was looking at those 3 great desolation grade super grade medicinal pills. Number 5, why are you here? The manager who received Long Yu immediately turned dark when he saw this. Now in the secret room, there is another steward, who is also an old man in the early stage of King Realm, who should be number 5, and is leading 2 beautiful girls to check the 3 great desolation grade super grade medicinal pills. Number 5 was also surprised when he turned his head to the side, and then laughed loudly. Number 3? Haha, you also brought someone to see the super grade elixir? I'm so sorry, but I took the lead. Who are these 2? Let me introduce you. If you are sensible, then hurry up and leave, don't disturb the city lord's daughter to choose the medicine. Daughter of the mayor. Number 5 brought 2 girls here to choose the pills, and one of them was the daughter of the rumored domineering city lord. When entering this secret room, Long Yu immediately saw 3 great wilderness-grade super-grade medicinal pills placed on the jade plate, each of which exuded an extremely attractive aura, and even contained some divine script power. It seems that after taking it, it can really enhance the degree of compatibility with the divine text. However, as soon as Long Yu heard that since the city lord's daughter was here, he immediately didn't want the pill. There is no other reason. He originally wanted to buy supergrade pills to quickly increase his own strength, but now that he is in trouble, There is no need to buy them here. These 3 pills were shipped from the 5 Emperors Alliance. Thousands of miles away, the price does not know how much more expensive. Anyway, Long Yu's trip is going to the central city where the 5 Emperors Alliance is located. There will definitely be more choices at that time. Why waste time and money here? This. Number 3, who brought Long Yu over, obviously hesitated. Facing the city lord's daughter, he didn't dare to say anything, so he said to Long Yu, "Brother, I'm sorry, the city lord's daughter is here, and I can't be the master of these 3 pills. It's okay, since that's the case, forget it, let's go." Long Yu glanced at the 2 girls in the secret room, didn't say much, turned around and wanted to leave. When we go to the central city of the 5 Emperors Alliance, let alone the Great Desolation grade supergrade pills, even the best grade pills may be available. Long Yu has no regrets about giving up this time, anyway, he is not in a hurry. He turned around and left the secret room first, followed by the number 3 manager of the trading house. But just when the 2 were about to leave the secret room, a high-spirited girl's voice came from behind. "Hee, you 2 disturbed this lady's interest in choosing pills. Do you just want to leave like this? It's over? Stop for Miss Ben." The girl who spoke looked about 17 or 18 years old, and she looked pretty good, but unfortunately the arrogance in her eyes couldn't be concealed no matter what. This girl in a long pink dress is Sitalioli, the daughter of the city lord of Rage God City. Although he is young, he is already at the mid-kingdom stage. With the cultivation resources of the Imperial City Lord, even a pig can become a king-level pig demon, let alone the City Lord's daughter. With a superior look in Sitalioli's eyes, she walked towards the door of the secret room, and looked at Long Yu with disdain. "Boy, take off the mask and let me see who it is that dares to offend this lady like this." "Who am I, related to you?" Long Yu stopped, without turning his head, and asked calmly. A mere kid in the 4 realms of supernatural powers is so stubborn. Could it be someone from the general's mansion? However, why do the people from the general's mansion hide their heads and show their tails in their own trading business? Sitalioli looked Long Yu up and down, and found that Long Yu didn't even turn his head, and immediately became even more annoyed. Yu Xia, cut off one of his arms, and let him know the fate of offending Miss Ben. Yuexia is the maid next to Sitalioli, named Qian Yuexia. Although she is only 17 or 18 years old, she also possesses the strength of the early stage of the King realm. From Sitalioli's point of view, Yuexia's attack on a kid in the 4 realms of supernatural powers was a snap. Wouldn't it just cut off an arm? Yes, miss. Yu Xia's delicate face was full of numbness. Obviously, she had done this kind of thing many times, and she didn't feel anything wrong at all. However, she didn't know that Long Yu was extremely angry at this moment. "Who did I provoke? Seeing that you are buying pills, why don't you let them go directly? This trading house was not run by the city lord. Just because he came in and took a look, he was about to have an arm cut off. This Sitalioli is really arrogant to the extreme." Naturally, Long Yu is not at the mercy of others. He just gave up the pill just because he was too lazy to waste time here. Since the other party insists on getting together, then Long Yu doesn't mind teaching them a lesson. Of course, before that, Long Yu still asked the number 3 steward next to him, "Steward, is this how your trading firm treats customers?" After saying this, Long Yu of course wanted the trading house to intervene. If the number 3 steward tried to stop him, Long Yu didn't need to do it. However, he underestimated Sitalioli's reputation in this city of desolate gods. Isn't it as simple as being unruly and domineering? Totally banditry. "Sorry, brother, just one arm, let's not offend the city lord's daughter. Losing an arm is better than losing your life." Steward number 3 persuaded in a low voice. "Sometimes, our trading house can provide you with a pill to restore your body to ensure that your arm can fully recover." However, before these words were finished, Long Yu didn't want to hear them anymore. Compensation afterwards? This trading house is really a softie, even a city lord's daughter dare not offend. and treat customers who come to trade like this. It's a pity, how could Long Yu stand there obediently and have his arm cut off? Dream. At this moment, the girl Qian Yuexia was already holding a long sword, and the sword condensed the power of the ice divine script, forming a icy sword light, and chopped down towards Long Yu's arm. Do you really want to chop off my arm? It's really lawless. Long Yu murmured, then raised his hand, calmly, and sacrificed the nether dragon blade. Space penetration. Just before the icy sword light descended on Long Yu's arm, Long Yu's void dragon blade had already pierced the girl Qian Yuexia's arm holding the sword first, and the 9 nether divine mantra exploded directly, slashing her. The arm was blasted to pieces. Want to cut off one of my arms? As you wish. Killing intent flashed across Long Yu's eyes, and when the other party asked for his arm, he cut off the other's arm in turn. This is called a tooth for a tooth. I'll take this, warrior, it's a top-ranked Dahuan grade, not bad. With a wave of Long Yu's hand, he directly took away the ice-long sword warrior. It is extremely rare in the Northern Snow Dynasty to have such a long sword, and even a maid in the district has such a long sword. For surprise. However, considering Sitilioli's such an arrogant personality, it was quite normal for her to get a high-grade wilderness-level warrior for her maid. Qian Yuexia's arm was chopped off by Long Yu, and it exploded. Blood was immediately splashed all over the ground, but where did the girl experience such pain? Immediately there was a scream, and the whole person fell to the ground. Ah! Miss! Help me! There was pain in Qian Yuexia's voice. To Long Yu, this was entirely her own doing, and she didn't deserve the slightest pity at all. However, for Sitilioli and the 2 managers of the trading house, the nature was completely different. No matter who Long Yu was, he dared to cut off an arm of Sitilioli's maid in the city of Rage God. Who doesn't know that Sitilioli has extremely deep feelings for the maid Qian Yuexia, like a sister? It is said that once there was a young man from the imperial capital who wanted to do something wrong to Qian Yuexia. After being found out by Sitilioli, he went up and cut off the young man's lifeblood. In the end, the force that the young man belonged to came to the city of the Rage God to question the crime, but he was also forced to retreat by the city lord of the Rage God city, which made Sitilioli act unscrupulously. And now, someone cut off one of Qian Yuexia's arms, and blew that arm into pieces? Even if an arm can be regrown by taking some pills in the future, that is a matter of the future. Now, how could Sitilioli let go of the person who cut off her maid's arm? It's shameless to give you face. Since you don't want your life, then Miss Ben will help you. Sitilioli's face immediately darkened, and the flame and ice divine scripts all over her body were about to explode. In her worldview, anyone who bullies her on her territory will have a dead end. Boy, you are dead. In order to prevent the trading house from being destroyed, I will give you a ride. Steward number 3, who was right next to Long Yu, immediately changed his face when he saw the situation in the field, and took out 2 exquisite rings from his bosom, and the power of the thunder and lightning divine script exploded, directly enveloping Long Yu, wanting to set Long Yu back. Fight to the death. After Long Yu blatantly fought back, the manager of the trading house turned his back on him and attacked Long Yu as well. Haha, I have really seen the shamelessness of the rich and powerful in the city of Rage God. Long Yu laughed loudly, but he didn't care about the situation at all. Facing the bombardment of the endless thunder and lightning divine power, he didn't move at all, standing in the same place abruptly and enduring the terrifying bombardment. The next moment, Long Yu's body was completely destroyed, turning into a black smoke and dissipating. It turned out to be just an ancient afterimage. When Long Yu decided to act, he had already thought of all the plans, so the current situation was completely within his expectation. You are unkind, so don't blame me for being unrighteous, just accept it. Long Yu's figure suddenly appeared in the secret room, and he put all the 3 great desolation-grade supergrade pills into the storage space of the nether dragon blade. Out of the neck. A strong man in the early stage of King Realm, Butler number 5, faced with Long Yu's sneak attack and assassination, he didn't even know how he died. Put down the pill. Situlioli's eyes were even more murderous. She wanted to rely on these super-grade pills to advance to the late stage of the King Realm, so that she could participate in the strongest King Realm 2 years later and make an impact in the strongest King Realm. Seeing those pills being taken away by Long Yu now, one can imagine how angry she was inside. The ice and flame divine script that emerged from her hand merged perfectly together, forming a terrifying whirlwind, and blasted towards Long Yu in the secret room. However, no matter how angry Situlioli was, it had nothing to do with Long Yu. Since you are looking for trouble, I will teach you a good lesson. The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up, and there was a mockery in his eyes. A girl in the middle of the King Realm wants to keep him? This is simply a dream. Incarnate as a shadow. The effect of the Great Desolation level martial arts will be extremely terrifying. For example, the move of Desolate Ancient Shadow Kill can completely transform Long Yu into a shadow. In a building like a trading house, once he transforms into a shadow, no one else will be able to. Want to find him? Long Yu's figure suddenly disappeared. Situlioli's supernatural attack hit the hard wall of the secret room, but did not cause much damage. After all, the trading house was built with the hardest material in the entire Shenwu world. Long Yu turned into a shadow and walked through the entire trading house. Since the 2 managers of this trading house are targeting him, there is no need for him to show any favor to this trading house, since the other party does not know his identity anyway. The 3 great wilderness grade super grade pills have already been acquired by Long Yu, which is definitely a huge blow to the trading house, but in Long Yu's view, it is just the other party's own fault. Now that the things are in hand, the next thing is to escape. Long Yu, who turned into a shadow, took almost only a few breaths to come from the depths of the trading house where the secret room was located to the entrance of the trading house, and then continued to rush towards the distance from the shadow of the building. The whole trading house was in chaos, and no one thought that the instigator had already escaped directly through the shadows of the surrounding buildings. The city lord's daughter, Situlioli, was still furious in the trading house, and the trading house also dispatched 2 strong men from the Imperial Realm to search the trading house, and sent a strong man from the Imperial Realm to guard the entrance of the trading house. It's a pity that he came late. At this time, Long Yu had already fled. Within the entire trading house, there are strong defensive and detection circles, and any invisible guy can't escape the search. However, the shadow of Long Yu's incarnation is not simply invisible, but a real loss of physical body. For the shadow, even with a powerful magic circle that detects invisibility, it is impossible to detect Long Yu's whereabouts. Where did that kid go? The number 3 steward who was in charge of receiving Long Yu knew that he was in serious trouble this time. The boy he brought not only cut off Situlioli's female arm, but also stole 3 great desolation grade super grade medicinal pills. He killed steward number 5. Although the death of steward number 5 is good news for steward number 3, it is not good news if this matter has something to do with him. If Long Yu cannot be caught in the end, steward number 3 will definitely deal with this matter. Take full responsibility for. Only after a stick of incense time passed, they searched the entire trading house, but they couldn't find any trace of Long Yu. They felt that the kid might have already escaped, but they didn't see anyone at the door. Suspicious characters leave, and there is no power fluctuation of the space divine script at all? How did that kid run away? Of course, Situlioli couldn't allow the key to her breakthrough to be snatched away. She was going to take the 3 great desolation grade super grade pills, and after she was going to take them, she would sprint to the late stage of the King Realm, and then strive to become famous in the strongest King Realm. Now all 3 of them have been snatched away for no reason. How can she be reconciled with her character? Almost as soon as he left the trading house, Situlioli directly told his father what had happened, and ordered the guards in the entire Rage God city to start searching for the perpetrator. It's a pity that at this moment, Long Yu, just before the whole city was closed, fled outside the city with the help of the shadow of the city wall, and then used the method of divine concealment in a safe place to return to the invisible ancient temple of Shura in the sky. After Sitilioli and the others had searched the whole city, at least half an hour had passed. By then, Long Yu had already flown far away. 3 Great Desolation Grade Supergrade Pills, 75 Great Desolation Grade Cultivation Pills, and 30,000 Divine Coins. The harvest is good. Long Yu sat resting in the central hall of the ancient Azura Hall, quite satisfied with the harvest of the trip. Just now he wanted to search for more things, and cause more losses to the trading house, but unfortunately he knew very well that there was not much time left for him to escape. If he still wanted to covet other things in the trading house, I am afraid that today I can't go away. He was able to turn into a shadow and escape before the opponent's powerful emperor could react. His method of incarnating as a shadow is almost useless in front of the powerful in the imperial realm, even if it is just to delay a few more breaths. If the strong in the imperial realm at the door of the trading house arrives first, Long Yu will become the one to be slaughtered. The lamb is gone. Fortunately, Long Yu had no greed in his heart, so he escaped from the scene a few breaths earlier by luck. After leaving the city of the desolate god, Long Yu did not let go of his heart, but urged the ancient Shura palace to fly forward at the fastest speed. In less than 3 hours, he approached a giant floating island. Just like the original Tianyu Island, there are also many floating islands floating above the Shenluo Empire. Even if there are practitioners on the floating islands, they cannot break through to the mysterious realm of magical powers. With the seal of 1,000 layers of celestial gangs, it is difficult for even the power of catastrophe to come to these floating islands, so it is difficult for the practitioners on these islands to survive the catastrophe and condense their innate supernatural powers. After coming here, Long Yu thought for a while, and directly condensed a desolate afterimage, and manipulated the desolate and ancient afterimage to use various methods to break into the floating island. In any country, there must be a certain amount of surveillance on all the floating islands in the territory. The 1,000-layered sky here is broken once, and it should be able to attract the attention of the people of the Shenluo Empire. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu urged the ancient Shura palace to turn around, and then he was still worried, and once again condensed a desolate afterimage, wearing white clothes and a mask, and went to a medium-sized city in the other direction, and Long Yu ordered to let the ancient afterimage directly caused some commotion in the city. After doing these things well, Long Yu really let go of his heart and began to practice in the ancient Shura temple. Just relying on the invisible ancient Shura temple, plus he didn't reveal his identity at all. Even if the entire Shenluo Empire is mobilized, it may be difficult to find Long Yu. Because the geographical scope of this empire is really too big, more than 5 times larger than that of the Baishua dynasty, even the strongest of the emperor realm would need more than half a month to fly across the entire empire. How easy is it to find a young man of uncertain identity in such a vast country? Of course, Long Yu can't take it lightly. There are too many magical powers in this world. Maybe someone can figure out his current location and true identity, so he can't stay in the Shenluo Empire for a long time. At the fastest speed, it will take 3 days to leave the Shenluo Empire. Just fly to the north, and you will be able to leave the scope of the Shenluo Empire soon. Stinky boy, fix some trivial matters, and I still need this messenger to wipe your ass. The voice of the death envoy Jia came, seeming quite dissatisfied with Long Yu's actions. You know, just a few hours ago, there were several powerful people in the imperial realm deducing information about you. Fortunately, this envoy I blocked everything for you, otherwise I'm afraid it won't be long before you will be overtaken by the powerful emperor. Emperor Realm Powerhouse. Deduction? Long Yu was quite surprised. That's right, the Emperor Realm Expert possesses a very powerful talent method, that is deduction. As long as you get something related to the other party, you can deduce most of the other party's information, including your current location, etc. The Death Envoy said lightly, I only blocked their deduction of your current location, but I didn't block the others. After all, I can't waste my power on this. So now, everyone in the Shenluo Empire should know your true identity. Identity is now, Long Yu, a young genius from the Beishua dynasty. There are still such heaven-defying means. Long Yu frowned, thank you, senior messenger, but I suddenly thought of Jia Banxian, the magic stick. He can deduce some simple things at the level of the supernatural power secret realm. Powerful? Then he must be able to step into the Emperor's realm. Death made a sneer. Long Yu didn't think too much about this, since the Death Envoy helped him block the deduction of his location by the powerful Emperor. It meant that he was absolutely safe. If the other party didn't know where he was, how would they want to kill him? So far, Long Yu's whereabouts have become a complete mystery. No matter how much effort is spent on deduction, even the strongest in the Imperial realm can't deduce the current location of Long Yu, which makes the powerful in the entire Shenluo Empire quite puzzled. Especially the city lord of Rage God City, as Situlili's father. Of course he is not willing to let his daughter's fancy things be taken away by others, but what can he do when he meets a guy like Long Yu? In the city of wild gods, Situlili gave the maid Qian Yuexia the elixir of physical rebirth, and the severed arm should grow back within a month. This elixir is not difficult for Situlili to obtain. But Situlili couldn't be more angry. She grew up in the city of Rage God since she was a child. When did she suffer from other people's losses? This time, she not only suffered a loss, but also suffered a big loss, which made her extremely angry. Long Yu of the Beishua dynasty, no matter what kind of genius you are, as long as this lady finds out about your whereabouts, you will definitely be crushed. There was infinite hatred in Situlili's eyes. The whole incident can be said to have been provoked by her alone. If she hadn't insisted on finding trouble with Long Yu, and even asked the maid to cut off one of Long Yu's arms, how could Long Yu suddenly explode and do so many things? Regret and regret are Situlili's mood now. Of course, in her heart, there was still hatred mostly. As for regret, it was not regret that she caused Long Yu trouble, but regret that she did not make enough preparations to let Long Yu run away. This Situlili is a completely spoiled girl. It is her first time to suffer a loss on her own territory, but if she continues to be so arrogant and domineering, there will definitely be a next time, and even more times. The loss of the 3 great desolation grade super grade medicinal pills is nothing. I'm afraid she will only regret it at the moment before she dies when she loses her life one day. This world of martial arts is not so peaceful at all. Just the field of alien beasts scattered all over the place is not something that human martial arts or demon cultivators can fully explore. Once those strange beasts broke out in turmoil, let alone a place like the Shenluo Empire, even the alliance of 5 emperors, I am afraid it would be difficult to suppress it. The world of divine martial arts is the small world within the body of the Joyo Dragon Emperor in the past. There are endless ancient mysteries and dangers in it. Even the strongest in the Emperor realm will die at the moment, let alone someone like Situlili. The children of the strong in the Imperial realm. Of course, what happened to Situlili had nothing to do with Long Yu. At this time, Long Yu was already immersed in the cultivation of Tianshu Inchi. After the Death Envoy personally took action to block the deduction of the powerful Emperor, Long Yu can be said to be completely safe. 15 days passed, and Long Yu had already left the scope of the Shenluo Empire, riding the invisible ancient Shura temple, heading towards the center of the entire Shenwu world, the alliance of 5 emperors. Along the way, he passed 2 major empires, 5 dynasties, and even 2 large sects, each ruling an area as large as an empire. In the world of Shenwu, in addition to the empire and the dynasty, there are also some united nations and sect forces, and their overall strength is no less than that of a large empire. Every time Long Yu passed through a large city, he would go down to check the trading houses. Once there was a Great Desolation grade pill that he hadn't taken before, he would buy it directly. At the beginning, he could buy some needed things wherever he went, but later, he found that there were only so many types of wild-level elixirs in the entire Shenwu world. There are 45 types of top-grade Great Desolation grade elixir that he has not yet taken, 30 kinds of mid-grade Great Desolation grade elixir, and 22 kinds of low-grade Great Desolation grade elixir. Along the way, he finally sold all the alien beast crystals. Except for the money to buy the elixir, he only had a lot of divine coins, and he had even stored 400,000 divine coins. For the trading houses, the huge profits of alien crystals are so attractive that they are generally willing to buy them at a relatively high price, making Long Yu a lot of money. There is still more than half a distance away from the central city of the Five Emperors Alliance, the holy city of the Five Emperors, and Long Yu. Now, he has finally cultivated the high-grade martial arts of the Great Wilderness level, Tianshu Inchi, to the level of Deshang. The Tianshu in training Qi in the Deshang realm can increase his basic cultivation speed by 50%, and when he takes the elixir, the effect of the elixir will increase by 20%. For Long Yu, who was able to fully absorb the power of the elixir, the 20% increase can be said to be like a tiger with wings added. The power of the stars that can arouse the stars of Tianshu is converted into any energy contained in the elixir. That is to say, the effect of this Great Desolation grade super pill, Yishanlong pill, which enhances the degree of compatibility with divine scriptures, can also be increased by 20%. Long Yu was thinking in his heart, looking at the 3 Great Desolation grade super grade medicinal pills, he was quite curious. The Etian Dragon pill is the super grade pill that he snatched from the city of the wild gods. He has only seen super grade pills of the wilderness level in the city of the gods of the Shenluo Empire along the way. Then I'll try it. Long Yu has just cultivated Tianshu Inchi to a great success. It's time for a breakthrough. In fact, if he wanted to maximize the utilization of the elixirs and special beast crystals he possessed, Long Yu could choose to absorb these elixirs and strange beast crystals when he cultivated Tianshu Inchi to the transformation state. But in that case, the continuous improvement of Long Yu's martial arts cultivation base will lead to the instability of the martial arts realm, which will not be beneficial for future improvement. So, since you can break through by taking a pill now, let's break through first. With his eyes closed, Long Yu sat cross-legged in the central hall of the ancient Azura Hall, relying on the Nether Dragon Blade to subdue one of the Etian Dragon pills. With the special effect of the Nether Dragon Blade, all the power in the Etian Dragon pill was completely absorbed. It was absorbed and stored in the Nether Dragon Blade. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu began to absorb the power of the Etian Dragon pill, stored in the Void Dragon Blade. At this time, he seemed to have aroused the power of the stars of the Tianshu stars, and a ray of invisible power transformed into a pill that was exactly the same as the pill. The power was absorbed into Long Yu's body. The power in Etian Longdan is divided into 2 parts. One part is the aura of heaven and earth, which can improve the cultivation level of martial arts, and the other part is the power to promote the integration of divine language, which is distributed to various parts of Long Yu's body. Shadow? Life? Long Yu is now in harmony with the divine script of 2 attributes, namely the 5th level fit and the 4th level fit. Now after taking the Etian Longdan, he can feel that he can choose one of the attributes of the divine script to make himself more compatible with it. Shadow Divine Script. Long Yu did not hesitate to choose the divine script of the shadow attribute to match, because the divine script of the shadow attribute is the source of all his power now, except for the second supernatural power Soul Seal Siphon. Almost all other means use the divine script of the shadow attribute. The improvement of the divine rune fit of the shadow attribute also means that the overall strength of Long Yu has been further enhanced. It's a pity that Long Yu somewhat overestimated the power of Etian Longdan, or in other words, he underestimated the difficulty of improving after matching with the 5th level of divine writing. With a priceless Etian Dragon pill, the compatibility between Longyu and the shadow attribute divine script has only been strengthened by a small amount, and it is still nearly half the distance from the 6th level compatibility. Even one of the Great Desolation level supergrade pills can't be improved. It seems that the higher the level of divine text integration, the more difficult it is. No wonder there are few people in the entire Xuanhu world who can reach the 9th level of integration. The conditions for cultivating the divine array. Longyu thought in his heart. For the strongest in the world of martial arts, such as the 5 emperors, he has never seen the other party make a move, and of course he does not know what level the other party has reached. However, through the mouth of the Death Envoy, Longyu knew that even if there was a magic formation in the world of Xuanhu, there was not much development in this aspect, at least compared with the magic formation controlled by the Death Envoy. There was a gap between the ground and the sky. Divinity Fit, every time you upgrade to a level, the power of the corresponding means can be doubled. Since taking 1 Etienne Longdan is not enough, then take 2, if 2 is not enough, then 3. Long Yutia was determined to strengthen his compatibility with the shadow attribute divine script, so he directly took the remaining 2 Yishanlong pills. Even if it is a great wilderness grade super pill, the effect will be halved when you take the 2nd pill, and only a quarter of the original effect will remain when you take the 3rd pill. However, Longyu possessed the Nether Dragon Blade. Even if he took the 3rd one, its medicinal effect was still equivalent to the first one taken by ordinary martial artists. This is the most heaven-defying thing about him compared to other people. The incomparably plentiful divine text fusion power poured down from the Tianshu stars in the sky, which enhanced the effect of Etienne Longdan by 20%, but even so, when the divine text fusion energy of the 3 Etienne Dragon pills was absorbed, Longyu it still hasn't reached the 6th level of matching with the shadow attribute divinity. It's only a little short. It seems that it can only be endured slowly. Longyu shook his head, but it wasn't a pity, because the degree of fit with the attributes of the divine language can be improved by using corresponding means. For example, every time Longyu casts 9 nether hands, 9 nether dragon breath, Yulong 9 explosions, etc., he can improve himself to match with the shadow attribute divine script, but the speed is very slow. After taking 3 Etienne Dragon pills in succession, the degree of compatibility between Longyu and the shadow attribute divinity is about to break through to level 6. Even if you take it slowly, you can break through soon. Next, 5 magical powers. Long Yufeng first absorbed the energy of the divine rune, and then he began to absorb the aura of heaven and earth to make a breakthrough. The 5th seed of the god of death in his Dantian finally began to absorb the aura of heaven and earth, and began to condense into shape. Compared with the previous 4 supernatural powers, what the 5th supernatural power looks like is completely out of the practitioner's control, because the first 4 supernatural powers are all ordinary supernatural powers, but starting from the 5th supernatural power, they are advanced supernatural powers. If it is an attack-type supernatural power, even if you only comprehend the high-level supernatural power of the 1st heaven, the power will exceed the ordinary supernatural power of the 3rd heaven. Needless to say, the supernatural power seeds in Longyu Dantian are all the supernatural power seeds of the god of death, which contains the power of the god of death, and as long as the cohesion is successful, it will be the supernatural power of the 3rd heaven from the beginning. It is said that starting with the 5 magical powers, the next 3 magical powers are all bestowed by the heavens. Death Envoy, what do you think? Longyu tried to question the Death Envoy while urging the Death God's supernatural power seed with the aura of heaven and earth. He wasn't sure that the Death Envoy would answer him, but traveling alone for such a long time made him very bored, and it would be good to have the opportunity to communicate with the Death Envoy. This time the messenger of death answered. Do you really believe that there is such a thing as heaven in this world? The Death Envoy smiled disdainfully. The source of power for the 7 magical powers lies in the practitioner himself. The reason why the latter 3 magical powers are called high-level innate magical powers is because at this level, the basic power of the practitioner has become stronger and condensed. The power of supernatural powers will naturally become stronger. As for the fact that you can't choose what kind of supernatural powers, it's a joke. There are many special methods outside the sky that allow practitioners to choose the type of the next 3 supernatural powers, whether it is attack or defense. Or support, it's fine, but there's no such means here. I want to see what kind of advanced innate supernatural powers you can produce. As one of the inheritors of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, this envoy is quite curious about you. After hearing what the Death Envoy said, Long Yu could only wonder. It seemed that this old fellow was not going to teach him any special skills, and let him choose the 5 supernatural powers independently. That being the case, then resign yourself to fate. The fruit of supernatural powers. Ning. The vast aura of the 3 Etienne dragon pills was all condensed on Long Yu's 5th supernatural power seed, urging it to start to condense into a supernatural fruit. The breakthrough from the 4 supernatural powers to the 5 supernatural powers requires almost the sum of the first 4 supernatural powers. It is conceivable that anyone's 5th supernatural power must be much stronger. He has already felt this point from Long Yu's battles with many experts in the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm and even the King realm. With the nourishment of the spiritual energy, Long Yu's 5th supernatural power seed finally began to condense into a supernatural fruit, and soon he discovered that this supernatural fruit actually took on the appearance of a pitch-black book page. A dark page? Long Yu is a little strange about the appearance of this supernatural power fruit. What kind of ability does this represent as 5th supernatural power? It's actually a book. If you don't know what it's useful for, why don't you choose a sealed beast to fight? Death brought an interested voice. Long Yu nodded, since he didn't know what it would be useful for, then just try it out. Anyway, there are tens of thousands of Ice God clan alien beasts sealed in the ancient Shura temple. Just pull one out to deal with it. Long Yu listened to the Death Envoy's suggestion, and dragged out from the sealed space of the ancient Azura Hall a beast of the Ice God clan with the 7 Paths supernatural powers. It had been sealed for such a long time, so it naturally hated Long Yu extremely. When I first came out to see Long Yu, this 6-sided ice crystal-shaped beast of the Ice God clan exuded cold air all over its body, and manipulated these ice attribute divine scripts to blast towards Long Yu, forming a violent whirlwind of ice. The 5th supernatural power, come out. Long Yu directly activated the fruit of the 5th supernatural power, and then saw the pitch-black page projected to the outside world, and then projected a beam of pitch-black light from it, covering the alien beast of the Ice God race. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu was hit by the opponent's violent whirlwind of ice, but before that, Long Yu cast the death barrier, directly resisting the opponent's bombardment. After all, it is only a beast of the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. Long Yu can easily block the opponent's attack, but now Long Yu is more interested in the Ice God race beast that is enveloped by the beam of light emitted from the dark book pages. Is there any change? However, when the pitch-black light beam disappeared, Long Yu found that the Ice God clan beast was not affected in any way. What happened? Long Yu frowned slightly, seeing that the beast wanted to continue roaring and attacking him. He immediately raised his hand and put the beast back into the sealed space of the ancient Shura palace. Soon, Long Yu discovered the change in the black page. After it was projected onto the Ice God clan beast, a picture of an Ice God clan beast appeared on the black page, which was obviously exactly the same as the Ice God clan beast just now. Long Yu still didn't know what his 5th supernatural power could do, but when he tried to push the black page again, something miraculous happened. From this black page, a burst of power from the divine script of ice wafted out, enveloping Long Yu's whole body. In just a moment, Long Yu's whole body changed into the appearance of that Ice God clan alien beast. Deformation, disguise? Long Yu instantly became elated. This kind of supernatural power is an extremely useful thing. Now he can transform into a strange beast of the Ice God clan. Look. Alien beasts are fine, but what about humans? What about monsters? Or even, what about items? Long Yu thought in his heart, and then urged the fifth supernatural power to probe the dark book page, and probed towards a stone table beside him, and then saw the pattern of the Ice God Clan alien beast on the dark book page, which directly changed into this stone table picture of variety. Long Yu's thoughts moved, and then he realized that he had really turned into a table. This is not deception through illusions or other means, but a real change of form. Long Yu could know that his thoughts still existed on this table. No, that's not the case. When I transformed into this table, my body was absorbed by the dark pages. That is to say, the dark pages simulated a table with special power, and then I and the pages in the real world changed the table pattern on the table. Long Yu continued to research. This novel ability must fully understand its nature before using it, otherwise there may be a big mess at the critical moment. It was not until one day and one night later that Long Yu thoroughly studied the pitch-black pages. Long Yu called his fifth magical power the Book of Shadows because he had a hunch that when he comprehends this magical power into a middle-level magical power, or even a high-level magical power, he will have more abilities to show. Not just there is only one function of disguise change. After the change of disguise, Long Yu will not be able to use any of his abilities, and all kinds of martial arts and supernatural powers, but his appearance has completely changed, and his body is hidden in the different space of the Book of Shadows. The principle is quite complicated, but Long Yu only needs to know that he has mastered such a method. He can freely transform into any person, any creature, or even any object. It seems that I was born to engage in assassination. Long Yu thought in his heart, and shook his head in puzzlement. This supernatural power does not enhance his combat effectiveness, but it makes him more flexible, and even his ability to escape and hunt becomes extremely good. The only pity is that the current Book of Shadows can only store the form of one thing. After Long Yu transforms into a stone table, he can no longer become the previous Ice God Clan beast. Perhaps when the understanding of supernatural powers is deeper, more human forms can be stored. Long Yu shook his head. He had no choice but to think about it for the time being. Immediately afterwards, he began to continue to cultivate the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level, Tianshu Qi. He wanted to cultivate it to the transformation state as soon as possible, but unfortunately it took time. The cultivation of martial arts is mostly built up with time. The more times you use it and the longer it takes to comprehend it, the more you will naturally master martial arts. Yulong 9 Explosions, Desolate Ancient Shadow Killing, these two great wilderness-level martial arts, Long Yu has already comprehended them all, and has reached the realm of transformation. One of the powerful martial arts he is still practicing is Jiuyou Tianguang. Now that he has comprehended Jiuyou Tianguang to the Deshang stage, it is not easy to go further. For the cultivation of combat martial arts like Jiuyou Tianguang, although the more times you use it, the faster and easier it will be to break through, but it is different in normal use and in battle. When there are no enemies, Long Yu can also use Jiuyou Tianguang at will. But at this time, his understanding of this martial skill can be said to be minimal. Battle martial arts can be cultivated slowly, but Tianshu Inchi must reach the transformation state earlier, so that the effect of taking the pill will increase to the maximum. Long Yu now knows that his biggest disadvantage lies in the realm of martial arts, so he didn't focus on cultivating Jiuyou Tianguang. Of course, since he needs to consume a lot of divine power to perform various martial arts now, and there is a long time interval for using them, so every once in a while, Long Yu will pick out an Ice God Clan alien beast in the early stage of the King realm. Fight. It doesn't take him much time, but in the battle, he can improve his comprehension of various methods more quickly, including Jiuyou Tianguang, Jiuyou's Hand, Soul Seal Siphon, Jiuyou Dragon's Breath, etc. A while ago, when he fully comprehended Tianshu Inchi, he did the same. In the constant battle, he had a clearer understanding of the means he had mastered, and his comprehension continued to improve. And in his spare time, He has been feeling the power of Tianhui and stars, so as to improve his comprehension of the martial arts technique of Tianshu in training Qi. With so many alien beasts of the Ice God clan as Long Yu's opponents, Long Yu's comprehension of martial arts and supernatural powers has improved rapidly. 2 months after leaving Northern Snow Dynasty. Only then did Long Yu finally approach the center of Shenwu world, where the holy city of the 5 emperors is located. During this journey, Long Yu found that the closer the country is to the holy city of the 5 emperors, the more prosperous it is. Most of the medicines purchased in the cities are not available in remote areas. Of course, along the way, Long Yu had already bought almost all the great wilderness-grade pills. I bought 3 pills of each kind, and when all the pills were added together, the aura of heaven and earth contained in them was enough for Long Yu to directly step into the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm. As for reaching the secret realm of the Kingly Way, it is not so easy. To break through to the secret realm of the Royal Way, one needs to open up an inner world in the body, which requires a huge amount of aura. It is conceivable that a 7-path supernatural power realm martial artist like Enlao has spent 300 years failing to break through to the King realm, and how much aura is needed to open up his inner world. 8 special beast crystals should be enough, right? Of course, if you want to open up your inner world, the most important thing is to give birth to the world seed in your body. It's hard to explain how the world seed came about. After reaching the 7 Paths Divine Ability realm, maybe you will understand this. Long Yu thought about his own path of martial arts, and knew that he was not far from the secret realm of the Kingly Way. He possessed the Nether Dragon Blade, and absorbing 1 pill was equivalent to 3 or 4 pills absorbed by ordinary people. This was his unique advantage. Coupled with the support of enough financial resources, he will never be short of pills. For Long Yu, the aura of heaven and earth is no longer a factor restricting his improvement of martial arts realm. What he is thinking about now is to make his own martial arts realm more stable. If the breakthrough is too fast, it is definitely not a good thing. The realm is not stable, and even if you are not familiar with the power after the breakthrough, it will even cause the practitioner's combat effectiveness to decline rather than increase. And this is also the biggest reason why Long Yu didn't choose to directly take those great desolation level pills on his body. He wanted to stabilize himself in every realm. Only in this way can he have a solid foundation and step into the King realm with the strongest posture. It's less than 2 years before the Shenwu Emperor's meeting, and before the Shenwu Emperor's meeting, there will be a competition for the strongest King realm. I want to take part in it, to see the King-level powerhouses in the entire Shenwu world. The strongest, how strong is it? Long Yu raised his head, and saw a huge city at the edge of his vision in the distance. That is the holy city of the 5 emperors, the center of the entire Shenwu world, and the headquarters of the 5 emperors alliance. This is the most prosperous place in the entire Shenwu world, and it is countless times more developed than remote areas like the Baishua dynasty. Even the price of ordinary great wilderness-grade top-grade pills here is only half of that of the Baishua dynasty. Businessmen from all over the world bought cultivation resources in the holy city of 5 emperors, and then spent half a year transporting them to several countries, earning untold wealth. This is the holy city of the 5 emperors. Long Yu looked up and saw a white tower in the center of the holy city of the 5 emperors that went straight into the sky, looking extremely magnificent. From that tower, Long Yu could feel the aura of the divine text crystal even thousands of miles away. The Alliance of 5 Emperors is the only organization in the Shenwu world that knows how to use divine crystals to reinforce buildings. Long Yu squinted his eyes, and it was conceivable that the white tower in the center of the holy city of the 5 Emperors must have been fused with innumerable divine crystals. It's not that someone who has obtained the divine language crystal can strengthen the building casually. At the beginning, Long Yu had the guidance of the Death Envoy, so he knew which part of the building to integrate the divine language crystal into, and he needed to use a special method to process the divine language crystal before it could be integrated into the building. In this way, it is normal for Death to understand. but what about the alliance of 5 emperors? Could it be that the alliance of 5 emperors in the world of Xuanhuan has a certain connection with the world outside the sky? Long Yu couldn't help but think about it, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. He raised his head and looked at the white tower at the end of the sky, knowing that it was the most obvious symbol of the holy city of the 5 emperors, and it could be seen with the naked eye thousands of miles away. In front of Long Yu, there is a flat river. There are roads on a vast grassland leading to the holy city of the 5 emperors in the center. Countless practitioners on the road are going to and from the holy city of the 5 emperors. It is an incomparably prosperous scene. Long Yu thought for a while, and directly arrested a martial artist who was imprisoned in the ancient temple of Shura. This martial artist was previously sealed by Long Yu in the ancient temple of Shura. Unexpectedly, it will come in handy now. In just a moment, Long Yu relied on the fifth supernatural power, the Book of Shadows, to transform into this 5-path supernatural power realm martial cultivator. Look like a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, not bad. Long Yu nodded in satisfaction, and finally left the ancient Shura Hall, and flew down towards the mainland leading to the holy city of the 5 emperors. Even the envoy of death was quite afraid of the holy city of the 5 emperors and did not dare to approach it, and reminded Long Yu that he could only leave the ancient temple of Shura outside the city, and the envoy of death would take care of it. In the past, no matter where Long Yu went, the death envoy would secretly follow him, but now, he decided to let Long Yu go to the holy city of the 5 emperors alone. No way, the death envoy is really afraid of being discovered by some people in the holy city of the 5 emperors. If that happens, the situation will be very bad. Although the death envoy's explosive power can fight against the strong in the emperor realm, but his power cannot it kept erupting, but one must know that the power of the death envoy is equivalent to its life, and when the power is used up, it is equivalent to the complete dissipation of life. For entering the holy city of the 5 emperors alone, Long Yu had no objection. Anyway, he didn't come to the holy city of the 5 emperors to make trouble, so he shouldn't encounter any danger. Long Yu transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man, and appeared on a road 100 miles away from the holy city of the 5 emperors. No one expressed any strangeness to his appearance. Because there are too many people coming and going on this road. Long Yu walked onto the main road from the side of the road, and naturally blended into the crowd heading all the way to the holy city of the 5 emperors. Within 100 miles of the holy city of the 5 emperors, there is a powerful air-forbidden magic circle. No one can fly in the air within this range, so they can only walk on the road. While walking, Long Yu summarized his cultivation achievements in the past 2 months. Tianshu in training Qi did not break through from Deshane to the peak, but it was almost there. 9 Nether Hand, Soul Seal Siphon, 9 Nether Dragon's Breath, these 3 innate supernatural powers have all been raised to a supernatural level. Among them, 9 Nether Hand and 9 Nether Dragon Breath have reached the 5th heaven, and the Soul Seal Siphon has stepped into the 6th heaven, and its power is much stronger than before. The most important thing is that after frequent battles with the Ice God race alien beasts recently, the combination of Long Yu and the Shadow Attribute Divine Script has finally broken through to level 6. It fits with the 6th level of the Shadow Attribute Divine Script. Ordinary martial arts can at least be achieved in the secret realm of the Royal Way, but Long Yu is only at the realm of 5 supernatural powers now. As long as it matches the 9th level of the Shadow Attribute, Long Yu will ask the Death Envoy about the cultivation method of the Divine Formation, which is a terrifying method 10 times stronger than the Divine Chain. 350 Divine Text Crystals. If all of them are transformed, I'm afraid I have fully comprehended the Jiuyo Divine Text now. However, firstly, I don't have enough free time, and secondly, I have to save the Divine Text Crystals to repair the dragon. Gu Pagoda, it's better not to use these divine language crystals for the time being. Thinking of this matter, Long Yu couldn't help shaking his head. It is very difficult to completely restore the ancient Tower of the Dragon Bones. According to the Death Envoy, a total of 3 steps are required. The first step is to use 1,000 first-class divine language crystals to initially repair the ancient tower of the dragon bones. After one step is completed, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda can transform from a wild-level warrior to an ancient-level warrior. The second step requires 10,000 first-class oracle crystals, which can restore the ancient dragon skeleton tower to become an ancient warrior at this level. Most of the power and functions of the ancient dragon skeleton tower have been restored, but it is not yet the final stage. Level. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda in the hands of the dragon emperor Joyo back then sealed hundreds of millions of alien beast races, and it was even more terrifying than ancient warriors. In order to restore the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to its full glory, 100,000 first-class divine crystals are needed, even in outer space. So many divine crystals are an extremely terrifying fortune, and most people would impossible to get it out. It is conceivable how bumpy the road for Long Yu to restore the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda will be in the future. Perhaps in the holy city of the 5 emperors, I can buy some divine crystals. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, he was quite looking forward to the things in the holy city of the 5 emperors, which is the center of the entire Shenwu world. As long as it is something that exists in the world of Shenwu, it is here. If something is not available here, it is almost impossible to find it in other places in Shenwu world. And the price of everything in the holy city of 5 emperors is cheaper than outside, so Long Yu will sell all the alien beast crystals on the road in the holy city of 5 emperors. The price of alien beast crystals is at most only in remote areas. Half. With 400,000 divine coins in his arms, Long Yu headed towards the holy city of the 5 emperors, hoping to buy some sacred crystals, preferably 650 first-class divine crystals, so as to restore the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda become an ancient warrior. Brother, alone? Long Yu was walking when suddenly a middle-aged man came up behind him. He had a kind face and was dressed more expensively, but his martial arts realm was not high. He only had 3 supernatural powers. He seemed to be a businessman. Good. Long Yu nodded, glanced behind him casually, and found that the middle-aged man turned out to be the leader of a caravan, and there were more than 10 people in the caravan, including 2 guards at the imperial level. Even the guards have the strength of the emperor, so it can be seen that this middle-aged man is not small. You know, cultivators at the imperial level can establish themselves as kings in remote areas and establish a great dynasty, but here, they are just the guards of a mere caravan. My surname is Lin, my name is Ruizai, and I'm from Lin's firm. After receiving Long Yu's affirmative answer, the middle-aged man showed a more gentle smile. Where did you come from, brother? Have you ever heard of Lin's firm? I came from a far-away place, and I have never heard of the name of Lin's firm. Long Yu shook his head. He really had never heard of Lin's firm. In fact, when he was 100,000 miles away from the holy city of the 5 emperors, he had never left the ancient Shura Hall, nor had he inquired about the situation in the holy city of the 5 emperors. Lin's firm is one of the 3 major firms that do business within the vicinity of the 5 emperors' holy city and within the scope of the 6 sects and 10 countries. Lin Ruizai introduced with a smile. It is obvious that Lin Ruizai has extremely deep confidence in Lin's firm. As for the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, Long Yu has heard about it. It is said that there are 16 behemoths around the holy city of the 5 emperors. Every sect and every empire has hundreds of powerful emperors. The 6 sects and 10 kingdoms are the strongest existence in the entire Shenwu world, except for the 5 emperors alliance. In fact, except for the strongest 5 emperors, most of the rest of the 5 emperors alliance are geniuses from all over the world. In the Presbyterian Council of the 5 emperors alliance, there are also some powerful emperors from the nearby 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, which shows the strength of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. And being able to make a name for itself within this scope and become one of the 3 major commercial firms, this Lin's firm is indeed remarkable. So that's the case, then why did you come to see me? Long Yu pretended not to know. and asked Lin Ruizai, pretending to be a little puzzled. "Brother, is there a special beast crystal?" Only then did Lin Rui finally express his purpose. "Our Lin's firm, the purchase price of the alien beast crystal is the highest among the 3 major firms. Why don't you take out the alien beast crystal to have a look?" "Really?" Of course, Long Yu knew the other party's purpose, because in fact, he deliberately put that special crystal in his arms to let it emit a special aura, so as to attract some commercial organizations to strike up a conversation. Of course, it is impossible for anyone to dare to rob in the forbidden area of the holy city of the 5 emperors. Long Yu wanted to understand the situation before entering the holy city of the 5 emperors. Of course, he could only find a way to hook up with some organizations with sufficient weight. Unexpectedly, directly attracted Lin's firm, one of the 3 major firms. "My name is Wan Tai." Long Yu finally reported his name, and then took out the special crystal at the level of the magical secret realm. "Look, how much is this special crystal worth?" When Lin Rui saw that it was just a special crystal at the level of the magical secret realm, he couldn't help being a little disappointed, but he still kept smiling. "I can give you 8,000 divine coins. This price is already very high in the holy city of 5 emperors. If we don't sell it now, we may only be able to sell 6,000 divine coins in the holy city." There is no doubt that the closer to the holy city of the 5 emperors, or even within the holy city of the 5 emperors, the prices of various things are much cheaper. Unexpectedly, the special crystals that could sell more than 10,000 divine coins in the Baishuo dynasty could only be sold for 6,000 in the holy city of the 5 emperors. There is of course a reason for this. If it was a like Long Yu, who could sit leisurely in the ancient Shura temple and drive on the road, other caravans would be very risky if they wanted to transport the things from the holy city of the 5 emperors to distant places. Especially in the circle of Liuzong and Shuai, there are many bandit groups. Even the 5 emperors' alliance is deeply troubled, because the leaders of these bandits are all powerful in the imperial realm, and their strength is not weak. They specialize in looting houses for a living. Things that are cheap in the holy city of the 5 emperors will become very expensive when transported to remote areas, and there are even many things that cannot be transported to such a distant place. However, danger also means opportunity. In this world where martial arts is the most important thing, who doesn't want to stand out and get more cultivation resources with less cost? This is the biggest reason why the holy city of the 5 emperors is so attractive to practitioners. 8,000 pieces, too low, I don't want to sell. Long Yu shook his head, put the special crystal into his arms, and then asked, "I want to ask, does your Chamber of Commerce have any crystals for sale?" Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Lin Ruizai's face suddenly changed. Divinity crystal. Obviously, Lin Rui only knew about the existence of such things as divine text crystals, but he was surprised that Long Yu could know about this level of things. Divinity crystal. That is the top cultivation resource that can only exist in the 5 Emperors Alliance. Ordinary people can't get it at all, because the number of divine crystals is too small, and only the elites in the 5 Emperors Alliance are eligible to get a small amount. Brother Wang, even our Lin's firm can't get such a thing as divine text crystals. Lin Ruizai's face became a little depressed. How did you know the existence of this thing? Even in the holy city of the 5 emperors, you can't buy the divine crystal. This thing can only be circulated within the 5 emperors alliance, and only top geniuses are eligible. Get a little bit and use it to improve your comprehension of divine writing. So precious? Long Yu was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the divine language crystals did not circulate in the outside world at all. And from Lin Ruizai's words, Long Yu also knew one thing, that is, the outside world's cognition of the divine language crystal is only used to improve the understanding of the divine language. Crystals can be used to strengthen buildings. It seems that the alliance of 5 emperors hides this very deeply. That's natural. Lin Rui just waved his hand. I can get other pills, warriors, martial arts, even ancient ones for you, as long as you can afford the price. Only divine crystals are the only things we can get our hands on. Lin Ruizai may know more about the divine text crystal, but obviously, he didn't want to tell Long Yudhua, because it would not be good for him, so he directly used the ancient treasure to attract Long Yu. He thought in his heart that with Long Yu's current 5-path supernatural power cultivation base, ancient-level things would definitely be unaffordable, but Dahuang level top-grade pills and warriors might still be able to afford them, as long as they could when a deal is concluded, that is profit. Lin Ruizai never misses any opportunity to do business, and his work is always profit-centered. Soldiers and martial arts, I don't need them, but do you really have ancient pills here? When Long Yu heard the words, his eyes lit up, and he asked directly. As for the ancient-grade pills, he had never seen them during his travels. The best ones were the 3 Yishanlong pills, which were super-grade wild-grade pills, ancient-grade pills, even if they were only low-grade ancient-grade pills. The aura of heaven and earth contained in it definitely surpassed that of Yiqian Dan. It's just that the ancient low-grade elixir will not have the special effect of improving the degree of compatibility with the divine text like the Yiqian Dan. Ancient-grade pill? Lin Rui was taken aback by Long Yu's words. This guy really wants ancient pills? That's something worth at least 100,000 divine coins. Lin Ruizai originally thought that the middle-aged man in front of him should have obtained a special crystal by accident, so he came to the holy city of 5 emperors to exchange some more useful cultivation resources for him. It was that special crystal, who knew that it was an ancient elixir when he said it. Of course Lin Rui was taken aback. The most common ancient elixir contains 20 times the aura of the Great Desolation elixir, and the selling price is at least 100,000 divine coins. Lin Ruizai didn't underestimate Long Yu, but just reminded him in a calm tone, he is a businessman. Of course it is impossible to look down on others, but he knows that many people who seem to have no money on the surface are actually very rich. There are also many guys who appear to be weak on the surface, but actually possess strong martial arts cultivation, such as Lin Ruizai himself. Therefore, Lin Ruizai never underestimated anyone, even for a kid in the body-tempering secret realm, he would maintain due respect. 100,000 god coins, I can afford it. Long Yu smiled slightly, it's just that I don't know what ancient-grade pills Lin's firm has. Brother Wang. Lin Ruizai was quite surprised. Ancient-level elixirs contain rich aura of heaven and earth, which are usually used by practitioners in the imperial realm. If ordinary martial arts practitioners take them casually, they may explode and die. He is also a friendly reminder, but for Long Yu, this is not a problem at all. He has the Void Dragon Blade that can completely store the spiritual energy of the world. If he is about to explode and die, he can completely store the Void Dragon Blade. Absorb it when you use it. Of course, there is no need to tell Lin Ruizai about this. Fortunately, Lin Ruizai was not overly surprised. After reminding Long Yu of this sentence, he began to introduce the ancient-grade pills owned by Lin's firm. There are 2 kinds of ancient-grade middle-grade pills, both of which are the chief pills of our firm. It can only be refined by alchemists. One is called Qianya Chaofeng pill, and the other is called Luoxia pill. 200 times. However, Brother Wang probably doesn't need these 2 pills. After all, they are too expensive. Each of them sells for at least 500,000 god coins. Moreover, because the refining is too difficult and the materials are too complicated, our firm doesn't have much storage. Each can only refine 3 pieces each month, and they will all be auctioned at the Holy City auction at the end of the month, and the one with the highest price will win. There are 5 types of ancient low-grade pills, each of which costs between 100,000 divine coins and 150,000 divine coins. The higher the price, the more aura it contains, and the most aura is the top-grade Dahuang grade. 30 times the amount of pills, and the lowest ones are 20 times, and now the ancient low-grade pills are in stock in our firm, but I can't give them to you now. and those stocks are all in the Holy City. Lin Ruizai quickly introduced the situation of the ancient elixir, which was quite a detailed introduction. Great waste grade, super grade, or top grade pill, do you have any? Long Yu thought for a while, and then asked again. Da Huang level super grade pill, the chief alchemist of our Lin's firm, can refine a kind of pill called Yanhuang Holy Pill. It is a top-notch pill for those who understand fire attributes. Improving the cultivation level can greatly enhance the degree of compatibility with the fire attribute divine script. Lin Rui just finished speaking, and then smiled bitterly. As for the top-grade pill, there are only legends in the whole world of martial arts, at least I have never seen it before. Even Lin Ruizai has never seen it, so it can be said that the entire world of martial arts will basically not appear. It seems that any top-quality pills, even top-quality soldiers and martial arts, are extremely rare in the world of martial arts. If others knew what Long Yu possessed, a large group of people would come up and cut him down in no time. Top martial arts? Need soldiers? Everything. Except for the top-grade elixir, he has everything else, and even the divine power he has comprehended is at the strongest original level, far surpassing most martial arts in the world of divine martial arts. Yanhuang Holy Pill can only be used for fire attribute divine texts? Long Yu asked subconsciously. I've heard of a super-grade pill called Yishanlong Pill before, and that kind of pill seems to be stronger than this Yanhuang Holy Pill. Any attribute of divine writing can be improved. Fit. Etian Long Pill, that belongs to another one of the three major commercial firms. Lin Ruizai didn't shy away from it, and said directly, although Yishanlongdan is useful to all practitioners, its actual improvement effect is not obvious, especially after reaching the 5th level of divine text. Taking Yishanlongdan has almost no effect, but the Yanhuang sacred pill is different, even if it is compatible with the 5th level of the flame divine script. Taking a Yanhuang sacred pill can directly increase your compatibility level by 1 level. I see. Long Yu suddenly realized and nodded. He believed what Lin Ruizai said, just like he had taken 3 Yishanlong pills before, but he couldn't get himself to reach the 6th level with the shadow attribute divine text. You know, the effect of taking the pills is ordinary martial arts more than 3 times. If there is no full use of the medicinal effect of the pill by the Nether Dragon Blade, even if Long Yu takes 3 Yishanlong pills, the fit with the shadow attribute divine script is only at the 5th level, and it is impossible to break through to the 6th level so quickly. And Yanhuang sacred pill, for practitioners who comprehend the divine script of the flame attribute, is simply a holy medicine, and it can actually improve the level of compatibility by 1 level. 3 major commercial firms, you are Yanhuang Xingdan, and the other is Yishanlongdan. Then there is another one. What kind of great wilderness grade super pill can be refined? Long Yu was a little curious about this, and didn't have much scruples about Lin Rui being a member of the temporary Chamber of Commerce, so he asked directly. He felt that Lin Ruizai was quite easy to talk to, and it shouldn't be difficult to get some information from him. As a thank you, Long Yu's final actions would certainly not disappoint Lin Ruizai. There is another one. Their market for pills is bigger than our other 2 combined. Lin Ruizai smiled faintly, because they can refine 3 kinds of great wilderness-level supergrade pills, one of which is called Yinghuangwen, which enhances the compatibility with the shadow attribute, and has similar effects to our Yanhuang Holy Pill. When Long Yu heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. Yinghuangwen, the degree of compatibility with the shadow attribute divine script has been improved. This is simply a elixir deliberately refined for him. If the enhancement effect of this Yinghuang pill is similar to that of Yanhuang's sacred pill, as long as Long Yu takes 3 pills, it will be properly compatible with the 7th level of the shadow attribute divine script. Just as Long Yu wanted to continue listening, Lin Ruizai was still introducing the other 2 supergrade pills, but a rather arrogant voice suddenly came from behind. Uncle Lin, this guy looks like a poor man, why bother talking so much nonsense to him? This is the voice of a young man, with a rather arrogant look in his words, even if you tell him so much, can he still afford such a pill? Humph, great wilderness grade supergrade pills, ancient grade pills, is it something that can be touched by a mere magical mystery? When the sound came out, Long Yu turned his head sideways, and saw a handsome blonde young man about 20 years old, riding on a pitch-black tiger and leopard monster, looking down at Long Yu, with eyes full of strong disdain. Long Yu smiled lightly. This handsome blonde young man, who looks to be in his 20s, is only at the early stage of King Realm. He can't even compare to a genius in a remote place like the Baishua dynasty, so he is mocking others here, without shame. Ridiculous. Judging by the clothes on the blonde young man, the power of the young man should not be small. As for the black tiger and leopard monster riding under his feet, it is a monster in the late king stage, but it has been sealed with a soul imprint, so he has to surrender. For this blonde youth. Of course, Long Yu didn't think that this monster was sealed by the blonde young man himself. It was impossible for a guy in the early stage of King Realm to have that method, at least it would have to be done by a strong King Realm. Lin Feiyang, is this how your father taught you? When Lin Rui heard the blonde young man speak so arrogantly, he couldn't help frowning slightly. Now, shut up. Hearing Lin Ruizai's words, the blonde young man Lin Feiyang snorted softly and stopped talking, but he still had a strong disdain for Long Yu in his eyes, and Lin Ruizai had nothing to do about it. Brother Wang, don't mind. This is a distant nephew of mine. This trip is to come to the holy city of the 5 emperors with me. I want to learn from a powerful emperor in the 5 emperors alliance. Lin Ruizai said apologetically to Long Yu. It's okay, young people do have a lot of arrogance. I think I was the same as him back then. Long Yu smiled, glanced at Lin Feiyang lightly, and said so. Since the current identity is a middle-aged man, Long Yu has to pretend to be presentable. Although this sentence is a bit awkward, it made Lin Rui laugh, obviously agreeing with this sentence. Some of the current geniuses in the holy city are indeed full of arrogance, and often they don't even know how to restrain themselves. Lin Rui shook his head, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. However, these people have a strong backstage, and generally speaking, no one dares to provoke them. By the way, let's continue with what we just said, the 3 types from another big firm Great Wilderness Grade Super Pill. Besides Yinghuang Pill, there are 2 other ones, Fengling Huanyang Dan and Zijigawen. Fengling Huanyang Pill, after taking it, can keep your soul imprint within 12 hours. During this period, even if your physical body is completely destroyed, the power of the pill can completely regenerate your physical body. That is to say, it is a life-saving elixir, which will let you feign death first, and then use the preserved imprint of your soul to be reborn. The imaginary ghost pill can allow you to connect to the hell and ghost world in a short period of time, thereby enhancing the power of the shadow divine script you cast, at least 3 times. All supergrade pills are not only rare in quantity, but also extremely terrifying in effect. Fengling Huanyang Pill, save life, by preserving the imprint of the soul. The virtual world ghost pill allows practitioners to connect to the hell and ghost world to gain 3 times the power. Of course, this elixir, like Yinghuang Pill, is only useful for practitioners who have comprehended the divine script of the shadow attribute, and it just so happens that Long Yu is very suitable. If you haven't heard the name of this firm, I can tell you, this is what Sue's Medicine Store sells. Like our Lin's firm, Sue's Medicine Store's Great Wilderness Grade Supergrade pills are all they are put up for auction at the end of the month, and there are only 3 pieces of each kind every month. Lin Rui said with a smile. Long Yu nodded, he understood all of this. Sue's Medicine Store is indeed a professional medicine store. It can refine 3 kinds of Great Wilderness Supergrade pills. After all, it is better than the other 2 firms. However, it is normal for Sue's Pharmacy to specialize in medicinal pills, surpassing the other 2 major firms in this respect. Thank you, Brother Lin, for clarifying the confusion. Long Yu smiled slightly, I really want the ancient medicine pill from your firm, but unfortunately, I don't have enough magic coins. Humph, I knew I was a poor ghost. The blonde-haired young man behind him sneered, clearly showing irony. Long Yu ignored him, but lowered his voice, and quietly passed it to Lin Ruizai. However, I have a little divine crystal on me. I wonder if your Lin's firm will buy it or not. This sentence was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue to Lin Ruizai. Godly crystal? The monk in front of him named Wang Tai, a 5-path supernatural power, actually possessed a divine crystal? How can this be? Could it be that Wang Tai is hiding his strength like himself? But even if Wang Tai possesses the strength of the peak of the Emperor realm, it is difficult to get the divine text crystal. Lin Rui took a deep look at Long Yu, and said via voice transmission, Wang Tai, to tell you the truth, the transaction of divine crystals is illegal in the holy city of 5 emperors. Of course, if there is demand, there will be sales. If you have a divine rune crystal, I will give you a good price, but this thing cannot be put on the bright side. How many divine rune crystals do you have? What grade are they all? What are the prices of the first-class divine text crystal and the second-class divine text crystal? Long Yu asked in a voice. First-class divine rune crystals are purchased with 100,000 divine coins, and second-class divine rune crystals are purchased with 10,000 divine coins. Lin Ruizai said in a voice, you must also know that the conversion efficiency of first-class divine text crystals is 10 times that of second-class divine text crystals. This price is a recognized purchase price on the black market. In fact, the overall value of the divine language crystals cannot be so much, but rare things are more expensive. Some rich princes and nobles want to quickly understand the divine language, so they can only spend a lot of money to buy the divine language crystals. After a first-class divine script crystal is transformed, the cultivator can comprehend 1,000th of the specific divine script power. For some big forces, it is an essential resource for the younger generation to practice. 350 pieces, second-class divine language crystals, but they are not on me. When I get to the city, before the auction at the end of the month, I will find you at Lin's firm. Long Yu showed a meaningful smile, and said to Lin Ruizai. 350. Lin Ruizai froze as if his whole body froze. Although the 350 divine crystals were only second class, they were enough to set off a hurricane on the black market. Brother Wang Tai, there are at most 400 to 500 divine crystals in a strange beast's lair, but you actually have 350. Awesome, amazing. When Lin Ruizai looked at Long Yu, his eyes were already full of enthusiasm, and he obviously regarded Long Yu as a peerless powerhouse. How can a cultivator who can destroy a strange beast's lair be a simple person? Of course, Long Yu didn't want to attract so much attention, so he had no choice but to say, I didn't go there in person, I just brought things over and sold them on behalf of my family. In addition, I brought back some cultivation resources for the younger generation of the family. Alas, after that, in this battle, our family has lost 2 emperor-level powerhouses, and our overall strength has declined seriously. If the younger generation can't rise up, it may decline in a few decades. I see. Lin Ruizai nodded solemnly. Obviously now he regards Long Yu as a strong man from a big family. Although this big family lost 2 emperor-level powerhouses in attacking the alien beast's lair, it would require extremely terrifying strength to be able to destroy an alien beast's lair. You know, in ordinary times, only the 5 Emperors Alliance has the strength to organize actions to destroy the lairs of alien beasts, and it may not always be successful every time. The divine crystals are hard won. Lin Ruizai didn't know how the divine language crystals were produced. He only knew that there were such things in the lairs of strange beasts. He was only in business, and had never seen them with his own eyes. That's a deal. At the end of the month, I will wait for you in Lin's business in person. This is a jade card representing my identity. You can hold it in and out of Lin's business at will, and hit 9 when you buy anything, fold. Lin Ruizai directly took out a jade card to Long Yu, and said with a smile, more than 300 divine crystals, this is a big business, and Brother Wan Tai will be a distinguished customer of our Lin's firm in the future. Thank you. Long Yu took the jade tablet and nodded with a smile. Of course he wouldn't be so stupid as to sell all 350 divine rune crystals. Even though he would have 35 million divine coins in that way, what's the use of asking for so much money? So he planned to transform all the 350 divine rune crystals, and then sell the second-class divine rune crystals. Even if it was 10,000 divine coins, he could sell them for 3.5 million divine coins, which was enough. He bought the ancient elixir, and went to bid for the 3 great desolate elixir from Su's medicine store. Although Long Yu needs to get together 1,000 divine text crystals to repair the ancient dragon bone tower, but it seems that there is no time in sight now, it is better to improve his own strength first. If he can more easily plunder the lair of alien beasts, then he can guarantee more success. There are more and more divine crystals. Seeing Long Yu and Lin Ruizai talking happily, Lin Feiyang, the blonde young man behind him, was very upset, but he didn't want to be scolded by Uncle Lin again, so he didn't want to say anything, but his contempt for Long Yu was indispensable. How did he know that Long Yu and Lin Ruizai had already negotiated a big deal just now? When Lin Feiyang saw that Lin Ruizai actually took out one of the jade cards representing his own identity to Long Yu, his eyes widened suddenly, feeling incredible. Who was Lin Rui? Others may not know. How could he, Lin Feiyang, not know? The butler of the entire Lin's firm. Except for the head of the Lin family, there are existences under 1 person and above 10,000. What does Lin Ruizai's status jade badge represent? It means that you are a distinguished guest of Lin's firm. Why did this fellow of the 5 realms of supernatural powers become a distinguished guest of Lin's firm? Did Uncle Lin be deceived by this man? Lin Feiyang couldn't help thinking of this, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only stare at Long Yu from behind, with contempt flashing in his eyes. When I am apprenticed to Emperor Tianxiang, I must let Master expose this person's true colors. Lin Feiyang thought in his heart. He followed Lin Rui all the way from a subfamily of the Lin family to the holy city of the 5 emperors because he had entered the early stage of the King realm and reached the minimum standard for being a master of the Emperor realm. The target of his apprenticeship is the famous beauty in the alliance of 5 emperors, Emperor Tianxiang. It is said that Emperor Tianxiang is at the peak of the Emperor's realm, and he is about to accept 2 sons of his own. Lin Ruizai, the chief steward of Lin's commercial firm, introduced that it must be easy for him to learn from Emperor Tianxiang, right? In his eyes, Lin Ruizai is a big shot in the holy city of the 5 emperors, and has friendship with many powerful people in the Emperor realm. Long Yu naturally didn't know what the blonde boy was thinking, but it had nothing to do with him. Walking with Lin Ruizai all the way, Long Yu soon arrived under the 30-foot-high city wall of the holy city of the 5 emperors. Watching the endless stream of people coming and going gave him an unprecedented sense of prosperity. As expected of the holy city of the 5 emperors, anyone who walks on the road is a high-level supernatural power secret realm cultivation base. In any case, there will be no less than 10 kingly secret realm powerhouses in sight, and there are even imperial realm powerhouses walking through the crowd middle. Long Yu couldn't help feeling emotional. This is the holy city of the 5 emperors, the absolute center of the entire Shenwu world. When I was in the northern Snow Emperor capital, where would there be so many kingly secret realms on the streets? Every king-level powerhouse can be said to be a lord, or the leader of a major force in the imperial capital. But in the holy city of the 5 emperors, king realm powerhouses can be seen everywhere. There is still half a month until the end of the month auction, see you then. At the gate of the holy city of the 5 emperors, Lin Rui smiled and waved to Long Yu. Long Yu nodded, knowing that it was time to part with Lin Rui. He also had his own business in coming to the holy city of the 5 emperors, and that was to find out about the illusory realm of the five emperors first. Now Long Yu has a Scarlet Emperor token on his body, he can enter the five emperors' illusory realm with it, but now he knows nothing about the five emperors' illusory realm, so of course he will not rush there. Lin Ruizai definitely knew about the illusory realm of the five emperors, but Long Yu didn't want to reveal the purpose of his trip in front of him, so he didn't ask him. When the time comes to enter the city, just find someone else to ask. If you want to enter the holy city of the five emperors, you must pay 100 divine coins every time. This is a rigid rule of the Five Emperors Alliance. Cultivator. In order to limit the number of people in the holy city of the five emperors, 100 divine coins can only be used for screening. Those who cannot get 100 divine coins are not eligible to enter the holy city of the five emperors. This is certainly not difficult for Long Yu. Guarding the city gate is a team of King Realm monks. The leader is a strong man at the peak of the King Realm. Such a force can sweep a small and medium-sized dynasty in a remote area, but here it is only guarding the gate. The holy city of the five emperors has 16 gates in all directions, and this is just one of them. It is conceivable how powerful the overall power of the holy city of the five emperors is. After paying 100 divine coins, Long Yu set foot on the streets of the holy city of the five emperors alone. There is still half a month left, let's inquire about the five emperors' illusory realm first, and absorb those first-class divine language crystals by the way. Long Yu thought in his heart that if he wanted to calm down and absorb the divine rune crystals, he naturally needed a quiet environment. For this, Long Yu planned to spend some divine coins. The most expensive inn in the holy city of the five emperors, Rieo Inn, if you want to stay in it for one night, you need at least 10,000 divine coins. It is impossible for ordinary martial arts to live here. However, with such an expensive price, the various facilities in the Rieo Inn are naturally extraordinary. Every room in the Sunshine Inn has its own courtyard with an excellent view, which is nothing, but the key point is that in this courtyard, there is the strongest spirit array master in the entire holy city to build the Sunshine Array. In the best quality solar array, it can absorb the power from the sun at all times, which can increase the speed of Wushuo's cultivation by 100 times. 3 or 4 days of training in the Sunshine Inn means that an ordinary martial arts cultivator spends a year in the outside world. Such a terrifying increase in training speed will naturally increase the price of the Sunshine Inn. And the owner of the entire Rieo Inn is the strongest spiritual formation master. In the entire five emperors' holy city, only the Sunyao Inn has such a terrifying cultivation circle. According to my current basic training speed, plus the bonus of Tianshu's in training Qi martial arts, if I live in Rieo Inn again, the aura accumulated by natural practice every day is equivalent to a low-grade wilderness level medicine. Half a month, that's 15 low-grade Great Desolation grade pills. The most important thing is that they can be cultivated in the Rieo Inn, but there is no upper limit, you can practice without limit until you encounter a bottleneck. When Long Yu heard about the Rieo Inn from other people, his heart was immediately moved. First, the cultivation speed in the Rieo Inn is extremely fast, which is very suitable for him now. Someone is causing trouble. You must know that the Spirit Master is one of the members of the Presbyterian Church of the Five Emperors Alliance. In the holy city of the Five Emperors, the Rieo Inn is a very special place, and there is only one way to cultivate in it, to pay. If you can't get 10,000 divine coins a day, even if you are the direct disciple of the Spiritual Master, you don't even think about entering it to practice. Rieo Inn has 12 courtyards in total, and it is full of customers almost every day. In this way, the master of the spirit array can earn 3 million divine coins every month just by relying on this inn. Get into the bucket of gold. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, he couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional, but he knew very well that the solar array, which increased the cultivation speed by 100 times, was definitely worth the price. If Long Yu wanted to live in it for half a month, he would have to spend at least 150,000 divine coins, equivalent to a half of his assets, but fortunately, when he finished transforming the divine script crystals, and then transferred the second-class divine script after the crystals are sold, there will be 3.5 million divine coins. If there are pills, it is of course more cost-effective to take pills. Generally speaking, the 100 times the speed of cultivation at Rieoin is useful for martial arts experts who have taken all kinds of pills. So generally speaking, those who enter the Rieoin are at least those who are strong in the Imperial realm, and even there are not a few strong ones in the Imperial realm. When Long Yu came to the entrance of Rieoin alone, and walked towards it, all the passers-by around him pointed at him, as if they were laughing at his overreaching. The Rieoin is not something that ordinary people can enter. 10,000 divine coins a day, even ordinary king-level powerhouses, can't get them out. That's right, what does this mere guy in the five-path supernatural realm want to go in? Someone tried to break into the Rieoin before, but unfortunately his legs were broken and he was thrown out. Many people stopped to watch, wanting to see Long Yu's joke. However, to their disappointment, after Long Yu stepped into the incomparably luxurious Rieoin, he never came out again, leaving many people stunned. What's going on? Could it be that that guy really took out 10,000 divine coins and stayed at the Rieoin? Incredible! The butler of the Rieoin is an old man at the peak of the Imperial realm, and his attitude towards people is quite good. After Long Yu paid 100,000 divine coins, the old housekeeper asked two beautiful women to send Long Yu to the courtyard he rented. My lord, you will stay directly at the Rieoin for 10 days. During these 10 days, we and my sisters will serve you. If you have any orders or requests, just tell us. Two beautiful women, with graceful figure, enchanting eyes, and snow-like skin, I feel pity for them. Long Yu knew that these two women were not members of the Rieoin, but came to the Rieoin voluntarily to serve customers, and the Sunyaoin didn't even need to pay them any wages. Everything is because of the solar array. For example, when Long Yu came to the Sunshine Circle and rented it for 10 days, if the two beautiful women accompanied him every day, he could enjoy the Sunrise Circle for free for 10 days. And each Sunrise Circle could provide 3 people to practice at the same time. The effect will not be weakened in the slightest. Similar to this kind of maid position, the Rieoin not only selects strictly, but also only recruits a small number every day. If you want to become a maid, you have to be a little bit capable. Just stay with me, I just came to the holy city of 5 emperors, and I want to ask you too about something I don't understand. Long Yu smiled slightly, and did not reject these two beautiful women. Anyway, he wanted to inquire about the news. These two women were qualified to serve as maids at the Sunshine Inn, so they must know a lot of things, and they were just right. As for the Solar Circle, anyway, it can provide 3 people to practice at the same time, and Long Yu doesn't need to drive away 2 people. Thank you, sir. The woman in purple bowed gracefully, revealing the snow-like skin under her fair neck, which made people think. Lord? Long Yu was quite helpless about this title, but who made him pretend to be a middle-aged man now? Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the courtyard rented by Long Yu. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Long Yu felt a burst of strong aura rushing towards him, indeed 100 times stronger than the outside world. It's amazing, it's worthy of the solar array. Long Yu laughed and stepped directly into it. The 2 beautiful women looked at each other, and then they also stepped into it, feeling very excited. After working for so long, they finally had the opportunity to become the maids of the Sunshine Inn and enjoy the Sunshine Magic Circle. Most importantly, they were lucky and seemed to meet a fairly normal customer. If the kind of eccentric old man in the emperor's realm, or the perverted princes and nobles, even if they have the opportunity to enjoy the solar circle, they don't want to follow. After entering the courtyard, Long Yu knew that everything here was isolated from the outside world. Under the hand of the master of the spirit array, even the strongest in the imperial realm would not be able to break through the defensive barrier of the solar array and break into this courtyard. Only the jade tablet on Long Yu's body has the effect of unlocking the defensive barrier of the courtyard, and such a jade tablet is the only one. What's your name? Long Yu sat down on a stone chair in the courtyard, looked at the two beautiful women quite leisurely, smiled and said, "Sit down first, I want to ask you something." Regarding Long Yu's request, of course the two women did not dare to refuse, and immediately ran over and sat beside Long Yu. "My name is Zissou." The woman in purple replied Ying. "My name is xuanhuan." The woman in white looked at Long Yu carefully, as if she wanted to see Long Yu's secret, but unfortunately, no matter how she looked, she couldn't see what was special about Long Yu. The middle-aged man in front of him, no matter how he looks like an ordinary cultivator of mystical powers. There is nothing special about him. After Long Yu got the answer, he continued to ask, "You should know the illusory realm of the five emperors, right? Tell me everything you know about the illusory realm of the five emperors." "Five emperors illusory realm?" Zissou and xuanhuan looked at each other, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The five emperors fantasy world is no secret around the five emperors holy city. Could it be that the middle-aged man in front of him came from afar? In the sunshine inn. After Long Yu rented a courtyard, no one would disturb him at all, and soon he started the extremely fast cultivation process. Of course, his cultivation would not be carried out in front of Zissou and xuanhuan, because after he transformed into a middle-aged man, he couldn't even practice martial arts. To practice martial arts, Long Yu must return to his own appearance, and he can only practice in the room. As for the two beautiful women, Zissou and xuanhuan, they were practicing in the courtyard, and they were always ready for Long Yu's call. Once Long Yu had any demon cultivators, they would immediately stop their cultivation and come up to help Long Yu. But ever since Long Yu asked them about the five emperors' fantasy world, he never called them, which made the two girls breathe a sigh of relief. Although they have already made preparations, if Long Yu has some strange demands on them, it will be very difficult to handle. In the contract signed with the Rieo Inn, the two women were only responsible for Long Yu's daily life and some simple services, and did not include some special services, but now seeing that Long Yu didn't have any strange requests, the two women slowly relaxed. In fact, Long Yu didn't have any thoughts about the two nuisance, and now he didn't even have enough time to practice, so he didn't have time to think about other things at all. It's done. 13 days later, Long Yu finally completed the transformation of 350 divine crystals. During this period, Long Yu only went out once, and paid another 50,000 divine coins. He wanted to live here for 5 more days. After these 5 days, the month-end auction of Lin's commercial bank will begin. A total of 350 first-class divine rune crystals were all transformed by Long Yu into second-class Joyo divine rune crystals within the 13 days. The transformation efficiency was twice as fast as Long Yu's initial time more than. The last time he only transformed 240 divine crystals, it took him a month, but this time, his transformation efficiency was much faster than before. Not only because of proficiency, but also because Long Yu's comprehension of the 9 nether divine runes has become more profound, and the degree of compatibility with the shadow attribute divine runes has also improved a lot. What excites Long Yu the most is that Tianshu Inchi, a high-grade martial skill of the Great Desolation level, can not only increase the speed of basic cultivation, but also increase the effect of taking pills, and even increase the effect of transforming divine crystals. It stands to reason that all transformation of the 350 first-class divine scripts can only increase Long Yu's understanding of the Joyo divine script by 35%. However, after 13 days, Long Yu transformed all the 350 first-class divine script crystals, and his Joyo divine script finally reached the level of complete comprehension. 9 nether divine runes, the power of divine runes at the original level, was finally fully comprehended by Long Yu. This has a great effect on the improvement of Long Yu's combat power. Now the power of his means of using Jiuyo's hand, Jiuyo's dragon's breath, etc., is at least twice that of 13 days ago. The concepts of comprehending 60% of the 9 nether divine text and fully comprehending the 9 nether divine text are completely different. Now, I not only match the 6th level of the shadow attribute divine script, but also fully comprehend the Jiuyo divine script, and my combat power has at least doubled. Long Yu estimated his current combat power in his heart. If he faced a demon cultivator at the beginning of the King realm like Long Yao, he might be able to finish him off with just a few moves. When encountering a strong man like Yu Xinlan, who is about to step into the middle stage of the King realm, Long Yu doesn't need to condense the true dragon spirit of the 9 nethers, and can directly defeat him with his own ability. In addition, I have stepped into the realm of 5 supernatural powers, and my basic strength has increased by 2 or 3 times. Now, I am capable of fighting even against the strong in the middle stage of the Upper King realm. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, quite satisfied with the results of his cultivation during this period. And that's not all. When transforming the divine text crystal, Long Yu didn't stop feeling for Tianshu and the stars for a moment. After so many days, he finally comprehended the martial skill of Tianshu Inchi to the peak state. Tianshu in training Qi at the peak level can increase the speed of basic cultivation by 70%, increase the effect of pill absorption by 30%, and further increase the speed of Long Yu's cultivation. Combined with the 100-fold cultivation speed bonus in the Sunshine, the current Long Yu absorbing aura in the Sunshine for 1 day is equivalent to taking 2 low-grade Great Wilderness level pills. After 13 days, his 6th supernatural power seed has already started to move around, which means that as long as Long Yu wants to, he can take the elixir that he has prepared long ago at any time, and break through to the supernatural power of the 6 realms. It's just that Long Yu is not yet ready to break through. In fact, since he broke through to the realm of the 5 paths, he hasn't really experienced his own strength. He is still not stable in this realm. Question. Long Yu suppressed his urge to elevate the realm of martial arts, and then put all the aura he had absorbed these days into the secret methods of martial arts he had learned, and controlled them in balance. As the Death Messenger said, if you want to practice martial arts secrets, you need a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The aura he absorbed now was almost enough for him to step from the 5 realms of supernatural powers to the 6 realms of supernatural powers, but when he used it to practice balance control, he didn't even see any effect. Still haven't stepped into the 1st level. Martial arts secrets can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of martial arts, but they need too much aura of heaven and earth. Long Yu estimated that even if he has accumulated the aura of heaven and earth that can break through to the secret realm of Kingly Wei, he may just be able to control the balance and cultivate it to that's all for the first time. The current Long Yu, with the balance control, his perception is much stronger than before. It is conceivable that if the balance control can reach the 1st level, how much his perception can be improved. Forget it, Tianshu Inchi hasn't cultivated to the transformation state, and I don't plan to take a lot of pills for the time being. Just wait for Tianshu Inchi to cultivate to the transformation state. It's time for a big breakthrough. Long Yu is very optimistic about his cultivation prospects, but then he can only suspend his cultivation for a while, because there are several auctions that require him to participate. The first is the auction of Lin's commercial company. Long Yu's goal is to sell 2nd-class divine mantra crystals and buy all kinds of ancient elixir. The second is the auction of Su's medicine company. Long Yu needs at least 3 Yinghuang pills, in addition, the life-saving Feng Ling Huanyang pill, and the explosive power of Shujie Guiwan, as many as they can be photographed. This will be his bountiful harvest time. And after the end of the month-end auction, Long Yu will go to the 5 Emperors illusory realm. He had asked Zisu and Qin Yashuang before, so he already had a preliminary understanding of the 5 Emperors illusionary world, used by a generation of geniuses. It is said that there are 33 floors in the 5 Emperors illusory realm. Everyone who steps into each floor will meet a different opponent, and if they defeat their respective opponents, they will be rewarded accordingly. The rewards might be pills, warriors, martial arts, or some other treasures. As we all know, the rewards you get will be even more impressive if you reach a higher level in the Five Emperors illusory realm. It is very difficult to get the opportunity to enter the fantasy realm of the Five Emperors. First, the talent of the practitioner must be recognized by the members of the Presbyterian Council of the Five Emperors Alliance. Rumor has it that the assessment of the Five Emperors is very difficult. There are no more than 100 young people who can enter the illusory realm of the Five Emperors every year. Those who are qualified to enter the illusory realm of the Five Emperors are all top geniuses among the young generation in the entire Xuanhuan world. If it is just the rewards that can be obtained by defeating the opponent, the Five Emperors illusory realm is far from becoming the holy land of martial arts in the entire Xuanhuan world. The most important point is that fighting in the illusory world of the Five Emperors will greatly improve martial arts. There is a mysterious magic circle running in the illusory world of the Five Emperors. Fighting in it will speed up the cultivation of martial skills and supernatural powers. The outside world is 10 times faster. That's right, the fantasy realm of the Five Emperors is actually an excellent place for cultivators to improve their understanding of martial arts and supernatural powers through fighting. Simply put, if a cultivator is qualified to step into the illusory realm of the Five Emperors, then after he comes out, he will have at least 3 breakthroughs in martial arts or supernatural powers. It seems that after the auction is over, I have to go back to the ancient Shura palace and find the death envoy to learn a new martial skill. Long Yu rubbed his chin and thought with a smile, the only martial skill I can improve now is Jiuyou Tianguang. It is not worthwhile to enter the Five Emperors illusory realm like this. At least I should practice another ancient level martial skill. Well, it is an ancient martial skill. The martial arts that Death Envoy can handle will definitely not be defective products. For example, the body refining martial art of Death Realm, I am afraid that Long Yu has already lost several lives. Of course, even though the Death Envoy knows many martial arts skills, he is not necessarily willing to show them to Long Yu. For this reason, Long Yu must make some preparations. When necessary, he can only threaten or lure. During the last 2 days at Rieoin, Long Yu consolidated his recent cultivation achievements, and then prepared to check out and leave. But what he didn't expect was that when he wanted to leave, those 2 beautiful women followed him. Mr. Wan Tai, shall we go with you? Perhaps because Long Yu was easy to talk to, the 2 girls finally called him master instead of master, which was much more pleasing to the ears. In front of the old steward of the Rieoin, the 2 women directly proposed to leave, which surprised Long Yu. Of course, Long Yu knew that the maids at the Sunshine Inn came and left voluntarily. If the 2 girls wanted to leave, the Sunshine Inn had no control over them. But what bothered him was, why did these 2 girls want to follow him? Do you know where I'm going? Long Yu looked at the 2 girls with great interest, and then asked. Both Zissou and Qin Yashuang are only 17 or 18 years old, but they are already cultivators in the early stages of the Qing realm. It can be seen that the 2 girls have their own means to obtain cultivation resources, just like following Long Yu now. Practicing in the Sunshine Inn is the same. There are 2 beauties like this who want to be servants. If it were someone else, they would have agreed in haste, but Long Yu became vigilant instead. At this moment, Long Yu's appearance was still a middle-aged man, not at all good-looking, the kind that would not be noticed by anyone thrown into the crowd. There must be something wrong with making 2 beautiful women decide to follow him. Have no idea. Regarding Long Yu's question, Zissou, a beauty in purple, shook her head, but she stared at Long Yu with a sweet smile. However, I am willing to make a deal with you. I believe you will be interested. But it doesn't matter. Long Yu pretended to be listening attentively. He doesn't need 2 beautiful attendants, and even these 2 women are likely to cause him a lot of trouble, but since the other party said it was a deal, there must be something good to offer. What Long Yusua is interested in, of course, is what the other party can show. Your Excellency can easily take out 150,000 divine coins and live in the Rieo Inn for 15 days. It seems that you are definitely not an ordinary person. If I guess correctly, your martial arts realm is far beyond the 5-path supernatural power realm. Zisu took a step forward, with a look of wisdom shining in her eyes. She looked at Long Yu quite confidently. Then what? The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up, showing interest, signaling the other party to continue. So, with your ability, there must be a way to protect Yashuang and me. Zisu looked straight into Long Yu's eyes and said, what we need is your protection, and as a condition of the transaction, we are willing to be your maid for a year. What do you think? I don't know what difficulties you have encountered, and I don't know what kind of opponents you are facing. Long Yu's expression remained unchanged when he heard the words, and he said lightly, if you need my protection, just being my maid is not enough to impress me, sorry. After Long Yu finished speaking, he turned around and left. It is impossible for Long Yu to be willing to do things that have no practical benefits, and as for having two beauties as his maids, he must have his life to enjoy it. Not to mention that these two beauties were originally at the early stages of the King realm. Since they wanted to seek protection, it was definitely not something that the current Long Yu could solve. Long Yu did not have the ability to protect them. Of course, if it was impossible, Long Yu could take them to the ancient Shura palace, so that their safety could be guaranteed to the maximum extent, but the conditions given by the two of them were really not attractive to Long Yu. Maid? What is this thing for? Can it be eaten? What's more, if Long Yu needs a maid, he can just give some magic coins, and many beauties are willing to be his maids. Long Yu turned around and left gracefully, but Zisu and Qin Yashuang were still standing there. The two women never expected that Long Yu would refuse so decisively. Isn't our beauty enough to impress him? Zisu and Qin Yashuang looked at each other, seeing doubt and worry in each other's eyes. That day is coming soon, the time left for the two of them is running out. Long Yu inquired about it, and it took 2 hours to run from the Rieo Inn to the auction venue of Lin's firm. As one of the 3 major commercial firms around the holy city of the 5 emperors, the Lin's commercial firm is naturally extremely luxurious in its auction venue, no less than the decoration of the Rieo Inn, and it can be remembered at a glance. Stop, stand still, the end-of-month auction of Lin's commercial bank is being held, and those who have not reached the king state are not eligible to enter. Long Yu strode forward and wanted to step into it, but was stopped by a Wangjing youth at the door. The young man looked at Long Yu and looked at him with disdain. A mere guy from the 5 Dao divine ability realm also wants to join our Lin's firm? It's a dream, get out. Another Wangjing guard waved his hand impatiently, if you don't leave, you will be welcome. The style of Lin's business is really great, to bully someone like a Jianghu martial artist like this, hee. Before Long Yu could speak, a rather seductive voice came from behind him, obviously mocking the 2 young gatekeepers of Lin's firm. It turned out that Su Witch from Su's medicine shop came in person. Could it be that there is something good that Lin's commercial auction house can't auction off this time? That's right, Su's medicine store and Lin's firm have never been on the right track. This time, Su Witch came to join Lin's firm, there must be ghosts among them. Hey, from my point of view, this Witch Su is just trying to tear down Lin's business, right? It's a rule that people below the king's realm are not allowed to enter the month-end auction of the 3 major trading houses. This Witch Su taunted Lin's business when she opened her mouth. Looking for trouble. The people coming and going around suddenly whispered and started discussing. Long Yu looked back subconsciously, and saw a beautiful woman in a big red dress, surrounded by a group of martial arts experts, walking towards the door of Lin's commercial firm. A burst of pleasant and strange fragrance came to Long Yu's nostrils, which made Long Yu feel quite refreshed. He took a closer look at the beautiful woman, and found that there was an embroidered Su tattooed on her chest. Her face was as delicate as a blooming flower. Just one look at the red roses is enough to fascinate you. Emperor Realm. Long Yu took a step back calmly. He didn't want to be involved in the conflict between the two major firms. The main reason was that he still wanted to go to Su's medicine store to participate in the auction, so neither side could offend. But which Su obviously wasn't going to let him go easily. Eyes full of temptation looked towards Long Yu, and then smiled softly. Brother, you can go in with me. I want to see if these two watchdogs dare to stop my Suningen pace. Go and let the butler come over. One of the guards immediately said to the other, then turned around, looked at the Su witch, and said bravely, Senior Su, I hope you don't make things difficult for me. You know the rules of the three major firms. Of course I know the rules, little one. Suningen smiled slightly, but didn't see any movement from her, and the eyes of the king's guard who stood in front of her became confused. Senior, please. The king's guard was obviously controlled and let Suningen go in. That's about the same, let's go in. Suningen waved her hand indifferently, and stepped into the Lin's firm with three strong men in the imperial realm behind her. Before entering, she turned her head and smiled at Long Yu. Brother, if you don't follow if we come in, there will be no chance? Senior, I'm sorry, I just remembered that I still have something to do, so I have to go first. Long Yu doesn't want to get together with Suningen, otherwise how can he do business with Lin's firm? I can only take a step back, come back later, and pass directly with the jade card that Lin Rui gave. Bold. Hearing Long Yu's words, a white-haired young man behind Suningen immediately yelled angrily, and glared at Long Yu. Senior Su invited you to go with him, but you dare to refuse, and you don't want to lose face? This white-haired young man should have just stepped into the imperial realm. He looks only in his 30s, he is definitely a genius. The people in Su's medicine store shouldn't be robbers, right? Long Yu's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the white-haired young man, and said calmly, I can do whatever I want. Do you still want to restrict my freedom? You. The white-haired young man glared at Long Yu immediately, and then pulled out the longsword warrior from his waist with a clang. What shocked people was that it turned out to be an ancient low-grade warrior. Will Su's pharmacy want to do it in the street? Facing the aura of the white-haired young man in the imperial realm rushing towards his face, Long Yu stood still, staring at the white-haired young man indifferently, letting the aura of the white-haired young man cut his face like a blade, without moving even a single step. Stop it. Suningen glanced at this side, and said calmly, let's go in, don't make any troubles. But after saying this, Suningen took a deep look at Long Yu, and there seemed to be a trace of killing intent in that look. Obviously she didn't like Long Yu either. This made Long Yu feel dangerous. This is the first time he has faced a strong emperor in the imperial realm. The last time he saw him was facing Emperor Yun during the Baishui dynasty. However, the witch Su in front of him is at least 100 times stronger than Emperor Yun, and there is no Yu Hanqin to stop him now. In front of him. It seems that to Suningen, human life is really not human life. If she is caught by her, she might not know how she died. It seems that this identity cannot be used. Long Yu's expression gradually turned cold. At this moment, Long Yu was quite unhappy, being involved in the battle between the two major forces for no reason, and even aroused the killing intent of a strong man in the imperial realm, but he didn't complain, because he had long recognized the power of the world. Martial arts are respected, and strength is paramount. If a person is too weak, he can only be bullied by others in the end. It seems that you have to change your identity to go to Su's medicine store in the future, and it's a bit troublesome that you can't participate in the end-of-month auction if you don't go to the king's realm. Long Yu frowned slightly, turned around and left without thinking too much. Maybe, I have to go back to find those two girls, Zisu and Qin Yashuang? Forget it, let's go to Lin Rui first and then sell the divine crystal. Long Yu shook his head, and disappeared from the entrance of the street in a flash. After a while, he walked back swaggeringly again, holding a jade tablet in his hand at the same time. The guard standing guard at the door had already changed too, but when they saw Long Yu, they still subconsciously wanted to stop him, but they saw the jade tablet in Long Yu's hand at a glance. "It's a distinguished guest of the butler, please come in," the two guards quickly said respectfully. Long Yu didn't stop at the door, and after ensuring that not too many people noticed him, he directly stepped into the auction room of Lin's firm. One of the guards took Long Yu and walked directly towards the backstage of Lin's firm's auction house. Since Long Yu was holding the jade card given by Lin Ruizai, he was qualified to meet Lin Ruizai directly. It wasn't until then that Long Yu knew that Lin Ruizai was actually the big housekeeper of Lin's business. So, Lin Ruizai's superficial supernatural powers and secret realm cultivation should be just a disguise, right? Not long after walking, Long Yu followed the guard all the way to the backstage of the auction house, and heard Lin Ruizai's voice from a distance. However, what made Long Yu's heart sink was that at the same time, there was the voice of the witch Su Ningyan whom he met just now. Unexpectedly, I still didn't avoid her. Long Yu's eyes flickered. The transaction about the divine language crystal must be done in private anyway, after all, it is forbidden in the holy city of 5 emperors. With Witch Nasu around, Long Yu might not be able to find a chance to trade with Lin Ruizai. Long Yu didn't expect that he couldn't avoid Su Ningyan after all. Could it be that the purpose of Su Ningyan's trip was related to the divine crystal? However, Long Yu's heart just sank, and then he was relieved. Anyway, the identity of Wang Tai has already offended Su Ningyan. Even if he offends completely, it's okay, the other party can't do anything in Lin's firm, right? As for the transaction, Long Yu has plenty of ways to fool the past. "Boss, Master Wang Tai has arrived." Of course the guard who led the way didn't know about Long Yu's worries, so he leaned against the door and shouted. This shout made Lin Ruizai in the room tremble in his heart. "Tell him, I will look for him later, and now I have to receive Miss Su Ningyan." "No need, butler, our deal is not something shameful, is it?" However, Long Yu smiled slightly, walked into the room with strides, and sure enough, he saw Su Ningyan in a bright red dress, and Lin Ruizai in a grey robe standing together. Seeing Wang Tai enter the room, Su Ningyan showed a meaningful smile on her face, while Lin Ruizai squinted her eyes. It stands to reason that Lin Rui should be very angry if Long Yu insisted on coming regardless of Su Ningyan's here, but he heard the implication in what Long Yu said, so he was relieved, knowing that Long Yu would not be here. Here is the thing about the divine language crystal. "Boss, this is mine." Long Yu smiled slightly, and didn't care about Su Ningyan's presence. He directly reached into his bosom, and took out one thing, and at the same time, he took out a jade slip. "This is the special crystal of the imperial level that I promised you. The total amount of pure spiritual energy contained in it is equivalent to..." When Long Yu said this, he did some calculations, and then continued to smile. "It is equivalent to 5 times the price of ancient middle-grade medicine pills, and the price can be as we have negotiated. In addition, this jade slip records that I got this imperial pill. The whole process of special environment crystals, here." Long Yu threw the special crystal and jade slip to Lin Ruizai. Of course, this is to deceive others in front of Su Ningyan. Lin Ruizai understood Long Yu's purpose almost instantly, and couldn't help secretly praising him for being very good at doing things, so he took the special crystal and the jade slip. He knew that what Long Yu was doing now was just acting, and the things in the jade slips were what Long Yu really wanted to express. What I'm going to say is recorded in the jade slips, pretending to be the whole process of obtaining the special crystal of the imperial realm, so that Su Ningyan can't detect the problem at all. Could it be that Su Ningyan dared to peek at the contents of this jade slip? Lin Rui just took the 2 things, then glanced at them, then nodded. "That's right, 3 million coins, do you want it now, or?" When he said this, he seemed calm on the surface, but in fact, there were turbulent waves. The special crystal of the imperial level. This thing is almost a rare treasure, like the divine language crystal. It seemed that Wang Tai in front of him had indeed exhausted his family's power to destroy a lair of alien beasts, otherwise it would be impossible to obtain special crystals at the imperial level. Geniuses among alien beasts, special alien beasts, especially emperor-level alien beasts, must be guarded by emperor-level alien beasts, and generally will not leave the alien beast's lair too far. Even if it is a strong emperor, it is absolutely impossible to kill a special beast of the emperor alone. I'm going to participate in the next auction. The target is the ancient elixir. After the auction is over, let's slowly calculate the god coins. Long Yu smiled slightly. No problem. Lin Rui just nodded, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and then looked at Su Ningyan again. Miss Su, this is the backstage of our Lin's firm. It seems inappropriate for you to stay here all the time. Why don't you follow me to the front desk to participate in the auction? As you wish. Su Ningyan took a deep look at Long Yu, then smiled coquettishly, turned around and left with Lin Ruizai. As for Long Yu, of course, followed behind the two of them. Lin's firm, the auction house. Long Yu got a separate VIP room, and waited for the start of the auction in a calm mood. Now, he is almost sure that Su Ningyan must have heard the news from somewhere, so he came here, probably trying to fight the auction. Break Lin Ruizai's deal about the divine crystal. This kind of thing can only be traded in the black market all the time, and it is a huge profit. If Lin Rui concludes this deal, it will definitely increase the profits of Lin's firm. Naturally, Su's Medicine, one of the three major firms, cannot sit idly by. Look at. As for how Su Ningyan knew, the Emperor Realm powerhouse has the powerful ability of deduction. It is not difficult to deduce a little bit of clues, that's why she appeared here today, disrupting Long Yu's plan. Originally, Long Yu wanted to trade the divine text crystal directly with Lin Ruizai, and then take the ancient elixir and leave. Unexpectedly, Su Ningyan stepped in. In this case, Long Yu could only keep the divine text crystal temporarily. Using the special crystal of the Imperial Realm as a temporary mortgage can not only deceive people's eyes and ears, but also provide conditions for Long Yu to bid for the ancient pill. If there is no transaction of the divine text crystal, the remaining 200,000 divine coins on Long Yu's body, impossible to bid enough ancient elixir. Su Ningyan. Long Yu sat in the VIP room, squinting his eyes and thinking. There is no doubt that Su Ningyan disrupted his plan, but the content recorded in the jade slip he made temporarily is enough for him and Lin Rui to make subsequent arrangements for the transaction. Since the entire holy city of the Five Emperors is not safe anymore, Long Yu chose the trading location outside the city, in the ancient Shura Palace. With the death envoy, all the deduction of the powerful emperors will not be able to come to the ancient Shura Hall. Trading in the ancient Shura Hall is the safest place, Long Yu thinks. Of course, this is just Long Yu's suggestion in the jade slip. Whether Lin Ruizai has a better way, he doesn't know. If there is, Lin Ruizai will definitely find a way to inform him in the next time, and Su Ningyan can't find any clues. It's just a business, it's really troublesome. Long Yu shook his head in displeasure, but this is the holy city of the Five Emperors. In the holy city of the Five Emperors, the rules formulated by the alliance of the Five Emperors are sacred and inviolable. The transaction of divine language crystals violated the rules formulated by the alliance of Five Emperors, so what Long Yu did could only be done in secret after all, so naturally it would be very troublesome. Soon, the auction of Lin's firm began. Some ordinary things before, even the great desolation-level warriors and martial arts, were not attractive to Long Yu. Occasionally, there was a great desolation-level elixir that Long Yu had never bought before, so he bid to buy 3 of them. Even if it is a top-grade pill of the great desolation grade, the auction price is only 2 or 3,000 god coins, and 3 of them add up to 10,000 god coins. This price is just a drizzle for Long Yu. It didn't take long before the auction of the 5 ancient low-grade pills mentioned by Lin Ruizai began, with a total of 10 pieces of each. Long Yu wanted to bid for 3 of each kind, and the transaction price of each piece was around 150,000 divine coins, but after thinking about it, it seemed impossible. The special crystal of the Imperial Realm contains 5 times the pure aura of the ancient middle-grade pill, and it can be absorbed without limit. Unlike the pill, the effect will be halved after taking the second pill. Therefore, the price of the special crystal of the Imperial Realm is of course more than 5 times higher than that of the ancient middle-grade medicine, and it can sell at least 3 million divine coins. Long Yu had already explained to Lin Ruizai in the jade slips that the special crystal of the Imperial Realm was only mortgaged, and he wanted to get the special crystal back after the transaction of the crystal of divine language was completed. In other words, Long Yu's available funds are now 3.2 million divine coins. 5 kinds of ancient low-grade pills, I need 3 of each, and if each one is 150,000 yuan, the total is 2.25 million, and counting the next ancient grade middle-grade pills, the money is not enough, the money not enough. Long Yu shook his head. The only thing he can sell now is those second-class divine crystals. In the case of insufficient money, he can only settle for the next best thing. He can only buy 1 of each kind of elixir first. Anyway, starting from the second elixir, Long Yu only had half the effect after taking it. Since the money is not enough for the time being, just wait until later to buy more. 5 ancient low-grade pills, 1 for each, a total of 700,000 divine coins. Soon, Long Yu got his wish and won the auction of the 5 ancient low-grade pills, and then it was the turn of the finale of the entire auction. The truly expensive treasures are only beginning to appear now. The ancient, middle-grade medicinal pill, 1,000 birds Chaofeng pill, there are 3 pieces in total, and the first one is being auctioned now. The beautiful host of the auction directly took out 3 elixir boxes, which contained 3 ancient middle-grade elixirs, and said excitedly, the starting price is 200,000 god coins, and each increase is no less than 20,000 god coins. As soon as Qiandiao Chaofeng pill came out, everyone was overjoyed. Many people who came to participate in this auction came for the ancient middle-grade pill. The starting price of 200,000 divine coins was equivalent to a free gift, but soon the price was raised to 400,000 divine coins. By this time, the number of bidders finally began to decrease. In the past, the transaction price of each ancient middle-grade medicine pill was around 500,000. Long Yu thought for a while, then directly raised a sign in the VIP room, 500,000. As soon as the price came out, many people immediately gave up, because this was only the first one, and there were 2 more, so there was no need to make the price too high. Long Yu got his wish and bid for a Qianyao Chaofeng pill. Although the aura in this pill is only 1/5 of that of the special crystal of the Emperor's realm, Long Yu still needs it very much, and it is better than nothing. The next 2 Chidori Chaofeng pills were auctioned for more than 500,000 yuan, one for 540,000 yuan and the other for 560,000 yuan. This moved Long Yu's heart. When another ancient middle-grade pill, Luoxia pill, appeared, Long Yu directly called out the price of 540,000. Directly from 200,000 to 540,000, people were shocked, no one bid with him, and he got this Luoxia pill as he wished. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and began to think. 2 ancient middle-grade pieces and 5 ancient low-grade ones cost a total of 1.74 million. His actual total assets now are 4 million divine coins, because the divine rune crystals will be sold after all, so when he leaves the auction house, he only has about 2.2 million left. Next, he will participate in the auction held by Su's medicine store. For the Great Wilderness Grade Super Pill, Yinghuang Pill is certain to be won, and he will also bid for all 3 of them. The difficulty can be imagined, a mere 2.2 million is probably not enough. Long Yu was playing with the ancient low-grade soldier in his arms, the pale cold blade from Emperor Yun. Now that he has arrived at the holy city of 5 emperors, he doesn't need to worry about Emperor Yun's revenge. This soldier can be sold. In addition, Long Yu can make the cultivation jade slips of the 7th grade god chain in a short time, and the price will not be low. Enter the jade slip and use it for auction. Desolate Ancient Shadow Killing is a high-grade martial art of the Great Desolation level, and it is a very practical martial art. If it is sold, it can be sold for at least 1 million god coins. Compared with pills and warriors of the same level, martial skills are the most valuable. The most expensive warriors of the Great Wilderness level are only 100,000 god coins, but martial skills are completely different. This is the reason why in the Baishua dynasty, no faction possessed the top-grade martial arts of the Great Desolation level. Because it was too expensive, it could be sold for 1 million god coins in the holy city of the 5 emperors, and at least 2 to 3 million god coins in remote areas. Currency. For a powerful force like the Dragon Mansion, the total annual expenditure is only about 1 million god coins. How can there be any spare money to buy Great Wilderness level high-grade martial arts? It's not that you can't afford it, but that it's unnecessary. The same 2 to 3 million divine coins, if used to buy medicine pills and warriors, can enhance the overall strength of the Dragon Mansion. Compared with the two, the Dragon Mansion can only choose, buy pills, warriors, etc. An ancient low-grade warrior like Pale Cold Blade can sell for at least 500,000, or even more, adding up to more than 100 and nearly 2 million. But I'm afraid this is not enough. Long Yu thought to himself, Su's medicine store should also have unique ancient-grade pills, and if he wanted to buy them, he would have to get more money. Later, I will first make the jade slips of Desolate Ancient Shadow Killer and Nether Pattern Spiral, and then sell the Pale Cold Blade. The total amount must exceed 2 million divine coins. All these things sold by Long Yu were obtained by chance, and have nothing to do with the inheritance of the 9 Yu Dragon Emperor. Even the 7th grade god chain, the Yuan Spiral, is only related to the Death Envoy, and cannot be involved in the 9 Yu Dragon Emperor's head. Therefore, the sale of these things will not have much impact on Long Yu. As for the Ancient Shadow Kill, if it is bought by the enemy, just a joke, it would be even better. If Long Yu's enemies have enough money to buy a high-grade martial skill of the wild level, then it is better to use the Ancient Shadow Kill against Long Yu than to use it against Long Yu. Other unknown martial arts are much better. Long Yu himself practiced Huangguing to reach the transformation realm, and his understanding of this move is deeper than anyone else. If other people practice, it can only be done in front of Long Yu. Before the auction of Lin's firm was over, Long Yu left the VIP room and walked towards the back, preparing to wait for Lin Rui to bring the ancient elixir. Although he left the auction house, Long Yu could still hear the voices in the auction house. The next auction was a pair of low-grade ancient warriors, which sold for 600,000 divine coins. In the end, it was the 3 Yishanlong pills, Da Huang grade supergrade pills that Lin's firm had refined this month. Although the Yishanlong pill was put at the end, it is obvious that everyone is not very enthusiastic about this pill. Although it is a supergrade pill, its promotion effect on the divine text is not obvious. If this point is excluded, this Yishanlong pill is nothing more than an ancient low-grade pill. 200,000 divine coins, the first Yishanlong pill was sold. When Long Yu got the news, he frowned slightly. He still remembered that in the city of the Desolate God, at the General Mansion Trading House, the 3 Etienne Dragon pills only cost 150,000 pieces. Looking at it now, those 3 Etienne, there is a problem with Long Dan's origin. Could it be that it was robbed halfway? Long Yu shook his head. No matter what, anyway, he knew that the 3 Etienne Dragon pills were not fake. As for why there was a price difference, there were various reasons. Long Yu didn't bother to guess, because it was useless to guess. Right now, Lin's firm is not competitive in supergrade pills. Long Yu thought of it naturally. The Yishanlong pill's promotion effect on the integration of divinity and culture is too weak, resulting in its price not being able to rise, but its refining cost may not be less than that of other great wilderness-level supergrade pills. Profits are not high. Compared with Yanhuang Xingdan and Yinghuang pill, the effect of Yishanlong pill is simply weak. Yinghuang pills cost at least 500,000 pieces, and if there are more people competing, the price will increase a lot. We must be fully prepared. 3 Yinghuang pills must be obtained. Long Yu made up his mind. After taking the Yinghuang pill, the improvement of the fit of the shadow attribute is quite obvious. Even for ordinary martial arts, taking a single Yinghuang pill is enough to improve the fit from the 4th level to the 5th level, and the effect is at least 3 times that of Yishanlongdan. If it is replaced by Long Yu, the effect of the medicine will be tripled, and the 3 Yinghuang pills will definitely be able to reach the 7th level of matching with the shadow attribute divine script. Soon, Lin Ruizai came down from the front desk and had someone deliver 2 ancient middle-grade pills and 5 ancient low-grade pills to Long Yu. 7 pills, 1.74 million divine coins. The special crystal just now is worth 3 million, so I still owe you more than 1 million divine coins. Lin Rui said with a smile, "Let's go, brother Wang Tai, how about visiting my house?" Hearing this, Long Yu narrowed his eyes, then nodded. He knew that Lin Ruizai was extending an invitation to him, and it must have something to do with the transaction of the divine crystal. Of course, he couldn't refuse. "Let's go, the auction is over, there is no need for us to stay here." After Lin Rui finished speaking, he led the way and left the auction house of Lin's firm. Su Ning'an, a beautiful woman from Su's medicine store, has been keeping her eyes on Long Yu and Lin Ruizai, but when she saw that they were going to Lin Ruizai's mansion, she frowned and didn't follow. Regarding the transaction of the divine text crystal, Su Ning'an only had a little premonition during the deduction, and there was no evidence, and she was not even sure whether it was a transaction of the divine text crystal. Is it really just a special crystal of the imperial realm? Su Ning'an thought in her heart, shook her head and left. She still has a lot of things to do, so she doesn't want to waste too much time here, since she found nothing, then hurry back and prepare for the month-end auction of Su's medicine store. In Lin Ruizai's mansion, Long Yu followed him all the way to a basement. There is a magic circle in this basement, which was personally arranged by the master of the spirit circle, which can resist the deduction of any powerful person in the imperial realm. Many secret transactions of our Lin's business are carried out in this basement. After entering the basement, Lin Rui breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Long Yu with a smile. "There is no one in the basement, only 2 people are in it, talking about anything will not be discovered by others." Well, now we can do the math. As for the divine crystal, you see. Long Yu smiled slightly, and took out all 350 second-class divine language crystals. The divine text crystal, really the divine text crystal. The light in the basement is dim, but the excited expression on Lin Ruizai's face can be clearly seen. Sure enough, they are all second-class divine writing crystals. Every second-class divine writing crystal, if transformed, can enhance the cultivator's understanding of divine writing. The comprehension of at least 1/10,000th of the power of the scriptures, and this is a theoretical value. In fact, these 350 crystals of the scriptures together can make people comprehend at least 10% of the power of the scriptures. When Long Yu heard this, he was a little surprised. The second-class divinity crystals can indeed only improve his comprehension of the power of divinity by 1/10,000th. So the sum of 350 crystals is only a little over 3% at most. How could there be 10%? But soon Long Yu figured it out. The 1/10,000th comprehension improvement of the second-class divine text crystal is aimed at the power of the original divine text. But in the world of Shenwu, I am afraid that there are not many martial artists who have comprehended the power of the original divine script. Most of them are the power of engraving the divine script. Compared with the original divine script, it is indeed much better than the original divine script. It is normal to comprehend it 3 times faster. I'll return this special crystal of the Imperial Realm to you. Lin Rui threw the special Imperial crystal to Long Yu with some reluctance, and then said, 350 divine crystals, a total of 3.5 million divine coins, deducting the 1.74 million you auctioned, I still need to give you 1.76 million. Wait. Lin Rui's eye was about to take out the divine coin, but Long Yu waved his hand and directly took out the pale cold blade from his arms. This is an ancient low-rank warrior, will you accept 500,000? Long Yu asked directly. At the auction just now, the ancient low-rank soldier sold for 600,000 god coins. If he bought it for 500,000, Lin's firm would definitely make a profit. Even in the holy city of the 5 emperors, the ancient low-grade warriors are very precious things, and only a few practitioners can get them. 500,000, no problem. Lin Rui's eye was startled, took the pale cold blade and observed it for a while, then nodded his head in agreement the next moment. Although the ancient low-grade soldiers are not rare in the holy city of the 5 emperors, there are very few circulating in the market. The 3 major trading houses combined sell no more than 5 each month. It was indeed beyond Lin Rui's expectation that Long Yu could sell the ancient low-grade warriors. However, considering that Long Yu's family has even looted the lairs of strange beasts, it is not surprising that they can produce low-grade warriors of the ancient level. Do you have a jade slip here? Long Yu threw the pale cold blade into Lin Rui's hands, and then asked, I still have a 7th grade god chain training method, and a high-grade wild level martial skill for sale. Great wilderness class top grade martial skill. 7th grade god chain. Lin Rui's face was even more pleasantly surprised, yes, of course.